With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Minefield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We're back in Liverpool, UK for the Liverpool Regional Championship 2024 for the trading card game. It's a lovely morning. We can see the players are already going. This is one of our side events today, the Cup, as you can see. My name is Amy. I'm here with the fantastic Mike, Shay, and Ross, and we're ready to crown a champion today. Will Mew continue to reign upon Liverpool, or will it be dethroned today? We're going to find out, so don't miss a second of the action. And speaking of all of the events that we've had going on and all of the fantastic victories along the way, we're going to have a look at our schedule. Ross, what stands out to you?
I'm kind of looking at Stockholm there. I actually went to Sweden for Pokémon tournament to Jönköping years ago for a couple of different events. So the idea of going to Stockholm for some Pokémon TCG action, that's one I'm eyeing up. Obviously, I know a lot of people are really excited for New Orleans. That's a city I've heard a lot of people very, very happy about, that we're going to be getting NAIC. And then, of course, everybody's excited for the European Internationals in London. And look, how am I going to shout them out without mentioning Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships? There's a lot to look forward to there.
And we've got to mention the added special event there, Bologna, just been added over the weekend. We'll be returning to Italy again this season, and it's going to be an amazing time there. We love the Italian community, so passionate, and always bring so much energy to the event.
You're so right, and I can't wait to see everyone there. It's going to be such a lovely special event. I'm really excited. I didn't get to go to Italy last year, but I'm going to make a real effort to be there this time. And yeah, how would I get to one of these events, Shay? And how am I going to get my way to Honolulu?
Well, that's a very good question. So if you want to get yourself to Honolulu and compete in the World Championships, you need to earn yourself some CP. So you can see here, if you live in Europe, as we all do, and you're a master, you need 500 CP. If you're in America, you need 600, Latin America 350, Oceania 300, and in the Middle East 250. So depending on how you do at events, you can earn this CP. It doesn't have to just be regionals. It can be at your local events too, League Cups and League Challenges. But, you know, if you do happen to be in Liverpool here, if you was to finish in the top 512, you'd earn yourself about 30, and the pricing just goes up the higher up you finish. And here we go.
Yeah, I mean, this event being over 1,000 competitors means we have hit that kicker where we'll be seeing 512 place and higher getting CP. But of course, those at the top are looking at that prize money and the booster packs on offer. I mean, $10,000 for winning the event. Not only that, but a guaranteed spot at Worlds. So loads to win here at the event. And of course, those players who are finishing high, earning lots of prize money, can then start dedicating some of that money to traveling to more events, partaking in seen maybe some events in other regions. We've seen a lot of that this season, some European, North American players, even the Oceanian players traveling all around the events to see if they can get more points, more prizes, and statements that they are one of the best in the game.
And let's not forget that that prize money is not only going to, you know, you got your championship points, or like you say, Mike, you're guaranteed invite if you win the regional championship, but then that prize money is going to help fund your trip to Hawaii so you can actually be there in person and compete. And I've heard from an awful lot of players who have done very well at a regional top 8 or better, going, well, not only have I got my invite now, but this prize money means I can actually go to Honolulu, and I know a lot of people are very excited about that.
I think a lot of people at this event today could end up with their invitation. There's a lot of people on that leaderboard who are within, 50 points. I know Julius was only 3 points away, so they've managed to get their invite to Honolulu, so massive congratulations there. As I imagine, there are lots of players gunning for that today. In fact, we have many, many players to watch this weekend. Ross, does anybody stand out to you as someone who we should maybe keep an eye on?
I mean, there's a lot of players there whose names are going to be very familiar to a lot of people. Magnus Pedersen, Brent Tonneson. I mean, Benji Pham is a player that's been around for a very long time. I was delighted to see on that list. Obviously, we got James Cox coming in here. We saw Leighton in our final round yesterday playing that Snorlax stall that was, I mean, interesting. It was an interesting game. So, and obviously you got the Kammerman twins, who are just on an absolute tear this weekend, all the way, or not just this weekend, this entire season. Both of them amongst the very highest placing players in the entirety of Europe, really, since the season began. And then we've got to give a shout out to Joshua there, who I know is a very popular fellow and a lot of people in the community big fan of.
I've got to just jump in here real quick. I'm part of 2 community group chats now because I recently moved away from one. And shout out to my old London community. I was going through the chat last night, and there was like 5 people who all made day 2, all just going, yeah, 621, oh yeah, 702. And it's great when you see that in the group chats of these locals where they suddenly go, hey, look, this is what I got in the day, and continuing that journey today. And the ones who didn't make it will be going on through the cup here at Liverpool.
Yeah, and I also want to give a massive shout out to Demetrius Eaton and Lewis Roach, both making it in day 2. It was actually my friend Lewis's first day 2 placement, so massive shout out to him. Hopefully his game's going well.
That sounds fantastic. There's so many talented players here, but let's take a look at what happened yesterday and who we have on the roster.
Oh wow. This was, we just got to see day 2 earlier, so we got a little bit of a sneak peek before you, and I forgot it's this different.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm not sure when we're going to look at the day 2 one, but I'm very excited to look at day 2 one eventually, because it looks a little bit more in my favour, Ross, and I think it doesn't look good for you.
I think we can have a chat about that when it comes up. If we look at the day 1 here, Charizard, the most played deck. That's something we've actually got very used to over the past few tournaments. Charizard really does come out in numbers. It has been the most played deck for a while now. But then we got Miraidon, we got Giratina, Roaring Moon, Lost Zone Box, Mew. These are decks, other than maybe Lost Zone Box, these are exactly the ones we would have expected. And like we talked about yesterday, Lost Zone Box has ended up really well positioned at the moment.
Yeah, we didn't see Gardevoir on there, which was kind of surprising. But typically when we see the percentage increase into day 2, we know it's a strong deck in the format right now, and when it decreases, we know it's not as well placed potentially. So I wonder what day 2 looks like.
Yeah, I wonder what day 2 looks like.
Oh my goodness!
Where's
Where's that? It's almost Gardevoir wasn't on the screen, and now it's in 3rd. And just to stick my chest out a little bit, that was my pick. Ross, where's the yellow cards gone?
Well, they're actually tied with Lost Zone Box, so they are actually, it should be on that list. There are 11 of them, and let's not pretend like 16 Gardevoir is that different to 11 Miraidon.
Oh, but it's the conversion, it's the sweet conversion.
Oh, the conversion, I will give you the conversion, Mike. Absolutely.
What do you mean give it to Mike? It's my conversion. I'll take that conversion. Thank you very much,
But
Ross.
your pick there, Amy, doing very well. Lost Zone Giratina.
Hey, both of mine are on there. We've got Lost Zone, I predicted Lost Zone Giratina and Roaring Moon, so both of mine are on there.
Doing well.
Yeah, I mean, technically, what is that, like 35 decks there that could win for me, so maybe I've got a good chance going into this.
I mean, Ross picked Mirage Gate, so he's
probably... that gives me 44 decks then with Mirage Gate.
Well, congratulations, Ross, I guess.
I think picking thinking Mirage Gate shouldn't be allowed. That's over different. That's a bit cheeky in my opinion.
I want Professor's research.
I want Battle VIP pass.
I'm going to have Radiant Greninja next time for mine. How's about that? Radiant Greninja and Radiant Charizard. All the Radiants, so no matter what happens, I'm winning.
Well, let me know what your caster choice would be by following us on our social media channels. Make sure that you're following on X, on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Make sure, oh, and Instagram. Almost forgot.
And Facebook. I mean, we're everywhere.
Yeah, we're absolutely everywhere. And use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let me know what your caster pick would have been for this weekend. You've seen the Day 2 graphic. I wonder if that would change your decision. So please let us know. There are lots of decks that aren't mentioned on there. So maybe you just might pick the Rogue deck that could win the day and take Mew's title.
I mean, you say about Rogue decks, we were scrolling through some of the decks that have made it. There's genuinely decks here that we've never seen before, and that's exciting. We're going to see potentially some of those sitting on the top tables as well. So make sure you stick around because we might be seeing the formation of something special here at Liverpool.
And yes, there are 2 Clorf in Day 2. That's your Clorf update for today.
Right, we got these players here to watch. So, of course, we mentioned about Losso and Giratina, and what better player to represent that than Alberto Conti. What a player has shown such strength of that, made so many Day 2s with it, lots of top 8s, and is now sitting 3rd in the leaderboard for Europe in that top 22. So, a great player there. But, of course, Christian, looking to try and really make a statement in the last few months.
Yeah, we managed to win Stuttgart with that Sablezard, and then went over to America and I think got top 64 over there as well in San Antonio. So on a hot streak, and as we saw, Lost Box deck is actually well represented here in Day 2 as well. So yeah, Christian doing well, and then we've got my good friends James Cox there as well. He's piloting Gardevoir, and I know he's in Day 2. Good friends with Brent Tonneson, who's also playing Gardevoir. So yeah, all 3 of these players fantastic, and we have to keep an eye on Alberto and James.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any players at home for you guys to watch, let us know as well, because we'll try and get them on the stream. It's not always possible. We'll have a community choice later on. So if there are any of the players in there that you want to watch, you'll be able to get involved. So do stick around to get for that vote.
Yeah, indeed. And all of these players are still going on in Day 2. They've got plenty of time and rounds ahead of them. It's a big weekend for some big results. I'm really excited to see what could happen. There is so many opportunities ahead right here in Liverpool. So there's plenty to keep in touch with, keep watching. Make sure you don't miss a speck of the action because we're absolutely going to have some interesting matches today. I'm really, really excited to share everything with you guys at home.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu?
Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, trainers. We're back once again. We're not going anywhere, and I hope you aren't either. Make sure you're comfy, get set up for the day, because we've got a fantastic Day 2 Sunday for you here at the Liverpool Regional Championships 2024. My name's Amy. This is Mike, and how are we feeling this morning?
I'm very excited. I mean, we've been scrolling through the decks that are doing well, and there is some interesting new archetypes. I think it's fair to say new archetype around them, because they have some elements of other decks, but I think this is where we start to see whether that creativity might be able to bolster them up to the top. Otherwise, we've got a lot of the same stuff going on. We're currently in round 11, and we'll be getting you into round 12 as soon as this one's done.
I think one of my favorite things about the meta game today is that creativity, like you say, is absolutely on show. We have so many fantastic decks to show you, and not only that, but I'm thinking that maybe we might be wrong. I think our caster predictions might not quite be on the money for this one. I have a funny feeling that maybe a spicy rogue homebrew deck could take the day, and our slightly more kind of I don't want to say generic, but
yeah, generic, normal.
Kind of normal, what
Picking the
you
best.
might expect. I think Ross has definitely got the more unusual pick here, but what do you think about the others? I'm feeling like it's kind of what we would expect to see, right?
I think me and Shay might sneak into a spicier list with our Spiritomb and Avery.
Yeah.
I think they're quite good cards in the format right now. Avery, very good at getting rid of Jirachi and Manaphy when you want to use that Radiant Greninja. Can also be quite good at disrupting a lot of board states where they need to go wide, like a Charizard, for example, or Gardevoir. And then on the other side, you've got Spiritomb, which is good at disrupting all of those powerful V Pokemon with abilities in the format. You know, you've got Rotom V, which is in Charizard, it's in Snorlax. It's a very good card to draw at the start of the game. But you've also got things like Luminion, which are so vital for that perfect supporter turn that you're willing to put an 170 HP Pokemon down. But with Spiritomb in play, it takes away those options and can often stump a lot of these decks. So I think they're pretty good. Otherwise, we've just got a lot of powerful Pokemon on that screen.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see whether we see those because they are anti-meta cards, a little bit like the video you guys at home will have just watched. Those, the Spiritomb and Avery are there specifically to counter really popular meta decks like the ones I've chosen, which maybe I'll get by on sheer numbers.
You like one-hit knockouts, it seems.
Yeah, I've gone for infinite power is best, and I've gone a bit more aggressive than my usual stance this time round.
I've been looking through some of the top tables, and I think Ross might have been quite good with the Mirage Gate. I think Mirage Gate is featuring a lot of these decks. It does cover Lost Zone Giratina, but it also covers Lost Zone Box. But Lost Zone Giratina is currently the best performing deck. It is the highest rated. Brent Tonneson is looking great there with 10.01.
Oh my goodness.
So pretty much secured into that top 8 for carry on with this. I mean, there's plenty more rounds to even bolster that further, but he might even be able to just draw their way to victory. But Lost Zone Giratina at the moment considered one of the best decks in format. It's converted the best over the last 3 North American regionals, being 4 of the top 6 decks in each of those events, making the finals, having a mirror in one of the finals, and winning 2 of those 2. And it's been consistently converting from day 1 to day 2, and it's done the same here in Liverpool.
Yeah, it's had a really consistently large showing in top 8s and top 4s in the end across the last few events. And if you missed any of the action from those events, you should certainly go back and watch at some point, because there is so many mini masterclasses. The amount we can learn off these players is immense.
I mean, that's why Lost Zone Giratina is such a popular deck with the best players, because it's hard to master. Like, one of the greatest things I think about the deck is there are turns where not taking a knockout is the correct thing to do. And whenever you see that kind of level of skill, that's where prize mapping, timing things, using your comeback cards, using the disruption whilst also getting a solid board state, all of these kinds of decisions which are beyond just attaching energy, taking a knockout, that's what makes this deck hard to master, but so rewarding for the masters who are using it. So that's why I think Brent's having so much success, and we'll see whether that continues, and maybe we'll get a chance to see it at some point.
That would be amazing. And in fact, we do have the analytics to be able to compare. From last weekend, we were in Charlotte. So this is the deck analysis from day 2 of Charlotte.
Okay.
And it is, to me, it's both similar and different. It's got a lot of, you guys at home, play spot the difference with us, because it is a lot of fun. There's a lot of differing decks. The percentages are very different across the board, and Miraidon did sneak onto this one.
Yeah, Roaring Moon, I think, inspired a lot of people at this event to play it, and so consequently the percentage play rate of it has gone up here in Europe. But of course, it was the Charizard and Lost Zone Giratina, the top 2 consistently across the last few events, and it sort of flip-flops as to which one does well in day 2. Typically Charizard more in day 1, just because it's a slightly simpler deck to play, so a lot more players are comfortable playing it, and of course inspired by their favourite player, Azul. But then Lost Zone Giratina seems to be a slightly lower percentage day 1, but doing well into day 2.
Yeah, and as we can see, this one is flicked over to our day 2 here in Liverpool, which is right now. The players are still going. They've already been playing, and we're going to join them very soon. But I'm really excited to see what's going to trump and what's going to win the day when there's so much variety on offer. So although really the decks that were there were very similar to Charlotte, I don't know, it just feels different. I don't know whether it's because the percentages are different. I don't know whether it's because there's more creativity on show. Maybe it's that point in the season because rotation's coming up soon. I have a funny feeling people are more engaged with creativity, deck building, and flair to their decks rather than just sticking with what they know works. So I feel like this is a last chance saloon for it.
A lot of good players will lean towards certain decks based off of what they're feeling. You know, Gardevoir has a lot of very good players here playing it, so 11% in Europe might look different to the 11% over in North America. And of course, Roaring Moon was the biggest change between those. Both Gardevoir and Mew had 11%, but Roaring Moon here is around 9%, where it was 14 in Charlotte. So for those Mew players, they might be able to dodge and weave their way to that top 8 when there's less Roaring Moon. And equally, for the few Roaring Moons that are there, they might think, do you know what? I've got the Mews all waiting for me.
Yeah.
So a lot of it depends on who you face and when, but of course the meta's still always looking good for that Lost Zone Giratina.
It is, yep, and as you say, we can see from today that the results just speak for themselves. 10-0-1 with Giratina really goes to show how it can be such a fearsome deck if you know what you're doing, and I think that's the key. Part of Roaring Moon is what I would recommend as a really fantastic deck for someone starting out playing Pokemon. It's relatively linear. There is an infinite damage kind of element. However, in comparison to Giratina, the prerequisite to get to that infinite damage is much higher, whereas Roaring Moon, you can just do it.
Do it straight away, first turn,
yeah,
a lot of the time. And also there's different variants of the Roaring Moon. You know, you've got some which play the water energy to try and integrate the Greninja into the play, some that just go pure dark type and go more down the Galarian Moltres and just commit to going Roaring Moon as often as possible. And then you've also just got some that are a bit crazy with lightning energy in there to try and get an Iron Hands into play. Ultimately, all of these lists have Roaring Moon at the center of them, have that crazy fast Dark Patch plus Professor Sada's Vitality to get as much energy into play as quickly as possible. And of course, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule was the way to do it before with Roaring Moon. We've started to see some innovations with the Emergency Jelly. And the reason being, when you use that Frenzy Gouging, you take 200 damage off your Pokemon, and if you use the Emergency Jelly on that Pokemon, attach it as a tool, that will heal you back up out of range of things like Cramorant and Sableye. So you take away those one prize options to finish off a Roaring Moon afterwards. And then of course, if you want to, that Emergency Jelly disappears, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, you can put that back onto the Roaring Moon after it healed, and then you can go for another Frenzied Gouging if they've not knocked it out. So you can get 2 Frenzied Gougings off with the Roaring Moon without ever being knocked out.
And I think that's why I recommend this as a really fantastic beginner kind of deck in the format right now, is that the basics of Roaring Moon are really kind of easy to learn. They're very simple, it's very linear, but the really fantastically skilled players and the learning you can take off the back of that is then going, okay, I know how to play Roaring Moon, I understand the basics, now I'm going to use the synergies with other cards in the format to bring my little swing on it. I'm going to try the Thorntons, I'm going to try the water energy, and you can build off a base that actually has a lot more flexibility than people gave it credit for.
Oh, and when there's more ancient Pokemon coming out in the future, I'm sure people are going to have some fun with that kind of model of attacker and using that Professor Sada's Vitality. So lots to look forward to for Roaring Moon. But of course, today we're going to be seeing lots of big players playing very powerful decks that take knockouts, but there are some that don't take knockouts. So we got a chance to see Leighton round 9 yesterday playing Snorlax Stool and went to great success against Roaring Moon. And there are 5 currently in day 2. So Snorlax Stool, a thing to worry about for all those Charizard players who made it through. It might not be the most entertaining deck to watch, but I think it's fair to say it does its job very well, and we saw that when it went ahead and won Gdansk. Wukash showing exactly why Snorlax Stool is a deck every player has to worry about. Snorlax with that block ability, so powerful.
We got to see it masterfully played yesterday. Although, like you say, it may not be the most interesting to watch, I do have to praise the Snorlax block players because there's a lot of mental energy that goes into playing a deck like this for as many rounds as they do. And then going into a second day of it, I really do have to give them a round of applause because it is absolutely a mind-boggling day. I think my brain would feel like spaghetti afterwards, honestly.
Oh, yeah. You have to do all the thinking, right? Your opponent normally just draws maybe attach and then passes over and over again, whilst you have to do everything, and your hand gets so big. There's so many resources to worry about. But of course, with Giratina being such a popular deck right now, that's definitely one of the stronger decks into Snorlax block. You know, you've got that Jet Energy, which is such an easy way around the idea of no retreating with the block. So they do tend to put more Temple of Sinnohs now in the Snorlax block deck, but there's not enough to really deal with the power of Giratina, and that's what we said about it. It is so versatile. It can beat everything in the format. It just has to worry about its own consistency, and so we'll see whether it can continue to be consistent for Brennan.
Fingers crossed for them, because it would be lovely to see more Giratina rise to the occasion. But we also, when we're looking at players, we're also looking at the top 22 players quite often, because they might be in range of travel award or stipend. And this is our leaderboard currently for Europe, with Yuho Kalama there at the top. We've seen them absolutely just destroy the meta in this format. A huge whopping 811 championship points. You only need 500 for that invitation, but staying in that top 22 is vital for some players, and certainly something to stretch to if you so feel the need.
We were speaking about Brent Tonneson doing so well. Brennan Kammerman is also doing well at this event. So number 2 currently in Europe, looking to feature on the stream and go all the way through to that top 8, currently 911. So they're in a very good position, and lots of these other players will be looking to make their name. You know, Yuho started the season so strong with LAIC, but has continued to have strong finishes. And actually, just scrolling down through the top tables, there's a lot of new faces too, making a name for themselves here in Liverpool, and plenty more rounds to go. Round 12 is just about getting started, so we'll be able to get you the pairings as soon as possible for you to choose which one you want to see on stream straight away. Community choice for our first stream game of the day.
Yeah, and you will have noticed just at the bottom there of that previous graphic was Magnus Peterson, who is currently 10-1-0. So I imagine off the back of this event, they're going to rocket up at those standings, which is really exciting. I'm so pleased to see that they are just going to hopefully win the day, at very least in their mind. Any points are great for them right now. It's going to settle them into that kind of middle range of the top 22 instead.
100%.
And that's really exciting. They're currently going to be possibly, they're playing against Brent Tonneson.
That's going to be a tough old matchup as well.
That is going to be such a tough matchup. And then we also have Nicholas Christian against Brennan Kammerman.
Okay.
Who's on 9-1-1 at the moment. Again, an absolutely meticulously, terribly difficult score to achieve at these events. Absolutely insane.
So we can talk about all these players and you can be excited over which one you want to see, but we also want you to choose based off of the decks. So let's run through those decks for you. So take these notes down while you're watching. So we mentioned Brent Tonneson is playing Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. They'll be against Magnus Pedersen playing Lost Zone Box. So that's slightly favoured towards Magnus there, actually. Should be interesting to see if he can knock him off their unbeaten streak. Brennan Kammerman playing Lost Zone Box against Snorlax Control. So that block Snorlax. If you guys want to watch that, you're more than welcome to. And then we'll go on to Manuel, who is playing this new deck that we mentioned before. I don't want to reveal it. This is up to you whether you want to watch it. It does have some controlling cards in there, but it's also got some very powerful attackers. So that's an interesting one to watch.
They've been cooking.
They have been cooking. If they do well here with a whole new innovative deck, an Italian player after we've just announced the new Italian special event, that'll be special. They're against Roaring Moon, and then the final matchup there between Andrew and Fabrizio is Roaring Moon versus Mew VMAX. So based off of that, hopefully you guys can recognize some of those matchups that you want to see, but maybe some of the players you want to see too.
Yeah, do you want to see a Lost Box Innovation Showdown? Would you prefer to see a slow and steady Snorlax control, an innovative fire in the kitchen, or would you prefer to see if Mew VMAX is going to stay on its throne?
Well, Roaring Moon staring it down. I don't know if it will. That is a tough old matchup for me there. you know, a strong dark type attacker that can get itself out nice and consistently. That sounds like Mew's worst nightmare, but of course it's up to you guys. Make sure you get a vote in on the community choice and we'll be able to get one of these. Of course, these are the top 4 tables right now. These are the best record players. You know, all of these players have at least 9 wins, and that top match there, both of them having 10 wins. So these will be your best players of Liverpool, and like we mentioned, some interesting decks have made it to the top.
Whoa, look at that, just on time. We've got the Swiss rankings. So as we mentioned, we've got some 10 wins over there with a 10-0-1 and a 10-1-0. For anyone who might be new and might be like, Amy, what on earth are those numbers going on at the side there? The first number, the 10 in Brent's case, is the amount of wins. The following number is going to be the amount of losses they've unfortunately had. And the third number is the amount of ties they've had. So if it goes win, loss, tie.
Okay, well, I mean, you can see some of those other players rising up the ranks. Robin Schultz, we got to see them win the Charizard Mirror yesterday, so see if they can continue their journey here. A previous Liverpool champion, so we'll be trying to make it a multiple Liverpool champion. And one of my old locals in there, Matthew, I think that's my old local. I only ever knew him as Matt. So, but I know he's doing very well, and you know, an Australian guy came over to Europe a few years ago and has really developed over here in the UK. And of course, loads of other amazing players on the board. And of course, there'll be people you guys recognise in chat, maybe someone you know from back home. So make sure to look out for them. Oh!
The spice in the kitchen! That's what I'm talking about, chat. That is what we like to see.
You knew what's up. You knew what's up.
I've got to say, this one is exactly what we were talking about earlier, that creativity, the innovation. You can do it at any point during the meta. I've had a lot of people say, oh, the meta's stale. It's not stale. We got some spice for you right now. I'm so excited to share this with you.
I mean, we've got Roaring Moon as well, which I know a lot of people love seeing Roaring Moon play. And realistically, Roaring Moon is a great test for a new deck, because a lot of new decks can beat, you know, the slower things. You know, they can go, right, you take time to build up, I'll disrupt you, and then I can win. Or, you know, when you go up against Roaring Moon or Miraidon, you get tested. Can you deal with that early pressure, the early aggression? Are you able to manage that? And if so, then a new deck can fit very nicely into this format. And to go, what's it, 9-1-1, they must have at some point faced an aggressive deck and at some point faced a slower deck, so they can clearly deal with all the variety that is in this current format.
I think the beautiful thing about Roaring Moon is when it's dealing with a control deck, pretty much everything in the Roaring Moon deck can attack, and that's a stall and control player's worst nightmare. Pretty much every single card being able to attack means even if they use Erica, they cannot bring forward a Pokemon that is kind of able to get stuck in the active with nothing to do. And that's really their goal, is to go, oh, that's Squawkabilly, I'll have you. Thank you very much.
I saw that yesterday.
Exactly.
Motivating for a lot of turns in a row.
Many turns in a row. And then, you know, it doesn't really achieve much. So a deck that has more attackers than not, less tech Pokemon that actually cannot attack, really benefits them. So Roaring Moon can be very much like Lost Zone Giratina in that a lot of the Pokemon can attack, so everything could be a disaster.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm just genuinely intrigued to see how this deck works. So I don't want to go into too much detail. I want you to kind of solve it with us as we go, but it does have a lot of similarities in the composition of it to something like Snorlax Control, but a very different engine where Snorlax Control looks to lean into Rotom and drawing every turn. This one will have that Pidgeot EX in there, so that helps you tutor out anything you want. But then it has some fire attackers, and like I said, I don't want to reveal this all too soon. It seems like it takes prizes at some point. It might vary based off the opponent, so some opponents you might not look to take prizes, but it does seem to be a deck that can, at some point, take prize cards.
And I like that. I like that a lot. It's kind of like, no, I'm a stall deck, I'm a stall deck, I'm a stall deck. Bam! Some attackers. And
yeah, I've described it as like putting the heating on.
Yeah.
You turn the dial to get the heating on. You don't really get anything for a while, and then suddenly it gets really hot, really fast.
And that's why it's like a fiery kitchen. We're ready. And honestly,
I can't wait to see this come through. It's going to be so much fun. But it feels like timing's going to be of the essence. Timing's going to be so important for this strategy to pull off. But clearly it has been working. It's been working throughout the day. You know, they currently have some amazing results with this deck. So I don't feel like it's going to... It doesn't feel like a control deck in its own right, but it doesn't feel aggressive at the same time. It's that sweet spot in the middle, and we don't get a lot of decks like that come through very often. The element of surprise can be so important during a game of Pokemon trading card game. It really can. Not knowing what your opponent has up their sleeve can really benefit you in so many ways. Just being able to kind of pull out a surprise is gigantic. It just them not knowing what a card does. If your opponent has to pick up a card and read it, you know you've done good.
You're in an advantage then. Yeah, there will be some cards that we'll have to go through with you guys to work out exactly what they do. But I think its main strategy is the similar kind of strategy to what we see from a Snorlax control deck. But there is those certain matchups where that doesn't work, so then you've got to find an alternate strategy, and that seems to be the game plan here, is find a different way to victory. I'm genuinely intrigued as to if Roaring Moon is one of those matchups where you go down to the alternative win condition, or whether this will just be played out similar to how we see with Snorlax control, but there's only limited amounts of certain resources because they've got to fit in these other packages. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out. And I know you guys voted for an unknown deck. We don't know what this does. It literally looks like a deck that shouldn't work, and that's why we're intrigued, because if it's only taken its first loss last round.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Outside of that, it's beaten or drawn with everything. So it's 9-1-1 now, right? So if it's that good, we want to understand how it works, and so that's the exciting thing for us now to solve.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out. It's like a puzzle. So if you guys in chat can figure it out before us, well done to you. Brownie points.
This feels like we're looking at something Sander would come up with. That's the kind of vibe I'm feeling right now.
It's that level, isn't it? It's exactly that. It's the going into the unknown and going, well, wait, actually, what's that card in there for? What's that doing? What's that achieving?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. With the decks like this, you know they've had to test this against everything.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, if they haven't, they have struck gold by going this successful at an event and not tested against everything.
They're gonna have absolutely spent every waking moment thinking about, do I put this card in? Do I put that card in? There's no deck to go off of before. There's no, oh well, you know what? I'll just take a Zool's list and I'll tweak it to my liking. Now, like, that's fine. That's great. But this
is innovation.
This is innovation at its core.
We got to talk about the other side, though, of course. Roaring Moon being this successful. There's a few Roaring Moons on those top 4 tables we mentioned. One of them is going to be against Mew, so likely going to be going on to that 10 win, unless they get a little bit unlucky in that game or the Mew player pulls off a worldie. But of course, the Roaring Moon as a deck right now has so many options. And this Roaring Moon is more based around the water energy, so it allows you to kind of bring in that Radiant Greninja, makes the Roaring Moon a little less consistent to get off, but only a little bit, because it shouldn't affect you too much. Whenever you're using those earthen vessels to get energy out, you get to choose which type of energy you want. So if you're going to go for Greninja, you go down water. If you're going to go for Roaring Moon, go down the dark. But it is that kind of building around the water package just to open up that double knockout with the Greninja.
Yeah, and it's not your typical Roaring Moon list either. There are some innovative cards in there as well. So I wonder who is going to catch who off guard in this matchup, because actually it's not a typical build that we see every single day. There are some tech cards in there, and maybe, just maybe, those are going to be what separate the two players. We're going to have to see whether they're ready for each other's innovative picks here.
I'm a big fan of the one trekking shoes.
Look, if you don't know what to put in the deck, trekking shoes is a great choice. You get to draw a card, pick whether you want it. If you don't want it, it can go to the discard pile. For Roaring Moon, that's great. I have a dark patch in my hand. This is an energy. I'll get rid of that and I'll have another card. So there's so many versatile uses, but really it's kind of like playing a 59 deck card deck. And then just having the one extra. Oh, you gotta get a good selfie. This is great.
We love this.
Oh, it's lovely.
Enjoying that moment.
Love that. So good to see that everyone kind of gets on and have fun at these events as well.
Oh,
who doesn't
100%.
love that?
Yeah. And we've got one of. Oh wait, have I just realised is is that Zapdos TCG on the other side? I'm going to be honest, I didn't realize that was his name. I feel so silly right now. But of course, you guys not only voting this because of the new exciting deck, but one of the fan favorites. I feel so silly. I was so focused on Manuel's exciting deck that I didn't realize who he was up against. But Manuel, obviously a very good player here, showing exactly what they're capable of for a long time. You can see this kind of history is where you start to see the innovators come through. You know, if you've played a game that long, you can start to see it in a different way and come up with new innovative ways to play it.
Absolutely. You can see the accolades all the way through from 2017 to 2023, doing very well at regionals earlier this season. Top 128 is incredibly tough. And of course,
there he is.
Here we go with an EUIC top 32 in 2019. Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a player. And also a player that a lot of people will be very familiar with. A lot of history, and so that's what it's all about, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's one of the beautiful things about this community, is that you get to socialize, learn who everyone is, and have a fantastic time together.
Oh, 100%. So we'll see how this goes going into the next round, and of course, this is the kind of, I mean, which two cards do you pick for Manuel's deck here? We've got the Radiant Charizard, because I think that's the most interesting card that is added into the archetype. But as you can see, the Block Snorlax also a part of it. We're going to be learning how this works, as you guys do too. So let's talk a little bit about some of these cards as we get started into our round 12.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to talk about, which I'm really excited for. Feel like this is going to be one for the ages. And we can already see some interesting cards there, as you don't get to see Chi-Yu-EX every day.
I mean, that Jealously Singe, discard the top two cards of your opponent deck. Very similar to why Crabominable sometimes features in the list. So that will be a card that might come up in the end game to try and accelerate the win condition. But it will be Joshua starting us off here, and looks to be setting up nice and wide early on.
Yeah, we've gone ahead and benched that Moltres. Wow, that is lovely when you've just benched a Moltres. You're Ultra Balling away to Dark Energy. Dark Energy is so easy in this deck to get put back onto Pokemon. So many ways to do it, but Ultra Balling 2 away early game, really good choice.
And you can see, like, when you see a Radiant Charizard start, you do not think controlling archetype, but you can see the way that Joshua is checking the prize cards. There was a switch card brought up to see whether it was there. They're very aware of what they're up against here, so they know they got a challenging matchup, but having 3 cross switches prized is taking away a lot of those options to be able to switch out. I mean, you could, in theory, get 2 switching opportunities for those, but the fact that you can't even get 1 currently with those prize cards, those cross-switcher combos won't be used for a little while.
Yeah, indeed, it can be really tricky, but I kind of, weirdly, cross-switchers being in the prizes, I kind of like it, because they get to take them gradually throughout the game.
So when we saw Manuel gesture his hand towards Joshua to say, you go, that wasn't to say you're going first, but it was to say, I can't do anything, it is your turn, because we've just seen Professor Sada's Vitality being played by Joshua. So Manuel went first, started Radiant Charizard, and has passed. So there is every world right now where we see a first turn knockout.
Oh my goodness, and that's the beauty of Roaring Moon, right? You can always get that knockout if you're going second and your opponent only starts with 1 Pokemon. If there's no Pokemon on your field, you instantly lose the game, and it looks like we could very well see that unfold right here. It's never a nice situation, but it's one of the huge strengths of Roaring Moon, and another reason why I love this deck is that you can just go, oh, 1 Pokemon, lovely. Well, I've got unlimited damage. Let's go. We get a Dark Patch on Moltres. Moltres' ability can get another one of those energy back from the discard pile. There's a world in which Moltres could even take this knockout.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think right now Josh is trying to work out what do I do here? If I attach this energy to the Roaring Moon.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so just going for
a Mew and a Sada.
So I can put the Mew down and can just Squawk and Seize. But yeah, thinking about whether to attach that energy, because there is a world where energy switch comes through and then you just put it straight into the active and get that knockout.
That's beautiful. Here we go. I think they've got it, because this is a Forest Sealstone. They can use their V-Star power to get any card they like.
Energy
so they
switch.
could get a switch or an energy switch, but a switch card. Yep, that makes sense. And then in hand already, they've got Pokestop, they've got a Dark Patch, and an Attach for Turn.
Oh, and they've even got the Dark Patch there. They've got the ability of the Galarian Moltres still. So loads of different ways to do it here.
There it is, and there's the win. There we go. Fastest game we've seen on stream this weekend, I think.
Straight away, Roaring Moon showing exactly what it's capable of. And that is the reason why we ask, can this deck deal with the early pressure of Roaring Moon? And on this first game, it seems to have gone perfectly.
And the crowd are going wild for Roaring Moon, and deservedly so, Absolutely fantastic game, really showing the fearsome nature of the beast itself.
Oh, recognizing lots of people from Joshua's community there. As we mentioned, a bit of a fan favorite, you know, one of our content creators in the space, and it's always good to see those guys doing so well. And just unfortunate for Manuel. You know, come on here, we've bigged up his deck and said how great it is, and I think that might be one of the worst starts you can have with the Radiant Charizard and no other Bull Search. So hopefully that's just a blink and we don't have to worry about it too much, but maybe it is just that Roaring Moon is one of the tougher matchups.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think in regards to control, Roaring Moon is one of the tougher matchups because, like I said earlier, the attacking power of Roaring Moon, pretty much everything in their deck being able to attack. Like, I imagine Joshua must be over the Roaring Moon with that result just now. Being able to take the first knockout straight away, just cool, that's game one.
Pure aggression, and I mean, turn one attacks are very scary for any deck. A lot of decks will be able to come back later on, but of course if you can't fill out your bench nice and wide, then it will just put a lot of pressure on, and that Luxray V again prized. There is only one in the deck, so 2 games now that's been prized, but the Mawile, another interesting card in the deck, and has he just gone first again and passed?
No.
No
Oh my
way.
goodness gracious, I never thought I'd see this unfold. There is a world in which Joshua can make this the fastest game I think I've ever seen on a Pokemon trading card game regionals cast.
I mean, you've just got a feel for Manuel right now. You've come onto your stream game here with an innovative deck and you don't even get a chance to show it off. We were literally talking about how we want to work out this deck live, and unfortunately there's not a lot of working out you can do if you just see put a basic down and pass.
I do not know what to do with myself right now. I am absolutely speechless. I was about to say how Joshua, you know, 2 battle VIP pass and the prize cards isn't great, but you know what? I don't think it's going to matter. They're just going to do a prize check because I suppose it is important here. They've got to go for it. They've got to put the pressure on. I think that, you know, this is Joshua's moment.
Exactly, and just that Ultra Ball to get the Squawkabilly. The hand not looking great. There is a Professor Sada's Vitality in there, but ideally you'd want to do that with some Dark Energy rather than the water that's in there. But it is a possibility to get it done before the Squawk and Seize, but might just look to Squawk and Seize first, going into some fresh cards.
Yeah, they still haven't used Pokestop either, so there's lots to do.
Oh, that's looking good right there.
My goodness.
That is looking good.
Oh my gosh, yep. Conceal cards away, the Dark Energy, draw 2 cards. Here we go, 2 Earthen Vessels. You can...
Don't mind if I do.
Oh my goodness. Earthen Vessel away, the other Dark Energy.
It's just going to make that Pokestop so much more effective as well.
Oh, it really is. I cannot believe my eyes.
I mean, this is...
and can I just mention the Shiny Energy for a minute?
Oh yeah, they are beautiful. I mean, this is just showing you exactly why this deck is so aggressive and powerful early on. You know, with that Squawk and Seize, it's really unlocked the early turns of a lot of these decks. It's such a great inclusion for a deck like Roaring Moon. Same thing for Miraidon. It can really help accelerate those early turns to get a big knockout consistently. And right now, I think, again, the Galarian Moltres might be the target. Just power that up and put it into the active.
Yeah, honestly, maybe going first wasn't the right choice.
It's easy to say that in hindsight, but
I know,
maybe you're right.
But Roaring Moon has such an advantage going second, right? Because being able to attack and take out pretty much anything with infinite damage.
Oh.
Is it just too strong?
That's an Ultra Ball and a
Oh,
Dark
and a
Patch.
Dark Patch. I think he's got it again. I'm not going to lie to you.
Potentially. Yeah.
Because there's Dire Flame Wings, attach for turn. They just need a switch card, right?
Yeah,
Maybe?
I mean, the switch card's going to be the hard bit, but we'll be able to get something powered up. I think that's the main downside here. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be an attack off here from Joshua.
Actually, I think you're right. I don't think Joshua's going to be able to switch.
Is there anything else? I mean, it could get down to,
Luminion.
Oh, that's more stuff.
Oh my goodness gracious, for Professor Sada's Vitality, because we haven't used a supporter yet. The previous hand regrowth was from our Squawkabilly's Squawkansees.
So that's going to get some more cards in hand, some energy into play too. Unfortunately, 2 energy switch are prized. I think one was discarded in that first hand for Joshua, so...
Let's go, Professor Sada's Vitality.
All right, so it's just going to be the one onto the active. What's drawn off these 3 here?
Come on, Roaring Moon, Energy, and more
Pekko, I think. Yes, that's probably not going to be it there.
No, that's not enough still.
But still, I mean, in a very strong board state still. It's nothing too much to worry about.
Pushing for that, totally the right move. Absolutely the right move. And even just getting a board full of energy, not a bad thing. I think the only kind of backlash that I could see from this is that Joshua has benched a lot of Pokemon that don't deal well with control.
Especially with that Mawile there ready to go. You could potentially find a way to gust up, say, like the Luminion and use the Mawile there. I mean, one of the cool advantages of this deck, because you've got water energy there, you can get the Luminion out of the active. Squawkabilly, a little bit more access to hitting for 20 damage, but still, there is options there.
That's the thing. Squawkabilly would have to attack, 5 times with Motivate?
That's true.
To KO.
I'm sure the pennies will be useful in that scenario.
Yeah, so again, we might see a bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday with our Squawkabilly trapped in the active against Snorlax block. Echoing Horn for
very
Mew
nice.
V. Mew V is quite nice for Joshua, I feel, though. At least they get to draw some cards, you know?
Yeah, so the Mew, is that the Celebrations Mew?
It's Mysterious Tail Mew, yeah.
Yeah, so that one can't attack, so that would be a great target for the Mawile.
Yeah, it really would. It can't attack. Mysterious Tail does give Josh search for items, though, so they could search their way into a switch card. So I kind of still don't hate it in the active.
This is interesting as well. Like, we were talking about going first or second, and you can see this hand here for Manuel. Much better if he'd gone second. You know, having the Arven doesn't actually play any Battle VIP pass, I don't think, but would have been able to start filling out the bench, and they get a Nest Ball plus a Forest Seal, and the Forest Seal can get you anything you want, and you got a Rotom, Quick Charge, and you can start rolling with your game plan. Seems to be doing this now with that delay on the gratification, but thankfully survived the first turn this time.
Thankfully, I'm pleased. I'm pleased. As interesting as it would have been to have had such a quick game, I also don't want that. I want to see some riveting Pokemon trading card game action, and I want to see what Manuel's deck does.
Oh yeah, I mean, it obviously thrives in the end game, right?
Yeah.
It wants to get down to the point where the opponent has one prize remaining to take, disrupt their hand completely, and then use something like Luxray to take out any resources there, using all of the different cards that we typically see in Snorlax control archetypes and utilize those here. So we'll see the Forest Seal Stone will be going down to that Rotom, and developing that rigid board state is key.
Indeed, and Manuel does have some evolutions of their own, which I imagine is why they are choosing to go first, because they want to try and get that Pidgeot as soon as humanly possible, so they can always search for a card they need per turn. So they're trying to get the Pidgeot EX fast. But in this instance, I think if you know you're going up against Roaring Moon, would you choose to go second instead, knowing that Roaring Moon can just do exactly what it did in Game 1?
Well, I guess this is the scenario you're kind of hoping for. Maybe either get 2 basics down or be in a situation where they don't get the knockout. You know, hitting the knockout first turn for Roaring Moon is not impossible, but it doesn't happen every time. So maybe for them, just being that one turn ahead, hoping to get a Pidgey down to evolve it as soon as possible. Maybe that's the key.
Yeah, that was a double cross switcher off the top there. That was lovely. I don't know if it's going to be that important right now. I guess you could kind of... I don't know. It's a really tough one because every target on Manuel's board looks scary, right?
I'd get the Pidgey.
Yeah?
See you later, Pidgey.
I know. That's what I'm feeling. I'm like, the Morwell's a pest. The Pidgey is the consistency. The Rotom is 2 prize cards.
I guess the mindset here for Joshua is that they can always take out the Pidgey as a Pidgeot, right? Mm-hmm. And with that, you're better off saving those switch outs in case of some kind of disruption next turn.
They've gone for the Morwell. I think with the amount of vulnerable Pokemon on Joshua's bench, I think that's completely fair and a great decision.
And you can get 2 prizes off of a Pidgeot EX when you go for that instead.
Yeah, we'll take it. Manuel does have a fantastic hand, though. I know he's already got the rare candy in there. Just going ahead and playing a Nest Ball to begin with to search the deck for a basic Pokemon.
2 counter catchers as well. We saw that off the Pokestop.
Yeah, we did. That's true. Going
Almost
for another
definitely
Pidgey.
going to be played.
Oh, yeah. 1,000%. Another Pidgey there. Always good, keeping options open just in case. But 2 Pidgeot? Is it necessary? Not sure. Not sure yet.
It might just be that safety net, having 1 Pidgeot EX and then 1 Pidgey ready to evolve in case of emergencies. A little backup plan. But we'll see what the game plan here. Ooh, really having to dig. So, okay. Pretty good Pokestops here for Manuel. And yeah, we know there's a Snorlax in that hand too. So in theory, if they're able to get a Pidgeot EX here, retreat into a Snorlax and gust up something on the bench, we'll see something very traditional with the block Snorlax just to create some time. And then what I really want to see about this deck is what does it do at the end of the game once it's done all this disruption?
Yeah, what do that deck do though?
what does it do once it's got the disruption down? Does it use the Radiant Charizard? Does it use the Chi-Yu? I'm intrigued.
Here we go. Here we go. The Lumineon forward. And I think that's a good call. Manuel's seen Joshua discard Water Energy. You can't use Professor Sada's Vitality to bring that back onto a Lumineon, so you've got to go the long way around. You've got to use Professor Sada's Vitality and then an Energy Switch.
Well, this could have been an interesting one as well. If we saw a Pidgeot EX getting discarded off of that Pokestop, then the other one is in the prizes, so that could have been quite the problem, and that's what the risk of playing Pokestop is. If you're a deck that doesn't lean into it, it can sometimes throw your game plan off completely.
There's a lot of item cards in Manuel's deck, but the Pokemon are also incredibly important, so it does feel very risk versus reward, but being in a bit of a pinch now with Joshua's very flourished board state, I think it's understandable why they went for that risk in this game too. And they're going for another instant charge, leaving block Snorlax in the active. Here we go again, chat. Here we go again. Can Joshua bounce out of that? We know they can.
Well,
But
the thing
Manuel
about
doesn't.
it is Manuel didn't evolve the Pidgeys knowing that they could be a target here for something like a cross switcher, for something like a boss and a switch. And so they don't want to give a 2-prizer early on, knowing that their hand isn't going to get disrupted right now. Joshua not playing any kind of disruption. It's pure, I'm going to set up a Roaring Moon, knock you out as fast as possible, and create a solid board state that doesn't matter if there's disruption involved.
Joshua was just having a look there at how many bosses orders they had in deck. They saw 1.
They only have the 1.
Yeah, there we go. But
2 crossies, 2 cross switches.
They were looking for it. I think Joshua's very aware that his other cross switches are in the prize card, so they're going to come later. So he's just looking at what other options they had to be able to manipulate Manuel's board state.
That was last game.
Oh, it was last game. Oh my goodness!
Do you remember that?
So
do you remember last game? It went by in a flash.
Could you roll that back for me, Mike? What
turn
happened?
1 knockout.
Oh, you're right. It's 2 cross energy switch in the prizes this time. You're quite right. Ugh.
Well, you can see here a lot of the board getting energized, ready to start taking knockouts. And at this stage, Josh is just working out, is this the right time to take a knockout? You know, like if you take a knockout now, you're then down to 3 prize cards, and you're leaning into the comeback potential of Manuel's deck.
Oh, timing's crucial for both players. The Pidgeot evolution, do I attack? Everything is crucial, and we're going in. Okay, that was not a fantastic Pokestop. I think Manuel's going to be looking at how many Professor Sada's Vitality have been used already here.
And just checking out what's been removed, any bull search, any items. Yeah, I mean, this is the skill of the deck. Yeah, there's the cross switches ready to go. I mean, you have to be aggressive as the Roaring Moon, right? You can't wait around, because the longer you wait, the more opportunity for disruption Manuel has.
Absolutely. There's no two ways about it. You have to be on the ball. And to me, it looks like Joshua knows what they're doing against a control variant deck. But what happens when Manuel starts to get aggressive as well?
It's also, realistically, this...
Oh, here we go!
There it is. How are they going to do it? Are they going to keep the stadium in play? Because you saw the emergency jelly go down, so maybe you're going to go for the frenzy gouging here.
Maybe. Manuel has a monstrous hand, so I suppose it's whether they have gained enough resources with Rotom that the Rotom kind of going off board doesn't matter, or whether Joshua's just like, you know what, I just need to take more prize cards. I've taken one, this will put me down to half, let's go.
Is that a cancelling Cologne in Joshua's hand as well? That's something to bear in mind, because the block Snorlax gets cancelled and you can then retreat. So another option for Joshua. Does have plenty of ways to get around things like the Snorlax. So we'll be looking to get the knockout here on the Rotom, take away the draw, and keeping the health on that Roaring Moon. So no frenzy gouging. And now it's time. Pressure is on now for Manuel.
I really like that play, you know. And I was saying at the beginning of the match that Joshua didn't have a typical Roaring Moon deck, and the Emergency Jelly and the Cancelling Cologne are two of the cards that I picked out in my mind as, oh, actually, that Cologne could be a saving grace here.
It's also good at getting through a Mimikyu. If you see Mimikyu put down, doesn't allow rulebox Pokemon to attack into it. If you use that Cancelling Cologne, anything can knock it out. So there we go. A Stormy Mountain, another fun little card we haven't seen for a little while. For those of you who don't remember what it does, allows you to search your deck for a basic Lightning Pokemon or a basic Dragon Pokemon and put it onto your bench, then shuffle your deck. So that'll be to really get that Rotom out and going in those early turns.
Yeah, it's a useful stadium bump as well. Just, I can't think of many other stadiums that kind of would benefit Manuel's deck. So going for something that you're like, okay, it's another search. It's essentially a ball search in disguise. Dragon types aren't big right now in the meta, so it's not really going to benefit my opponents much. It's really only Miraidon that you'd need to worry about.
Maybe Giratina.
Yeah, just
but
Giratina.
They don't need it. They've got plenty of options.
They're all good. And there we go. A nice bit of disruption. First one of the game, I believe, with
Had
our
to do it,
INO. Yeah, it was time. It was absolutely time.
Well, we'll see. The other target for the Stormy Mountain is the Luxray.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I forgot about Luxray because it's been prized both games.
Yep, and speaking of prizes, a heavy ball will be able to get it.
Oh, there he is.
There it is. So for those of you who don't know about the Luxray V, it was included in some new VMAX decks, but it's a very good way to disrupt decks that need a lot of item cards and just trainer cards in general. Your opponent reveals their hand, discard a trainer card you find there, and it also has that benefit of your opponent revealing their hand, which is always useful for controlling archetypes.
Yeah, being able to just look at someone's hand and know whether you have the advantage, knowing whether you should disrupt, knowing exactly what the potential that they can inflict upon you is. In this instance, Manuel probably doesn't know about that Cancelling Cologne, and that could be short-lived.
Yeah, I mean, that's the disadvantage of that first game being so quick, is Manuel didn't get to find any of the cards in Joshua's deck. So the switch card that we just saw drawn off the top, the Cancelling Cologne, now knows about the cross switches, so we'll assume there are 2 more in there.
Yeah, I think it's a safe assumption. There's at least 1 more cross switcher, but most Roaring Moon decks that are playing this Pokestop high item variant will be certainly going for 4.
Well, this is the exact feeling a lot of people will be having right now. You see Joshua there tapping the table, trying to work out what the right plan of action is, but getting the switch card allows for that early aggression into another attack.
Here we go. That's 2 prizes left after this one. Let's count them down together, folks. We're down to 2.
And without a Bravery Charm on the Snorlax, it is in range of a Galarian Moltres attack. 190 damage will be knocking it out. And we are now 2 prize cards remaining. And this is the question. What can Manuel's deck do in these final stages?
Yeah, Snorlax couldn't handle that Aura Burn, taking it out. We've just got 2 Pidgey now. It's not looking fantastic. The early Pidgey has not got the Wormhole in this instance. We're not jiving.
Without the Rotom as well after that, Ino really has left Manuel in a quite disrupted state.
And Sydney, another card that allows you to look at your opponent's hand, choosing to discard the Pokestop there, but just having another little glance they can possibly remember. So there's a lot of cards in Manuel's deck that allows them to go, let me have a cheeky peek.
Oh yeah, 100%, and did find some stuff to get rid of there, but nothing too worrying. I mean, the Galarian Moltres can just take another knockout here, and that will put Joshua down to 1 prize.
1 prize card, let's go! Oh no, poor Pidgey, that's it, there's the handshake! Roaring Moon takes down the absolutely terrifying block stall opponent.
My goodness, and unfortunate showcase of Manuel's deck, not quite showing the full potential of what it's capable of. But we did say before that match, can this deck deal with the aggression of Roaring Moon? And I guess the conclusion there is not really. It didn't seem to do that well with Roaring Moon attacking so early. And of course, for Manuel, not the ideal starts in both games, but that's part of the challenge of a controlling archetype. You do have to do a lot of setup. You need to use that time well, and it just wasn't enough time with how much speed Joshua was playing with.
Yeah, Roaring Moon walked all over their opponent that time for a 2-0 result. And don't forget that if you'd like to not miss any of the action, take a look at our socials. Please be following so you get those go live notifications for all of the action. Pretty much every weekend recently, we've had lots of events. And if you'd like to see any of the previous matches, including our Snorlax stall block yesterday, then you can go ahead and do that. You can go watch it whenever you please. We've got so many interesting decks to look at today, not just Manuel, but many others here in day 2 have been innovative. I'm so upset that we didn't get to see the full fruition of the deck, but I think it was just an unfortunate matchup and a really unfortunate game 1, but it does happen. They've still got a fantastic record here in day 2, absolutely still in contention for that top 8.
I mean, that's their first Roaring Moon, so that's the first test of the deck. It's not an easy matchup, it seems. They did also lose to Losson Giratina. So again, another deck that's potentially too tricky with how many outs to things like the block Snorlax there are. But going 8-0 on day 1 and then tying their final game, I think Manuel has shown they are capable of winning lots of games. They still got time to do so. They've just got to hope that their innovation on the Snorlax block deck, it is enough to go forward and be the strong new deck of the tournament. There are some other decks that we spoke about earlier on, some interesting decks that are lower down. There's some Arceus variants, some Regidrago variants, and not just the V-Star. We're talking about lots of Regidrago out there. So definitely stay tuned. We might be able to see some of those if they rise to the top. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a lot of these powerful Roaring Moon, Muse, Lost Zone Giratina, and Lost Box that are sitting on those top tables.
Yeah, and not all of them are bad matchups for a deck like this. If the Roaring Moon decks manage to kind of get defeated by their bad matchups throughout the day, they might find that they might land in a Roaring Moonless top 8 in the end, and that could be quite good. I can't think of any particularly awful matchups. I know that Giratina Losson obviously isn't going to be brilliant, but not everything in the deck can attack, and that's what they would monopolize on.
Oh yeah, well, any Joshua fans out there will be happy to see him carrying on the success, looking in poised position to make it into that top 8. And of course, make sure you check out their journey if you're a big fan of them. And of course, check out all the journeys of our top players. And I think this is something we're seeing now as the regionals get bigger in Pokemon and these top players turn up and they show how much it takes to get to the top 8. We're seeing the experienced amongst them keep going and keep making those top 8s more consistently. Those names that we're seeing on the top tables are very familiar names, a lot of them. So it definitely shows you how much skill it takes to make it all the way through to that top 8. And consequently, players like Joshua will be continuing to make top finishes. And for you, you know, you've played at these events and seen how much it exhausts you, and Right now, these players are running on pure adrenaline trying to get through it, and I'm sure that right there, playing on the feature table, will give you the buzz you need to carry on through.
Absolutely, very, very much so. The adrenaline that hits you, a lot of players find that they can't sleep between day 1 and day 2 because they're still going. Like, their body is just in this autopilot and they are on the way. But I tell you what, we're not void of our fan favorite yet. We've got Joshua, aka Zapdos TCG interview for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Let's hop over and see them.
I mean, game 1.
That was really nerve-wracking. Like, I thought I was up against Zard because I didn't even know what he's playing. I was like in the zone, so I was like, I always go second. Even against Zard and stuff, I go second. I just see what it is. As Radiant Zard is like, okay, I don't even know what it is. I just KO it, and I win randomly. And then the second game was Mao. I was like, I still don't know what this is. Tried to go for the dunk again. I missed the dunk right there, but I kept all my switch cards because in game 1, when the game was over, I thought like, this could still be the Snorlax block I've been hearing about, but yeah, it paid off well. And also that concealed card really came in clutch with that switch card. I'm so happy.
It really did. I mean, was there a part of you, because obviously one of the things we know about Snorlax is you don't want to play all of your Pokemon down all the time. You went for the donk in game 2, didn't get it, but then you had your Luminion on the field, your Radiant Greninja on the field. Were you worried about that?
Not at all. I have practiced the Snorlax matchup because I used to play Snorlax a little bit as well, just to troll around with my friends. And the thing was is that my list is actually playing a lot of switch outs, which meant I could just easily get out of that Snorlax position. I just slapped everything down. It's like better to just draw your deck out with Sada. I kept using Sada even though Roaring Moon was already powered up. Just Sada, like have everything in hand, forcing him to Iono. The thing was I had like enough switches so they cannot get Misfortune Sisters because they were in hand.
Oh, that's always nice. Keep them in hand, and you can't get rid of them from my deck. So, Roaring Moon then, fast, aggressive deck. We just saw some very cheeky win game 1 there.
Yeah.
What attracted you towards playing Roaring Moon?
Well, I always love to play really, really aggressive decks. I've played Blacephalon in the past. I've played Chimpao, like that is also super aggressive to just get the one-shots. And Roaring Moon just clicked to me. I was working on a list for Gdansk, but it didn't pay off really well. I think I went 5-2-2, but now the list is refined, and I'm happy about it.
So you won the community choice to be on stream this round, and some people may have noticed your jersey. Of course, you are, when you're not at tournaments, you are a content creator.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been around like since 2012, so more than a decade, which is crazy. But you've been around as well, so I've seen you grow, and it's fantastic to see. Like now you're a caster, I'm still playing. Times that are crazy.
How do you find that though? Like if basically all you do at home is play Pokemon, then you come to tournaments, is it a dream come true? Is there such a thing as too much Pokemon?
There's never enough Pokemon, and even people I've made so many friendships throughout the years, and people are always saying, oh, I'm gonna quit Pokemon for a bit, but they always come back in some sort of way. Either they're staffing, they're judging, they're casting, but they also come back, which is nice. And the friendships we make along the way is just making it perfect for me. Yeah,
I always tell people I'm going to stop Pokemon when it stops being fun, but it's been 12 years and it's not stopping being fun.
I really like this format currently. And day 1 I faced 8 different decks. You can see, super nice the format. Like I've been in formats where Lugia was like 40% meta share, so this is great.
So how do you feel then? You've had a good start to this tournament so far. What's your aim for this weekend?
Another top 8 would be nice. That's good. Could be the 4th one that I have under my belt. But winning one would be nice because there has never been a regional where a Belgian player won. So that is my ultimate goal right now.
Oh, bring it home for Belgium. I like that plan. Well, thank you very much. Always lovely to talk to you. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've got plenty more lovely Pokemon action to come. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. We're going to be back very shortly indeed.
Yeah, of course.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Kovacic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, Wadaz, he is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V, into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to take it away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Fish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Rob and Emmy.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting 2nd in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Welcome, trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay Burton, and the one and only Tord Recklef. And today we're going to get to know Tord in other ways that you might not get to see normally on the stream. So, Tord, how long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG?
So, I've been playing tournaments since I was 11, but I actually was taught the game by my mom when I was 6 years old. So, it's been quite some years now.
Wow, how did your mom get into the Pokemon TCG actually? How long has she been playing it for?
So she was just buying the cards, right? As, you know, these fun little toys when I was a kid. But she figured that, you know what, might as well figure out how to play the game as well. You know, they're not only collectibles, it's actually a card game here. So she taught herself how to play the game, you know, looked up the rules, and then she taught me them after.
Wow, shout outs to Mummy Reclev there. One of the best things you can do is teach Tord how to play Pokemon. So you said you've been playing since you were 11. What would you say has been your favorite deck that you've ever created?
So I think I take a lot of pride in the Soraku Lizardpod deck I built for UIC in 2018, I believe. That was a really cool deck. Zorak GX was relatively unrepresented at the time. It was just released. So I spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to play the card as best as possible. And then eventually ended up with this Zorak GX Lizardpod deck that had a very different engine than before, like had a lot of emphasis on the Zorak GX tradability and just drawing cards. So probably have to go with that one because it was just so unique compared to how all the other decks were built at the time.
Yeah, I remember that deck very well, and I lost to that deck at that event, and it was truly poetry in motion watching it play. So if Zorak was your favorite deck you've ever built, what's your favorite Pokemon though?
Favorite Pokemon is not Zorak, but it's Celebi. It's kind of my little green lucky mascot, I think.
Have you ever managed to play Celebi in a deck at an event?
I have actually.
Oh, okay. Talk to us about that.
So I played, it was not too long ago. It was like 2 seasons ago now. I managed to play the amazing rare Celebi in my Urshifu Intellion deck. It had a very niche job because it could hit a couple dark Pokemon for weakness that were like normally relatively difficult for Urshifu to overcome. So it was like this Hoopa V especially that had an ability to turn it into a psychic type as well as a dark type, but it still had the grass weakness, so I could one-shot it with my amazing rare Celebi. And yeah, it came in really clutch, winning an event in Milan actually, so that was really cool.
Now, that must be amazing, winning an event and having your favorite Pokemon be an integral part of that as well. I guess my last question for you now, Tord, is that, you know, you've accomplished almost everything you can in the Pokemon TCG, but yet you still continue to go to events and play all the time. What keeps you motivated?
I mean, I think it's just the love of the game. I still have a lot of fun just on the individual event themselves, and also like each and every game I play, I have a lot of fun with. So when I'm not, you know, playing Pokemon testing for events, I play Pokemon for fun. I'm just playing all formats, right? So like I just really enjoy the game, you know, all the way through.
There we go. Absolutely love to hear that. And I think that's a fantastic message for you back at home as well. Make sure you love the game, enjoy the game, and good things will happen. But unfortunately now, that is my time with Tord. So we are going to get back to the action real soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. What we're going to do right now is we're going to be doing a little bit of drawing. We're going to be trying to draw some Pokemon. We're going to be showing off our phenomenal artistic talents and seeing if our co-casters can go and guess what Pokemon they are. I'm, of course, Ross, joined once again by the lovely Mike Shea and Amy. We've got a few cards here with some Pokemon names on. We pick a card, we see a Pokemon name, we hide it from the other casters who will not be cheating. And then we draw it and they try and guess. What could possibly go wrong?
I mean, I genuinely don't know what Pokemon are there. I hope I know all the Pokemon. That's the first thing I'm like, I think I know every Pokemon that exists, so surely that can't catch us that off guard. What do they look like, though? That's the next challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit worried about this segment because my drawing skill is awful, let's say. So
you look rather
I'm about to
Amy.
get exposed. And I'm sat next to Amy, who is
an artist, should we say?
Professional artist?
Yeah. Amy, true or false? Over this weekend, you have been perfecting your entries for the Pokemon TCG art competition.
True.
Yeah, and they're phenomenal.
Oh,
and it
makes
makes
me
me very jealous.
Yeah, but with a whiteboard and a whiteboard pen, can you do that?
See, this is the thing. There's a little bit of pressure because I feel like because there's an expectation that I can draw and this is in a hurry, that if I embarrass myself, then I undermine my career.
Well, I think if
That
we
is
start
true.
with someone who's a little bit worse at art, it might make you look better.
I mean, honestly, it does make the most sense to start with Amy geographically here, so...
Geographically?
No pressure, Amy, but I'm afraid it does make sense to go from there back round this way,
Okay,
so
Shay, can I
set
borrow the pen,
standard.
please?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
you can.
Okay, so
You need to grab a card
I need to
see
grab
what
a card.
the Pokemon is.
I'll be on mine.
And as mentioned, there will be no cheating.
I genuinely don't know what any of these could be. Last time they were quite well-known Pokemon, but it could be anything.
I'm gonna cry.
We did them in Stuttgart.
I'm gonna
and
cry.
because that was a holiday time, we did a holiday-themed Pokemon.
Lots of
It was-
ice Pokemon.
Yeah. Delibird.
Okay, I like that zoom in. Right, I'm gonna...
Here we go then.
Okay, so it is starting with... That looks like a Reggie already. Reggie Ice?
Delibird.
Reggie Gigas?
Let it develop a
Froakie?
bit.
Wugtrio. Oh, it's a paw.
Zygarde.
I mean, this is the thing. We're not getting to the bulk of it.
Oh, Apom, Ambipom.
It's not that.
We're both wrong, so it doesn't really...
I mean, we're not there yet.
Mr. Mime.
Greninja?
Yeah, ding, ding, ding! Mr. Mime! That's all I got. I got one arm.
One arm, and we got that as Mr. Mime.
Good job, Ross.
We got Mr. Mime, did we, Mike?
Ooh!
Ross got Mr. Mime.
It's because Amy's actually good at drawing, so I'm like, oh, that looks exactly like Mr. Mime's arm.
Yeah, but in the time it took you to draw an arm, I'd have drawn a body, a head, legs, arms, but they wouldn't have looked like anything, but I've drawn them all.
If I got Mr. Mime, golly, it would have looked a lot different.
That's why I was like, oh no! Like it's a humanoid figure, and the proportions can be tough. So I was like, I'll start with an arm, and if they don't get it by then, I'll do the other, and then a body, and we'll see how we go.
Well, very, very good. Who's next?
I think we're going to go Shay. We're going to go out to win.
Goodness gracious me. Right, let me put the mic down
Yeah,
now.
let me take it.
Amy will be your mic for this, Shay.
I mean, I'm looking away so I don't cheat. I got told off that I might be the one who cheats.
It's not good.
I had no intention
It's
of
not
doing
good.
it, but I got called out for it now. I've got to make a specific effort.
So,
right, what we got?
Oh, that's a good
Delibird.
angle. Okay, it's hard to do. Hold on, how am I going to do this?
You put the pen on the whiteboard and it makes a drawing.
I'm trying to work out how I can keep it on the... Okay, I have to do it with my right hand. Okay,
Oh, you
here
are
we go.
left-handed, so this is going to be tough.
Here we go. All right, so...
Still going to look better than mine, and that's going to be depressing.
Why did we get Shay a handicap?
Okay. Onyx?
Cherim.
No. Oh, this is going to be so bad. No.
Butterfree?
No.
Baxcalibur?
Oh my gosh, what?
Mothim.
Gimme Ghoul? Oh, he's sad.
Oh, it's sad.
No, it shouldn't really be... Nah, it shouldn't be sad.
Oh, he's not sad. Okay,
Maybe he's a bit more of a...
Okay. That is something.
Okay.
Remember, this is my offhand here, folks, by the way.
What is? I mean, it could be literally
Squirtle?
anything.
Well, can I give you a little hint, actually?
No, the
that
hint
was
is
it.
drawing.
Keep drawing. Keep drawing.
Anyone in chat got this? That's what I want to know.
Teddy Ursa.
Is that it?
That's it, I'm done.
You're done.
Maybe some hints around it, like it's typing. You
No,
can draw
no,
it.
no.
Well, I just said about hint and
no,
everyone shut me down.
What?
but you
No,
gotta
make
draw
it.
your
Draw
hints.
it
Draw
doing
your
an
hints.
attack. Draw an attack.
Draw an attack, yeah.
Draw an attack.
Hold on.
Cubfu?
Right. I'm trying to think, how can I draw this?
Oh my goodness.
How does that symbol...
This is really embarrassing for you, Shay, isn't it?
Hey, I just talk about Pokemon, I never draw them.
Is anyone in the anyone who's watching nearby
Rubbish.
got this? Anyone?
Oh,
Anyone?
Garbodor?
We're getting the right ballpark now.
What?
Muck.
No.
Alolan Muck.
No.
Surely
Grimer.
not.
No.
Alolan Grimer.
No.
Spinder.
No.
Something smelly.
I'm genuinely looking around the hall to see if anyone can work out
Come
what
on,
this is. and I
anyone.
don't think
Anyone. Come on.
Anyone?
Anyone.
Morpeko?
No. Morpeko. No. Not Morpeko.
No, anyone? The spinny ears?
I can't remember, to be honest with you.
I mean, at this point, should we give up?
It's a smelly teddy bear of
You were
some
right when you were
description.
going through poison types.
Oh,
It's got. I mean,
Sneasel?
Sneasler.
No.
Hisuian
Sneasel.
Sneasler.
Sneasel's not even poison.
No.
No, yeah, but like Hisuian Sneasel.
Yeah, no.
Is it stinky?
Stunky.
I don't think it's a stinky geezer.
Quillfish?
No.
It could be anything at this point.
Quillfish? Oh, come on, not that bad. God, come on, give me a little bit of credit.
Oh, Monkey Dory.
No.
Oh, I thought I had it.
Apparently no one in chat
No.
has any idea.
No, any idea? Okay.
No one in chat's
Oh,
even close.
I'll have to tell you then. It's Krogunk.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Shay.
Yeah.
Krogunk's
Yes,
a
it is.
frog, my dude.
I tried.
It doesn't have ears.
It's a bear, not a frog.
I'm really
Here's
sorry
your last
for you,
look,
Shay,
everyone,
right now.
before the best quote.
What attack was it? It looks like a
gunshot.
Gunshot.
Because in the animation, he like dashes the barrel at him, doesn't he? So
we may have found a successor to Ethan's Charizard.
Yeah, probably have. I knew I was going to get exposed here. I knew I was going to get exposed.
I've spoken a big game there. I've got a draw now.
All right, Mike.
Oh dear.
I will be your Mike.
You know what? It was Croker.
I don't know why that tickled me so much.
Do some drawing, Mike.
I'm happy with this.
Hang on.
Don't put it on the top.
Oh, hang on. See, why do I get... Okay, maybe Kroger actually wasn't that hard.
I'm really drawing...
I've got 2 mics now.
Oh my goodness.
How are we feeling with this?
I'm
Okay.
unstoppable.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to do some guessing this time. Hitmonchan. Hitmonlee.
This is really hard backwards.
See?
Low kicks.
I'm still thinking Hitmonlee, even though it's already been guessed.
Machoke.
Machop?
Lucario. That's not
Lucario, yes! I was getting so into it.
How?
It's got the spikes.
Got the
on
spike on the hand.
Spikes on the hand.
I hadn't even got to the.
Go on then, finish it off.
Go on, do
go
a
on.
snoot.
He has that sort of that thing, doesn't he? And then I don't know if he has it. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, fair enough.
Very well done. Okay.
I think it's second best
Lucario.
one so far. Mike, which one's actually your mic?
No.
Ross, I think you were blue.
I was genuinely worried I was going to hit him in the face with his own microphone while I was looking away to try and
You're going to
guess.
hit Mike with a mic.
Yeah, it didn't happen, so I'm a little bit happy about that.
There we go. I mean, I'm just thankful I wasn't as bad as Shay. That's the important thing.
It's hard, man. Like, I did my weak hand as well.
I mean, I didn't even finish mine, so.
But it was beautiful. I mean, mine looked shaky.
arm.
Yours was like defined, perfect lines.
What was yours again? Mr. Mom, weren't it?
Yeah.
Right, are you ready, Ross?
Okay.
No, obviously not.
Well, we better get started.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
I need to get one this time. Come
Artistic
Oh,
Ross.
Smart to use the leg as a podium.
Is that
Swanner,
is a
Ducklet.
Pelipper.
No,
Servine.
miles away. I don't know
Ekans.
how it looks like.
Aurorus.
No.
Seal.
Well, we
I mean, we
well,
can't. I'm sorry, but they can't.
Ross, we
Turn
can't
it,
see
turn
it.
it, turn it,
The camera
turn it.
can't see.
We can't see.
There we Tyran.
Banana.
It just looks like a
Tyrantrum.
duck, and it's not.
Banana duck.
No, this is miles away. It doesn't even look remotely what it's supposed
Well,
to
I
look
didn't
like.
think I'd have
Snivy.
competition for the
Trapinch.
worst.
My
Are
brother.
you done?
No.
Oh, okay, I was going to say.
Flygon.
No, I can picture
Does it have eyes?
Magneton.
Yeah,
Groudon.
but it's
Yes.
No. No,
It has
okay.
eyes. I was just asking if it had eyes.
Mew.
It kind of flows towards the back here a little bit.
Sorry, what?
And then there's like arms, maybe.
Okay, no one can give me grief anymore. Mine wasn't this bad.
It's so much worse than even Shane.
Charizard.
Draw some.
Charizard's a good
Draw
shout.
some clues.
Gudra.
It's like an attack.
It's casting fireballs.
Is it Starmie?
No.
Starmie.
Reshiram.
Starmie. I can't even do a star apparently.
Excalibur.
Is that fire? Is that fire?
Frigibax.
Can you confirm if that is fire?
That is not fire.
Okay,
well,
is it a rock?
it's not a rock. No, it's all kind of wibbly wobbly.
It's
Tiny
wibbly.
Slimy.
It's wibbly.
So it's psychic.
It's psychic.
Alakazam?
Oh no! Okay, it's
Okay.
I mean, that's a close. Yeah, we just need to start again at this point.
Oh, we're starting again.
We're starting
Okay.
again.
Psychic.
Here we go. Here we go.
Right.
No, it's just not going to be any better. I don't understand.
Hatterene.
Ooh, good guess.
Is it
No, I don't know. I have literally no idea. Like, there's legs. apparently.
Gothitelle.
No.
Gothita.
No.
Meloetta.
No, although you're not a million.
That really looks like Meloetta.
It does.
Diancie?
I mean, if it looks like a Pokemon, then that's at least better.
How is that not Meloetta?
At least it's not just a stinky bear.
People in glass houses, Ross. People in glass houses. You know what I mean?
The fact that
I
the
would not
first
be sticking your
image and
chest
that
out right
image
now.
are supposedly the same. Oh, Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo,
No.
Y, X and Y. I can't remember which one's which. Y is the one with the long.
Come on, Shay, you need to get this.
It's not Meloetta.
Come on, Shay, you really need to get this.
Shadow Rider Calyrex?
No.
Shaymin.
Shay should be getting this.
Skyform.
I'm so bad at drawing, and I keep telling you guys, and people are like, oh, you're not going to be as bad as you're making out, Ross, but he is.
Is it actually a Pokemon? It's not a trainer, is it?
I'm dead.
But that just looks like...
is it Iono?
I mean, Shay, what Pokemon have you been talking about all weekend? Won't stop talking about.
Oh, Curlier, Gardevoir.
Gardevoir. See, you got it.
That's Gardevoir.
No, obviously it's not Gardevoir. It's the best I can do.
Oh, it is Gardevoir.
I mean, it is Gardevoir.
Wow.
Of all the Pokemon to struggle to draw, the one that we see plenty of.
What was that little sign?
That wasn't like when Gardevoir... Right, have you ever played Pokken Tournament?
No.
Gardevoir has like an attack, which is basically just like hitting with a big wibbly wobbly wavy thing of Psychic.
Wibbly wobbly, yeah.
That's what I was trying to draw. Because Gardevoir's got like the long flowy finger. Look, I can't draw.
It hasn't got a long... It's got like a cape.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to go for.
Oh, dear. Let us know in the chat who's worse, my Stinky Bear or Gardevoir, apparently.
I mean, that is worse because that looked like everything else.
It looked like... I was convinced that was Meloetta. I thought, yeah, I'm going to get a point here.
I was almost not far from Gardevoir.
Yeah.
So, fair play. Good drawing.
I'm never going to get over Stinky Bear.
Oh, come on.
Chat, can you guys rate it? Which one was best or worst in chat? Come on, let's get some votes.
You have to keep in mind I had to use my weak hand for that, so as well, I have to get a little bit of a handicap, really.
Okay,
I heard you backstage saying you were rather ambidextrous, Shay.
A sport? Drawing Pokemon's not a sport, though, is it?
Well,
not competitive. Oh, maybe there is competitive drawing Pokemon, actually.
I think the good news is we've got time to do a couple more.
Yes,
that's good news. The even better news is I don't think we're going to have time to get back round to me, or at least I'm going to stall so there isn't.
So we should go in reverse.
So Amy, the person among us who can actually draw.
Oh, I'm excited for this. This is actually genuinely exciting because I want to see a piece of art, right? Whereas with us, it was like, can we work it out from those vague scribbles what that actually is? Ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, go on, then.
I think so.
Okay.
Tilt.
Lovely.
Right, okay.
We're going to go from Ross's Gardevoir to watch this now. Here we go, the suspense.
Is it a Dynamo? I can't see anything.
Starmie.
Okay. Very smooth lines.
Togepi.
Pikachu.
Psyduck.
Ooh, Charmander. There's a lot of starters that look a bit like this.
This is going to be our last Psyduck.
I said Psyduck already.
I know, but it just looks a lot like Psyduck.
Is it Psyduck? Whoa. Oshawott.
Oh.
Is it not?
I don't know what it is.
Pignite.
I feel like we should know this.
I forgot what its ears look like. They might be similar to its evolution.
Is it...
No, that don't look right.
Teddiursa?
Spoink. Grumpig.
I forgot what its...
Macargo.
Cubfu?
Is it more like that? No.
Groudon.
I'm trying to figure out ears here.
This is going to be our last one, incidentally.
Is it Ho-Oh?
It's not Ho-Oh.
Is it
I forgot what
Delibird?
this Pokemon looks like.
I keep guessing
Iron
Delibird.
Bundle.
I mean, it looks like a Sleepy Bear.
Is it Kamala?
Sleepy Bear?
Oh, Kamala's pretty awesome.
No, that's that ear.
There's more Sleepy Bears.
Kinda,
Kamala's the sleepiest bear.
Like,
we've said Teddiursa.
I'll do it from a different angle.
Oh.
Restart, reload.
Yeah, we'll do like.
I bet someone in the chat got
Snorlax.
it from that. Oh, he's a sleepy bear.
He's a Sleepy Bear.
Not as sleepy as Kamala.
No.
Kamala is still the sleepiest bear.
Is
but
it
one that you draw a different angle.
Wait,
Slacking.
That's not...
Slack off.
Oh, slack off.
No.
Really?
Oh.
You were close to Snorlax.
This is making me realise how many sleepy...
Munchlax.
Yeah!
That was very well done.
Munchlax.
That makes...
I couldn't remember what his ears looked like, and I still can't.
To be fair, Munchlax is actually quite a hard one.
He has the little zigzaggy bottom to it, right? It's like...
Yeah, that's why I was doing like the taily bit, because I think it's a tail. It's like it's not the bottom of him, it's just that he has like shaggy fur.
So the Snorlax was close,
Yeah.
Sleepy Bear was close.
Yeah.
We're in the right ballpark because
You
it
were.
looked like what it's meant to look like, Shay.
It did. But Munchlax, unfortunately, not that sleepy of a bear. Although my nearly 2-year-old has decided lately that Munchlax is amazing. It's given me a lot more love for Munchlax.
Aww.
What we've got love for is some lovely Pokemon TCG action, which is going to be coming up shortly. I'm sorry I can't give you another Pictionary, but I think we all know that's for the best right now. now. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go far. We have got lovely Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
Hi trainers, my name is Amy Wasley and today we're going to be taking a look into the depths of the Lost Zone with Giratina and to find out exactly why they need to keep their friends close to bring out their full potential. Utilizing Colress's experiment and Comfey allows you to grow your Lost Zone quickly in order to deal some devastating blows with Giratina V-Star. Comfey's Flower Selecting allows you to draw 2 cards, put one into the Lost Zone and the other in hand. Utilizing lots of switching cards and the newest energies to assist the Lost Zone engine, Jet Energy, looping between Comfey allows for harsh acceleration. While Colress asks you to draw 5 cards, select 2 to go to the Lost Zone and the other 3 to your hand. With only 4 cards in the Lost Zone, Cramorant is ready to spit innocently for 110 damage, a brilliant early game single prize attacker. Once 7 cards are in the Lost Zone, Mirage Gate becomes live to accelerate 2 energy from the deck to your Pokemon. And once we hit 10 cards in that Lost Zone, that's when the game is over for your opponents. Activating Sableye Lost Mind to place 12 damage counters across your opponent's board, and Giratina V-Star's attack, Star Requiem, to knock out any Pokemon regardless of its HP. The deck is not short of strong attackers and multiple flexible strategies to bring that game to a close. How crazy is that? Lost Zone Giratina can still make use of other powerful Pokemon. Some may choose Radiant Greninja to create a tough time for Gardevoir by dealing 90 damage to 2 of their unevolved Pokemon in the early game using Moonlight Shuriken. Placing 3rd at the World Championships this year, Giratina and its Lost Zone pals are likely to continue to be a popular choice. So make sure you don't Lost Zone out and stay tuned to catch more of the action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very short break. I promised you a short break. I gave you a short break. My name's Ross. I'm back with Shay, or as I like to call it, the fantastic artist and the guy that can't even recognize Gardevoir after he's been saying all weekend now it's going to win.
Listen, that was not a Gardevoir, okay? That was If there was Meloetta, I'd be like, fair enough. That right there was not a Gardevoir, so I'm not going to have any stick for that. Thank you very much.
No, it's always a little bit embarrassing when you're doing picture with somebody like Amy. She's got someone on the team who's like legitimately good at drawing, gets these little doodles out and they look like what they're supposed to. Then you've got people like me and you, Shay, who are, let's just say, not quite on the same level.
No, our skill set doesn't really delve much into the art world, I would say. Whereas Amy, on the other hand, does that really well. And I knew sitting next to her, I was not in for a good time.
It was never going to go as well as we might have liked. Might get a good go on Lucario. I was a little bit impressed with that.
Yeah, it was good. Had a little spike on the hand. That's how I was able to, identify it. The Lucario was good, but I think, me and you, Ross, definitely took the 3rd and 4th spot there. I'll let you guys in chat decide whose picture was worse.
Yeah, I'm skipping this bit of the chat. I'll be honest with you. I love you, chat, but I'm not going to be checking because I think I know where we're going on that, and I don't need to hear it. I'm comfortable with how poor it was. and I think we can just kind of move on. Have you teased about what's in here yet, Shay?
I haven't personally. I'd rather wait a little bit longer just to see.
Oh no, I'm not going to tell anyone what's in there.
No, we got something in that ball.
I was surprised to learn. I thought, like, is that just a prop or is there an actual? There is a Pokemon in there, so you know.
There's a Pokemon in there.
If anyone in chat wants to maybe,
have a guess.
Has a cheeky little guess.
Have a guess.
Maybe we'll show you during the final. Who knows?
Maybe. Speaking of the final, though, we have our updated standings that we can look at. So some of these players might be making their way, marching towards the final. Let's have a gander. Magnus Pedersen, our top seed, 11-1. Brent Tonneson, 10-1-1. And then, as we just had Josh on there in the last round, 10-2. Any other standout names for yourself there, Ross?
Yes, obviously. Darren Jack, 9-2-1.
Yeah.
That is Clorf. Clorf is currently in top 16 position.
Yeah.
And that, at the moment, 8th place is 9-1-2. And 16th is 9-2-1. That's 2 match points away, right? That's basically one draw turned into a loss. Or a tie turned into a loss. So that's... We could actually have a top 8 Clorf this weekend. Also, Jack Snell, a name familiar to a lot of people in the UK, a name I've not heard in a little while, coming in with a top 16 placing at the moment. So we've got some surprises coming up this weekend. There was we've seen some unusual decks, and apparently Reggie's are back somehow. Did not expect that to be coming in. And, I mean, look, I'm not saying Clorf is going to make top 8. But I'm saying we've never had Clorf in a top 8 of a regional, and this is the closest we've had so far. So, you know what? I'd love to see it.
I would adore seeing that. Like you said, there was a Reggie's knocking about. There was also a Cherim knocking about, all the way back from last year. Cherim and all that's winning over my heart. Is also in day 2 as well. But I think our feature match has been chosen. It's going to be Brent, who is piloting that Lost Zone Giratina. I think it was currently in the, 2nd or 3rd seed, I think.
Very high up.
Travelling all the way from Australia here to Liverpool and currently doing rather well.
Oh, that's always nice to see. I mean, it's quite impressive coming all the way over from Australia. I mean, we see players do this all the time, but it's just making that trip. It's such a long trip, and then, like, if it doesn't go really well, then that's a long way to go. But of course, Liverpool here, we've got the home of the Beatles.
Yes.
It's got a sports city.
Yeah, 2 Premiership teams, right?
So, there are things about, people come to Liverpool for all kinds of reasons. Pokemon, I think, the main one this weekend. But there are some other things there, knocking around if you want. And Brent is going to be playing against Fabrizio Inga Silva, which is apparently going to be a Mew V Max. Ooh. So 2 of the very best decks in the format. And that's a weird thing about this meta we're in at the moment.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, and this is a conversation I had with Tord in one of the pre-recorded segments you might see playing between rounds. I was chatting to Tord, and basically he was telling us that the meta game is quite similar around the world. However, Mew really does seem to be a bit bigger in Europe than it is in other places. So let's say hello to Brent then. We got a top 8 at EUIC in 2019, a top 16 at Worlds this past year, a Players' Cup finalist, and a top 8 at LAIC. So top 16 at Worlds and 2 top 8 International Championships finishes. That's pretty impressive, quite frankly. And a Players' Cup finalist to boot.
Yeah, fantastic player. Tests a lot of like Natalie and Henry Brand as well, so no stranger to the top stage. And there is Fabricio with a very impressive looking resume there as well. LAIC top 16, Santiago Regional top 4, Worlds top 64, and a 2022 LAIC top 32 as well. So piloting that Mew deck there for Fabricio. So this is going to be a very explosive game, all things considered, right? Going to be damage counters flying everywhere. Path to the Peak could be an X factor to watch out for here. Path to the Peak traditionally can slow down the Genesect deck, but Mew V Max does play a lot of stadium outs, lost vacuum. So, but it can only take 1 turn though, right, Ross? 1 turn of Path at the wrong time, and Mew V Max can just grind to a halt.
Yeah, it can grind to a halt, and of course, Giratina, one of those decks that can get a 1-hit KO on a fresh Mew V Max.
Yeah.
Something not every deck is actually able to do. We saw on stream yesterday that, we saw a Chen Pao against Mew, and one of the things in that matchup was that Chen Pao can come and, with decent draws and enough energy, could get a 1-hit KO on a fresh, undamaged Mew V Max. And that was one of the deciding factors in that game.
Yes.
And now you can only really do it once with Giratina.
Yep.
But the other thing you can do with Giratina is spread some of those damage counters in the early game.
Yep.
You know, we see early Sableye sometimes used by these players, or an early poke from a Cramorant or something like that, and then all of a sudden everything is in Giratina range, because you only need to KO 2 Mew V Max in order to finish out the game. So drop some Sableye damage counters, bring those Mew down in range, and then just 2 attacks from Giratina can be enough. So Giratina definitely has the power to take down Mew, but we've seen Mew can be disruptive in and of itself. It's fast, it's consistent, and it should be taking prizes very, very quickly. So this really is one of those, you know, Clash of the Titans, to use a cliche.
No, it really is. You know, 2 archetypes we've seen for a long time. 2 archetypes that will be heavily changed come rotation. Obviously, Mew will not exist anymore. And then Giratina, you know, currently the best deck in format in most people's opinions. Definitely had the most highest placements. As we consult the prize cards there, Radiant Greninja, 1 copy of Roxanne and Boss there for Brent could be impactful. And then for Fabricio, 2 copies of Genesect and the Fusion Strike Energy prized as well. So there's things we have to watch out for there.
That's not good.
No.
Like, most players want to get 3 Genesect out turn 1 minimum. Sometimes 4, always 3.
Yes.
Having 2 in the prizes means you are limited to 2 Genesect. That is going to limit your draw in the early game. That could be extremely relevant as we go through here, but we start with Brent. We got 1 Giratina in the active, 1 Giratina on the bench. Can we see any flower selecting? Or are we just going to see an energy and a pass?
I don't think this hunt is very good there for Brent. As we kick off our Swiss round 13 here at Liverpool Regionals, and just going to see an attach and a pass over from Brent. As Fabricio,
this is nice.
Fabricio immediately has the heavy ball in hand, so can liberate one of those Genesect. Very nice. Get it out the prize cards and consult the rest of the prize cards there as well.
And this is actually really nice because, first of all, well, that Hisuian heavy ball got you a really good target, which it doesn't always. And now you're going to have 3 Genesect potentially out turn 1, and now you're golden. Those prizes looked really bad, and literally within like 5 seconds of starting the game, Fabricio's like, nah, mate, I'm cool.
Yeah, and the difference between having 3 Genesect in play and 2 is massive. As someone's played Mew a lot, like, it's very impactful. Now, we see the Fusion Strike Energy getting attached to that Genesect. That could be, you know, playing around any potential Spirit Tomb, as that Fusion Strike Energy would allow Genesect to use its ability Fusion Strike system under Spirit Tomb as well. As Fabricio does play a Judge, so Brent, you know, didn't have a great hand, and now he's going to have to operate off a 4-card hand to start the game, essentially. And let's see how this hand treats Fabricio. Does obviously have the Forest Seal Stones, because can you start Alchemy to get him out of any trouble if he needs to?
I mean, judging by the start, we could even just see an Abyss Seeking next turn from Brent. We see that from Giratina quite a bit. The problem is going to be that really from turn 2, Fabricio with a single modifier, you know, a power tablet, Tails on Cramomatic, and that's 2 then in the discard is not ideal, or even just a Choice Bout there, which is already on the board. That's a KO on a Giratina V, so you really do need to be trying to V-star these early, or else you could see some very early KOs from Mew, which is not ideal.
That is one thing Mew is fantastic at doing, is picking up damage and getting KOs at a real fast rate. As Fabricio does draw into a Battle VIP pass there, going to go for 2 copies of Genesect V, and obviously this is Fabricio's playing a more traditional DTE Mew build. Does have the 2 copies of Fusion Strike Energy and 1 copy of Elisa, I believe, so you can try and get around Spirit Tomb, but for all intents and purposes, this is realistically a DTE style list. As it looks like Fabricio does have 6 Fusion Strike Pokemon in place, can use Fusion Strike system there for 5, and let's see what he has.
Yeah, that's pretty standard nowadays. See a lot of people playing that 1 Alessa Sparkle, 2 Fusion Strike just to get around Spirit Tomb. We've drawn into Energy, we've drawn into Path to the Peak, we've drawn into Mew V Max, and Fabricio's got everything they need to get a KO on a Giratina V next turn. They've already got the Energy, they've already got the V Max, they've already got the Choice Bout actually attached. They've gone and put the Path to the Peak in play, and then just passed over the turn. So Brent gets an early Colress's Experiment here, which is nice. There were no cards in the Lost Zone in turn 1, which is not what you really want to be going for. So we're going to get something established here, but like we say, if you don't evolve that Giratina V, it is going to get knocked out. So as much as Abyss Seeking would be a nice option a lot of the time, it would be giving up 2 prizes to Abyss Seeking this turn.
I don't think Brent can move this Giratina out the active. I don't think he's got any way of doing it. So he's going to have to just go for an Abyss Seeking here, which would essentially give up 2 prize cards, opting to evolve the bench Giratina V-Star, as we do just see an Abyss Seeking.
So it is what we thought it might be, but this is not ideal. We know Fabrizio, all he needs is a double turbo and a Mew and a VMAX, and they're both in hand. So there is no issue of hitting 220. The 220 is already on the board. So this is going to put Fabrizio up 2 prizes super early, and this is perfect. This is what you want. What you don't want to be doing is letting your opponent start taking out those Mews. Obviously, you know, 2 Mew VMAX KOs, that's the end of the game. You want to be trying to get those 2 prizes nice and quickly, and we see the standard one-off Feather Ball coming out.
Fantastic card, and you search your deck for any Pokemon that has a free retreat cost, so that can find Mew V and Mew VMAX in this deck. And one thing I love about this turn here for Fabrizio, it doesn't even have to replace Path to the Peak. The Choice Belt acts as that damage modifier that bench Mew VMAX will need to KO, and then you don't even have to replace the stadium just to make it even harder for Brent, as he does opt to play the Lost City though, because it can draw some cards, maybe draws into some other strong cards. Let's see what he draw into there. Lost City. Lost City would actually help out Brent a little bit here, though, by putting that Giratina V into the Lost Zone, accelerating Brent's Lost Zone, which could be impactful.
It would. It takes it off the board.
That Giratina V does have to go to the Lost Zone.
That Giratina, there we go.
Yep.
Just quick reminder there. So that's 5 cards in the Lost Zone. So you're not there yet in terms of Mirage Gate, but Chorus's Experiment would get there. But Fabrizio goes up by 2 prizes. And that's a fantastic start. And Mew being able to hit 220 so easily is just such a big deal there.
Yeah, not having to even use Power Tablet, just having that Choice Belt on board. So nice when you hit into those evolving V Pokemon. And Mew is a very scary deck when it's operating in the lead, because it has no problem taking prize cards at a fast rate. As Brent is going to start his turn there by playing a Nest Ball. Going to search out a Cramorant, who can attack for free with that Lost Provisions ability. As long as there's 4 cards in your Lost Zone, you can remove all energy from its attack. So Spit Innocently can be done for free, doing 110 damage.
Yeah, 110 for 0 energy is pretty good. And that's the thing, like here, you only really need 3 attacks. You need to soften up a Mew so that it can be KO'd by Giratina. And then you have the Giratina V-Star, you know, using the V-Star power to get the automatic 1-hit KO. That's it.
Yes.
And that's the game at that point. And although Mew can KO a fresh Giratina V-Star, it becomes a lot more difficult, because 280 means you basically need 3 modifiers at that point, which becomes super awkward. I mean, with the Choice Belt attached, it would just be 2 Power Tablets, so you would need to... That's the other problem is, obviously, you're not attacking 2 turns in a row because you're copying Genesec's attack. So you would need to get out the active and then back in the active. But if you can do that and play 2 Power Tablet, we could see big back-to-back KOs. But it's more likely Brent is probably going to attack with someone like a Cramorant here.
Yeah, I think Cramorant, especially since that Choice Belt has been already committed. So, like you mentioned, having the Choice Belt, we're just going to see a pass over to Fabrizio as Brent puts Path to the Peak in play. Now, we know that Fabrizio does have the V-Star available to him. I guess a Boss K does have double tablet in hand, actually. So, does he have a switching card? Might be able to just grab a Boss off the V-Star if there's a switching card in hand, and actually take a KO on that V-Star.
That would be huge. I think he does have a switch in hand, you know. I think I saw a switch very, very briefly. And so we do see the V-Star being used here for a boss's orders. I think we've got it, Jay. I said you need to get in and out the active, play double Power Tablet. We need a boss to get it off the bench. But this would be a KO on that fresh V-Star. And I think there is about a 97% chance Brent concedes a game at that point.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're Brent and that happens, because there is no Giratina V established and there is no shenanigans like... what's that supporter called? Fortin, to get a Giratina V in play. You haven't got a Giratina V developed, so you have no real offensive output next turn. Brent is going to be in a tough spot. You see the Skate Rope being played, forcing the Comfort out the active, forcing the Mew double Power Tablet boss.
There's the boss. Now you need to retreat into the one with the Choice Belt, which we do.
There we go.
And there will be exactly 280 KO on the fresh Giratina V-Star. And Brent's going to keep going for a turn or 2. But I think it is fair to say this game is pretty much over at this stage. Going ahead 4 prizes like that is just absolutely huge.
There's actually something I really want to draw attention to here in this game as well. Brent's energy count there's a lot of energy in the discard and the Lost Zone already. So We'll have to keep an eye on that as Brent. I guess Brent's win con now is going to be that classic Roxanne plus Path. That classic Giratina play, and hope that Fabricio will, dead draw for lack of a better term, and not be able to operate much off that Roxanne.
But Fabrizio literally doesn't need anything.
Well,
you can retreat and attack and take a single prize, and then the following turn you retreat and attack and take another single prize. You've got 2 attackers, both your attackers have energy, they both have free retreat, so you can switch between them at will in that regard. So I don't think you can disrupt Fabrizio here, really, because you need to start KOing the Mew, because Fabrizio can just keep attacking every turn.
You just see a spit innocently, so Boss Power Tablet would actually be game right now.
Boss Power Tablet would absolutely be game. Or a Switch Boss would also be game.
Switch Boss, we do
there
see
is a switch in hand.
There is a switch in hand.
Yeah, there was a switch in hand last turn, but Fabrizio chose to play the escape rope instead. So a Boss's orders here, you would actually be able to switch, retreat to the one with the choice bout, and then Boss and KO the Giratina V, and that would be the game. But I mean, that's even overcomplicating it a little bit here. You can literally just retreat to your other Mew, KO the Cramorant, and then next turn you just KO, I don't know, whatever you want.
Whatever's in the active, you are correct. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Fabrizio's in a very strong position. Yeah, like you said, he's taking 1 prize card here is perfectly fine. I think Fabrizio might be debating if to play the Iono, but I mean, Brent hasn't done a lot. I think I'd be holding on to that for sure.
I mean, there is still a way back for Brent here. It's a very, very, very long shot, but you're going to give up the Cramorant here. You go down to 1 prize. But then maybe if you can get, and you would need Giratina V-Star and Mirage Gate next turn.
Yep.
But then you get a KO on the Mew.
With Star Requiem.
And then the next turn, if Fabrizio doesn't then finish out the game, maybe this Giratina can take 2 KOs in a row.
Yep.
Because the damage Mew can be taken out with a Lost Impact.
Yep.
And the fresh Mew can be taken out of a Star Requiem. And then there is a chance there that you can finish out the game with 1 Giratina, but it needs to be Star Requiem this turn.
Yes.
But even then, a double Power Tablet would still end the game next turn, or a Boss's Orders, or an Escape Rope.
And Brent actually still needs to get to 1 more card, or 2 more cards in the Lost Zone, actually, before we can even use Star Requiem. Actually not quite. Well, we're at 9 in the Lost Zone, right? Need 10.
It is also worth noting Fabrizio used an escape rope a couple of turns ago.
Yeah.
When a switch would have done, an escape rope would win the game next turn for Fabrizio.
Yeah, that is true.
So that is something just to keep in mind. He's still got the switch in hand. I don't know if he's got an escape rope, and right now, escape rope would guarantee the win for Fabrizio next turn.
Love Escape Rope in Mew. He doesn't even play 1 copy of Escape Rope. It's actually one of my favourite cards in Mew, because a lot of the time you just want to push a high HP Pokemon out the active and just take a prize card, and Escape Rope is perfect for that. So, Brent does have a Mirage Gate, does have a Boss's Orders here.
Oh, it's a Boss's Orders stall on the Genesex.
No.
Doesn't
Switch.
have it.
There
There's the switch. There's the game. Fabrizio takes game 1. Mew takes down Giratina. And we're going to be off to game 2 to see if Mew really is as good as everybody says. And what we saw there. And look, there is a way Giratina can win this matchup. And we've talked about it, but just the power of Mew there, basically going, I am going to be taking out a 2 prize attacker every time I want to. You would better set up fast enough to stop me. And Brent just couldn't do it that game.
No, I think Brent really didn't draw very well. He only played 1 Colossus Experiment that game. There was no Roxanne when it was live as well, which I think how Giratina really relies on coming back into games. And the strength of Mew there was so high though. Like we saw, I think Fabricio only used Fusion Strike system maybe like 2 or 3 times. Like Path to the Peak was in play for most of that game, but it just didn't matter. Like
he just set up double Mew so quickly. He had double Mew with energy so quickly in that game that we saw like every turn. We're not looking for these ridiculous combos. We were looking for 1 or 2 power tablets, a switch. There was 1 turn where you really needed Boss's Orders, but hey, wonderful news. You've got Forest Seal Stone to go and just guarantee the Boss's Orders. So it was basically 2 turns, setting up perfectly, having everything you need, and just kind of chilling from there.
I think a real X factor to that game was finding that choice belt so early.
Yeah, that choice belt was huge.
The choice belt meant you don't have to commit so many power tablets, and it means that when you're hitting into Giratina, it is possible to take a KO with 2 power tabs, and then you can do it again, meaning you can get through 2 V-stars.
Yeah, the idea that you can get the V without any power tablets,
yes,
and then you get the V-star with 2 power tablets, is absolutely huge. You've only got 4 power tablets. When in matchups where you rely on them, they run out really quickly.
They do.
But that I mean, was it 3 different attacks we saw it with? It basically gave like 7 or 8 power tablets effectively throughout the game.
Yes.
And that just made a fantastic difference as we went through that matchup.
Yeah, fantastic card when you're hitting into those V Pokemon, obviously. And over for Brent now, though, has still plenty of time to get back in this. Giratina is the second most played deck for a reason. It had 3 top 8s at Charlotte, so it's a very strong deck. And I think, if that path to the peak, I mean, Fabricio, I think it was a bit of an anomaly to be able to operate Mew under path to the peak. That's not really how the deck tends to operate too much. So Brent still has plenty of win cons here and ways to navigate this.
Oh, absolutely. And it's really quite simple for Brent. You need to damage one of the Mew with, it could be a Sableye, it could be a Cramorant, it doesn't really matter. One of the Mew needs to be damaged, right?
Yep.
As soon as a Mew VMAX is damaged, you can then KO 1 Mew VMAX with Lost Impact, 1 with Star Requiem, and that's it. That's the game.
Yep.
Mew VMAX gives up 3 prizes. So it is a free attack win for Brent here. It's really that simple. You just hit 1 Mew with something, anything, doesn't matter what, 2 Giratina attacks. That is the game.
Ooh, worth noting, Brent has prized 2 copies of Basic Water, so that means Moonlight Shuriken can actually be really impactful in this matchup for spreading 90 damage on 2 Mew V or Mew V Max will not be an option.
No, he only plays 3. You need 2 for that Moonlight Shuriken, so that's only 1 left in the deck. That means that attack is off the table. Oh, chooses to keep the counter catch to get rid of the Jet Energy into the Lost Zone. But this is already better than last time. We got a turn 1 Flower selecting. We got a Giratina with an Energy, and we got a Path to the Peak. So Fabrizio's going to have to do some work before we can even start using any Genesect here at all.
Yeah, going to have to. I don't think there's a path out in that hand, or there's no Forest Seal Stone as well. But speaking of prize cards, we mentioned how important damage modifiers are in this matchup, and Fabricio has prized 1 copy of Power Tablet, and it's actually right at the top of his prize cards too. So traditionally, players take their prize cards bottom to top, so Fabricio immediately going to start navigating some hurdles as he does play that Battle VIP pass to grab 2 copies of Genesect V, whilst also, I would imagine, doing a little prize check here as well.
Yeah, always nice to check your prizes. You see that when players have their first search of the game, they're going to check through, try and figure out what's prize. The prizes are, well, they're random, but they're also hidden. Unless you play a card like Kasui and Heavy Ball that lets you look at them, you're not allowed to look at your prizes. But if you're a good player who knows your deck list, you will be able to look through your deck and see what's missing, so to speak.
As Fabricio plays an Ultra Ball, going to discard and release a Sparkle and a Path to the Peak. Looks like I'm going to eye up a Mew V here. He has prized 1 copy of Genesect V, so keep that in mind. And I think Fabricio's only path out here is there a Chromatic in that hand? I thought I might have seen one. Yeah, there was a Chromatic in hand, so you could play that, discard and wait. Oh, he hasn't got an item to discard with that Chromatic, actually.
Oh, that's the thing about Chromatic. You do have to discard an item in order to play it. And even then, you've got to flip a head to get any benefit of it. Otherwise, we saw last turn, you discard a Chromatic with a Chromatic, flip a Tails, and then you've just discarded them both.
And is going to have to play that Judge instead, going to reset both players' hand bound to 4. Worth noting as well, Fabricio prized 1 copy of Fusion Strike Energy. So that energy attached to the active Mew, well, if that Mew wants to attack at any time, it will have to have a DTE attached as well. So not quite as efficient as Fabricio would probably like.
No, that's not ideal. Although, to be fair, the double turbo energy doesn't really affect the maths in this matchup very much at all. Because when you're copying Genesect's attack, you're doing 210.
Yep.
So you still need a modifier,
yes, you still need a modifier
to get a Giratina. You still need 3 modifiers to get the Giratina V-Star. So weirdly, the -20 from Double Turbo actually doesn't make any real difference because you still need the same amount of modifiers in this matchup to go and get the key. Well, There's only really two you're KOing, the Giratina V and the V-Star. Everything else is weak. What are we oohing, Shay?
You're going to get to announce energy mix. Don't get to do that one too often. Letting you search your deck for any energy and attach it to one of your Fusion Strike Pokemon. Probably the attack you announced the least in Mew VMAX, but it's very helpful. Very helpful. Yeah, I'd say so.
Probably.
Well, if Oricorio's around, Glistening Droplets, you don't really announce that one too often either.
Glistening Droplets gets way more love than energy mix. Way more love.
Or what's the Iscue's attack, the second one, like Icicle something or other? You don't really announce that one too often. And it does go back over to Brent now on his second turn. Obviously, it is going to operate off a lower hand size because of the judge, as we're going to see a pay retreat into flower selecting.
Yeah, we see the couple of flowers selected now. 2 Jet Energy are now in the lost zone. But we are up to 5 cards there in total. And we now get Giratina into the active. Is choosing to Abyss Seeking. And I think here we were in a different situation to where we were game 1. Game 1, we knew Abyss Seeking gave up 2 prizes. It had to happen. Here, we are not in that same situation.
It's not guaranteed.
Fabrizio's got a hand of 4. He needs the Mew VMAX and a modifier. There's no choice belt down on the board. There is a path to the peak turning off the Genesect. Or there is actually choice belt in hand.
He's got it. Ultra Ball grabs the Mew VMAX and then the choice belt's in hand as well. So the only thing Fabrizio hasn't got here is that path out, but actually not needed. That choice belt again coming in so impactful, providing that extra 30 damage when attacking into a V Pokemon. That's going to catapult Fabrizio into the lead.
Yeah, only playing 1 Gobi in his deck, managed to draw into it early in both games so far.
Wow.
And this is coming in absolutely clutch. So it didn't look like Fabrizio was going to take the early 2 prizes like in game 1, but he did manage to pull it off in the end. And now Brent must be getting a worrying feeling of deja vu at this point.
Yeah, the saving grace of Brent here does actually have 8 cards in the lost zone right now and a decent hand size, so we'll be able to start firing off attacks here, as it looks like it's going to play this Mirage Gate, letting you grab any 2 different basic energy from your deck and attach them to your Pokemon any way you like. So obviously can't do could be going for a Lost Mine here, could just Flower State on the active, or could start loading up with Giratina.
Would need another card in the Lost Zone in order for Lost Mine to be working. Is clearly eyeing it up, but Lost Mine is 10 in the Lost Zone if I'm remembering correctly.
It is, but I don't think he's used Flower Selecting on the active yet. So.
Oh, if he hasn't used it on the active, then I think he's probably looking in a very good position. So yeah, okay, 1 more Flower Selecting, Lost Mine is up. And look, like we said before, this can be enough. Now what you really want to try and combine this with, I mean, honestly, a Giratina V-Star Evolution, which we do have in hand. Maybe another Giratina V-Down. It's so awkward, though, because we saw back in game 1, we saw the evolution into the V-Star, and Fabrizio was like, I can actually still KO that.
Yeah.
Even though it's on the bench and it's a V-Star, I can still KO that. And that did make a big difference.
Finding the second Giratina V there is quite huge, so then if it does get boss KO'd, you have an option to evolve into another one. As we are going to see at Lost Mine, now that Brent is at 10, the activation for the 12 damage counters will be live being spread. And you have to imagine these are going to get spread either, well, it has to be on the Mew Vs, right? It's got to be, yeah.
I mean, honestly here, 3 on each of the Mew, and it doesn't really matter where the other 6 go. The important thing here is that you bring the Mew down to 280 HP so you can KO the Giratina. Now, I like what you've done where the unevolved Mew, just the Mew V, you put 90 on, because maybe you can get a cheeky KO with something else if the second Mew V Max is never found. But really here, it's just bring the Mew down into range of Giratina. That's the only thing that was actually important.
One interesting thing here is that Fabrizio's now gone for 4 Genesects, and that means that Psychic Leap is no longer, well, I mean, it is an option, but it's very risky since you only have 1 Mew V in play, and you'd be very susceptible to Boss's Orders or Lost Mine. So that means this damage on the Mew V and Mew V Max will be sticking, as we do see a fresh Fusion Strike system for 6 cards, as Fabrizio did Lost Vacuum away, Path to the Peak. I know you can see 2 there in play, but they're not in play. They're actually both in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, that is weird. There's 2 there where we might expect the stadium to be, but they are both in the Lost Zone. There are no paths to the peak that are actually there. We see that 1 escape rope. It's going to bring a Cramorant active, and it is going to bring a Mew active, shockingly enough. And I think we might be that part of the game where Fabrizio, I mean, look, it's not a bad prize map to just take out a couple of Giratina and a couple of single prizes. Ooh. But we do see a Cramomatic. It is a Tails.
Got to see another one there. I think Fabrizio really wants to try and hunt the boss's orders here. We see another Tails. Does still have 2 copies of Fusion Strike System. Really wants to see a boss's orders here. Does have, obviously, modifiers in the hand already. I see a Forest Seal Stone.
That'll do it. That's the other thing you're looking for here. If you don't find boss's orders, just use Forest Seal Stone, and that will allow you to go and just grab whatever cards you want, which I think you're right. It probably is boss's orders here. Go and grab one of those Giratina off the bench, get them KO'd.
Yep.
And then, like, if you can do that, and again, we can just retreat into the one with Choice Belt.
Yes.
So you don't need to use any Power Tablet.
Nope.
And then when a Giratina V-Star finally comes active, you can't just go Power Tablet, Power Tablet, Power Tablet, KO that Giratina V-Star, and that's not just a game, that's the match.
Yeah, that's the match. You would extend your hand, shake it, and ask Brent to sign the match slip. And I think that is how Fabrizio is going to try and operate. And that's how, when you play me, you want to try and pick up KOs for as many prizes as possible without using your modifiers. So that would involve finding a boss's orders. Does actually draw into it off the Fusion Strike System. So that means that Star Alchemy will be able to be saved. It's actually going to be really huge, considering I would imagine Brent might be trying to work in a Roxanne at some point to try and stop Fabrizio in his tracks. But we are going to see a retreat into the Mew VMAX with a Choice Belt, Cross Fusion Strike, Techno Blast for KO.
Yeah, this is very, very similar to what we saw back in Game 1. We saw the early KO with the Choice Bout. We've now seen the second KO of the boss's orders off of a... Oh, I didn't even use a Forest Seal Stone in the end.
No, didn't need. He drew into it off his last Fusion Strike System.
Which is wonderful.
Yeah.
But it's still the same kind of thing. Still got the boss's orders, still getting KO on the Genesect, on the Giratina. And the thing is now, this basically puts Brent on a one... And it's the same kind of thing as last game. They've still got the same map. It is, you need to get your Giratina V-Star. You need to get a KO with, you would probably go Star Requiem first here to save the energy. You would then go for Lost Impact the following turn. And look, if you can get you would need a Mirage Gate and an energy. You can, if you're Brent, you can win this next turn.
Yes.
And you just have to hope Fabrizio can't take you out. Now, here's the gigantic difference to last game. Fabrizio has to take out the V-Star.
Did draw into the Roxanne there. I think that's because it has the Mirage Gate in hand already. So I think that Roxanne's going to be key. Roxanne Path. This is how Giratina manages to survive so long in the meta. The Roxanne Path turn can be debilitating and can lock a whole lot of decks down. You know, Mew VMAX doesn't want to see that. Gardevoir also doesn't want to see that. And I think that's what Brent's going to have to do. Because you are perfectly right, Ross. Brent can still very easily win this game. Take a KO this turn and a KO next turn. And I hope that Fabrizio can't do much after the Roxanne plus Path to the peak.
Well, and Fabrizio would have to KO the Giratina V-Star. They couldn't go for anything on the bench. They've not had a single prize KO. Whereas in the previous game, there were times when that was fine. You just get a single prize KO. It's easy. And there's no Giratina V on the bench to go after. So it really would have to be...
Oh, I think Brent's actually played Chorus Experiment this turn. I apologise. There will be no Roxanne action coming out now.
Okay, now this is the problem for me. I think there was a good chance for Brent, but I do think it needed to be that you get a KO with Giratina V-Star this turn, and then next turn, and that's the win. Because now you are giving Fabrizio 2 turns, and you cannot win next turn if you're Brent. So Fabrizio can just go KO Sableye, KO something else next turn.
Wait a second. I think, has Fabrizio got game in hand? I see 3 tablets. I see Forest Seal Stone hasn't been used.
If you've got 3 tablets, yes. Because you can just retreat.
Oh, there's 2 tablets, sorry.
So you would need a switching card so you can use the new and the active with Choice Belt, 2 tablet, and then you would Forest Seal Stone for boss, and then that would be game. But you would need a switch, or you would need you switch 2 tablets or 3 tablets, and then you use Forest Seal Stone to go and get the gusting, the boss's orders. That's how you finish out the game here. But I don't think you really need to. You just get a KO here, and then next turn, you don't need to worry, am I going to have boss to take out a single prize or anything like that, because you know you've got an unused Forest Seal Stone. So you can guarantee that you can hit the bench next turn. So I'm honestly fine with that.
Yeah, I think, we say it makes perfect sense. As we are going to see the Fusion Strike Energy getting attached to that bench, Genesect V. So you can even just copy Max Miracle here to not even have to worry about moving around the active for whatever reason next turn. So Fabrizio goes down to 1 prize card left. And let's see what Brent can do.
Here's the Roxanne, but it's the Roxanne's irrelevant at this point. Fabrizio can take a 1-prize KO for the win, and there's an unused Forest Seal Stone on the board, which will let Fabrizio search for any card he's after. So next turn, I think he's used his only escape rope, so he can't escape rope, but just go and grab boss's orders, grab any single prizer off the bench. Like I say, it was last turn. Brent needed a KO with the Giratina V-Star last turn. That would have given him a realistic path to victory. Missing it was unfortunately and with 2 games in a row, we've seen exactly the same thing. There was one turn where Brent could have started the get a V-Star, attack twice in a row for game, and both games it just didn't quite work out in the end.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there even a world where you would want to try and counter-capture up the Forest Seal Stone here and remove that from play, but then the Mew VMAX can just swing into your Giratina V-Star. We are going to see a flower selecting there. I only saw 1 copy of Psych Energy when attached off that Mirage Gate, by the way, so when attached that Grass from hand, that means Lost Impact will not be an option. It will be a Star Requiem turn this time. I think we do see a count. Oh no, we see a switch card.
There we go.
Has he got a counter catcher in hand? He does. And he is going after the.
Okay.
He is going after the Forest Seal Stone.
I like this and I dislike it. I like it because you take.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's already in hand. Fabrizio takes the match 2-0. After all that, Shay, he just had it in hand.
Yeah, and well, there you go. That's the thing about Roxanne, you know, it is good a lot of the time, but it's still random. If your opponent draws into their outs, then, you know, Foster's orders there. Fabrizio ties up, and I think that game just is a testament to how fast Mew can be, because Mew was just off to the races both games, taking 2 prize cards both games turn 2, and Giratina needs a few turns to get in the game, and Mew was just having none of it.
It was too fast. And I was saying at the end of the game that I really liked the idea of taking out that Forest Seal Stone because, well, like we say, it was guaranteed to win the game, so you kind of had to do it. But then by the same token, it's a 2 prize, not a 3 prize, so you're adding a turn to the game, which is just giving your opponent more time to finish it out. I really do think there was a point in that game, like I said, where Brent could have attacked with Giratina V-Star twice in a row, and that's going to be the game. But as soon as that turn ended without a Giratina V-Star KO, as far as I was concerned, that was it. I don't think it was ever going to end any other way there, and it's got to be frustrating for Brent, because both of those games, it was a card or 2 away. It was almost ready, but Mew just did not give you a second to stop and think. I mean, both games we had a turn. I mean, before Giratina had even had a chance to evolve, it had been KO'd. Both games, we had a boss's orders to KO a second Giratina, and then you're basically in that game state where you have to attack twice in a row with Giratina V-Star without getting KO'd in between, and that's literally your only win con. That's not fair.
No, and that's what Mew does. Mew wins games just by operating really fast and putting your opponent on a real tight timer. And, you know, Giratina into Mew, Giratina can keep up a lot of the time, but if you falter a little bit, have a suboptimal start here, or the wrong cards enter the lost zone at the wrong time, Mew will just steamroll ahead and just really make it real hard for your opponent to, you know, come back. And I think there was that turn there where Brent had to play the chorus because he didn't have access to the Roxanne. Maybe the game would have been different if you could Roxanne twice, because then maybe the Forest Stone has to be used after the first Roxanne, so it wouldn't have been an option later on maybe. But yeah, maximum credit there to Fabrizio for taking that win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think he did a fantastic job there. I think he played it incredibly well and look, took advantage of the opportunities.
Yeah.
Sure, it was a little bit fortunate at times. There was a boss's orders top decked at the right time. Choice Bout, the one-off, came out with both games pretty quickly.
Yeah, it did.
But absolutely took advantage, played it beautifully, and look, that is how you beat Giratina with Mew. And the thing is, Giratina needs 7 cards in the Lost Zone for Mirage Gate to work, 10 cards in the Lost Zone for Star Requiem. It takes a couple of turns, and Mew can get going, you know, turn 2, just absolutely rolling.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Mew and you're not attacking turn 2, I'm thinking, what's going on here? Like, you know what I mean? If I'm not taking 2 prize cards turn 2, I'm a little bit upset. So, yeah, but maximum charisma there to Brent as well. I feel as if didn't draw, you know, the greatest, but he's still in a fantastic position to do well. Fantastic player, global player who saw top 16 world, you know what I mean? So, would not be surprised to see him, you know, still catapult his way into that top 8. And that's the thing now, when you're at this part of the event, Ross, and you've got the records that these 2 players have, you know, the goalposts start to shift. You know, maybe you think, you know, I mean, day 2 is your first goal, and then it's like, okay, maybe a top 64, or you keep winning, maybe top 32. But when you're at this point, it's like, you know what? Top 8, and maybe taking the whole thing home is now the goalpost.
Oh yeah, when you get to this stage, that's what you're thinking. Like when I spoke to Josh after the previous round, and you know, Josh basically went, well, now I think top 8. Like top 8 has to be the goal at this point.
Yeah.
Because you get to that stage where, you know, you come in feeling, and everyone comes in feeling good about their deck choice. Everybody comes in, you know, hoping to do well. But when you start putting this run together, you're like, you know what? I should be getting top 8. Well, are we going to see a top 8 finish from our victorious Mew player? I'm not 100% sure. What I am sure about is they're ready in the winner's interview area.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Fabrizio, and of course you have a translator here as Fabrizio's come all the way over from Peru to compete here in Liverpool. First of all, how are you feeling playing here in Liverpool?
¿Cómo te sientes jugando aquí en Liverpool?
La verdad es que es una bonita experiencia el hecho de salir de la zona de confort, que es Latinoamérica, los torneos dentro de Perú y todo eso, y la verdad es que siempre el hecho de jugar afuera es mucho más motivante y mucho más bonito para poder disfrutar.
He says that it's a beautiful experience to be out from the comfort zone in Latin America, and come here is a better experience and more exciting to play versus different people in a different area.
I mean, speaking about playing against amazing players, getting 9th at LAIC, playing the same deck you're playing here, what is it about the deck that you're playing now that you love so much?
So, pregunta que después de haber jugado en LAIC y jugar, si no me equivoco, el mismo deck que estás jugando aquí, que...
You're playing Mew VMAX, same deck that was played at LAIC.
Okay. But what was the question?
Why do you like Mew VMAX?
¿Por qué te gusta tanto Mew VMAX para jugarlo tanto en el LAC como aquí?
Siento que, a ver, juego Mew desde que salió la expansión de Fusion Strike, es un deck que conozco bastante bien y la verdad es que siento que es uno de los decks más consistentes del formato, por más de que tenga muchos counters, muchas cartas que lo frenen, que haga que no juegue. Siento que ha salido una versión, como que es una combinación entre la Fusion y la DTE, que hace que puedas jugar en torno a eso. Así que siento que es una versión muy consistente para el metagame actual.
He says that he loved Mew VMAX from the very beginning when it appears in the first expansion. And he feels that it's one of the most consistent decks right now on the format, and more now with this mix-up in between the version of the Rapid Mew VMAX deck and the Fusion Strike deck. And he feels like right now with this new combination, it's more comfortable, more strength, more strength, and he likes it very much to continue playing it.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. I think a lot of people are having success here with Mew. And I've got to ask, you've come from Peru. Have you traveled with a group of people, with family, anything like that? Who have you traveled to Liverpool with?
Que como vienes de Perú, si has viajado con un grupo de amigos, con familia o cómo has venido hasta Liverpool.
Sí, he venido con un par de amigos que venimos desde Perú, estamos jugando los torneos que van a estar por aquí, tanto League Cups como el próximo regional de Dortmund, así que vamos a estar aquí bueno, es un viaje de amigos, pero también para disfrutar los torneos aquí.
So he said that yes, he comes with 2 more friends, and they are enjoying the European tournaments, not only regionals, League Cups too, and they will be here from Dortmund too. And there is not just travel for enjoy the travel with friends, is for play the game in regionals.
Oh, I love that. You guys are going to be staying here all the way through to Dortmund. We've seen some other players doing that as well, which has been great with this new upgraded prize pool and the improved quality of the tournaments now. A lot of players looking to travel around the world. And I've got to ask one last question before we move on. Are you going to be winning this tournament and showing why Latin America should be a region we should be worried about?
La pregunta, como última pregunta, es si estás planeando ganar este torneo para demostrar que Latinoamérica es una región a la que hay que tener miedo.
Sí, o sea, Latinoamérica de hecho está mucho más potente en los últimos regionales. De hecho, el último regional lo ganó un brasileño, un latino, y tratamos de que siempre Latinoamérica está muy bien representada. Y bueno, sí, voy a tratar de intentar ganar este torneo. Como, bueno, uno siempre se propone como meta tratar de ganar todo lo que juegue, pero vamos a intentarlo hasta el final.
He's saying that yes, Latin American is getting really strong. The last regional was went for a Brazilian guy, so a Latin American guy, and he of course wants to demonstrate that Latin American is prepared to win every tournament, and this is his first goal when he is starting a tournament. It's just win, so he will try to demonstrate it.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and thank you so much for translating. Fabrizio, good luck with the rest of your games, and everyone make sure you stick around. We've got the final few rounds before we find out who's going to be making that top 8 here in Liverpool Regional.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to look at our next standard format rotation. On April 5th, our game is set to change. A ton of sets will become eligible for standard legal play. Rapid Strike players will be struggling come April 5th, since Rapid Strike Urshifu rotates, Inteleon VMAX rotates, and Medicham V rotates. This means the Rapid Strike deck will, no longer exist anymore, so those low HP Pokemon will be slightly safer. But with Medicham V rotating, it will be interesting to see how Iron Valiant decks adapt moving forward, since Yoga Loop will no longer be an option for them. Lost Box players will be losing both Dragonite V and Kyogre. We have seen Dragonite V be a terrifying card when used on turn 1 or 2 to KO big threats fast. And Kyogre has been one of the best late game finishers of all time, with Aqua Storm closing out many games. Does this make Lost Box archetype more one-dimensional? Only one way to find out. With Fusion Strike rotating, that means Mew VMAX, Genesect V and Meloetta will all be pushed out of the format. This is huge, since Mew VMAX did win the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. Another card in Fusion Strike that we will be losing is Battle VIP Pass. With Battle VIP Pass being the backbone of the format with a ton of top decks all using the card, it is hard to imagine just how much this will shake up deck building and first turns after rotation. One deck that has some success without Battle VIP Pass is Gardevoir EX. However, come April 5th, Shining Arcana and Mirage Step Hurlia will both be leaving the format. With the version of Gardevoir EX that doesn't play Battle VIP Pass, relying heavily on Mirage Depth to get into the game, how will Gardevoir operate after rotation? Especially considering Fog Crystal rotates too. Another huge card that we will be saying goodbye to is Path to the Peak. We have seen just how powerful Path to the Peak can be, since it has been played in a multitude of decks like Miraidon, Arceus and even Mew VMAX, just to name a few. Will powerful abilities on Wallbox Pokemon become too much to handle now? Powerful supporter cards like Cheryl, Raihan, Clara and Peony and Avery all rotate too, leaving massive holes in deck lists that will need to be filled. What supporters do you think will see play now with this massive power supporter vacuum? We have seen Escape Rope be used in many decks to offer active movement and almost act like a boss's orders in some scenarios. Players will have to find other ways to push their opponent's active out of the way now, since Escape Rope is in battle styles and will be rotating. So that wraps up our quick look at the 2024 Pokemon TCG rotation. Let us know in the chat what card you are sad to see leave the format, or what card you cannot wait to say goodbye to. But for now, that's it from me. Let's get back to the action.
Well, Fabrizio trying to make a statement that Latin America is here and going to try and take these tournaments away from Europe and North America. My name is Mike and I'm joined by Amy. Other way around, but it'll be fine.
Oh, I wanted to cosplay Mike.
Oh, I didn't get my green hair dye in time, I'm afraid. The most distinguishing feature of yours, of course. But we are here to look through you guys and how you've been enjoying Pokemon. Thank you very much, guys. We are not only excited to see your social posts, but we're excited to see what you guys have been up to whilst you've been at the event or watching the event from home. I know we've been scrolling through, seeing all sorts of stuff going on.
I love that hashtag play Pokemon. It's so fun to scroll through everything and see how everyone from the event, from home or away, a lot of people even on vacation will tune in. I've seen so many fantastic posts, including one of my friends who set up their phone while they went to work so their cat could watch.
Oh, I mean, it's important to let everyone get involved, but let's see, Steph. So my first Play Pokemon Regional doing TCG was pretty great. After 10.5 hours of cards with no fear, I decided to drop at 4-4 in favour of pizza.
Yeah!
Great choice. Happy to have broken even score-wise, and the highlight was definitely the round 2 Crab Rave with Yari the fish. I mean, look at that. That's a cloth mirror. But no, well done for going positive. That's a wonderful record. I mean, anyone who's going positive at a regional should be proud of what they've achieved.
Honestly, yeah. And Steph, I totally appreciate it. It can be a really long day. I would absolutely recommend bringing a bag full of snacks as a just in case, because it can be really long. Cloth mirror kind of sounds a bit scary to me. I don't know if I'd want to see that many unhinged scissors around.
I wonder if the electrode gets involved much, but of course, you'd have gone on to enjoy that pizza way more than the final round. But Greninja on his second day.
Oh, look at him go. Wonder what's in his cup.
I mean, Greninja, very common Pokemon we see around the hall with Radiant Greninja, has been a very competitive card in the past. I wonder what they're drinking.
Yeah, let us know in chat. What's Greninja chilling with today in the hall? He's
a nice cold beverage,
right? He's seeming so relaxed, which is not the feeling of some of our competitors here today. As the heat rises, as the competition draws in.
Thank you very much, Rio Light Chaser. And Neve Daly, what have they been up to?
Everyone else head down concentrating. Me having the chance. Cricket living my best live at my first Pokemon TCG Regionals. Oh, another first. Yo, Neve, I hope you had the best time. And you'll have to give us an update about how you were doing. And sometimes, honestly, having chats with your opponent is one of the best parts to get involved in the community, make new friends. And I can almost guarantee if you're smiling and give someone the time of day to have a chat, you'll probably see them at a future event and you'll have that wonderful reunion catch up.
I love the sea of people playing in the background as well. It genuinely is a lot of people out there. And our lovely Freya.
Freya!
This was them on their way to Liverpool with their favourite plushies, Natu, Zatu. And is that a Reshiram on the back?
Yeah.
So Liverpool bound, hashtag play Pokemon. A bit less than 3 in there as well. Thank you very much, Freya. We did get to see Freya earlier on.
Yeah, our very own co-caster Freya, not on this event, but I'm sure we'll see her in the future. Oh, she is just loveliest.
Wow, you guys have been really getting involved, and I think one of the big things you mentioned is for a lot of people it's their first regional, and I think that's such a special feeling for people coming along to this, and especially the biggest regional we've had in Europe. Over 1,500 masters in the TCG here, so you're going to see familiar faces, you're going to meet lots of new people, and of course there's going to be all the best players here, even from outside our region. So what a joy it is to come along. I had a few of my locals coming up against top 22 players of Europe in their first few rounds, so you can come up against the best. You can also make new friends.
Yeah, it's ever so true, and honestly, I've kind of ended up with this friend group that I never thought I'd have, where I've been involved so much in side events, which was an unusual one to me. I started playing GLC, Gym Leader Challenge side events a couple of years ago, and now I'm friends with this such wonderful group of people that I see at almost every GLC side event now, and I get to catch up with them each time, and it's just a wonderful reunion, and we get to see what spicy decks each one of us has built from across the country and across the world.
I mean, side events, a great place to get involved at these regionals, but of course the main event is where people are going to be trying to get their CP to try and get up above everyone else in the region, to get into that top 22 all of which in Europe have made their Worlds invite. Everyone above that 500 threshold. A lot of people here trying to jump into it, but also just trying to get above 500 to make Worlds. But lots of familiar faces here. And many of them we've been seeing do well. You know, Brendan Kammerman is having a great event here as well, so you'll hopefully be seeing a bit more of him, maybe making that top 8. I believe Stefan Ivanov has made it through. Demetrius, Pedro was here. I don't know if he managed to make it through, but you know, that was he was the top player that one of my locals played against, and they said he was very, very nice and friendly. So everyone here, lovely players across the board.
That is absolutely fantastic and so true. These players, you know, some of you might be wondering, but why have they gone over 500? Kind of what the point might be. Well, I have a few answers to that. One of them is the true love of the game. We all want to be here to have fun and truly enjoy Pokemon Trading Card Game for what it is. It's one of the most delightful communities to be part of, and people just love to play and love to experiment and try new techs. I think once you're over that 500 threshold, not only is there, you know, the love of the game to play for, but also just you get a little bit more calm time to experiment with a deck, try new things without so much pressure. But also there's the top 22.
There's the other end of the spectrum. Get CP. That's what a lot of these people are thinking. How do I get CP? Where do I get my CP from? Of course, you can go locally, get the challenges and the cups in, but a lot of the players here are trying to get those big CP points that are available for the top 8. And of course, everyone above top 512 here will be getting CP. So everyone in day 2 is going to be looking to try and get as far as possible and get up the rankings. But of course, that 500 threshold here in Europe is the case. But we just spoke to Fabrizio from Latin America. Only 350 for him. So coming to an event like this and doing well will be a great opportunity to climb within their region.
And don't forget that we are heading full speed towards a champion today. The champion of the 2024 Liverpool Regionals here in the UK will automatically qualify for the World Championships. And I honestly could not stress how pleased I am that that new prizing structure had come into place, because I think that especially with an event this big, especially with how much the game has been growing, we absolutely need to reward them as much as we can. Going first place out of over 1,500 participants is no easy feat, I can tell you that, chat.
Oh, for sure, and a lot of our round 13 matches are concluding right now. I think we've got a few more to go, but interesting looking at the top table. You know, we were looking at that top 22 earlier. Magnus Pedersen, who's 22nd right now in Europe, is currently at #1 with 34 points, 11-1-1. So that's going to really help them climb up the leaderboard. But still plenty of the season left to go. Plenty of stops, lots of regionals and special events here in Europe. And then we've got EUIC, NAIC, and of course the Worlds, which we're all competing for. But that's what's exciting, is it's just sort of halfway through the European event schedule at the moment. So a lot of these players who are climbing ahead now, they're trying to get the distance, trying to break away. But for everyone else, there's still a chance to catch up and ultimately just win a regional, and you make it anyway.
Straight away. Could you imagine, Imagine zero CP.
Imagine
and you
winning
went
a regional.
all the way. I know, right? Yeah, none of us have done that.
Winning a regional is not
Mike.
easy. It is not easy. I can tell you that for sure.
Oh no, not at all. Even just having the motivation and the, I guess, just resilience to stick on in there all the way until the end, keeping your cool, making sure that you're well rested, well fed. The adrenaline running through your body from the day before can often leave sleepless competitors, I tell you that. So I think it's really important to, as a little public safety announcement, to look after yourself.
I mean, we saw from one of the social posts, stopping at round 8 because I had to go get some pizza.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure you get the food in throughout. But of course, these players right now are really getting into the crunch time. We're going towards round 14 soon, round 13 currently finishing. So this is where we start to see those players on their win and ins. You know, we've got 9 rounds all completed yesterday. We're now seeing those day 2 players coming down to the final moments. To make a top 8 at the largest regional in Europe so far would be an incredible feat. And I think we're starting to see a lot of those top players starting to nail their spot, but it could be one game to make it when you're at your most fatigued state. So keep you cool, those top players waiting to make it, and we'll see who can. And of course the decks as well. You know, we've had day one, we saw a lot of the typical stuff we expect to see, less guardy than expected.
Yeah.
But into day two, we definitely elevated the strongest decks in our format, Charizard, Giratina, Gardevoir, and sort of a surprising Roaring Moon looking quite good.
Speaking of Roaring Moon and Giratina and Gardevoir and Mew,
There
anyway,
they are. Here they
here's
come.
our deck two, day two deck analysis. Just as Mike was just saying, honestly, we've got a fantastic selection of decks. This is not all of them, of course. This is just our top percentiles of day two. Mew very much in the running still to be our Liverpool champion 2 years running. It certainly can't make it a third, so I wonder whether it'll get its limelight.
I mean, there's a few decks that we don't really have a name for making their way towards the top. A lot of them containing Arceus, and actually there was 11 decks beforehand that we wouldn't really classify into any of these categories. So a large chunk of the day two meta is actually decks that are new and interesting. Some interesting Arceus decks with Rayquaza. Rayquaza VMAX, I forgot about that card. It's been so long since we saw it. And, you know, we've got a lot of the Snorlax stall through today. I think there's 5 decks with that block Snorlax in.
That's a lot.
So yeah, lots of things to work through, and that's what's so exciting about this current format is whenever you come up against an opponent, they could be playing so many different decks and you really are not sure whether it's going to be in your favor throughout a day.
Yeah, and speaking of all of the different matchups you can encounter, what do you think one of the scariest mirror matches would be?
One that was really powerful and explosive, really aggressive, because whoever gets that first knockout is going to be way ahead. So surely that would be the hardest one.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Well, I think you might get your wish, because we certainly have an explosive mirror match coming up next. I'm really excited for this one because
is it block Snorlax? No.
No.
The other end of the spectrum.
Other end of the spectrum with a massive aggression behind them. I'm going to be curious to see whether kind of going the aggressive route is the right one here, or whether taking your time, getting resources together, but also the variant of this deck can make a huge difference. So
let's see if chat could guess what we were hinting at there. Do you guys reckon you know what it was in chat? Because we're about to reveal what it is in 3, 2, 1. It was Roaring Moon!
Yeah!
I mean, I'm sure you guys are aware how well Roaring Moon is doing currently in the format. It's been growing in popularity, and as you can see right here, a very aggressive deck because of that frenzied gouging and Calamitous Storm on the Roaring Moon. Very good ways to take out big knockouts nice and early, and with all of the trainer cards available to accelerate energy into play, Professor Siler's Vitality, utilizing those Dark Patch, a combination of Energy Switch with the Galarian Moltres V, you can get energy onto the Roaring Moon nice and quickly, as well as make it a bit stronger with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, taking away potential damage. And we've seen a little bit more innovation with things like the Emergency Jelly, including things like Radiant Greninja. But as you can see, very good against decks that take a little while to get going, but against itself, it can often be who gets that first knockout, and from there, it's just the end of the game.
Yeah, I think Greninja's a really important kind of piece in that matchup, because you can use it to set up damage, and then it stops your opponent from being able to Frenzy Gouging, and if they do take the risk of using Frenzy Gouging, they could KO themselves in the process. So we could see a sudden death.
Oh yeah, I mean that's an important point, right? Is when you use Frenzy Gouging, which you have to hit 230, you're going to be putting yourself down to low hit points, and then that's where Greninja could come in. Also, the Iron Hands could then potentially have some interesting use. I don't know if that would be too funky to get out, but you know, this whole matchup is going to be back and forth and very aggressive. And maybe even the Morpeko could come in and be a little helpful attacker at some point. Oh
yeah, that's a really good point. Any smaller single prize attacker really could make the difference, and Morpeko's a really good choice. Fantastic ability. However, putting energy on it means that you can't retreat it for free anymore.
That's true. And when you think about the different cards that might be put down for consistency, things like Squawkabilly, Luminion, Mew EX, all of those are risks to put into play because they're within range. Even the Galarian Moltres is within range of the Calamitous Storm rather than the Frenzy Gouging, right? Have I got that the right way around? Yes.
Frenzy Gouging is the attack that knocks out anything but puts you to 200 damage.
So Roaring Moon should be interesting to see how that pans out. And of course, at this stage, these players will be quite familiar with what each other's playing. They'll have seen each other. They might have even played against each other in day one. It would be interesting to know that's the case. But they will be very familiar with what they're up against. But those specific counts that we see change from Roaring Moon to Roaring Moon, whether there's water energy in there or not, that's where you start to wonder, what form of Roaring Moon am I up against?
Yeah, it can make a huge difference. And so we're going to have to wait and see with this matchup whether the Roaring Moon lists are exactly the same or whether they've got techs that will help against this kind of partial mirror. It's very unusual time for Roaring Moon. I think it used to be quite clear that whoever takes the first KO is the person who's going to succeed in the match, but now it's kind of a bit different with the amount of different techs that people have chosen to put into Roaring Moon. The versions can be entirely different, and so that's where it can really be a bit more of a pinch.
Yeah, and the two players we're going to be watching, we'll reveal them shortly to you. Just getting them over to the table, making sure they get settled in and set up for the next round. Of course, coming into round 14 now. I believe this is the crunch time where we can start seeing win-ins. The two players we're going to be featuring are on that sort of one win and you're probably in stage, but even then, it might require another draw or a win on top of that. Because it's such a big event, typically you go, oh, I'll be safe on 33 points. But there's so many more players here that actually were starting to push that limit on what number is safe to make it through to the next day. And so we might see some unfortunate players just bubbling out despite having such an amazing record.
Yeah, there is all to play for. The pressure is on. Every moment counts, every energy attachment, every draw for turn, every single moment will head towards our victor here, and we will see exactly what unfolds very shortly. But we do have so much to go from here. There is just an abundance of changes that could happen.
Oh yeah, and a lot of these last few games can go 2 wins and in, right? You know, people can really push up through that leaderboard. I think at this moment we should also, you know, give a shout out to Roaring Moon. It's looking really good right now. Like, obviously off the back of this, one of those Roaring Moons could be winning. Obviously if it's a draw, then they both, the Roaring Moons struggle a little bit, but if either of these players win, that's a Roaring Moon edging closer to that top 8. And I think it's one of those decks that a lot of people overestimated at first. It sort of disappeared because it didn't do so well at LAIC, and it's slowly been climbing as people have worked out the optimal way to play it. You know, we got to see Joshua earlier on stream playing it very well, and just showing how aggressive the deck can be in that early pressure, and some of the fun cards you can include, like the cross switches, cancelling Cologne, all those kind of ways to integrate the Greninja in. So it's a fun little deck that has a lot of options.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at its good and bad matchups, Roaring Moon is probably the most aggressive deck that we have in format right now, and that's clearly shining in this meta where we have we still have VMAXs, we still have Mew, we still have Gardevoir who's weak to Dark. There are so many choices, and yet a lot of the buck stops with a Dark type.
Oh yeah, and it was Miraidon or Roaring Moon. Which of these is going to be the best tempo deck in the format? Which of these is going to be the one that puts the pressure on early? And then Miraidon almost had to lean into a different approach, which was less tempo, because it couldn't keep up with something like Roaring Moon. So I had to go, do you know what, we're going to start including Iron Hands, more disruption, and go down a different route. Whereas Roaring Moon is one of the few decks currently in format that has just pretty much scrapped all disruption and just gone, I'm going to go fast, I'm going to do it the best I can, and if you can't deal with it, then I just win.
Yeah, and honestly, it kind of looked at some of its poorer matchups and went, oh, wait a minute, I can do that too. Greninja, Iron Hands, and it just kind of went wild, and now everyone is like, oh, actually, this deck is way more versatile than I originally realized, and that can help me with my worst matchups, and especially the mirror match. I feel like this is where it changes.
Yeah, players are sitting down right now, just trying to get them in, ready to play their game. I can see them shuffling. You guys at home are about to experience this Roaring Moon battle back and forth. We'll be explosive as we see the players there. Hello person in the front row. The score here is 0-0, of course, just starting off. So Jill versus David. This is going to be an interesting game.
It very much is. I'm trying to see. Oh, is it a Politoed at the front there?
Oh, look at that. We love the players with plushies, taking them around.
it.
Little lucky plushies. But we're just making sure we get them all settled in. They know what's going on. And like we said, an explosive match here.
Oh, it's going to be one for the ages, honestly. I'm really interested to see what cards in each of their decks are going to be the one that makes them stand out. I kind of hope they're different, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we say a mirror match, but we watched a Charizard mirror match yesterday. It was one of the most entertaining games we had on stream because it was slightly different text for the mirror. So watching how that panned out was fascinating. And the same kind of thing is true of Roaring Moon now. It's actually quite an interesting matchup to see how it pans out and which different compositions both players have.
Yeah, it can make all the difference. Both players seem to be very almost set up. Just looking at that starting hand, and we have a mulligan on David's side, so their opponent does get a bit of a sneak peek into what they might be hiding in that deck, but I think all the cards in that hand looked pretty typical of Roaring Moon. It's just they get the tip-off of knowing exactly what deck David is playing, as it was certainly telling. And sometimes having that information going into game one can be crucial. Knowing what you're playing against, both players are probably going to want to choose to go second, right, to attempt to get that first aggressive kind of primary attack.
Oh, yeah.
So now that Jill knows that David is going to be also playing Roaring Moon, if they win the coin flip, they know to choose second.
Yeah, I wonder if they did know about that already. There it is, Politoed. Hello.
It's part of the sitting cutie range. He is sitting very cutely.
I mean, that looks a little bit like Shay's Krogunk from earlier.
Oh no, I don't want to call him Stinky Bear, please no.
But of course, we'll be seeing the game kick it off here as there's the prizes. Ooh, two very important consistency cards on one side, and of course some important attackers on the other. It could affect the game. Two Roaring Moon in the prizes for Jill, and then Greninja and Luminion in the prizes for David.
And it looks like we're kicking off. Jill's going first.
Oh, wow. So just going to be playing out that first hand, making sure they've got all the things needed to discard.
Yeah, enough cards in the hand, right? Here we go. The first draw for turn is another Darkness Energy. The hand looks a little bit questionable, but not the worst. It could be a lot worse, but I'm not feeling great about it, if I'm honest.
They will be able to thin out lots of good cards, but at this point they're just checking to see what's available, and of course finding out those two Roaring Moon a prize will be huge. There are 4 in the deck, so probably only needs 2 for now, and we'll hopefully get the last one off the prizes, but it's definitely something to think about. And as you mentioned, seeing the different types here of what we're seeing. So for Jill, we're seeing the pure dark energy build, and on the other side David is playing the 2 water energy to be able to integrate the Greninja into the play. So we mentioned some of the differences that can add. You mentioned the Greninja being a good way to finish off a Roaring Moon that has damaged itself.
Yeah, I think it's a really lovely addition. Being able to kind of put that upon your opponent and put up that pressure is huge. However, another kind of problem with that, in a sense, is that Mew can also copy Greninja's attacks. So Jill does have a way of utilizing Greninja in a different way without having to have the water energy at all. So they can still make that happen.
That would be very cheeky as well.
It would.
We might see that later on. But yeah, there is some disruption for Jill, an Iono and a Judge, where on the other side, I think it's just going to be pure make it happen. Yeah, there is one Iono as well, but yeah, very little disruption. That could be quite important at the end, because Roaring Moon is a deck that can be disrupted if it's not quite ready for it. So something to think about.
And here we go, first Pokestop of the game.
Solid.
2 items and an Iono. Iono goes to the discard pile, and just as Pokestop says, the other 2 items go to hand.
Okay, but they're going to be discarded off the Squawk and Seas, or has that already happened? I might have missed that.
And there we go, attaching the ancient, I always forget the word, ancient booster energy capsule. No,
there's an energy in there.
Yeah, it's ancient booster energy capsule. It's quite a difficult one, isn't it?
A
mouthful. And there we go. with
there we go.
energy, so much darkness energy in the discard pile for a first turn. It's a good and a bad thing for Roaring Moon. It can be really helpful, but you can overdo it. But 3 Dark Patch in hand, I'm going to say that's pretty helpful.
Definitely a good thing at that point, right? Want to get as many energy in play early on. You want to set up a stable board state. And not going to be doing anything more than that. And one of the big keys in this matchup is actually just leaving a 1 prizer in the active until you're ready to go, because it's all well and good getting the combo piece off to get an attacker, but if you don't get the escape rope and you use a Professor Silas Vitality, a lot of your ways to get the single prizer out of the active just aren't available. So yeah, the leaving Greninja in the active is such a key start to the game.
Absolutely, and we move on to David's turn, starting with a very strong Battle VIP pass, access to a full moon of Roaring Moon from their deck, unlike Gilles there. So they're just going to have a little check and see what the best course of action to begin with. And yep, they're going for Squawkabilly and Roaring Moon. The nice thing about Mew EX is it does have free retreat, so if David does get a Roaring Moon set up on the bench, they will be able to attack this turn. However, they're ideally going to want to be looking at KOing that Roaring Moon that's very well set up on the bench.
Yeah, having the Radiant Greninja in the prizes is such a prime single prize you'd love to leave in the active. So actually, it's a bigger problem than you might realize, just because you can't access. Firstly, it's helping the consistency with the concealed cards.
Oh no, a boss's order to the discard pile. That could have been one of the conditions that David would need this turn to make an effective attack. Prize mapping in this kind of mirror match is going to be essential to success. Prize mapping correctly and making sure that you're taking meaningful KOs is going to make the difference.
So Galarian Moltres taken out of the deck will allow to get some energy from the discard back into play, and we see just the 1 darkness energy there, and does have a Dark Patch too, so might opt to use that before the Squawkin Seas. Might even use the research here to dig deep. So we'll see the Dark Patch to kick things off.
Yeah, gonna go straight onto the Galarian Moltres, which has the fantastic ability to drag lots of energy back onto the field, straight in with an energy switch onto Roaring Moon, and restart from Mew to draw up to 3 cards. So 2 more on top of that Professor's Research.
Okay, just gonna research that energy away, so still available to use the Galarian Moltres to try and get that energy into play.
But unfortunately, now the supporter has been played. There will be no boss's orders. So it looks like Greninja might be the only choice of target as of right this second.
Or might have to try and get a 1 prizer and play themselves and just hope that it can sit there a turn and that it's hard for Gilles on the other side. But no, just setting up a rigid board state is key. Like you mentioned, you do have access on David's side to that Greninja attack if it's able to come off the prizes later on. So there is a way to knock out. But it's not just the Greninja that's prized. There is a water energy as well. And only playing 2 water energy, that's 2 of the 3 pieces you need to make that possible.
Also taking kind of KOs or dealing damage with the second attack on our Roaring Moon could be incredibly kind of dangerous in this game. Using Calamity Storm does 100 damage, and you may discard a stadium in play. If you do, the attack will do 120 more. Now, there are limited stadiums in play, and both players have access to that attack. So if we're thinking about the amount of Calamity Storms we can use in a game, and both players are trying, that could be a bit sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage as well, for David, it might even be thinking about knocking out his Greninja just to disrupt the board state for Gilles, because there's not a huge amount got developed last turn. The hand looks quite small. So if you do use the Calamitous Storm, you're going to be taking away one of the main outs for Gilles. So it could just be accepting that you might get knocked out here.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, because they could remove the Pokestop in the process as well. So taking away card draw from the Greninja's concealed cards, but also taking away the card draw from
Opting for the leave the one prizer approach. We said that could be an option there.
Yeah, absolutely. There were a lot of options, to be totally fair. Going over to Gilles' turn with the trekking shoes and benching their own Mew EX.
Okay. So we got that dart patched in the hand from last turn. Oh, the boss's orders is huge here.
That's lovely. And yeah, so we're going to see a huge KO as our first KO of the game. Unfortunately, David didn't make a meaningful attack, which is the problem. Going second is all well and good if you can make a meaningful attack.
Oh, this is a clunky hand. Getting rid of the Roaring Moon there too is quite bad because, as we know, the other two are in the prizes. So that hand has 2 Battle VIP Pass in it, a dart patch that can't be used, a Pokestop which is not able to bump a Pokestop. So that hand is not going to be very useful when trying to restart with the Mew.
Oh, so they went for the Frenzied Gouging, putting 200 damage on their own Pokemon. Very risky, especially at this stage, but clearly they were wanting to kind of set the pace of the game and say, I am here and you should be afraid.
I mean, with no next attacker set up, I think David will feel quite comfortable here if they can just get the return knockout, which is much more possible with that Galarian Moltres available because it does guarantee at least one energy into play. Where for Gilles, if a knockout does come through, there's not much left on board to be able to set up the next attack.
No, that is so awfully true. A 2 energy switch have been used already, so it may be that kind of Moltres is the attacking force here, which may not benefit David late game in getting more energy onto the board. So it's a difficult choice.
Okay, just going to use that energy switch there.
Oh, that's 3.
1 attachment.
Oh.
So this is going to be a restart to try and find that Professor Sada Vitality.
For 2, we got a Pokestop still, and we can
there
use
it is.
Did he get it?
Oh, there it is.
Beautiful work, like a masterclass. Here we go. There we are. Attach 2 energy to your ancient Pokemon from your discard pile and draw 3 cards.
That was the dream.
Oh, and I think they got for a Sealstone off that as well.
Oh my goodness, everything coming together now. It always looks like these kinds of turbo decks are out of it, but they draw so many cards in a turn. All it takes is hitting that next thing that draws you more cards.
You know what? I forgot we hadn't even used Pokestop yet. Pokestop till you drop. Let's see all item cards is coming up, David.
David feeling good right now. Got that energy switch as well for next turn to try and get the next Roaring Moon powered up. But the return knockout here, not only will it knock out the Roaring Moon, but it will get rid of that stadium potentially, which you can see it will actually be a town store now.
Town store does benefit both players, so maybe a bit of a risky one unless you're going to use Calamitous Storm. So yeah, maybe a different game plan here. Calamity Storm could help to kind of remove that before Gilles can use it. Just something to bear in mind, because obviously this current active Roaring Moon is damaged enough for it.
We just saw there for David getting the Vitality Band off of the town store, which is great for the mirror here. We mentioned how using the 220 damage doesn't work against Roaring Moon. You know, using Frenzied Gouging would have to be the way to do it, but Calamitous Storm will be an option when you've got the Vitality Band to be able to knock out an opposing Roaring Moon. As long as they don't have that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on, then it would be a way to get through. So Vitality Band almost acting as a mirror tech here, also good for Iron Hands and, of course, things like Dragonite. There's a lot of really good Pokemon in the format right now that have 230 hit points.
Honestly, it's surprising how much difference 10 damage can make. But sometimes that's just the mathematics of the situation, and that 10 damage means everything. And in this instance, it absolutely is. You're so right. And I'm excited to see how it pans out and how exactly kind of David has respected the mirror match.
I wonder, there's another scenario where it might get used on the Galarian Moltres to turn it from 190 to 200, which can be quite useful too.
Good in Miraidon matchups.
Yeah, good against Snorlax when they've got a Bravery Charm too. So very clever little addition there. The Vitality Band from David, obviously working to great success to be 9-1-3 here at Liverpool, but it could be useful in this late stage, round 14, could come in and be the hero needed next turn.
But bringing it back to Gilles' turn, they've gone ahead and Ultra Balled away those Battle VIP pass. Definitely don't need them anymore for their own Galarian Moltres. Oh, there it is, Galarian Moltres V back onto the bench. Another Roaring Moon, Dark Patch, and straight onto the Roaring Moon. And this is the beauty of Roaring Moon, really. At the start of their turn, they had 0 attackers set up, but it can just jump out of the flames and continue trudging.
Don't know how much energy is left in deck. You mentioned earlier on how it's a great thing to get all that energy in the discard because you have all the Dark Patch, Professor Sada's Vitality. But at this stage, getting energy could be quite useful as it'll increase your draw through those concealed cards, which there is 2 still left in deck, so leaving those available for this stage, very smart, and it'll also improve the quality of the Pokestop this turn.
Yeah, those are the final 2 energy in the deck. I kind of see that as a catch-22 personally. I know I can't search for any more energy, but it makes my Pokestops better.
Yeah. We'll see what happens here off of this concealed cards. Similar scenario to what we saw with David, really looking to find that Professor Sada's Vitality just to get a little bit more energy into play. There are other options too. Dark Patch, most of them are gone though. Forest Seal Stone might get it. And we'll just see with the Emergency Jelly here whether you go for the Forest Seal Stone first or do you go for the Pokestop? What's going to be the plan here?
Yeah, there's a lot of different options. Again, the Emergency Jelly is really nice just to be able to heal off some damage so that kind of you just can't get nudged by a single prizer for the knockout. Kind of takes away that possible Greninja play and maybe even takes you out of range of a Morpeko.
Oh, interesting. Might be thinking of going for the research here just to get more cards for next turn, because there was 3 energy switch in there, and with both the Galarian Moltres V on the bench, all that would be needed is an energy switch of sort at this stage. But of course, this matchup is all about who takes that first knockout to be able to set the pace. If you can continue to keep taking 2 prizes, you just win. But at some point, it might get too much for Gilles here to continue that 2-2-2 journey, and at that point, David would then return to being in the lead.
Yeah, I do like the pick of Professor Sada's Vitality here, though, with all of that energy in the discard pile. Just being able to guarantee put 2 of them on, well, up to 2, I should say. They've opted for 1 in this instance, and draw 3. Honestly, I'm super happy with that.
Yeah, you'll take that, and then you still get to use the Galarian Moltres V, and you get 3 more cards. You get plenty of draw off the back of it, so that Roaring Moon is ready to take a knockout here. And as we mentioned, no Vitality ban for Gilles, just for David, so it will have to be a Frenzy Gouging here for the knockout.
I really like that David's kept it secret as well.
Well, he did get it off the town store, so I don't know if it was secret.
Oh, that's very true, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was off the town store anyway.
Yeah, no, you're right, it was. And then, yeah, it's just because it went out of play so quickly, because Roaring Moon said, no thank you. But the Emergency Jelly does activate, healing 120 damage, isn't it? Or is it 130?
It's 120,
120
I believe, yeah.
damage, there we go. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, you can see 80 damage on that Roaring Moon. Does 200 damage to itself. Emergency Jelly healing a little bit there, and setting up that Roaring Moon to be out of range of something like the Greninja attack we spoke about earlier, but will not be out of range of a Roaring Moon looking to swing and get a knockout. So Gilles now going to be down to 2 prize cards remaining, and this is the crunch time. Can David do something this turn that makes it impossible for Gilles to get a 2 prize knockout next turn, because that's all they can do at this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, can they? Can they make that happen? I think that's the issue. Like,
a lot to ask. Still got the Forest Seal. You know, got the energy pretty much now. They know how to get a knockout this turn, but the next question is, can they get the disruption off? Because it's all well and good getting this knockout, but if a return one just comes next turn, then it's next to pointless. So the Ino and the Sada's Vitality going back in, and obviously can get that Ino off of the Forest Seal if needed, but we'll hope to draw into it naturally.
I tell you what my concern is, that I think David's in a position where all he might be able to do would be to force a sudden death.
Potentially. That is a very fair point.
If he takes a knockout here, then both of them will be on 2 prize cards, but then if they manage to set up a situation where... Oh, no, I suppose they can't.
This first
Not right
knockout
now.
will definitely be a Calamitous Storm, so that Roaring Moon will remain healthy.
Yeah, that's true.
And would only be at a knockout from that Mew EX or a following Roaring Moon, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot to do to get that to that stage. So Gilles, most likely outcome would be setting up a Galarian Moltres V, which wouldn't be enough at that stage and would need a Gust with that.
But then Mew would knock itself out in the process.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's a bit sketchy.
It is the Iono that's going to have to be the key here. Will it stick? Gilles has 2 prize cards remaining, I believe. So we'll just get 2 cards off the Iono.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. The pressure is building as we head towards...
Oh, there it is. The Iono's gone down.
As we head towards the end of this game 1 of round 14.
There we go, offering the cut. Those 2 cards, what will they be for Gilles? We'll have that Mew EX to help draw a little bit more, but the stadium will be gone.
Oh, Moltres wanted in some of the Pokéstop action there. There we go, 2 cards into hand. Another Dark Patch. Ending up on Galarian Moltres, understandable. It's another valid attacker in this deck. 190 damage is nothing to frown at.
Yeah, this is what we said about this matchup. Is it is literally who can take all of their knockouts back to back to back, and if the other person takes it first, you have to have a way to get back into it. And right there, that knockout has happened. Luminion and Radiant Greninja will be great to get off the prizes there for David to help facilitate that final attack. But for Gilles, is it possible now?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's possible.
Pokestop gone. Yeah, I was going to say, didn't want to leave that into play. And we see 3 cards here.
Okay, let's have a look. It looks like a Morpeko.
Oh my, that's not what you want to see.
Energy switch, is that?
Yeah, I think it's literally going to be thin the hand down, switch energy to the Mew EX.
And then restart?
Is this going to be to force?
Oh my gosh.
My goodness.
Well, there's a Judge and a Pokestop, so there's still card draw potential.
How do you get the other 2 energy onto the Mew? Because
I just don't know, because you can only attach 1 per turn, and then you'd maybe need a Moltres and Energy Switch combo again.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to do, especially off of 4 cards in the Judge, and then you got the Pokestop, which could help you get the Energy Switch, but could also get rid of the energy that's available to attach.
Oh, I'm not sure how I'd structure this turn, honestly.
I mean, it's
there's so much pressure.
It's reaching right now. Ooh.
Oh, 2 Energy Switch.
That could be it, because there's 2 Galarian Moltres Vs in play, right?
Yeah, so, but that again, that would force.
Oh my.
Oh.
Okay, there is the energy switch there.
That would force a sudden death.
It would, and for those of you who don't know, if by taking a knockout on your opponent's Pokemon and you knock yourself out that turn so that you both end up with 0 prize cards remaining, you go into a sudden death. And how does a sudden death work, Amy?
So you restart your game entirely. It's kind of a mini game between your best of 3. So you would still do a dice roll to decide who's going to go first and who to go second. So a coin flip, essentially. And then you still set out 6 prize cards. However, the first person to take a KO is the winner of that first game. And then you move on to game 2. Same as usual, whoever didn't win will get to choose whether they go first or second.
So because you can only use 1 Dire Flame Wing per turn, they were not able to get those final energy onto the Mew, so had to retreat into the Morpeko and just put 70 damage preparing for the Galarian Moltres next turn and hoping that David wouldn't be able to find a way to go around the Morpeko. So in the end found a way to avoid that overtime and the sudden death.
Fitting in a sudden death into a 50-minute best of 3 match is difficult, I tell you that. I had the same situation at a cup a few weeks ago where in game 1 we went to sudden death and it was so difficult to consider whether it was even worth it.
Yeah, we've got the Galarian Moltres ready for next turn. That will be able to get the final energy needed with the Dire Flame Wing, so it is ready to get the knockout next turn in theory. So without a Gust option for David, no boss's orders, and this will be So Luminion Energy Escape Rope. So the escape rope would get you around the Morpeko, but there's another single prizer there. We've just got to see whether it will go down to that tiebreaker match. It seems like it won't at this stage. I mean, it really will be down to if Gilles has to get the knockout with a Mew, which is not going to happen. So this game looks to be going the natural way. There will be 6 prize cards taken by one player, but not the other. So Gilles just hoping no way around this Morpeko now. David trying to find an option.
Yeah, it is a tough match. Honestly, it's coming down to the wire, and a lot of time has ticked by while all of this has been going on as well.
Do you remember at the start when we said if you leave a one prizer in the active, it can give you a bit of time, and then there suddenly was that boss's orders that went around it? Well, let's remember how that works. We're back to it. Just leaving one prizes in the active. Who's going to take the bait? Who's going to be the first one to take the one prize knockout just to lose the game the next turn? So it seems to be David has just left a Morpeko in the active and said, can you get around it? I've seen a boss. Can you get around this one?
That's the thing. But both players have done it, right?
Yep.
Both players have been like, okay, well, you can't win if I leave this in the active and you don't have a boss. So it's a very funny situation because both players are kind of waiting to see who's going to take that first aggressive stance.
Oh, wow. Seems to be digging for it here. My goodness.
Have they got no cards left in deck?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh.
I think they were just out of cards there and they accepted that that was the way to do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, wait, but David's looking through the discard pile?
Does David...
David?
Does David realise?
I don't know. Maybe the deck's out of shot. Maybe we can't see it.
Maybe that's the case here. But it seemed like they just they decked themselves out knowing that they couldn't win this game because they could ultimately both just leave one prize in the active until one of them decked out, right? And yeah. And that's it there. They're scooping it all up and we're going into the next game. So
there we go.
David the winner.
It was so close. That was so scary.
Yeah, I think Gilles, just with a bit of sense of humour there, realising they couldn't win, decided to just deck themselves out to finish the game.
A very unusual win condition.
Yeah, I mean, by leaving the one prize in the active, they kind of checkmated each other of like, whoever knocks out first will lose the game. And so the only way you could get around that would be to hope the other person has less cards in deck and deck out. And on this occasion, David had more cards remaining.
Yeah, very unusual. I don't think I've ever seen a Roaring Moon run out of cards in their deck as the win condition.
Yeah, well, on this occasion, leaving the one prize in the active is such a powerful tool for Roaring Moon to be able to pull off, and we saw it early on was the strategy. As soon as that first knockout was triggered, it then couldn't be done until right at the end there where they went back to the can you knock out my one prizer strategy.
Yeah, and again, that's why prize mapping is so important in this particular mirror match.
100%, and typically you want 2-2-2.
Yeah. But not in this instance, not if you have enough single prize Pokemon that you can use them as a method of disruption.
Well, we got to see a few of the important cards in this matchup. That Vitality Band, definitely something to bear in mind. David coming with the 10 damage modifier that allows you to get a potential knockout on a opposing Roaring Moon without doing damage to yourself, which could be huge. And also, we mentioned that Greninja.
Yeah.
Greninja could take out a Morpeko as well as a Roaring Moon, so you're not stuck in that situation we just saw there where you can't take out a one prizer.
That's the thing, Greninja can be incredibly powerful, and David has that water energy in their deck to be able to use it. But Gilles also can make use of it via a Mew EX. So either player does have that as an option if they see the timing is right.
Yeah, we said this was going to be an explosive matchup, which of course it is, but it's not quite as explosive as we thought. It's become quite intricate in real terms. And a Luminion start for David, that is not ideal.
No, not at all. Honestly, not great. Not only, I mean, okay, there's two ways I can look at this. David does have water energy. They can use Aqua Return. Not only does that put Luminion back into the deck, but also Luminion, you know, does 120 damage, and that's nothing to shake your tail at in this matchup. So it could be relevant damage, and Luminion can be used later in the game, and the energy's back in the deck.
Could be cheeky, that.
Could. But on the other hand, Luminion's awful to start with. You've got to kind of, I suppose, use up an energy to manually retreat it, but is it a problem? Because if it's a darkness energy, then we can use a dark patch. So there's so many ways to think about this, but I think ultimately it isn't
And it's at the pass. That's the pass.
Oh,
so
no.
Gilles has an opportunity here to get a big knockout. And starting off, we see an attachment. And there is a judge in hand, which might be the only way to reset it and go find other cards. It will be, so going to be using that judge to try and find a way. So without Professor Sada's vitality, no energy in the discard, it's going to be pretty tricky off this judge. But of course, still, a Luminion with an energy attached and 4 fresh cards for David. Not going to be great either.
Gilles going second in this match. I mean, we had exactly this happen earlier, Mike, and I can see it happening again. If Gilles gets all of the cards that they need to be able to
Battle
use...
VIP.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to be huge because the Battle VIP can get the Squawkabilly.
Oh, we can see it again, folks. We can see that one-hit KO taking out David's only Luminion. And if so, then we move on to a game 3, especially after game 1 being quite the back and forth. This surprises me.
And this is the greatest asset of Roaring Moon, being able to get those early knockouts. I'm sure there's been plenty of people all throughout Liverpool Regional who've been getting donked by this powerful early game deck. Roaring Moon, probably the strongest deck in the first few turns and the most threatening and the one that you have to worry about the most. But towards the end game can, as we saw, fizzle out a little bit. And that's where both these players will lean into whichever strategy is correct for the game in hand.
And to those who might be new, donk simply means to knock out the only Pokemon in the active spot. So it's usually considered the beginning of the game when this happens to say, oh, I got donked means
Brilliant.
I only had one Pokemon and it got knocked out.
So yeah, just using the Pokestop there before using the Squawkabilly because there's a Dark Patch in hand and actually got a Dark Energy discarded off of that. I think they might have it, actually. So if they Earthen Vessel away this, they'll have energy in hand. They got the Dark Patch to get the first energy onto the Roaring Moon. It would just be then, oh no, they need to get an energy switch after the Squawkabilly because the first energy on that Roaring Moon was through a manual attachment. So a lot of options now available going after the Squawkabilly. There's, what, 4 energy switch, 3 Dark Patch, all of which would be viable options.
Yeah, they could all make the difference and they could all make this happen. Mew being inactive is rather nice at the moment as well with that free retreat. 2 energy there in the discard pile is rather lovely.
So Squawkabilly to see whether they can get this attack off.
Here we go.
There it is, the energy switch.
The energy switch. Oh, they might as well lay down their hand. Here we go. And Roaring Moon must
straight
go
away.
forward. Straight away, Luminion got KO'd. And we have our winner, Lickety Split.
I mean, Gilles getting game 2 there, showing exactly the Roaring Moon star of dreams, getting those knockouts, and there were so many ways to win in those final turns. We even forgot about Forest Sealstone, which would have got anything you absolutely needed. The first card Gilles turned over was one of those options. So Roaring Moon, a slow game to start with, went into that explosive beginning, and now we're going to be going into game 3 where David gets to choose the optimal start.
This really is a full moon masterclass with these both of these players being very prolific in the tech choice and clearly very well practiced, both of them. That first game was incredibly intense, and then Roaring Moon doing what Roaring Moon does best in game 2.
I'm sure David was just sat there as he looked at a Roaring Moon setting up, knocking out his only Pokemon player and went, fair enough, I've been that person all day.
I've done that,
I've been doing that quite a lot, so I know how my opponents now all felt when I did it. So we'll see if a better start happens here for David, and for Gilles, we'll be looking to try and get that early knockout, just as he did in both games.
I hope we have a nice nail-biter of a situation this time. As with game 1, it's always fun to see that back and forth and that struggle between the decks, and then we really do get that masterclass. We get to see how best to play the matchup. We get to theory craft together and you know, take a lot away from this.
Maybe David's lucky Politoed was drawing the water types into the active spot a bit too hard in that last game. Luminion, a support Pokemon you don't want to start with. can be often the worst starter in the decks it appears in, but such an important card in all of the decks it appears in to be utilized later on. Prize cards wise, the Squawkabilly could be the biggest factor there, maybe the Morpeko for the single prize in the active plan, but we do see a Morpeko and a Roaring Moon to start, and Jill will begin.
Do you know what? I thought I saw a flash of blue as David turned over their card, and I was thinking, no! Actually, it's Roaring Moon, so it's all good. David is going second, though, so I think that Squawkabilly not being an option is a bit of a shame. But Jill has started really well with the Morpeko, knowing that, okay, this is a single prize Pokemon. If David knocks it out, that's kind of okay. I'm all right with it. I
think that Morpeko might just sit in the active until Jill can get a knockout, or until David can gust around it to get a knockout. So very safe sat there right now.
Oh, very much so. Very safe on its own, having a good time. But it might be in a hungry hurry if David forces it out of the active. That's the only thing that could happen. But David obviously isn't wanting to use a boss's orders on their first turn. They're going to want to focus on other supporters that are going to help them get set up with a rigid board state to be able to keep pace with Gilles.
Just going to be getting that dark energy out, Earthen Vessel. Not opting to get too much out. Obviously you get the choice of 2 or 1 basic energy, and sometimes it is just better to only get a little bit out, because obviously drawing into it will allow you to draw more with the concealed cards later on. You mentioned last game you really want to get as much in the discard pile, but not too much. No, not at all, and unfortunately that was really the cincher there. Running out of cards in deck. And I called it at the start of the game, you know, that's a lovely amount of energy to have in there, but also a little bit scary. Thinning is winning, as they say, but so is your opponent decking out. That is also a winning situation. Yeah, maybe they thinned too much, thinned too close to the sun, that one. Yeah, Battle VIP pass on the other side of that Squawkabilly will be dreamy for Gilles as they look to try and set up that rigid board state we mentioned before. You just want to be chaining 2 prize attackers here, so if you can get as much energy on as many Roaring Moons and Glaring Moltres early on as possible, then you will be comfortable throughout the rest of the game. And I really like those Professor's Research. They're the Professor Willow promo cards from Pokemon Go. Yeah, with the code on them. Yeah, that's so cool. I'm sure the code has been used. if you're zooming in, I'm sure it's been used. If not, fair play, Gilles. Just giving out free codes. Give out some free codes. If you're a Pokemon Go player catching the stream, very best of luck. Oh, yeah, no, that board state's looking fantastic. Exactly what I'd expect from a turn 1 Roaring Moon. We've got our Galarian Moltres, Greninja, Roaring Moon and Squawkabilly. I really couldn't hope for anything better. It does have the trekking shoes to carry on the dig. And as you mentioned, those Professor's Research will be a great way to start next turn. Given enough energy is in play, otherwise you'd be looking for those Professor Sada's Vitality more so. It's been a lovely turn to set up. Absolutely perfect. Going to be Professor's Researching essentially nothing away, just another Professor's Research. But over to David's turn, getting that Greninja down as well. I imagine we're going to see a copycat of, not the card, but of the board state. You can see a few different supporters there, Research, and Ino, and Professor Sada's Vitality. Ideally, you'd want to use that Professor Sada's Vitality at some point, but it might not be possible this side of the Research. Oh, it is just all going to be going. Yep, no, I think that's a really valid choice. I think sometimes you can spend too much time focusing on almost the wrong strategy and the wrong supporter, and there's a lot of card draw to be had here if David does it right, and I think sequencing this turn is so crucial for David to attempt to just pull forward in this match, unlike game 1. Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to be a Roaring Moon and a Galarian Moltres V, but does have a Roaring Moon in hand, so it doesn't actually need to get that down. But the only other basic Pokemon, I believe, was a Luminion, so not much use for that. As we mentioned earlier, the Morpeko is in the prize cards, as well as the Squawkabilly, so those 2 really important choices here of the Battle VIP pass are not available. Again, it could be quite telling if they don't go for the Squawkabilly here, which they can't. 100%. You know.
which does make the turn a lot less powerful. Squawkabilly is incredibly crucial to these decks to start gaining energy in the discard pile, just getting that consistency through. I think that's the only thing that Roaring Moon struggled with in the early days of deck building. So a lot of people were finding that it just wasn't hitting what they needed to on the right turns, like the pacing wasn't quite right. And the extra card draw on your first turn from that Squawkabilly made a huge difference, and now I think it's an essential part of the Roaring Moon core build.
I've seen some with 2 in because it's so important.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a vital card early on, and we can see this game might be an example of why. But of course, no Squawkabilly in play, no liabilities that potentially might be easier to knock out. So that's definitely a potential benefit. Pokestop getting an Earthen Vessel, and at this stage, energy is required, so could be useful. But it does look like a first turn attack might be a bit tricky here.
I think it may be a bit too much to ask for. I think if David were to go for a first turn attack, not only would they only be taking out a single price Pokemon, but they would also be spending a lot of resources to do so, and I'm not sure it's worth it.
Yeah, and 2 darkness energy on both sides in the prize cards, so limited access to the energy for both Gilles and David. Should be fine, given that a lot of the energy will just be recycled through Dark Patch and Professor Sada's Vitality. Will be a slower turn here. Can David find a way to get a single prize in the active as well? That is another big part of this turn. If that's possible, then we might see a slow start. If not, Gilles might come in aggressively next turn and start that prize race.
I think my worry for David is that if Greninja ends up in the active spot, that takes away some card draw.
Could do, especially if there's no attacker ready to come, then they might just knock out the Radiant Greninja.
Indeed, and that's something I'd worry about. Greninja is quite important to this deck. Again, it needs heavy card draw to be consistent. That's what Roaring Moon relies on. Yes, Roaring Moon itself is aggressive, but it relies on so many different cards to move the energy around to get to it. It's like a little conveyor belt. It needs its friends, and it needs these pieces of machinery in a perfect order in order to get the energy to itself in time.
You going down. Potentially some extra draw there. We'll attach the water energy to the active. Ooh, not the ideal ending, but we'll just be getting a restart here. Try and find a way to protect that Roaring Moon. Energy switch to the active is going to have to just retreat, but all that energy out of play just shows you how important it is to leave a 1 prize in the active in these early turns.
Yep, and again, it's just the way the mirror's played, isn't it? It's, okay, I need to make progress. Okay, I can't, so I guess I'll try and stop my opponent from making progress instead. And it almost feels like who's gonna break first, like a game of chicken. Like
100%.
Who's gonna take the first prize card? Oh, not me. Okay, I'm gonna try and make it be you then, but I don't want you taking a multi-prize Pokemon. So here's a Morpeko or a Greninja. Do your worst.
So Gilles got 2 boss's orders. Won't be able to use it this turn with the Professor's research going, but there is access to Gust there that could be very useful later on. For now, we'll probably just try and get as much energy in play ready to power up, because no energy in play right now for David really puts the pace on him to try and keep up with Gilles.
Yeah, massively, and that's the issue. They got a really small hand. Gilles knows this, and no energy. If they do take out this Radiant Greninja, that kind of puts a bit of a strangle on David's resources and being able to not only discard energy for those dark patches and Professor Sada's Vitality, but also not being able to draw cards from concealed cards, leaving just Mew with restart. It's just not ideal.
As you mentioned, 2 boss's orders for Gilles and a Pal Pad, so could in theory use 4 through a game. The 1 Pal Pad for David will only be able to get back a oh no, there's 2 boss's orders on both sides. Ignore me. I think there was 1 prize last game, so I put it down to 1. But yeah, the 2 boss's on either side and the 1 Pal Pad, that's going to be the key in this matchup, because leaving a 1 prize in the active only takes you so far.
Yeah, exactly. And as we know, David only has 1 available. Okay, here we are. Building up that energy once again, the conveyor belt itself working like a charm. Moltres bringing energy into play, energy switching it over to the Pokemon you actually want it on. Escape Rope forcing David to bring forward a multi-prize Pokemon. Ouch.
It's going to be a Roaring Moon, forcing it to have to be a Frenzied Gouging. Very smart there, putting the Roaring Moon forward. We'll be able to get the attack off here, but for David, he's going to have to try and find a way around that now by taking the knockout with something like maybe the Greninja, because the self-knockout aspect of Roaring Moon, or self-damaging aspect of Roaring Moon, oh, the emergency jelly will take it out of range.
That is lovely. We like to see that jelly in an emergency. It certainly does come in handy.
A card I didn't think we'd see return since Articuno has lost favour in the format.
Yeah, I mean, it was used in Gardevoir for a little while.
I think a lot of people didn't like it, did they?
I liked the jelly.
You liked it? You're a jelly fan?
I was a big jelly fan.
Oh, maybe you're a Roaring Moon fan now. Perhaps you should get back on the jelly hype.
Maybe. It is my caster pick.
What, jelly?
No, Roaring Moon.
I was going to say. that would be bold if you went emergency jelly.
You know what? I should have done it.
I would have respected that.
But Roaring Moon was, and the jelly is part of Roaring Moon package in a lot of decks nowadays.
Well, no energy on board for David. Free retreater in the active.
I think there's a Professor's Research in hand, but it's not going to help that acceleration, which isn't great. Going for the town store, seeing what resources they've got left, but also searching for a tool card.
For a Sealstone, perhaps?
I'm not sure I saw one, I'm going to be real.
Wait, did that get discarded earlier, maybe? I'm not sure.
Going to have to go for the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule this term.
There is just the one in the deck, so maybe it did get discarded earlier off of the Pokestop?
Yeah.
Or is it in hand already?
Oh, there's a boss in hand.
You need a powered-up attacker. Boss's orders.
A research and, a Pokestop. Okay, you can use Town Store and Pokestop, but restart first for one card. It was a Battle VIP pass, and just choosing to go for the research there.
Yeah, we mentioned how important Boss's orders is, but it's no use if you don't have an attacker ready to knock out. And at this stage, Gilles is just leaving attackers in the active, saying, well, I'm faster than you right now. I've got the tempo.
Oh, yeah, and that tempo is relatively unbreakable. I'm not sure I can see David coming back from this, but you know what? I'm not the Roaring Moon Master. These guys are, so let's wait and see.
Well, we'll have the attack off here, it seems. Has the 2 Dark Patch in hand, has the Earthen Vessel, so we'll definitely be able to get an attack off. I believe there's enough Dark Energy in the discard, along with the concealed cards to make it happen, so it's just whether at some point David can get back in the lead, because at the moment he's going to be trailing, taking those 2 prizes 1 turn too late.
I think the emergency jelly helped a lot here, because looking at David's possible plays, the Greninja would have been really nice for the Morpeko and the Roaring Moon, but again, that emergency jelly just has come in at the perfect time, and that's what I keep saying, and I'll keep saying it again over this weekend, is that at the moment, more than any other time in the meta that I've known, timing of your cards is crucial, with a lot of counterbalance cards like Iono and Roxanne, and then again with these one-offs in decks like Emergency Jelly.
What attackers are available? It's only the Luminion, actually. I think a Roaring Moon was discarded early on. There's a Roaring Moon in the prizes, and one was knocked out earlier, one in play. So yeah, Roaring Moon not available. So this is just so the Pokestop doesn't get rid of the Luminion.
There's a lot of prizes left to be taken yet in this game. Things can turn around, but it's looking pretty shady.
I mean, if David can come back from this, it would be an impressive showing, that's for sure. And did get that power pad, so we'll be able to get some disruption, some Boss's orders back into the deck if needed.
Honestly, I feel like Roaring Moon's one of the decks that can do it, though, if any. Just with the sheer aggression and speed, after that Professor's Research, David's hand was much nicer. And they've been able, there we go, 3 energy on board already. There's not a lot, 4 energy on board already. There's not a lot of decks that can do that and just go, oh, I don't have any. Well, here we go. Like, it just doesn't happen unless you've got like a Baxcalibur. That's kind of the only other deck I can think of right now that actually gets the energy on board this fast.
Yeah, I mean, the research, the Pokestop, the concealed cards, the restart from the Mew. So many ways to get it done, but a knockout here for David. Now sends it back to Gilles. This tennis match is fast and aggressive. Will Gilles be able to respond with a smash or will it just be a slower turn? We saw the one prize leaving on the active is a strategy towards the end of the game, but at this stage, Gilles wants to use his advantage and keep taking knockouts.
Yeah, Gilles has set the pace of the game high. I'm actually really impressed with David's turn there, bringing it back to even up the prize race. But Gilles does still have the advantage with a much more fleshed out board state.
There seems to be a dark patch Professor Sala's Vitality there. So we'll be able to get 2 energy onto the Roaring Moon. It would then just be whether the energy switch could happen. There is a Pokestop to try and find some of those much needed item cards.
Yeah, again, Pokestop can benefit your opponent, especially in this matchup more than others. Not only can David use the Pokestop as well, but they can use it to increase their attack power. So I think they'll only really play the Pokestop if they need it.
Interesting. Going to be setting up. Oh, very clever. Going to be using the Galarian Moltres here.
I love this.
Get rid of the Mew. Much easier attacker to set up.
And yeah, Oribun will actually do double damage to this Mew, so it is quite the attack. And I think, yeah, Gilles feels much less in danger at this stage.
Good.
So gone for the Pokestop, getting more energy on the board, ready for next turn, going for that Pokestop, and we hit 1.
Just that switch card, yeah.
Switch card's not bad though, I quite like that. Although they do have 2 free retreaters already.
Well, so off the prize cards, Gilles is actually going to be taking a Dark Energy there. A Dark Energy and an Earthen Vessel. So if no hand disruption comes through here, they do have the win next turn with the Roaring Moon. 1 energy already attached will just be a Professor Sala's Vitality and a Dark Energy away from the knockout.
Dark type of days looks like might be knocking on David's door here.
Just trying to work out what to promote at this stage. You know, could get the return knockout, but needs it with some disruption. We did see the Iono in the discard, and I think there's a Power Pad in the hand for David. So might need to get that into play.
Here comes more Peko after clearly eating too much and getting a bit food comatose into the prize cards there for a rest that David certainly didn't want it to have.
I mean, the other option here is to just aim to knock out the Roaring Moon rather than worrying about knocking out the Galarian Moltres, because Galarian Moltres can't knock out any of the 2 prizes, but now the Luminion's in play, it will have to be an Iono. So this is why that Luminion was so valuable in the deck. We mentioned in the active spot, not very useful, but when it's in your hand, it can be a great way to get exactly what you need at the right moment.
Absolutely, and like you say, the Iono is really valuable here, putting David to 4 cards in hand, but Gilles will only have 2. And will it be enough disruption?
I mean, with that Mew, there is a little bit of support there. The Mew can help you draw.
And possible Greninja if there's enough energy, and Pokestop unless David removes it.
Yeah, I expect to see...
Oh my gosh, Ultra Balling. Is that an Ultra Ball? Oh no, it was the Pokestop. So a boss and a Professor Sala's Vitality straight into the discard pile again.
Boss in hand though, because that one of those boss's orders was brought back from the Power Pad.
The Power Pad, yeah.
So David access to both of them now. You know, early on we saw the boss's orders and the Iono go into the discard, and we were worried for them because we thought, you know, that's taken away access to 2 of your most important supporters in the game.
No.
They were brought back with Power Pad, and they are now available in the final turns. Can Gilles make it happen? Oh my goodness.
Gilles has a handful of supporters. Oh my gosh, yep. I can't see this unfolding well for David, unfortunately. The disruption did not stick. I repeat, it did not stick.
I mean, which one do you go for? Do you go for the research to find the item?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's to find the Dark Patch and an energy attachment, right? And then the Professor Sala's Vitality would just be to find an energy and a Dark Patch. Oh, the Galarian Moltres as well, so energy switch is active. Oh, there it is, yep. Dark Patch, energy available. Roaring Moon will be taking the victory here over another Roaring Moon deck. David just behind in this game, unable to keep up with the pace from Gilles. And Gilles will be going forward in the poised position for top 8 here in Liverpool.
An absolutely beautiful display from from Roaring Moon. You love to see it. A really tricky mirror match, but both players did their best. Gilles came out on top, and I couldn't be happier to see them gouge their way to victory.
In all 3 matches, Gilles took the first knockout, and the first one ended up getting disrupted out of the game. Second game, got that first knockout to win it, as there was only a lone Luminion in play for David. And in that final game, we saw how important that tempo, whilst also setting up future attackers, can be. Roaring Moon is so aggressive as a deck that even against itself, it can't deal with the aggression. It has to find a way to disrupt it out of the game.
It can't deal with the pressure, and I think that's the key, is that taking that first knockout, but trying to make sure that it's a 2-prize Pokemon is essential. So that escape rope, beautiful. Poetry in motion.
Yeah, that escape rope was the big turn, really, when we look back at it. Because it was the same turn that another supporter was playing. I think a research or something was played. So you're thinking, oh, no more boss's orders, so we'll see another turn to settle. And then suddenly, escape rope comes in. And because there was only one single prize Pokemon, because the Morpeko was prized, that meant that escape rope proofing through having a Greninja and a Morpeko in play was not possible. So unfortunate prizes for David a little bit, unfortunate start in game 2, but ultimately Roaring Moon, what a showcase it's putting on here in Liverpool.
A beautiful showcase indeed. The moon is shining upon us as we continue throughout the competition, and I'm sure there will be more Roaring Moon to be seen later, as I imagine this very aggressive deck will continue to calamity storm throughout the competition to the top spot. I could really see, I'm getting quite confident in my caster pick here with Roaring Moon. I think it's a great deck choice for today, and I think that's showing. However, you're quite right, Mike, in saying that it doesn't necessarily deal too well with its own aggression, and it can lose to quite literally itself.
Yeah, I mean, with every mirror match, the outcome tends to be a winning Roaring Moon, losing Roaring Moon. On this occasion, we weren't ever going to that draw. It was too fast, especially with that second game being as quick as it was. But we've also got to say that the Roaring Moon is making waves elsewhere. So they're not the only 2 that are up at the top. We've seen it having a lot of Mew, and that's always a great time for Roaring Moon, playing into Mew VMAX, finding that Pokemon with weakness. So it has been climbing through the ranks. The question is, can it deal with a deck like Giratina? I think that's and Lost Box as well. These decks that are really challenging for it, that are also amongst our top players. Can Roaring Moon navigate through them?
I think that's the really tricky part, is Roaring Moon doesn't typically play Jirachi, and that can be problematic if you're doing a lot of damage to yourself, and then Sableye can come along ready with that Lost Mine, and it can just all get a little bit tricky. But speaking of, the moon has risen upon the studio, and it is time to go and see our victor, Gilles.
Thank you very much, Amy. Yes, I am here with Gilles. That was a very exciting best of 3. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. I never thought I would be here. I'm at 11-3 right now, so that should be in running for top 8. Yeah, I'm feeling great.
I think so. What about, so go back to game 1 then. Yeah. Game 1, it's a back and forth, and it doesn't quite go your way.
No, I had 2 Roaring Moon prized, so that was rough from the start. But there was a line where I would have passed on that. Like, I had still, I think, all of my energy switches left. And if I was able to play my last Dark Patch, I could have used genome hacking to KO his to KO his Roaring Moon, and then we would have gone to sudden death. So I was playing for that.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. But then game 2, super quick KO on Luminion, and then you're right back to game 3. Is this how your games have been going a lot with Roaring Moon, with these super quick finishes?
Yeah, I think over the course of the weekend I dunked 5 opponents. I did get dunked 3 times as well, so that kind of evens out.
Oh wow, so that is a lot of turn 1 victories for and against, but overall seems to be going your way. So talk us through then, why did you pick Roaring Moon for this event?
Well, I actually was on Tina because I tend to switch off of decks at the last minute, switch decks the day before the tournament, and I was talking to my coach, Owen Kauderman. And he just said, like, Tina is a safe pick, just play Tina. And I practiced it for 2 whole weeks, but I hated every second of it. I just do not like playing Giratina. So I just switched to something I enjoy playing, and it paid off.
And I mean, if you're going to play this many rounds of Pokemon, you need to play something.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
No, absolutely. So you think you're in for top 8? Then you're feeling very good about top 8. What do you not want to play now?
Like Lost on Kyogre is very rough, very rough. Like just give me the big dudes. Like the 2 prize, 3 prize decks that they're mostly fine. The 1 prize matchups can be tough.
That sounds right to me. Well, thank you very much for taking time to speak to us here. Congratulations on a fantastic run so far. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back very shortly indeed with lots more wonderful Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful 1 prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using 1 prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in 1 turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an H prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting Wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and it must be a full moon out tonight, because today we are looking at Roaring Moon EX. Roaring Moon has the potential to KO anything it wants turn 1, very consistently. Its frenzied gouging attack KOs whatever is in your opponent's active, for 3 energy too, but it deals 200 damage to itself afterwards. This would normally leave Roaring Moon with 30 HP left, but if you attach an Ancient Booster energy capsule, you are left with 90 HP instead, which is much better. Calamity Storm can also be used to great effect, dealing 100 damage plus 120 more damage if you can discard a Stadium card with the effect of this attack. So, how are we piling on this energy onto Roaring Moon so fast then? Well, Dark Patch is the first way, allowing you to accelerate a Dark Energy from your discard pile to a bench Dark type Pokemon. We also have Professor Sada's Vitality. This lets you accelerate 2 basic energies from your discard pile to any 2 of your ancient Pokemon, and then draw 3 cards afterwards. So all you really need is a Dark Patch and a Professor Sada and a turn attachment to start the turn 1 onslaught. Roaring Moon players can even opt to get 2 water energy in the discard pile fast, so Professor Sada can get them back into play, and then you can use 2 copies of Energy Switch to get them onto a Radiant Greninja for a turn 1 Moonlight Shuriken. With all that offensive pressure, it's not hard to see why Roaring Moon has been catapulted onto the top tables recently, and who knows where we might see it this weekend. Only one way to be sure, and that's by watching this stream.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Liverpool Regional Championships 2024 as we are ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. Ross, are you ready?
I'm a little bit ready, yeah.
We're ready for the final round of Swiss in this tournament. My name is Amy, of course this is Ross, and we are back once again to bring you the spiciest choices in the meta. How are we feeling about this round, Ross?
We have one of the spiciest choices in the meta. We have a deck coming up which I am willing to bet nobody is going to guess what deck we're about to showcase. At least, and I mean, you might be able to get kind of like in the vague ballpark, but put it this way, I've done a lot of tournaments, like in this meta game, I did Stuttgart, and, you know, I was over in San Antonio helping out there a little bit, and frankly, we haven't seen this deck. We just haven't seen it. Now, one of these decks is familiar, that's fine. But there is a deck here that we just have not seen, we are not familiar with, and it's not even just this meta, it's one that could have been played. Oh, you could go back about 3 years and still be playing this deck if you wanted to.
Yeah, there are obviously some newer cards.
But there are some newer cards in here.
But the framework.
Yeah, and yet what we've got here is a build which just nobody's going to be expecting. Now, I believe we've got Liam Burden coming in here. And, of course, this is the final round of Swiss.
It is.
So we believe we've got a winner in here for you. The winner of this round should be into top 8. And the loser should be out. And if we do, you know, this isn't a Pokemon that we put on our caster prediction, so to speak. This is something we did not see coming.
Not one bit, but we do have the Swiss rankings for you guys to take a peek at. We can see some of those trainers who are already well into top 8. They are very pleased, I imagine, to be soaring to the top of the standings. And then we've got all of the rest of our competitors working so hard, fighting tooth and nail to try and get their spot in that top 8 after our Swiss rounds.
Yeah, we see the standings there. We got Josh, of course, who I was lucky enough to interview earlier, very popular content creator, sitting there at 11-2, feeling very good, should be in. Josh, Fabrizio, and Magnus were feeling pretty good about being in. Now, actually, as it happens, Magnus is playing Lawrence Van Brett, who's only on 33 points. So Magnus will actually not be IDing with Lawrence. They can't ID because that will put Lawrence on 34, and we're looking at 35 for top 8.
Yeah, we are going to need it.
But that does lead to an interesting situation where Magnus should be in anyway, and we've got a weird... And this happens sometimes where you do get paired against somebody, you know, 2 points away from you just because sometimes you've played everybody else that you could have played, and it all gets a little bit awkward. But we believe that Fabrizio, Inga Silva, Joshua Vanova-Shelder, and Magnus Pedersen, we believe those 3 players are already in for top 8. But let's have a look at who we've got here. We've got Alexander Domek, who's had some finishes at regionals in the past couple of years.
Indeed, at Stuttgart, Gdansk, and Bremen. Some fantastic accolades, but not a top 8 yet. Could happen today, though.
No, well, if we win here, should happen. Then we got Liam Burden. Yeah, that's right. It's Arceus with Rayquaza VMAX, and I refuse to believe anyone thought that was the deck that we were going to show you. And it is a proper Rayquaza VMAX deck. There's a 2-2 line. There's actually a 3-2 line of Armor Rouge, which that's the Pokemon that moves all your fire energy, or as much as you like, to your active. There is oh my word, that is a very bad start.
Oh no, Liam!
There are only 3 Arceus V-Star in the deck, so they're all prized right now.
All of them, and so Liam will not be able to go the traditional route of energy acceleration, but I might remind everybody at home that Arceus V can accelerate energy, just not quite as effectively.
But then there's no Starbirth to go and search for those 2 cards. Like, Arceus V-Star is really the engine of this deck. Having all 3 of them prized we've had some rough prizes and some players on stream this weekend. This might still be the worst among them. Prizing 3 out of 3 Arceus V-Star is harsh. There's also a Delphox V in the deck and Radiant Heatran, but I do already worry about how this is going to go. Alexander playing a far more traditional Roaring Moon, like you just did a whole mirror match of, Amy.
I know! You know what? I clearly can't get enough of Roaring Moon. I'm clearly obsessed, but maybe it's just a moon phase.
Might be. We got a Battle VIP pass coming in here, and then we got the traditional turn one, having a look through the deck, trying to figure out what's available and what's prized. With a Galarian Moltres in the active, not a terrible starter by any stretch of the imagination. And you're probably going to go for, one would imagine, a Roaring Moon and maybe some support Pokemon.
Yeah, we might see that coming to fruition. Alexander just having a look through the deck there, making sure they know their own prizes and checking on how Roaring Moon is going to sort its way to victory on this occasion against a very unexpected deck. But I do worry for the VMAXs in Liam's deck.
That's one of the things that worries me with this deck is, if we have a look at the matchup, Liam has other attackers, like I say. You've got your Arceus V-Star, which is an attacker, but doesn't really KO Roaring Moon. Dalfox V does 120 active, 120 to the bench, but there's not really anything other than Morpeko that you're going to KO with that. Even Radiant Greninja's got 130. So, against something like Roaring Moon, you kind of are relying on your Rayquaza VMAX to hit really hard and get KOs. But then again, Roaring Moon gets an instant one-hit KO on a free prize Pokemon, so it does seem a little bit rough from Liam in that regard, in that the only thing you've got that can really reliably KO an undamaged Roaring Moon is your Rayquaza, which is a free prizer, and Roaring Moon loves coming against it. You know, we've had a couple of interviews of Roaring Moon players already so far, and they have said how they love those 2 and free prize decks. Of course, we also need to remember all 3 Arceus V-Star are prized. That is so harsh.
It's a valid attacker in this matchup too, especially with Roaring Moon dealing damage to itself. Galarian Moltres V only has 190 HP, so
That's 220.
Oh, was it 220?
It's 220.
Oh, yeah, but it does damage to itself.
It does.
So it can also not be great because, yeah, the reason I always think it's 190 is because
after it attacks, it goes down to 190.
So I always have to think to myself, can I survive my own attack? It's an easy mistake to make.
Oh, absolutely.
Amazing.
So we do see the Radiant Greninja hitting the bench here. Of course, we always see that all the time. We've got concealed cards, discarded energy card from your hand, draw 2. No Moonlight Shuriken coming in this particular matchup here. We have got the new version of Roaring Moon. It's been really popularized over the past couple of weeks, where it's just all darkness energy all the time. Ross Cawthorn showed us the way in Charlotte, and that really does seem to be the build that is prevailing here.
Yeah, it's just the old reliable, isn't it? At the end of the day, we just see that it works so beautifully. It keeps Roaring Moon relatively consistent, where otherwise it can struggle. There we are for our first Dire Flame Wings, attaching an energy to Moltres from the discard pile, and an energy switch. Galarian Moltres doesn't want that. We want it on Roaring Moon, using that nice conveyor belt system once again, straight down onto the Roaring Moon.
And this is going really well for Alexander. This is about everything you could ask for from your first turn. You've got 2 energy on your Roaring Moon. You've got your Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. You've got your support Pokemon that you might need. That was just a good turn all around. So now it's over to Liam. He's going to do his first deck search here. And this is where Liam gets the bad news. This is where Liam figures out, hang on a second, I actually have no Arceus V-Star in my deck. And this is where it gets really awkward, because now you have no access to Starbirth, which is the real start of your deck. And I know there are other consistency cards in the deck, but Starbirth letting you get any 2 cards, we've seen over and over again. These Arceus decks, that's what they do. Turn 2 Arceus, use Starbirth, go from there. That's your goal. Then, of course, your energy acceleration becomes much more awkward, because Arceus V is not as good as Arceus V-Star. Sure, you can accelerate energy, but you don't do 200 damage while doing so, and you've got significantly lower HP. Like, Arceus V is very easily KO'd by a Roaring Moon without the self damage.
Yeah.
But an Arceus V-Star isn't.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Liam's still confidently going for that second Arceus V, however, and the Radiant Heatran, which we really don't see very often, but it is a really strong attacker, as Alexander is picking up the card to have a read to discover that actually it does 70 times the amount of damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So that can really, really ramp up rather quickly, in addition to using Magma Basin to support that damage output.
Yeah, it works beautifully with Magma Basin. Magma Basin accelerates an energy from your discard pile to one of your benched fire Pokemon at the cost of 2 damage counters. But of course, for Heatran, that's just, well, Radiant Heatran, well, brilliant. That's 140 damage.
Yeah,
that's fine. That sounds all right by me. And that is another way outside of the Rayquaza that you can actually get a KO on these big Pokemon. So, I mean, what Liam really needs to try and do here is try and sneak a prize from somewhere, see if you can get an Arceus V-Star of your prizes. Good news is 50-50 chance.
That is true. We like those odds. And back onto Alexander's turn. Going in with more Roaring Moon shenanigans. I've had a thought though, Ross. Liam might have a slight advantage in that Alexander might have no idea what's going on.
I mean, right now, Alexander has absolutely no idea what's going on. You're correct. Seeing an Arceus deck with a Radiant Heatran, that deck doesn't exist right now.
No.
Like, we follow the game very, 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 very closely for doing our jobs, and yet we wouldn't know what that was. Like, if you sit down opposite a Radiant Heatran and 2 Arceus V, you don't know what you're playing against, because that is just not an established deck right now.
Especially in day 2.
That's the thing, right? Because if you sit down round 1, you're like, oh, okay, it's a little homebrew thing, it's fine. You sit down in round 15 against someone who's 10-2-2, and you're like, oh, I know the deck is legit, because it's crushing this tournament. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane, and beautifully so. I love to see a homebrew deck coming through all this way to the competition, to the final round of Swiss. This deck could make it into the top 8 if they can get out of this trap that Alexander is setting.
I think game 1 is going to be rough. Not having access to your Arceus V-Star is going to be just borderline insurmountable. And honestly, if I'm Liam, I'm giving it a couple of turns. I'm seeing what's going on, but I know a tie in this stage isn't what I want. I'm not making top 8 with a tie. I need to get a win here. What I don't want to do is spend 15, 20 minutes losing game 1 that I knew I was never going to win because I had no Arceus V-Star, only to then win game 2 and then run out of time in game 3, have a tie, and be eliminated from top 8 contention. When you get this close, you don't really want to go, well, I still get top 16. No. At this point, you want to get top 8. You've come close enough.
You want to go all the way, and especially with a deck like this, it clearly is close to Liam's heart. I just can't imagine the feelings that must be going on in his head right now, but I'm hoping that the hope and understanding is still there. He hasn't decided to scoop the game, so there is still that, and I think the element of surprise is certainly going to help Liam through this.
Yeah, I agree with you. The element of surprise is big here. I'm just really struggling to see how he sets up. I mean, essentially, you're going to have to use Arceus V to set up, well, something, whether it's a Rayquaza or something else. But then you're basically giving up 2 prizes to do so, because Roaring Moon's now got a stadium down. Roaring Moon is just going to come down, use Calamity Storm, and hit 220 on an Arceus V and get a KO. And then go up by 2 prizes. And that's kind of while you're setting up. And that's why I'm a little bit worried here. What you really want to do if you're Liam next turn is Arceus V-Star, go and get your double turbo energy, and then go from there. But unfortunately, that is just not going to be an option. I'm just going to double check I've not misseen that, even though I know I saw it very carefully. You know, it definitely is 3 Arceus V-Star.
It definitely is, and 1 Rayquaza VMAX.
And there are definitely only 3 in the deck, so they really are all gone.
Yeah, they are all in there. And very well assessed there. Alexander escape ropes. So Liam has absolutely no choice but to bring forward an Arceus V. And can they wiggle their way out of this situation? I'm just not entirely sure. There's the Delphox and our first Rayquaza V of the game. And yeah, yep, fair enough. Alexander's having to have a little read there. Delphox has 2 attacks, Eerie Glow and Magical Fire. It's a fantastic spread card. It can deal 120 damage to 2 targets. One has to be the active and the other obviously a benched Pokemon. And Eerie Glow allows you to burn and confuse your opponent. Strangely good for buying time, but not very effective if your opponent runs a lot of kind of switching options.
Yeah, most of the time here using it for Magical Fire, which in some matchups is going to be great for double KOs. It's just not great into Roaring Moon because you'll get more Pekko, but like I said, even Radiant Greninja sitting at 130, so you're not going to get many two prize turns here, 2 KO turns. And if I'm Liam here, you're not really establishing much of a board presence, but you have just kind of given away a bit of what your deck is. Like, you've just shown all the main parts of your deck, but you've still not established much of a board presence. You've gone down by 2 prizes, you've chucked a Charcadet in the active, which is about to get KO'd, and Alexander here is just gonna, well, I mean, honestly, try and get a bit more energy on a second Roaring Moon. But right now, you're feeling pretty good. You KO the Charcadet, you go up by 3 prizes, hopefully get a bit more energy established on the board, and then just go ahead from there.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a steamroll from there, unfortunately, which we would expect more so from the fire types to be firing up that steam engine. But Alexander's taking the big lead here with Roaring Moon, jumping into the action, and the poor little cadets, although they've just come out to be on duty, aren't going to be sticking around very long.
No, they are not big, powerful Pokemon. They are there for just getting your fire energy to the active. Of course, there's also a really nice combo with Magma Basin here. That Magma Basin puts 2 damage counters on the Pokemon that you accelerate the energy to. So what you can do is accelerate to something like an Armarouge. Armarouge takes the damage, but then you move the energy up to a Rayquaza, and the Rayquaza doesn't even have the damage on.
No,
and of
beautiful.
course, you cannot Magma Basin onto a Rayquaza because it's a Dragon Pokemon. But Charcadet and Armarouge just, you know, ignore that, get it straight up to the active. Job's a good one.
Yeah, they're happy to take the downfall, being single prize Pokemon themselves. Doesn't feel that risky.
It does seem like we are heading towards an inevitability here in this first game. Liam really got nothing established so far. The energy acceleration we've got here is, and here's the boss's orders onto the Arceus, and you've got to imagine this will as good as spell the end of the game here. Getting the KO on the last remaining Arceus. You've got Magma Basin and Arceus. Those are your ways to accelerate energy, and there we see the concession from Liam. We do see Alexander winning game 1, and look, game 2 is going to be better. Because I'm just going to say it, I don't want to curse them, I don't think I'm gonna. You cannot prize both your all 3 Arceus V-Star 2 games in a row.
No, that was, actually, Liam's just showing his opponent there that all of those Arceus were prized. It's such a shame because I really want to see this deck work, and I know it can. I've had friends and Ethan who were against Liam in day 1, and they were like, Amy, you'll never believe what I saw. And I was like, what? And they described how the deck was working to me, and I was astounded. So I really want to be able to show you guys, and I hope in this game too we can.
And it's interesting to note, you know, we got a mature format here. There's a lot of decks we're expecting. Your Gardevoir, your Miraidon, your Mew, your Giratina, your Charizard, all these things that we've seen for a while, all these things that we expect. That does not mean that a player cannot come along with a very unusual deck that no one's ever seen before and do very well. I mean, if you go back a couple of years, Arceus Binder Drop was something we would say a lot, and it was basically just Arceus with whatever you wanted, and it feels like for a long time we've been going away from that now, and this is just a return to the Arceus Binder Drop days of old. This is a weird collection of cards like Delphox V, Radiant, Heatran, Armarouge, cards we just really don't see very much, but they're brought together by Arceus. During that first game, there's no Arceus V-Star. They're not brought together. That just didn't work.
No, we need the overarching Pokemon itself, Arceus, to lead the Pokemon to success. And unfortunately, in that instance, they were not available.
They're all available now, though.
Oh, let's go. Let's see. And starting off with a Mysterious Tail Mew is much nicer for Liam on this turn. They've decided to go first. Very typical of those Arceus decks where they need the evolution.
Yeah, you want to go first so that you can get the first evolution on your second turn, and it is really all about that V-Star power, that Star Birth from your Arceus V-Star. You get your Star Birth, and you get to search for any 2 cards whatsoever in your deck. It makes a huge difference. So really, the only thing you're looking for if you're Liam, and there's other, well, basically you want a Rayquaza, you want a Charcadet, and you want an Arceus and an Energy. So actually there is quite a lot you want. Usually with Arceus decks, just having the Arceus is fine, but actually here you do want quite a bit more. You want to be getting your Armor Rouge established as early as you can. And let's not forget, Rayquaza, it's not just about the really good attack. You've also got that as your Pulse ability, lets you discard your hand and draw 3 cards. So you don't need the Rayquaza V this turn, but it would be nice if you could get it.
Yeah, it would be ideal, but again, it's not essential because you're going to need to spend a turn loading it up with energy. It does make it a little bit of a safer play, but Liam knows what Alexander's playing now, and Roaring Moon is very typical for being able to attack if they're going second.
Yeah, now the good news is you passed with just a Mew in the active, so if you give up a prize here, it shouldn't be too bad. It's a long shot. Oh no, it says too long. There is the tiniest remote possibility of gusting KO in that Arceus this turn, which would be hilarious and devastating. There's also 2 Dark Patch prized, and you cannot use both a Boss's Orders and a Professor Sada's Vitality. So I think we can probably assume that's not going to happen.
I think especially due to the prize cards, yeah, I think you're right, it's entirely too much of a stretch. And at least Liam is escape-proof on this instance, with Radiant Heatran being able to come forward instead, and then they still get to use the Arceus V. So, you know, it's not a bad starting turn for an Arceus player. This is a very typical board state for them, and actually relatively safe.
And getting the double turbo energy on the Arceus early doors means that next turn you can attach your energy from hand, V-Star, and then generally you get 1 card plus your double turbo. That's usually how your Star Birth goes. But having the double turbo already attached means that you basically get, well, whatever you want. You don't actually have 1 card that you have to go and get, which means that you get a much wider range of possibilities, which is going to make Liam's life, there we go, a little bit easier.
Much, much easier. But moving on to Alexander's turn, very much keeping an eye on what's on their prize cards at the moment. They've attached the Forest Sealstone to a Galarian Moltres V, so it does give them more options. They've gone for the Battle VIP pass off of that Forest Sealstone, and now deciding which Pokemon are going to hit the bench first. Just consulting the hand first. I always have to do that. I forget what's in my hand. I'm like, why was I doing that again? That's why these guys are up here and not me.
Well, you did start the Radiant Greninja. This is often something you'd get from an early Battle VIP pass, but no need with the Greninja already in the active. You've got a Roaring Moon. You've got 2 Roaring Moon? No, 1 Roaring Moon. You've got your Galarian Moltres. You've got your Squawkabilly. There's your Morpeko. This is honestly about what you need turn 1 for Roaring Moon. You want to try getting some energy established. Energy for turn, Professor Sada's Vitality, things like that. But have we already... Was that Professor's Research already played? There's a Judge and a Professor's Research in the discard pile.
I believe the...
I believe the Research was played, and that discarded a Judge.
Oh, no, they were from the Pokestop.
Oh, the Pokestop.
We're getting mixed up. We're getting mixed
Okay, that
up.
makes way more sense, because I don't remember seeing a supporter yet.
Yeah, there we go. So Morpeko in the active. And going for the Squawk and Seize. Ooh, I don't love that. 2 energy switch. Especially with this 2 Dark Patch. I think Alexander is intending on going aggressive with this first turn, but I'm not sure it's paying off.
Not if you don't get what you want off the Squawk and Seize. But we do have... No, we have no energy on the board right now. We do have an extra Roaring Moon coming down, which is quite nice. but there's no energy on the board. That's what I really want this turn. I want to see energy coming down thick and fast. I want to see dark patches, Professor Sada's Vitality, attachment per turn. I want to see lots of energy hitting the board. That is always what I want to see. Turn 1 from Roaring Moon, that is my number 1 goal. Now, we do see an energy discarded with concealed cards, and that's actually going to work out quite nicely. I believe there's a dark patch in hand, so that will be able to then reattach it, and then you can attach the turn, and then you've got at least 2 energy down.
At least that would help a little bit. It was a little stuck, yeah, a little stuck in orbit there without any energy on board at all, because you need a bit of a mix. You need some energy in hand, you need some energy in the discard pile. Moltres at least can bring that back from the discard pile, or we can use the dark patch. Again, Alexander has very limited dark patch, but then they've also limited themselves without many energy switch either. So I don't know, this could be, this could end up not quite in Alexander's favor if they have overused those resources too early in the game. If they give Liam the time to catch up, this could be scary.
It could. One thing to note, we've got plenty of time left. We've got almost half an hour, but our first game did take near enough 15 minutes. So if this game does go on for a little bit, we might not see a conclusion. And again, tie is not good enough for the players here. We need to see a conclusion to this game. Winner of this should be booking their space into top 8. We'll try and keep you up to date of any other relevant games that are going along. We're a little bit early at the moment. But like I say, there's 3 players we think we're feeling very good about in top 8. So from there, it's just trying to make sure that we can figure out who else is going in there. We feel good about Magnus Pedersen, Joshua Van Overschelde, and Fabrizio Inga Silva.
Yeah, got a couple of confident names going in there, but can or will we find another one in this match?
Oh, we see another dark patch. Is that 2 dark patch now?
Yeah, that's 2, so that's all of them used up until they managed to take some prize cards.
But has somehow managed to draw enough cards, maneuver around, get free energy on the Roaring Moon with an Ancient Booster energy capsule for what it's worth. So now we can just come into the active and bonk that Mew on the head, and he's gone, he's out of the way.
Yeah, I gotta say that the poor Mew would not take well to a Roaring Moon. Certainly has scared it off, and Arceus is being promoted already with the double turbo energy, which is nice. Looks like Liam has the V-Star in hand, which is very lucky because otherwise it was looking a bit horrible. So they do now have the attachment of the fire energy, and they can Starbirth and Trinity Nova.
Yeah, already 2 prizes down though with that Mew EX having gone down, so it's not ideal. We got Starbirth, which is lovely, but then the problem is, like here, we know what Arceus likes to do. Turn 2, you Starbirth, and then you Trinity Nova and accelerate a bunch of energy. The problem is, if you do that here, you are going to go 4 prizes down. Roaring Moon will Frenzy Gouging you. That will 100% happen if you leave this Arceus in the active. So it really does seem like Alexander, it seems like Roaring Moon is not really what this deck is built to beat. It does seem like this is a really awkward matchup where you're losing prizes early, you're not able to do your thing with Arceus as nice as you would be able to. And if you're not using Arceus, you're just relying on 1 energy acceleration per turn with Magma Basin. That's not enough.
It really isn't. They've gone for the disruption of an Iono, hoping that maybe that'll stop Alexander in their rampage of Roaring Moon. Here we go. Liam gets a nice fresh 6. They haven't taken a prize card yet, and Alexander will be down to 4 cards in hand after popping some to the bottom of their deck. Iono, one of the better and easier to play disruption cards in format. We see the first Char Cadet come to attention on the bench, and our first Magma Basin of the day, of the match, I should say, onto Radiant Heatran.
Yeah, that's going to help put a little bit of pressure on and be threatening. I mean, honestly, next turn, you can attach, and then you can use Magma Basin again, and then you're actually hitting 280. Now, the good news is, if Frenzied Gouging comes down here, it will be a double KO, unless it's a Frenzied Gouging on another Roaring Moon, which is exactly what I'm looking at Alexander to be planning here. But we did actually lose those 2 energy switch very early in the game here. So maybe I was a little bit too bullish on the potential of a frenzied gouging, because obviously that is the goal here.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. But it's going to be hard to get a second Roaring Moon set up with your 2 energy switch gone and all of your Dark Patch used. And if you just go ahead and do this here, you are self-KOing to do so.
Alexander doesn't have the most fantastic hand right now either. They're going to Ultra Ball, leaves them 2 cards left in hand. They've already used their V-Star ability, so there's very little they can do with this hand, I feel. They kind of can't do much. They might be able to draw some cards with Greninja. I think there might have been an Energy as the last card in their hand, but I'm not sure there's enough in deck right now that I think there's kind of too much in deck right now, so they have chosen to thin a little bit by taking another Galarian Moltres V. Again, it's just going to kind of sit in the hand for a while, though, because the bench is a full moon. There is no space left.
I'm just looking. Liam's actually got potentially a quite easy prize map here, because if you can take a KO with the Arceus, or there is a double KO here with a Frenzied Gouging, you've then got Heatran for 1 KO, Rayquaza for 1 KO, and that's
all she wrote.
That's the game finished off. I mean, Heatran's going to be hitting 280 next turn. Rayquaza does 20 damage base plus essentially 80 more for each fire energy discarded. So that's going to be doing, you would imagine, about 260 if you needed it to, which is more than enough to KO anything on Alexander's side of the board. And Liam's actually got a good suite of attackers set up right now.
Oh, okay, going for Professor Sada's Vitality, choosing to accelerate 1 energy from the discard pile to their Roaring Moon on the bench and draw 3 cards. I'm not sure these 3 are going to be enough to save them, but let's have a look. We got an energy, and I can't tell what that...
Energy switch would be huge here.
I don't think we got one. I don't think we got one.
No, there's an energy something in the middle of his hand.
Ooh.
Is that if that is an energy switch, then I think we're good. So you can attach for turn, you can energy switch from your damage Roaring Moon, and then you can go Frenzied Gouging. And even though you've got 2 heavily damaged Roaring Moon, you're 4 prizes up.
Yeah, no, I think you might be right. I think that is an energy switch.
Called it.
Incredible. So they do avoid that kind of return KO, the immediate return KO, and managed to KO the Arceus V-Star, but they will be leaving a lot of damage left over on another Roaring Moon.
Do you know what I want to see right now? I want to see Delphox.
Because
you know how I said a minute ago how this is not a matchup set up for Delphox?
Oh, you're
well,
right.
This is a board state which is currently set up really, really nice for Delphox.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that is such a revelation, Russ.
I think about Delphox more than most people think about Delphox, I'll be honest with you.
I don't know what to think about that, Russ. I'll be honest with you.
My daughter might be 5, but I tell you, she already knows who Delphox is.
Oh, my word.
There's an escape rope coming down from Liam here.
So, yeah, no, we're not going to see the Delphox right away. Don't think they have access to it right now, but going for the Radiant Heatran, it's kind of bad.
Yeah, but Liam's hand has nothing going on here.
No.
We've got a couple of energy, an Arceus V-Star. What's a 4th card there?
I honestly, I think it's just an energy. I don't think there's nothing. Yeah, there's a Lightning Energy, a Fire Energy, a Palpad, and an Arceus V-Star. So there really isn't a lot going on at all, upsettingly.
Oh, and you wouldn't need too much. You would literally just need Armarouge and Delphox.
Yeah, and you've got this in the bag.
And then your Armarouge will be able to move all your energy over to your Delphox, and job would be a good one. But Liam's hand doesn't have it. Now, if you get Rayquaza V-Star, then you do have your access to Azure Pulse, which will let you discard your hand and draw 3. But it's not a Rayquaza V-Star right now, it's a Rayquaza. So Liam's actually drawn pretty horrendously this game after a decent start. And it does look like Alexander is absolutely in the driver's seat. We were set up for a fantastic 4-prize KO from Delphox. It just never worked.
No, that's so upsetting.
And I'm sorry, but Raging Blast doing 280 onto a Morpeko, that is not what you're going for. That is supposed to be KOing a fresh Giratina V-Star.
Yeah.
Or a Roaring Moon or something along those lines. That is not what Radiant Heatran is there for.
Heatran's like, Morpeko, what are you doing here in the active? I wasn't expecting to see you. I'm so sorry, buddy. Because honestly, you weren't the target.
Sorry, Morpeko.
Sorry, little buddy. And the Armor Rouge hasn't got fired up at all this match.
No, we've not. And it's the Evolutions has been letting Liam down. There's no Armor Rouge. I mean, literally, Rayquaza V-Star here would have made such a big difference because it gives you that opportunity to just reset your hand, and that would have been huge. But didn't have it, and now it really does just seem like a matter of time. Like, Alexander can just take a KO with the active Roaring Moon. Now, you will need to get a couple more energy on the board, but then you can just frenzied gouging, and it doesn't even matter if you self-KO because you'll still win the game.
No, I think it looks like Alexander's contemplating using another vessel here. We saw it go to the discard pile for a moment, but then...
That does look like we've got an ongoing judge call, so we're going to bring it back to us for a minute while we let the judges do their thing and figure it out. I'll be honest with you, Amy, I did not see what the judge call was. I have no idea what's going on. But you know the deal by now, ladies and gentlemen, sitting at home, all you lovely folks in the chat. As soon as we know, we'll pass it on. We're good like that. We want to know, and when we know you want to know, so we'll tell you so you know and we know and everybody knows and everybody's good.
I saw the earthen vessel go to the discard pile, and because I was about to say something about it, it might have been that, because then it was back in the hand when I looked back, so I don't know what happened there. Might have been the other vessel.
I have absolutely no idea, and I don't like to guess with this unless I'm 100% sure, but I'm going to be honest with you, right? This game's making me a little bit sad.
I know, me too.
Because, and it's not because I'm cheering for one player or another, it is because we've got a really fantastic, unique deck that we didn't know what it was. It was listed as unclassified when we were looking at deck lists. So we clicked in on the deck list, we saw what it was, and we were like, yes, let's have this. And then we're not getting to see it.
It's just
not doing what it's supposed to do.
The evolutions, man, where are they? Where are the evolutions from?
I mean, it looks like we might end up finishing this out with one KO from a Radiant Heatran, no Delphox, no Rayquaza VMAX, no use of Armor Rouge's ability whatsoever. This is not what we wanted when I put this on stream.
No, and I love your call of being able to use the Delphox, because that would currently, with the current board state, take 4 prize cards. It would just kind of whoop, and Liam's back up to scratch. But the fact there's no Armor Rouge, we do have the Magma Basin, but is it going to be enough? Like, I don't know if it's still too late, but I would have loved to have seen that Delphox come to fruition. Now, there is a Charcadet on the bench. We could be in Top Deck City, we could get a Professor's Research, it would be beautiful to see. I would love to see a little comeback from Liam, even if it's just at the end. I'd really love to see that come back.
I just like seeing decks work the way they're supposed to work.
Yeah.
I like seeing decks doing their thing. I like players being able to showcase and basically go, hey, look at my deck. Look how cool this is. Look at all the things I can do. I like seeing players showing off all the cool plays they can make with the decks that they've built. And it does make me a little bit sad sometimes when we don't get to, unfortunately, see it. But we've still got a little bit of time left. We may yet get a surprise, but it does look like we are back into the game, and we'll just get some confirmation in a minute of exactly what happened at the end of it. For now, we are back with Alexander, and there's those 2 heavily damaged Roaring Moon that right now seem okay.
Okay.
Just shuffling up here a little bit.
Ooh,
I mean, we need to see some energy. Couple more energy on that Roaring Moon on the bench essentially creates a checkmate scenario.
And those who are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this afternoon might notice that Liam has been granted 2 fewer prize cards to take, as Alexander did get a double prize penalty there for slow play. It is not the first time that it has been mentioned, henceforth the penalty. So Liam only does now need to take 3 prize cards to be the victor and will not be taking the final 2. But is Alexander just too far ahead?
I mean, no, not if Liam can get a Delphox.
Come on, Liam, we want the
Delphox would legit end the game right now. That would take 4 prizes. That's 1 more than he needs to take, and then we would be going to a game 3.
I want to see that game 3. I want a Delphox up in here.
We literally just need, I mean, assuming a KO here, well, it's going to be anyway, we're going to need Delphox, Armor Rouge, Pivot. Those 3 cards will end the game for Liam on his next turn. I don't believe Alexander's going to be able to finish it out this turn. With a boss's orders, would be able to do it still, but I think we've used Professor Sada now. Okay, so I did say free energy on the bench, Roaring Moon would create a checkmate situation. That was before the double prize card penalty. Now there is actually a chance for Liam to win, but Liam needs to take 3 prizes on his next turn. If he doesn't, that's his only win con at this stage.
Liam just needs to get that, and the only way they're going to take 3 prize cards is by getting multiple knockouts on one turn, and we need to see that magical fire come on through. We need the magic.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, they're both easily in range of a Delphox at this stage. But the biggest issue we've got is the same reason we didn't see it in the previous turn.
Yeah.
Liam's hand is terrible.
Yeah.
Even something like a Rayquaza VMAX here would mean that you could discard your hand, draw 3 cards, and then maybe there's a supporter. Maybe you can start working towards this. It's not a huge combination, but Liam's not going to top deck a Delphox and an Armarouge and a Pivot. So Liam needs to get something like a supporter card or a Rayquaza VMAX or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's going to have to happen. And there we go, going for the knockout, taking away the Magma Basin, which does put another piece in the puzzle for Liam, potentially. They only got a Nest Ball.
I don't think that's going to do it.
I'm not sure. They're going in quite confidently. I feel like they might have some trick up their sleeve, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. There's the Delphox! At least it's here. At least it's here. Liam sees the line of play.
I mean, the Delphox is the win con here, but you need the Armarouge to get the energy onto it.
Oh, there's research!
I did not see the research in hand. Well, that's huge now.
Oh my goodness, we might see a game 3. I would be so excited. I honestly wouldn't be able to contain myself.
Energy or Magma Basin and Armarouge.
Come on, there's a lot to ask for. There's Armarouge. No.
No, but there's Rayquaza VMAX, which lets you discard your hand and draw 3 more cards.
Let's do it, let's do it.
So it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Thin the deck, yes, yes, yes. Nest Ball, let's go.
Now,
Love
annoyingly, so Rayquaza's got a retreat cost of 2. You need 3 energy on the Delphox. So we need an extra energy on the board or a Magma Basin to get an extra energy on the board. And then that would mean we don't need a pivot. So we need an energy or a Magma Basin or a pivot and a Charcadet.
Oh.
That is the combination we need to finish this off.
We've got the Armarouge in hand, so that's fine.
Okay, so yeah.
Oh, wait, are they discard? Oh, I think that's a Chi-Yu. I think I missed.
Yeah.
Apologies, that
we
was
need
a
an
Chi-Yu.
Armarouge. There's an energy. There's an Armarouge! I think that should be it. You attach the... As long as we haven't attached for turn...
No, we don't have the Magma Basin.
We don't need a Magma Basin.
Don't we?
We can attach the Lightning... If we haven't attached for turn, we can attach Lightning Energy, retreat Rayquaza VMAX, use the Armarouge to put the free fire energy onto the Delphox, but have we already attached for turn?
I think the Lightning Energy was an attached for turn on the Rayquaza VMAX, yeah.
That's the key thing. If we haven't attached for turn...
I'm pretty sure Liam has.
Oh, so it's not... Oh, that's such a... Oh, that's so
such
annoying.
A bummer. No!
I did not know... Oh, that's... Oh, the Magma Basin would have been huge there. That would have done it.
Yeah, that's why we needed the Magma Basin, because the attach for turn had already happened on the Rayquaza. I think Liam was thinking, okay, if I attach the Rayquaza, then it is a potential... Oh, it's just... Yeah, it's... I suppose, actually, thinking about it, Alexander does need to put a bit of legwork in, because they can't... Well, they can.
Yeah, they can just frenzy gouging.
They can just frenzy gouging, but then both... Then it will be into a tiebreaker game.
No, Liam needs 3 prizes. Frenzied gouging would only...
Liam needs 1 prize.
Oh, of course. I keep forgetting about the...
Double prize penalty.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So Alexander does have a little bit of work here, unless they want to go to a tiebreaker game.
I don't want to go to a tiebreaker game if I'm Alexander. I want to win straight away.
So Alexander's going to push for it. You bet. But they've used a lot of resources here. They've not got a lot left. I don't know if they can make another Pokemon that can hit the damage the Rayquaza VMAX requires. Look at that HP, 320 HP on a Rayquaza VMAX. Like, it kind of feels like Roaring Moon or nothing at that point. Oh.
No, it looks like there is a boss's
there's
orders.
A boss.
That's onto the Armarouge.
Okay.
And then that should...
Yeah. Oh, it only does 100 damage, and there's no stadium in play. if they frenzied gouging, then yeah, both. Oh, I think they've gone for it. Have they gone for the frenzied gouging as a tiebreaker game? I have no idea. I think it looks like they're talking to the judge.
We're going to need a confirmation on the ruling here.
Because Armor Rouge has 130
Is there
HP.
a possibility that because Alexander is one game up, then this essentially gives a... They get around it? Let's just get some confirmation on exactly what is happening here.
Yeah, we got a tiebreaker game.
We are going to a tiebreaker game. We do have confirmation we are going to a tiebreaker game here.
Ooh.
Because, of course, we did get the double KO. And this is something that doesn't really happen with anything other than Roaring Moon.
No, but Roaring Moon can force those strange situations where it comes down to the deck that can take the first KO. Now, we've seen Roaring Moon miss it, even going second. So Liam maybe choosing to go first if they win the coin flip here, because we do start an entirely new game, so a new coin flip will happen. Ooh, I'm not sure how it go here.
I mean, most of the time in a tiebreaker game, you've got to give it to Roaring Moon here.
You're
it's
right.
a faster deck, the more aggressive deck. You expect it to take the first couple of prizes. You know, Liam's deck here, it's a fantastic deck, don't get me wrong. We love the deck from Liam here, but it's a deck that takes a couple turns to set up and then goes off. So I don't love my chances in a tiebreaker game if I'm Liam.
I don't either, if I'm honest, but you only do need to take one prize. You don't need to take two. So I feel like Liam might get by on being able to take a single prizer if Alexander does not manage to get a KO on their first attacking turn.
And of course, it is obviously interesting that you're going to be using your Starbirth. And if you can get an Arceus Energy turn 1, turn 2, you just get your Arceus V-Star.
Yeah.
And then you Starbirth for your double turbo and a boss's orders. Go and grab a little Pokemon off the bench. And maybe that can be how Liam kind of finishes out this nice and quickly.
Yeah, Alexander did just have to give a mulligan to Liam. So Liam is going to have an extra card in their hand that might help them towards this. And oh, Liam's got a Magikarp. We love to see some Magikarp love.
Yeah, no, everyone loves Magikarp.
He's the best.
Yes.
What a cutie. A second mulligan. This might give Liam the little nudge they need to be able to win this tiebreaker match. But again, Roaring Moon is just so vicious. Alexander could just have this.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Liam really needs to go first here. Because or... No, I'm just thinking about maybe going super aggro with Radiant Heatran, but even then it's a 2-turn thing. It's attach, and then it's Magma Base and attach. So no, I don't think even that can do it. I think Liam needs 2 turns, so you probably have to go first and just hope Alexander doesn't get the ridiculous turn 1, which he probably will, but I think that's the best you can probably hope for.
Okay.
I remember Radiant
Okay.
Greninja down is a problem potentially. One important thing to note in a tiebreaker game, we still set 6 prizes out. Part of the reason for that is because of cards like Iono here, where that could put both players down to a 1-card hand, and that'd be really annoying. We have seen it with tiebreakers in the past. The rules changed a few years ago so that now you put 6 prizes out, not 1. And it is because of cards like Iono or N in the past, if you're old like me and remember. It's to stop things like that just grinding the game to a halt.
Yeah, I think that's really crucial. And also, it kind of just feels a bit more fair and reflective of how tiebreaker games should go. It should be an entire reset of the match. And that includes the prize cards. That includes one of the core principles of Pokemon trading card game, the fact that what if it's prized? You always have to be asking yourself that question, you know?
Absolutely. So it does look like Liam didn't get an energy on the Arceus, but did get an Arceus down. And if I'm Alexander, I am not benching a Morpeko at any point for any reason. That Morpeko is not hitting the bench.
No chance at all. Currently, Alexander's hand looks flush with energy and kind of energy retrieval. But ace cards and 2 Roaring Moon going to the discard pile from the Pokestop.
Ooh, that is rough. There is one in hand.
There is one in hand, thankfully. So they're not needed.
I mean, yeah, maybe not in a tiebreaker game.
Not in a
to be fair.
tiebreaker game, no.
But still, that's harsh.
Regularly, ouch.
Oh, and it looks like we've had a very slow... But I don't see how Liam gets any kind of KO here.
I'm not sure either.
Oh. I think it's still not enough, but it'll help a little bit. I mean, Armor Rouge is... I think Armor Rouge is the way here.
Yeah.
Because you need to try and get some extra energy. Basically, you get free fire energy on a Rayquaza, and that hits like 260 at that point. But you're only going to...
for Mew.
But you still need a set... yeah, you need the Armor Rouge, because you need to be able to Magma Base onto a fire Pokemon and then move it onto the Rayquaza. So even though you can hit 180 with 2 energy, you still need to get that other energy on there. Like that other fire energy on. So it does look like we got a star... What is that, a star?
Pokestop.
Oh, Pokestop. Okay, that makes more sense. So we do just hit for 80 here.
Oh.
Not sure how much I love that.
I'm not a huge fan, to be honest. I think it actually gives Alexander more flexibility because they're now going to be able to use Dark Patch. Whereas before, because Mew was on the bench and Roaring Moon isn't exactly the easiest thing to retreat in the world, it was unavailable.
We do see old Dark
I think that's
Patch
all
gets
she
an
wrote.
energy switch.
I think that's it.
2 Dark Patch, energy switch.
Attach for turn.
Okay, this could be the end here. I mean, to be fair, 320. Well, I suppose you're just going to frenzy gouging,
Yeah,
aren't you?
of course. Just frenzy gouging.
But if it's just the first person to take a prize,
Yeah.
does that count?
Yeah.
It's not just simultaneous KO.
Yeah. It's a KO. It's KO. It's KO. You take prize card. So
there's the free energy. There's the KO, and Alexander will take this 2-0. And that is a shame for Liam, who brought this very creative deck. Seems to have fallen at the last hurdle without ever really showing us on stream what his deck was made of. But shout out to Alexander. And I think it's fair to say, and Shay called this right at the beginning of the weekend, Roaring Moon is really starting in the ascendancy now.
massively, absolutely. The sun has set and here comes the moon.
Yeah, absolutely. The moon is coming out. And it's a very powerful card. It feels like people, and we see this with decks sometimes, just didn't know the best way to play it, didn't know the best way to build it, didn't exactly know what to do with it.
Yeah, the power was there. We understood. We went, oh, yes, that's a fantastic card. Now what?
And it took Ross Cawthorn, who, I'll be honest with you, I've been confused with more than once. We're both Rosses into the Pokemon TCG, of course. But getting that top 8 finish at Charlotte last weekend and kind of just showing people, look, no, just go Darkness Energy, just go consistent and fast. That's what Roaring Moon is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And we've really been seeing it on stream all weekend. This has been how Roaring Moon has really been building up so far. It's been fast, it's been aggressive, it's been consistent. We know Josh has made it into top 8 with Roaring Moon, or we assume Josh has. We've now just put Alexander seemingly into top 8 with Roaring Moon as well. And it seems like, you know, after having one Roaring Moon in top 8 in the past, like 3 tournaments or something silly,
yeah.
We're going to have multiple Roaring Moon actually finding their way, I should say, into top 8 at this tournament.
Honestly, it's why it became one of my caster picks, is that I just saw it as this really aggressive deck that was beginning to come out with slightly different builds. Once that foundation was built, everyone's been building upon it. So although Ross laid the kind of ground floor for us, everyone's now been building on top of that. And each time it seems to be getting better at these tournaments, seems to be doing better, more consistency, more practice, more good matchups, and I think that's the key. And I think I owe you guys an apology. I was assuming that Joshua and Fabrizio were going to be intentionally tying. That's what we were expecting. They actually didn't. Josh lost to Fabrizio, who goes on a ridiculous 39 points into top 8. Josh may now be out. Lauren Van Brex is on 36 points and seems safe
at this stage, absolutely safe. Brent Tonneson is on 37 points. And then, of course, we just put Alexander. So those 4 seem in. We do have Magnus Pedersen on 35 points.
Yeah.
Who is somebody that, again, I am assuming should be in, to be honest with you. Nicholas Christian, is also on 35 points. So that's what we're looking at top 8 at the moment. We've got Nicholas Christian on 35, Brent Tonneson on 38, Lauren Van Brex on 36, Magnus Pedersen on 35, Fabrizio on 39, and Alexander on 35. They are the players at the moment who we are looking at as, well, the 35's probably in top 8. Anything above 35, they're in top 8 at this stage. That's the most up-to-date information we've got on those results.
I'm really looking forward to seeing if Mew can continue to do well in this tournament and can continue to hold on to its Liverpudlian crown. I honestly think it would be really fun. Although it's not my caster prediction for this tournament, Mew does still have a chance to keep that crown. The dream is still alive for the Mew enjoyers.
Yeah, Mew is top seed at this event. 39 match points is absurd at a regional. 13 and 2. You do not see people finishing 13 and 2 very much, because honestly, like, people don't really tend to get to 39 points, because by the time they get to like 36, they just start IDing because they don't need any more points.
No, they're happy. They're like, okay, I'm in top 8. This is all good. I can do the legwork from here.
Well, we saw Mew winning in Liverpool last weekend. Oh, last year, I should say. We've got Mew as a top seed this weekend. I mean, we are going to see. We are going to see Mew get stopped at some point.
Oh, yeah,
because it's going to rotate in a couple of months' time. For now, it's doing very well, but let's stop talking about the old kid on the block. Let's go back to the new kid on the block. Let's talk about Roaring Moon, and let's talk to our round 15 winner.
Thank you for that, Ross. I do indeed have our round 15 winner here, Alexander. First question for you, Alexander. Congratulations, you find yourself in top 8. How do you feel?
Thank you very much. This is great. I feel great. Yes.
Have you ever made a top 8 or gone very far in a tournament before?
No, this is my first top 8. Yes.
Yeah, let's go. Congratulations, Alexander, for the first top 8.
I don't know, the top 8, yes?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
Not bubble?
No, I think guaranteed, I think.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Okay.
So you played Roaring Moon, which is a deck we've seen start to pick up more popularity.
Yes.
What made you want to play that this weekend?
I play more Roaring Moon for tournament, yes? In Brazil. Not play a tournament players.
Okay.
And Stuttgart, Gdańsk, and today, yes. And always CP, yes. This is good deck for big tournament. Yes, it's very consistent. In this day, I play not Turbo Roaring Moon, that 3 Professor Research. This is more consistent, yes.
Okay. Oh, okay, very good. So we saw that you had the tiebreaker game there.
Yeah.
Have you played many of them this weekend?
No. I play slow, yes.
Okay.
I take double penalty, yes. My slow play is no intentional, but is, yes, judge, okay, correct, yes. And this situation, I must KO,
yep.
and KO himself, yes. And this last game was crazy, yes. When my opponent used V-Star, I take hand and no KO, yes. Okay.
Yeah, it was a very, very wild round. I was very engaged watching that backstage. So, do you have any tips for anyone that might want to play Roaring Moon? Any advice you would give to them?
I don't have tips. This is a good deck because it's very faster, yes, very faster deck and very aggressive deck, yes. But turbo version is faster than the same my deck, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Alexander.
Can I I am in Pokédots, yes.
Okay, yeah, of course.
This is my son, Jan. He play in senior division, yes.
Yep.
My coaching trainer, yes, my Mateusz Aszkiewicz, Jerzyk.
Okay.
And Dominik Malicki, Isaac Brandner, and Tortur Rekev, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, massive shout out to them, and congratulations to yourself for your fantastic finish there. Oh, and is that your son?
Yeah.
Yes? Hey, there we go. We love seeing the family community here from all parts of the world.
He have invitation to Hawaii. I walk and I play to Hawaii, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Congratulations, my friend. Well, thank you so much for that, and we're going to get moving for our top 8 real soon. So don't go anywhere. Grab a nice cold beverage, as Ross would say, and we'll be back soon.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in the living room today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, you know, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, you know, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, you know, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game, and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to run through the Obsidian Flames expansion, what cards are in it, and the impact it will have on our metagame. So first of all, let's address the elephant in the room, the absolutely stunning Terra Charizard EX. This card is the poster boy of the Obsidian Flames expansion, and for very good reason. First up, being a dark type, it inherently has such an advantage in this metagame. This lets Charizard have a massive advantage over cards like Mew VMAX and Gardevoir EX, instantly just by being able to hit them for 2 times weakness damage. And with Mew VMAX being the current world champion deck, and Gardevoir's, well, meeting it in the finals, that puts Charizard in a pretty good place to be. Its attack, Burning Darkness, does 180 damage plus 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. This is a very powerful attack, allowing you to efficiently trade 2 shots at the start of the game with Pokemon like Arceus V-Star and Giratina V-Star for example, and then in the late game, once your opponent has taken 4 or more prizes, you can start to swing for massive one-hit KOs with Charizard. It doesn't stop there though for Charizard EX, since it also has the ability Infernal Rain, which when you evolve into Charizard EX, allows you to attach 3 fire energies from your deck to your Pokemon in any way you like. Do you actually understand how strong this is? This at face value lets one use of Infernal Rain set up at least one Charizard and get another one 50% ready to go too. However, Infernal Rain has another use, one that gives Charizard decks much more of a solid early game presence, and that's by piling those energies onto Arceus V-Star. Not only does Arceus V-Star provide a strong early game presence by firing off Trinity Novas for as high as 230 damage if you have a choice band attached, because you are no longer reliant on double turbo energy now. But Arceus also gives you access to Starbirth, a V-Star power that allows you to grab any 2 cards from your deck. This makes getting a turn 2 Charizard EX much easier, since you can just Starbirth for Rare Candy and Charizard combo. This Arceus Charizard deck can even run other attackers like Delphox V to help with a Lost Box matchup, since its magical fire attack can do 120 damage to the active and then 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon too. This is fantastic for taking 2 prize KO turns on 1 prize attacking decks. So now that we have covered the juggernaut that is Charizard EX, what else is there in Obsidian Flames then? Well, Pidgeot EX is the next obvious standout. Pidgeot has the bonkers ability Quick Search. This lets you grab any card from your deck once per turn. Having access to your whole deck every turn is very strong and opens up the door to some really cool combinations. Of course, the limiting factor though for Pidgeot is that it's a stage 2, meaning the decks that can really efficiently use it are much more limited. Decks like Chien-Pao, Charizard and Gardevoir can all really run Pidgeot EX, since they're already running cards like Rare Candy. And I'm sure all of those archetypes would adore being able to get any card from their deck once per turn, right? But there are some other fringe cards you might want to keep your eye out for from Obsidian Flames. Glimmora EX. This has a strong ability Dust Field that forces your opponent to only have 3 bench Pokemon while Glimmora EX is in the act. When you actually think about the top decks in our format, decks like Miraidon, Gardevoir, Mew VMAX, Lost Box, Giratina, all of these decks love to go wide and have a ton of Pokemon in play. Glimmora can stop that right there in its tracks, meaning it's something you have to take seriously. However, its attack is the Achilles heel of the deck, since for 2 fighting energy you can use Poisonous Gem that does 140 damage and poisons your active. And while you can use Radiant Sneasler to pump up that poison damage by 2 in between turns, giving you a total output of 170, this damage still isn't realistically high enough. However, you can make this deck even more disruptive by playing a Solrock Lunatone package, as Lunatone has the ability New Moon, which activates when you have Solrock in play too. And this makes it where stadiums in play do not affect your Pokemon. This allows you to slam Path to the Peak in play, and it will have no effects on your Rulebox Pokemon, only turning off the abilities of your opponent's Pokemon like Charizard EX, Arceus V-Star and even Radiant Greninja, all while leaving your Radiant Sneasler and Glimmora EX's abilities still online. This combination of ability lock and bench lock can be absolutely devastating to play around, so keep an eye out for it. Town Store is the next card I would like to draw your attention to. It is a stadium card that lets you search out a tool card from your deck once per turn. after the tool card reclassification that stops trainer search like Irida from searching for tools, this makes Town Store one of the best ways to search tool cards out currently. So decks like Lost Box could play this card to make use of some other tools like Cleansing Gloves, so Crown Rank can now KO Cresselia in Gardevoir, or making finding a Forest Seal Stone in Turbo Lost Box builds that much easier. So that wraps up our Obsidian Flames run through here today, so let's get back to the action.
Hello trainers, I hope that you're concentrating because we have a very special segment today. My name's Amy, I'm here with the fantastic Mike and our expert today, Tord.
I think we're blessed here with you, Tord. How are you doing, Tord?
Doing great. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
I mean, you're a name that we all know so well from your success in multiple tournaments, but one thing I think you're known for is your ability to come up with new decks, especially around new sets and when there's rotations. But it's not just about the decks that are unknown, like your recent Lost Box, but the consistency cards and how you choose to put those in your decks, all of those kinds of decisions. Talk us through what goes into making a deck.
Yeah, for sure. So over the years I have been playing, I have been liking to kind of divide all the type of cards into your deck into two segments. So I like to divide them into power cards and consistency cards. Now, a consistency card is all the cards in your deck that help you establish your basic strategy. So every single card that aims towards that goal will be a consistency card. So first you kind of have to define what is the core strategy of your deck, right? What are you trying to do?
I got a question about that. So what deck are you playing right now, Amy?
Charizard.
So with Charizard, for those at home, what would be the basic strategy of Charizard?
So say for Charizard EX, for example, the very basic strategy there, I would say, is get Charizard EX into the active and swing, right? Simple as that. Just use its really powerful attack and that's it. So every card in your deck that will aim towards that goal will be a consistency card. And now on the other side of the coin is the power cards again. So the power cards are only really good after setup again. So they can help tip the tide in your favor when you actually already established your basic strategy. So say a card like Boss's Order, right? Does nothing for you until you have that Charizard up and going and ready to attack. So Boss's Order, really, really powerful card, a power card, but it's not a consistency card again. So it's all about trying to find the right balance between the consistency cards and the power cards again.
I have a lot of, especially newer players or mums of juniors and seniors who are wanting to diversify their deck building techniques ask, Amy, what is the right mix of Pokemon, trainers, items, stadiums, and energy that they should be aiming for? I suppose my question to you is there any basic structure that somebody new to deck building could use, or would you prefer people to switch to that power card versus consistency card thought?
So the power cards versus consistency cards is just like one of many things you can use to help build a deck, right? But decks, they vary so wildly much, right? So say your Charizard EX deck might need way less or fewer energies than a Miraidon deck, for example. Exactly.
Or I mean, one of the first decks I learned from you was your 18 energy fire deck.
Exactly.
Back in 2019, and that was crazy at the time because it was so unexpected. So I guess with what you're saying there is, where would you recommend someone start when they're building a deck?
So you should probably start with figuring out, okay, what am I trying to attack with, right? So what am I trying to accomplish here? And then you need to try to put in cards that aim towards that goal again, right? So say if you use Charizard EX again, the goal is to attack with Charizard EX, and let's say ideally you attack with Charizard EX 3 times, right? Then you need at least enough energies in your deck to make that happen. So Charizard EX needs 2 energies to attack. If you want to attack with it 3 times, you can do some quick math, that should be 6 energies, right? You should also take into account that you could prize some, you might retreat around with some as well, maybe randomly discard some. So you should probably play a little bit more than 6 if you still want to, have 3 Charizard EX attacking. maybe you could play cards like Super Rod as well, so you can get the energies back into the deck after you use them too.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to think about, and I guess for a lot of players, they'll go away and copy a deck from their favorite player. One thing that you do when you first come into the format is you sort of redefine what the consistency card should look like in a deck. And I think the question for you is, how do the consistency and power cards change throughout a format?
So, I mean, you have a lot of different approaches to that as well. Actually, I think that's one of the more interesting things about deck building, is just trying to figure out what should my engine be. I usually kind of like to approach deck building from that angle and say, okay, I don't really care that much about what my main attacker is going to be, right? I care much more about, okay, how am I drawing my cards? How am I finding my cards? And then when I found an engine I really, really liked, then I kind of build a deck around that engine instead of the other way around of picking an attacker and trying to make it work. So I think there's just like a lot of way you can go about it, and that's one of my favorite ways to do it.
Thank you so much, Tord, for joining us and talking us through a real little masterclass in deck building there. I really hope this helps everybody at home. Obviously, leave us a message and let us know if there's anything else that we can maybe get them back in the future for. Thank you, Mike, for your fantastic questions as well. Trainers, it's time to get back to the action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Liverpool Regional Championships. My name's Ross, and I'm joined by Shay, and we're heading into Top 8 soon.
Top 8 is where all the marvels and the increased prizing starts, and on the back of that extremely entertaining winning in-game we just saw there, I am incredibly excited to get this Top 8 started.
Well, I've actually got some bad news about that.
I know.
Because I've just checked, we've actually got confirmation of the Top 8, and it turns out our Round 15 winner, Alexander, has actually bubbled.
Oh, did he?
Actually bubbled.
Oh,
so
goodness.
We've got, I believe, 6 players who finished with 35 points or more.
Oh, there was a one-player bubble, yeah.
And one player bubbled at 35 points, and it was our Round 15 winner, Alexander, which is not something we saw coming. It's very unfortunate, but that is unfortunately where we are left. So a very good effort, very well put forward. Unfortunately, did not find a way into Top 8 after all of that.
Yeah, after that highly entertaining game, unfortunately for him, like you said, finished in that 9th place, but still gets that top, 16 pricing? Yeah, nothing really. I mean, it's still a lot of money, considering, you know, that can help pave the way to other events as well. So, yeah, massive shout-outs to him, but unfortunately didn't quite make it.
No, and there's nothing worse. I've been there myself, where you win that final game and you're like, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
And then you check and you are that one person that bubbled. It's always just so sad to find out. But we do have our top 8 list of players here. So we got ourselves Fabrizio Inga Silva, Brett Tonneson, Lawrence Van Brecht, Magnus Pedersen, Brennan Kammerman, Nicholas Christen, Gavin Irving, and Kito Arai. Actually a Japanese player. who apparently has appeared and taken one of the top 8 spots, and obviously a player that a lot of you are going to be very familiar with because a player with a very storied background.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be really entertaining coming all the way there from Japan and doing fantastic, securing that 8th seed slot there. And I had a quick look at the decks in that top 8, and Ross, it hasn't gone well for us, my friend.
Oh, well, I know you've been mocking me all day because of the Miraidon, and look, I gave up on Miraidon like 3 rounds ago. I checked the standings, I looked at the players, I looked at the highest seeded Miraidon, I think 3 rounds ago, and I was like, yeah, okay, fine, we're good.
Yeah, so yeah, like you said, you gave up on Miraidon, you know, quite early. I still had hope in my pick. I thought the Phoenix was rising from the ashes. Gardevoir not even being a top 5 deck played here, and then going to the 3rd most popular deck in day 2. But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, as there were no Gardevoir in that top cut.
No, so here we do have confirmation of the bracket here. And now we don't have decks written on there, but we can fill in some gaps there. So Fabrizio is playing Mew. Kato there is Charizard, so we've got Mew and Charizard in that top game there. Magnus Pedersen, we are putting this together on the fly, so you will have to forgive us. Magnus Pedersen is Lost Zone Box, playing against Brennan Kammerman. Have you got Brennan's deck to hand by any chance?
He's a Lost Box, I believe.
Also got 2 Lost Bots coming on there. We got Brent Tonneson, who, if I remember correctly, is Lost Zone Giratina. Going to be playing against Gavin Irvine's Lost Zone Giratina. So we've got another mirror match coming in there. And then we got Lauren Van Brecht, who is again on Charizard, playing against Nicholas Christian, who is on Snorlax Control.
Yeah, so that's our top 8 decks there, and we're actually going to have a community vote here, so you guys can pick what matchup you would like to see. So the community vote will be between Magnus Pedersen versus Brennan Kammerman and Brent Tonneson versus Gavin Irvine. So I think Brent Tonneson and Gavin would be the Giratina mirror, I believe.
Yes.
And then what Magnus, I know Brennan was definitely on Lost Box. And what was Magnus playing again, Ross?
Lost Box.
Oh, so I got a Lost Box mirror or a Giratina mirror. Whichever one of them you would prefer. Make sure you get involved in Twitch on that poll, and you can have your say, and we'll get one of those on the stream.
Trust us, you don't want the top 8 game to be Snorlax against Charizard. We've seen this before. It is not always the most competitive of matchups.
And you know, it might not be the most entertaining, depending on what you, how you think, or how you define, I should say, entertaining. So Ross, you know, for players going into top 8, what do you think is going through their heads right now? Because, you know, it's interesting because you made it so far into the tournament, right? You've won a lot of games, you know, your deck choice, you know, you must be feeling confident. And now you've just got, you know what, 3 more to take it all home. What do you think is going through their head?
Well, like back when I was a teacher, I'm going to tell you that the answer to almost every question is, it depends.
Okay.
Now, if they are a player with a real track record of success and top 8s in the past, what's going through their head is, not again, this time I need to win it. Whereas if they're a player who's, you know, on their first top 8, a lot of the time the answer is, made it to top 8. Oh yeah. And that pressure is not there to try and win. But similarly, it depends on the matchup. Like, if you're the Charizard player going into top 8 against Snorlax, realistically you're going to look at that matchup and you know that it is heavily favored against you. So it's one of those situations where you're obviously going to try your best. Yep. You're going to play to your outs, but you're also going to acknowledge the fact that maybe this is not meant to be your year for winning Liverpool Regionals, but you made it to top 8 and that's pretty good. So it really depends on a lot of different factors, but for a lot of people it's going to be, all right, that's the hard bit. Now it's just one game at a time, because we just saw a winning in which turned out not to be a winning in because the bubble happened, whereas here it's nice and simple. You win, you're in top 4. You win, you're in the final. You win, you win.
There we go. And like you said, it's interesting, like you said there, because like if you're in a traditionally bad matchup, you think, well, the chances ain't going to be in my favour, so now the pressure's off, and just whatever happens will happen. Now, Ross, I'll let you in for a little secret right now.
Go for it.
Well, you know, as everyone knows, my cast prediction was Gardevoir for this weekend. So when I saw it wasn't in the top most played decks, I set myself up a little storyline here. So Ross, could you just do me a favour? Could you pass us that Premier Ball there, please? So
Have we allowed people enough time to guess what's in there?
Yeah, well, have your guess now of what's in there, because like I said, I had it all set up, you know, Ross. I thought the storyline was there. I thought it wasn't a top deck in day 1. It then converted to the 3rd most popular deck in day 2. So I thought I was getting ready to unveil what was in there. This whole time, I had the vaults ready. I had them ready.
Perfect.
It would have been beautiful, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. So Vault's got to go back down there, and you know what? That makes me incredibly sad. I would have stuck my chest out so much, but alas, I have to just sit there with a little bit of egg on my face.
Wasn't meant to be. Who knows, maybe in future tournaments we'll put a different Pokemon into Pokeball and we can play the guessing game all weekend. We do have a result of the community choice. It is Magnus. We basically got the Lost Zone Mirror. So Magnus Pedersen against Brennan Kammerman. Lost Zone Mirror is one I find very entertaining a lot of the time. Lots of back and forth, lots of choices and decisions to be made. And of course, Brennan Kammerman and Magnus Pedersen, both absolutely phenomenal European players. A lot of people are familiar with. So, I mean, we've got good players and we've got ourselves a mirror match, but a very interesting mirror match. And, you know, like I say, yesterday, the highlight for me of the entire stream yesterday was that Charizard mirror, seeing that back and forth between the Justified Gloves build and the TM Devolution build of Charizard, and watching both players try and play around each other's techs.
Yeah, and that's in the mirror matches can be really interesting, right? Because you know what your opponent's trying to do, your opponent knows what you're trying to do, and yeah, it can come down to, you know, who sets up better, or who has, even like you said in that Charizard scenario there, who has even teched or, you know, have cards specifically for the mirror matches. So it'd be interesting to have a good look at the list and delve into what the X factors could be. But the real interesting thing is here, now that you're in top 8, you know, you're not really guaranteed any easy ones here. You're going to be playing against top players who all know their decks inside and out. And what that means is we're going to have very entertaining matches moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. We've got a variety of decks. We've got some Lost Bots, we've got some Charizard, we've got some Giratina. We've got ourselves that one Snorlax Control still hanging on. And then, of course, we've got our top seed Mew. So we got 2 Charizard, 2 Lost Box, 2 Giratina, 1 Snorlax, 1 Mew. Is that right?
That sounds correct.
I think that's the top 8 as it stands at the moment. So 3 pairs and then 2 individual decks. But let's not sleep on the fact, you know, Fabrizio Ingasilva, top seed. Like, by a bit of a margin. Like, 2 points higher than Brent Tonneson as a 2nd seed. So, and actually, just worth pointing out, we're at a European regional, and yet in the top 8 we've got players from Australia and Japan.
Yeah,
that's
and Fabricio,
kind of
right?
awesome.
And Fabricio from he's from Spain. I apologize. Oh no, where's PE? What is Fabricio? What is that? But yeah, I don't think they're from Europe as well, right?
I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
So either way, so Peru, yes, correct, there we go. He is from Peru, so and that's what I love about this season. I think a lot of it has to do with that increased pricing, is that it's now, if you're a top player, right, who can consistently top 32, top 16, top 8, maybe even win, it now makes financial sense for you to go around the world, compete at all these events. Like I know Brent Tonneson, for example, he was at Lille, I believe, and he's been in America recently, and now he's in Liverpool, and I think he might be going back to America for Knoxville next weekend. So here, there, and everywhere, and it makes sense. And imagine that, just traveling the world playing Pokemon, eh?
I mean, that's literally what we do. We travel the world playing and talking about Pokemon. Like, you were down in Brazil earlier in the year, Shay.
Yeah.
So
I was.
So, you know, let's not pretend everyone else is having all the fun. We're having our share of fun
I'm not saying, hey, traveling around the world and talking about Pokemon is also rather good as well. But I'm just saying, imagine if you are one of these top players. That's now an option, right?
Yeah.
Whereas before, if you did want to go to event, it was going to kind of hurt the bank a little bit. But now, if you perform well, as Brent has been doing, all of a sudden you can make a little bit of money and do it at the same time.
Yeah, it's always kind of fun, and seeing 3 other regions other than Europe represented in the top 8 of a European regional, it's just wonderful to see. We didn't see this in years past. It's turning into this truly international game where, but not in a way where we have tournaments in different regions, which we've always had, but where different regions are traveling around to all these tournaments. We bumped into Rosemary and Sierra, some lovely VG casters earlier. They popped backstage to say hello to us, and you know they've come over from North America for the tournament this weekend. just to play some video game and have some fun. There's really are people from all over the world at Liverpool Regionals, and like you're like me, you've been coming to Liverpool Regionals for years and years.
Yeah, for sure.
It never used to be like this when we were at these home regionals.
No, I was chatting to a judge earlier, right? And the very first Liverpool, what, 2022 it would have been, where there's only like 370 players. They were saying...
The very first in
well,
22?
Well, the very first is the season restart, right?
Okay.
They were saying there's now more judges and staff here than there was players at that Liverpool.
Yeah.
That shows how impressive and how big the game is growing.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Obviously, shout out to all the judges doing absolutely amazing work. All the other staff in the venue, the backstage production crew here. Everyone just going out of their way to be awesome and making sure that the tournament and the stream are as good as they can be. But we do have confirmation of our players there. Oh, shout out to Brennan Kammerman's t-shirt. I have that exact same t-shirt with me this weekend, Shay.
Do you?
That is from the Van Gogh Museum over in the Netherlands, over in Amsterdam. And yeah, I went to the exhibit. I picked up that t-shirt. It is a fantastic t-shirt.
It does look very nice. Now I'm seeing it. Now I'm seeing it on there, and maybe it could be the good luck charm there. We do have Magnus across the table there from Brennan, a senior world champion. So he'll be doing everything he can to catapult himself. And a little bit of spice we can see from that deck list on the shuffle. I'm seeing Dark Energy, and I think we know what that means, Ross, right?
It could be some Roaring Moon in there.
There's going to be some Roaring Moon in there. So that's going to be entertaining to look at.
I can't get rid of Roaring Moon.
No, we
this
can't
weekend.
get rid of Roaring Moon. Let's look at Magnus's achievements there in the Master Division. NAIC top 8, Stuttgart Regionals top 4. How do you pronounce that one? Yonchaping, regional champion. And then
I have been
LAIC.
to Yonchaping twice, as I told you earlier in the stream.
Yeah, I know you did say that. I was trying to think how you pronounced it back when you did say it.
I'm pronouncing it badly, but Yonchaping is vaguely correct.
There we go. Yonchaping regional champion 2019. And then LAIC top 64 2023. And our senior world champion as well. Let's not forget that.
I'll tell you something, Yonchaping Airport is tiny. And then we got Brennan Kammerman here, top 8 at LAIC, a Bochum regional finalist, Malmo regional top 4. So both players who have done well in Sweden apparently, and a Liverpool regional finalist in 2022, hoping to go one step further this weekend.
Yeah, no, fantastic accoladed player here. And ooh, I tell you what, it's a little bit. Now I'm consulting the list here, Ross. There's some interesting things going on here that we will draw attention to as and when relevant and in the gameplay. But this is going to be a very interesting game looking at card count. So I can't wait to get this started here as both players, both very accomplished, both have impressive resumes in the Pokemon TCG. And definitely aren't happy with just getting the top 8. I know they both want to win this and hopefully win the whole event.
Yeah, we've got Roaring Moon. Oh, that is a one of Galarian Moltres, which ends up in the prizes. Super effective glasses for Magnus goes in the prizes as well. There's 2 in the deck, but that one could be missed.
All right, but looks like both our players are ready. There's the fist bump. Here is our Masters top 8 match here in Liverpool, as Magnus is going to kick us off and going to start the turn off with a Battle VIP pass. Remember, the winner of this game will get catapulted into top 4 and then into the final if they are successful. So it's all to play for here.
Yeah, we've shown those the tables earlier. That prize money does go up very nicely as you go up through the top 8. Now, it's going to be interesting here to think about, how much do each player know about the list? Because, look, if we think about the Pokemon that are in here, we know there's going to be 4 Comfey.
Yep.
And we know there's going to be at least 1 Cramorant.
Yeah.
And I would say you would imagine there to be a Sableye, but that's not actually true, right? While we got a second, Magnus has got Iron Hands, Cramorant, Roaring Moon, Galarian Moltres, though that's prized, Minior, Tropius, and Mew EX. And Brennan has got Comfey, Cramorant, Manaphy, Sableye, Jirachi, Radiant Charizard, Roaring Moon, Pidgeot V, and Morile. So, yes, they've got the same engine, but let's not pretend these are the same decks.
No.
These are very, very different builds. We've got a bit more of a control build over there from Brennan and a bit more of an I'm going to hit whatever you've got for weakness build here from Magnus.
And that just shows you how flexible and versatile the Lost Zone engine is, right? When you have Mirage Gate that can pluck out any energy from your deck, well, basic energy, you can just open the door to a whole myriad of different attackers there. As we are going to see Magnus going to use a concealed cards there from that Greninja. I'm going to attach your energy to the active Comfey to retreat, get a second use of Flower selecting.
Yeah, get a couple cards in the Lost Zone turn 1, always a big bonus. We drop a Lost Vacuum. Not always one, oh no, we're having a big think about this, considered Lost Vacuum. Of course, now, if you don't drop the Lost Vacuum, you are giving away what's actually in your hand.
Yeah, so interesting point actually there. Magnus opting to keep the Roaring Moon. And I wonder how much of each other's deck the players know. Like, you know, when you get to this late part of the event, it's not uncommon for you to sit next to people a couple of times. You might have had a little scout when you're playing, so they might be aware of what's going on. And I guess if you were to see Grass Energy, that's probably going to open the door for you thinking, right, there's going to be some interesting stuff here. It's going to be Brennan's first turn here in this top 8 match here in Liverpool. Going to kick us off with a Battle VIP pass. And it's worth noting, both our players here already have guaranteed themselves $3,000. If you win this round, though, you get top 4, which means the minimum you can walk home with would be $5,000. So you could argue this is a $2,000 match.
Wait, it's a $2,000 match?
It is, yeah.
That's quite impressive. So we do see the Battle VIP pass here, eyeing up a couple of Comfey, which is not unusual here. That is your draw engine in this deck. So use your first Battle VIP pass, go for a pair of Comfey, and then after that, hopefully, that will draw you into whatever you want from there on.
And it's really interesting now looking at Brennan's list. So we see that Morwile there has that tempting trap attack for 1 colorless energy. And then well, your opponent's active cannot retreat next turn. So it's almost like, well, I mean, I guess it is, block Snorlax's ability, but on a colorless attack. So I wonder if that means Brennan's trying to use that to maybe get some leeway into the Charizard matchup, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely could be. Both of these decks are very tricksy, and that's the thing. Like, generally speaking, both these players have had a similar kind of idea, and that is, this Lost Zone build is great, let's go for Lost Zone. They've then sat down and looked at the matchups they're expecting to face, and they are playing the right kind of attackers to try and take advantage of whatever matchup that might be. But they've both come to different conclusions as to what they need to beat, but I do like that they've both gone for Roaring Moon, because they've both gone, yeah, sometimes there's something you just need to smash.
Yeah, I think Roaring Moon is such a cool include into the Lost Box archetype, because sometimes what Lost Box can struggle with is just having some get-out-the-way power, and Roaring Moon provides that amply, right? Being able to Frenzy Gouging, just KO whatever's in your opponent's active, or even Calamity Storm if needs be, is a high-powered option as well. As Brennan is going to play a Chorus Experiment there, going to choose to send a Counter Catcher and a Beach Court to the Lost Zone, debating whether to play that Skate Rope, going to force Magnus to change his active.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea there. You get to switch a new Comfey, and to be fair, Magnus is going to switch his own Comfey, but at least you got the pivot, and now we got ourselves a Nest Ball coming down. Go and grab yourselves a basic Pokemon, and neither player's really given anything away here. They've literally only benched Comfey, Cramorant, and then Magnus has gone and benched a Radiant Greninja, which is the closest either player's really gone to giving anything away, except for maybe that Morwile with which Brennan started.
Yeah, that Morwile's going to definitely make you think, interesting. Now, I remember Morwile did see a little bit of play all the way back at EUIC, I believe, in combination with Radiant Charizard. So maybe Magnus thinking, okay, the chances are we might see a Radiant Charizard. You know, Brennan has had a Battle VIP pass and opted not to get Radiant Greninja, so that could give you a little bit of insight into what the Radiant could be. But again, these are the sort of decisions that these high-level players will be thinking constantly.
Well, that's the thing. If you're playing Radiant Greninja, you search it out as fast as you can almost every game.
Yes.
The fact that you've had a chance and not searched it out tells us you're not playing Radiant Greninja.
As Brendan
drops a Mirage Gate early doors.
Yeah, and I think 2 copies of Beach Court as well. So keep an eye on the stadiums there for Brendan. I don't think actually plays 1 copy of Artisans. That's the only stadium that Brendan has access to right now. So that's something. Oh, as we do see it, there he is, letting you search your deck for any basic non-rule box Pokemon and pop it straight onto your bench. And let's see what Brennan can do here. Opting to use that to grab a Comfey. So that's what, 3 Comfey now? Yeah, 3 Comfey in play, as Brennan now has access to that Cramorant for that lost provision. So can actually attack if that Comfey can get out the active.
And I like this turn 1 attack. Oh, can I actually get it out of the active?
Get it out of the active.
I love the idea of taking the first prize. I like the idea of taking a Comfey down. I would have loved to see a Cramorant attack there. I think that would have been fantastic. But I think he just ran out of switching options.
I believe so, as it looks like Magnus is going to start the turn off there by Lost Zoning and Escape Rope, that nice plasma artwork one. That's my personal favourite. And now going to attach a Lightning Energy. Now that's going to give away a bit of information. Okay, so I've seen Grass Energy and Lightning now. Cramorant's going to hit the active, and as these Lost Box decks often do, they take their first prize cards with Spit innocently.
Yeah, the Lightning Energy really says Iron Hands. The Grass Energy nowadays kind of gives away Tropius.
Yes.
Which also says it's probably the super effective Glasses build.
Yes.
Which we have seen a little bit lately. It is a build that's popping up more and more. So, yeah, I think at this stage, Brennan probably knows what Magnus, if he didn't know before, because that's the thing, right? When you get your top 8 opponent, you go to all of your friends, you're like, right, has anyone played him, sat near him? Who knows what Magnus is playing this weekend? Trying to get as much information as you can.
Yeah, you are correct. I imagine that's what Brennan or Magnus play have both been doing. Now, worth noting, Magnus only plays 1 copy of Cramorant. As we can see, Brennan has 2 copies. So if it is going to be a 1-prize war of attrition at the start, Brennan, in theory, should be able to win that unless Magnus can, use Super Rod or anything like this. But another thing we have to watch out for is since Magnus does play Radiant Greninja, can opt to use, oh no, he doesn't play any Water Energy. I apologize. So we will not be seeing the Moonlight Shuriken from Greninja. So if it does come down to a 1-prize battle early on, Ross, I think Brennan has the advantage.
Yeah, Brennan has 2 Sableye, 2 Cramorants, 1 Cramorant, no Sableye for Magnus. And then, of course, you've got Radiant Charizard. It's a really good 1-prize attacker. Whereas Magnus is more, I've got something of a bunch of different types to try and counter a lot of the other bigger stuff in the game. Stuff like Minior, stuff like Tropius.
Yes.
Stuff like Iron Hands. And to be fair, Iron Hands could be quite nice.
Iron Hands, well, that's the great equalizer, right? If Brennan has access to more 1-prize Pokemon, Magnus can counter that by taking 2 prizes when KOing those 1-prize Pokemon. Obviously, amp you very much for 4 energy, letting you take an extra prize card if it knocks something out, dealing 120 damage. As Magnus does there, use a Flower Selecting and going to Lost Zone that Tropius. So that's a little bit of information there. Oh, you're sad about that one, Ross?
A little bit sad about that one. I don't think it's going to be a huge in this particular matchup. It's not one of the most important ones here. Base does 120 for 2 energy if one of your Pokemon was KO'd last turn. Bit inefficient if you're KOing single prizes, but it's really there for the stuff that's weak to grass, like Roaring Moon and things of that nature. With super effective Glasses, it turns into a good option to 1-hit KO them. So that's why Tropius is in the deck. It's not for this matchup. But Magnus's deck does have a lot of Pokemon that are for this matchup or that matchup. But just in terms of a general back and forth with another Lost Zone, Magnus's deck does not seem as well set up as Brennan's does.
No, I think you're right. This is definitely trying to uptrade 2-prize KOs or even 3-prize KOs a lot easier. But does have access to that Iron Hands, which could be the great equalizer as well. As we are going to see an Escape Rope, we did see that Cramorant get shuffled in by a Super Rod and then immediately found as well. So it looks like we are going to see a Spit innocently for Magnus. Is going to be the first one to take 2 prize cards here in this game.
Yeah, it's going to KO the Moral. I don't think Brennan's going to be too upset to see that one go, honestly. But then Brennan's going to have a really easy return KO with his own Cramorant. And he's got 2 Cramorant there that can just sit there and kind of keep taking prizes for a little while. Whereas when this Cramorant, Magnus has already recovered it with a Super Rod and got it back out again.
Yeah.
This is already the second use of the same Cramorant from Magnus. So he's going to have to... And that's the thing, at some point, he's going to have to start using 2-prize attackers.
Yes.
But because Tropius in the Lost Zone, Minior is not
very helpful.
ideal. And that's the only Cramorant. So you're then going to have to start using 2-prize attackers. But that's kind of what Brennan wants. Those 2-prize attackers are not great into Radiant Charizard. Radiant Charizard will KO them. Roaring Moon will KO them. So in this, I'm liking Brennan's deck a little bit better in this very specific matchup.
I guess it's worth worth saying that while that Artisan does stay in play, Magnus does play 3 copies of Super Rod. Well, obviously, I've seen 1, so it's not like too unrealistic for him to, use the Super Rod to get better Cramorant. But you are correct. I think Brennan's list might be slightly favoured here, but anything can happen in the top 8.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
When I say slightly, and it's still, we've got a very good deck. And look, Magnus knows he's going to be playing against Lost Box. It's still a deck that's absolutely out there. So this is a deck that Magnus has prepared against. So Brennan KO's Cramorant with Cramorant, and we're tied up at 2 prizes each.
And let's see what Magnus does here. Going to opt to play that Hisuian Heavy Ball, as we do see that Iron Hands EX currently in the hand. Magnus currently is at 5 cards in the Lost Zone. No, there will be 6 after this, so won't be able to power it up immediately, as Magnus will be using that Mirage Gate to power it up. We can only play that if you have 7 cards in your Lost Zone.
Yeah, but I think when you've got 7 cards in the Lost Zone, I think Iron Hands might be the answer here.
Yep.
I mean, look, if you can get 2 attacks off with Iron Hands, that's it. That's the end of the game.
True.
You need to start attacking with 2 prizes, so why not attack with 2 prizes that turn your opponent's Pokemon into 2 prizes? It's 4 energy, it's awkward. Actually, 1 Mirage Gate and attachment turn isn't enough. It really is kind of a 2 Mirage Gate kind of Pokemon. But if you throw it up there, you basically say to Brennan, look, I've just taken 2 prizes. You have 1 turn to get something like a Roaring Moon or a Radiant Charizard to KO it, or I will just win the game next turn.
It'd be nice if you could combine that on a Roxanne turn as well, just to reduce Brennan's options and say, right, you have to deal with this Iron Hands. You need to do it this turn exactly. Oh, and there is the Iron Hands coming down now. Magnus still needs to... Yeah, still needs to get a card from the Lost Zone before you can play the Mirage Gate, but the Iron Hands Ross has hit the field.
Yeah, and I think that's where you've got to go here, because your other attackers, you got your Galarian Moltres, which is prized anyway, your Roaring Moon, your Minior, your Mew, none of them are that good here.
No.
You've used your Cramorant, and maybe you can Super Rod it back and Artisan it out, but you've gotten to that point where you either keep trying to recover your Cramorant or you go Iron Hands. And that's the thing about Magnus's deck, because you've got so many attackers which are really specific techs against this, that, and the other, you do kind of lock yourself into, these are my 2 attackers for this matchup, that's what I've got. Whereas Brennan has got, Sableye and Cramorant and Radiant Charizard to just always work against anything.
Yeah, and as we do see Magnus playing that Raihan, going to attach the Dark Energy to that active Comfey and then grab any card from his deck. We didn't get to see what it was, but we are going to see we're going to see a retreat into Comfey. So now we are at that 7 break point, which means the Mirage Gate will be live. So I see a switch card. I see 1 Mirage Gate. I see, is there 2?
I believe I saw 2. That was very quick. I could be mistaken.
So it looks like, well,
so
whoa, okay, Ross, if we're going to see energy attached in here, I would assume, is there enough basic energy in the deck?
Yeah.
There is. So I would imagine.
There's a second one in hand, like we thought there was.
Ooh, here we go.
Amp you very much.
Amp you very much. Magnus will be saying thank you very much. And this is...
No, he'll be saying amp you very much.
And I'll be saying thank you for those 2 prize cards off of 1 prize Pokemon. Now, this is really interesting. Brennan needs to respond to this, right? You haven't got any leeway here. You don't really want to be playing bosses or the stall because it could just come back inactive. Brennan needs to deal with this. Has the ways to do it, Roaring Moon and Radiant Charizard, but right now, oh, wait a minute. That Bravery Charm, that pushes it out of Combustion Blast range.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Radiant Charizard, 1 fire energy, with 4 prizes taken by your opponent. Radiant Charizard becomes an excellent way to come back. But now you're kind of forced into Roaring Mooning it.
Yeah, we'll have to. I think it might be in hand, though. Look at the speed as well. This is a high-octane game, everyone. We do see Radiant Charizard getting moved to the front. Does Brennan have a Lost Vacuum
He must have something like a Lost Vacuum to remove.
I see Mirage Gate. I see Roaring Moon as well. I think it has the Roaring Moon. Needs to get 1 more card in the Lost Zone first, actually, before there's Mirage Gate alive, as we are going to see another escape rope. A Nest Ball being played and failed by the looks of it.
Has he used his active Comfey yet?
No. So we do have another.
There's a 7th card in the Lost Zone then, so that's nice and easy. We need either something like a Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Bravery Charm, and there's only 1 in the deck in total.
Yeah, and I don't think he doesn't play any things like Raihan or anything like this, so maybe able to just pluck it out of the deck via search. So it looks like Brennan's debating, going to Lost Zone the Nest Ball to take that Colrus from the top card there from the Fire State inside. As Mirage Gate are live. So playing Mirage Gate now, not onto the Roaring Moon. So must have a way. Kind of interesting. So we're going to attach the 1 fire energy there to the Charizard, 1 to the active.
But you're not doing enough damage as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, because that Iron Hands has an effective 280 HP, 230 base, plus 50 from Bravery Charm. Combustion Blast, while it's a very heavy dealing, damaging attack, does only deal, I say only, 250, which isn't enough in this exact scenario.
No, you're fairly away at this stage from getting a KO, so you need something a bit more here. Whether that's Roaring Moon, but then... I mean, you've still got your attachment for the turn, so one Mirage Gate attached for turn would build up Roaring Moon. It's not the end of the world if you just build up both of those attackers this turn.
It's not. It's not.
Because I never worried about using Charizard to KO the Iron Hand. It's literally just that Bravery Charm has thrown a complete spanner in the works.
I guess if he was to attack with the Roaring Moon, though, that leaves Magnus very easy. Well, I say easy, but, you know, it'd leave a Roaring Moon with 30 HP, right? It wouldn't be very hard for him to respond on that and still win the game. So Lost Vacuum, I think, would be the ideal scenario here.
Agreed.
But then how do you find your one-off? Does the chorus find it, Ross? Do we see Lost Vacuum? No.
I'm not seeing it in hand there, Shay. I'm not seeing it in those 5 cards. That would have been perfect. That would have just ended the... That wouldn't have ended the game right here. That's silly. What it would have done was put Brennan in a very good position, because not only do you KO the Iron Hands, but you then leave a single prizer in the active, which makes it so much more difficult for Magnus to... Well, actually, there's no 2 prizes on the board, so it basically makes it impossible for Magnus to win next turn.
Yeah, so... Now with that, we're going to see a pay retreat into Comfey, going to Flower Select Lost Vacuum!
Oh, did he hit it?
Yeah, so now we have a switch cart. I think there's another switch cart in hand from the first chorus. He's
got a switch cart. Okay, so we got everything we need here.
Goodness.
Lost Vacuum takes away the Bravery Charm. We switch cart into the Charizard, and that will just hit 250, get the KO, and amp you very much for the 2 prizes. Iron Hands.
Wow, what a well-trained Comfey that was, selecting the right flowers in that scenario and grabbing that Lost Vacuum. Lost Vacuum will remove that Bravery Charm, going to reduce the HP from that active Iron Hands from 280 down to 230, meaning Combustion Blast will be enough for a KO.
Yeah, very well done, Brennan, there. Having a dig for that 1 copy of Lost Vacuum is never an ideal scenario, but it works there. And look, Magnus played that perfectly.
He did.
Getting the KO at that time, basically saying to Brennan, you have a single turn to KO this, or I will win the game next turn, was beautiful. It was well played. The Bravery Charm, everything about that was perfect. But then Brennan was like, well, unfortunately, I actually can KO it, even with the Bravery Charm. And now, I mean, it's so close either way here. It really is. But now we got we got 160 HP Pokemon hitting for 250 every turn. So that's a lot, honestly. That is a lot.
It's an extremely high amount of damage. It looks like Ben's going to play that Mirage Gate there to set up.
Was that all the energy left in deck?
I mean, it might be. I think the energy has been, you know, a bit scarce. So we have see a Psychic on that Sableye and a Dark Energy, as we are going to see that Combustion Blast into the Iron Hands EX as Brennan takes 2 prize cards. Both players now on 2 prize cards. Let's see what Magnus can do.
And what does Magnus attack with right now? Like, you could maybe recover your Cramorant again, but it won't KO Charizard.
No.
I mean, if you can recover your Iron Hands, it won't KO Charizard.
No, it wouldn't, yeah.
I mean, Tropius is in the Lost Zone. So Roaring Moon seems a little bit over the top here. But you do finally have your Galarian Moltres V.
I mean...
But then that's going to be in range of Charizard, if you don't KO the Charizard. And even if you do, Brennan can maybe get it back, and then you're in range of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he was, and we know that Brennan does play Clara, actually, so it wouldn't be very hard to get that Radiant Charizard and that Fire Energy back. It looks like we are going to see bench Galarian Moltres and then the Roxanne. Both players going to shuffle in their hand. Magnus will get 6, Brennan will get 2.
Yeah. This is exactly the turn you want to be dropping Roxanne, put your opponent down to the smallest possible hand and say, look, I know you've got outs, I know you can KO my Pokemon, I know you can win. I'm just going to make it as hard as I possibly can for you to do so.
And this is the sort of Achilles heel of the Lost Box decks, is the raw draw power outside of flower selecting isn't the greatest. And I think that's why we saw Brendan attach that Dark Energy to that Comfey. So if we do see a Roxanne plus KO, at least Brendan has one stab at the apple with that flower select to try and draw out of it.
Yeah, free flower selecting, energy attached to manually retreats, not that bad. Now we do see a Mirage Gate picked up, Minior goes to the Lost Zone. And, I mean, maybe we just see the KO with Galarian Moltres and just hope Brennan doesn't have a response.
And
but it could work, to be fair.
I mean, we see the Forest Seal Stone, so whatever Magnus would like to do, probably will have access to do it. Look at that deck, though. Super effective glasses onto the Greninja. Is that like a little bit of mind games there, saying, you know?
I think it's just emptying out hand. I don't think it's even a mind game at this point. I think it's just, I don't want this in my hand anymore. I don't think Brennan's falling for anything with super effective glasses on a Greninja.
But I mean, you could attach to the Comfey, right? I mean, I guess Comfey could have some other tool that maybe could be useful. But just love the super effective glasses on that Greninja. It's a very cool looking Greninja. As we are going to see Super, getting that, hold on a sec. Getting that Iron Hands back out in Nest Ball. Wait, is there enough? Wait, could we see the arm press here? Is there a Mirage Gate? Are we going to see arm press for 160 from the Iron Hands?
Potentially. And then,
I think we are, Ross.
And then next turn we can just, there's 2 lightning, which you do need for the arm press. And then maybe next turn we attach another energy and amp you very much, which you don't even need to. It's just for show.
Now, look, this is a very... Wait, hasn't gone for... Hold on. Didn't go for the second lightning. Arm press is 2 lightning, right?
Arm press is 2 lightning, 1 colorless. Well, that's why when he was going for the 2 lightning, that's why I was like, oh, cool, arm press.
Okay.
Arm press is 2 lightning. You cannot do it with a lightning, a darkness, and a grass.
Okay, so
this means amp you very much is the only thing on offer here.
Has a counter catch. Oh, he's got counter catcher. Can you actually?
But nobody doesn't have a 4th energy.
Yeah, no, got the 4th energy. Okay. So, it looks like Brendan has the return Roxanne. So we'll be able to fire one of them back off and consult the discard pile.
Oh, he doesn't want a Roxanne. No, he wants a Professor. He wants a Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders would end the game right now. Wow. I think you'd have to switch Charizard in and out the active.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those you can't attack 2 turns in a row, my dear, you jobbers. But if you got that in and out the active and Boss's Orders, you'd win.
You would, but, you know, trying to reduce options there for Magnus, I guess, seems mighty fine. And let's see what Brennan can do here. This is extremely close. And that's one thing I like about the Lost Box Mirror is very rarely do you see someone just completely steamroll. It doesn't really happen too often. Let's see how the Roxanne treats. Oh, I see a lot of Colress there. I didn't really see a lot else, though.
Colress at this point in the game is really not what you're looking for. You've got a switch cart, which is not terrible. Gives you a... And to be fair, that will reset, so you can definitely get a KO here with Charizard now.
Yes, which is the thing you want to leave in the active, so at least it's outside of range of amp you very much.
Yes, so it's not the worst way to finish out the turn, but then it just means all Magnus needs is an energy and an escape rope or any kind of gusting, and that will end the turn for that will end the game for Magnus next turn.
Do you think there's a world in which you maybe don't take a KO, so that means counter catcher won't be live for Magnus? Like you leave the Charizard inactive but don't KO and just try and find your own boss maybe?
I mean, it's not the worst plan ever. There's only one counter catcher in Magnus's deck. The problem is it then makes it more awkward for you the next turn. So there's an argument I would not go for it personally. So now it is very simple. Magnus needs an energy and some way to get that Charizard out the active. And then that's it, that's game. If not, Brennan's got a bunch of options next turn for finishing things off. Cramorant will KO the Comfey, that would be a win.
Battle VIP, pass off the Mew EX restart, not what we're after, so we're not going to see any Boss's Orders here. Let's see what the Colress Experiment hits. I see Lightning Energy, so that could open the door for Arm Press at the very least. There's the boss as well. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is tough. Going to keep the boss, Lightning Energy. I think, was that Super Rod was the third card? Switch card, sorry. So, do you... we see a Flower Selecting as well. Escape Rope. When that gets out the active. Oh, and then Escape Rope.
There we go. That is the game. Magnus takes game 1 and moves into pole position in this top 4 matchup. Got the energy, got the Escape Rope, KO'd something on the bench. It doesn't matter what. Amp you very much. I'm up 1-0.
It just shows you the power of that Iron Hands EX. Amp you very much. Didn't even need the boss's orders there because Brennan didn't have 2 Pokemon in play that had over 120 HP. So that was as good as a boss in that scenario. And like you said, Magnus currently 1 game up here in our Liverpool Regionals top 8 feature match.
Yeah, and it has to be Iron Hands. Looking at both of these decks side by side, I do like Brennan's ever so slightly more for this kind of matchup. But I think Amp you very much is the big equalizer. Yes, you had to use it twice. Yes, you had to recover it. You had to recover all the energy. It took a lot of effort, but you did it. You did get to do it twice, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth all that effort. I said all those Mirage games having to be played and all those turn attaches and actually having to take a turn off attacking. They're all worth it when you can take 2 prizes on a 1-prize Pokemon, especially if you're Brennan who's trying to play a mostly 1-prize deck. You don't really want to be giving up 2 prize cards so easily. That's exactly what Magnus forced happen there.
Yeah, extremely well played from Magnus. We saw in those, and that was a real kind of edge of your seat game from Magnus.
Yeah, it was.
You KO'd 1 time a Cramorant. Then you had to recover the Cramorant.
Yeah.
Then you had to build up your Iron Hand, which wasn't all that easy to begin with. Then you had to recover it and build it up again. There was 1 easy KO there that Magnus actually had access to, and everything else in the game was just more difficult than it should otherwise have been. And yet, managed to pull it off quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, you have to jump through some hoops to get the win, and if you do, it doesn't matter. Like you don't say, a win is a win. As we're going to consult the prize cards, Ross, and the Iron Hands is currently in the prizes. Now, I believe Magnus does play 1 copy of his Sui and Heavy Ball, so we'll have access to it, but until we finds it, the Iron Hands will be a non-factor.
Yeah, and that was, of course, a big factor back in Game 1. The Iron Hands really was what kept Magnus in that game and allowed him to get that very close victory. Having it in the prizes, not ideal. We do get that single Cramorant down early doors, but nothing else to be done. So we can see a pass over to Brennan, who's got double Battle VIP pass.
Double Battle VIP pass. Now, if you're 1-0 down in a best of 3 for top 8, that's how you want to start the game. Now, Brennan would really want to try and use Cramorant here this turn. Really try and force the issue. Maybe if you can weave in an escape rope even, could be quite nice. Even just KO in the Comfey could be impactful, just denying Magnus all draw power.
That's the other thing. If you see your opponent not doing very much as I want to KO the Cramorant, and you saw it get recovered, you kind of know he's only playing 1. Taking away your opponent's only Comfey when they didn't do very much turn 1 and they probably don't have a huge amount to fall back on, yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah, super impactful. Well, look at this board just immediately get populated there. Comfey, Cramorant, Comfey. Now, I'd like to see the rest of Brennan's hand as he's going to do a little bit of a prize check and see, you know, what he has to work with. Brennan's prize, nothing too impactful. 1 Barrage Gate, a switch card, a Jet Energy, and an Escape Rope. Actually, a lot of switching cards there, actually. But I think on the whole, not too impactful. As we are going to see Brennan shuffle up here. And let's see, well, I really want to see what else is in that hand, Ross, because so far this hand is looking great. If we can start seeing some switching cards, we can get those Comfey into the active and then start using those flower selecting and try and populate that lost zone, hopefully to 4 turn 1.
Yeah, and then you've got that turn 1 Spit Innocently, which we love so much. We do have an update on the other top 8 matches. So as we go at the moment, Kato and Fabrizio are tied at 1 game each. Interesting that that's a 1v8 seed. Brent is 1 game up against Gavin, and Niklaus and Lawrence are tied at 1 game each. So nothing too much decided in those other top 8 games, but it does look like Brent does have a bit of an advantage over Gavin there. So back to our game then, which is the one we're obviously mainly focused on here. We had a good board set up from Brennan there, and now Magnus is using a nest ball, having a look and going, all right, what can I look for? Seems to be eyeing up a second Comfey.
Yeah, I mean, you have to start getting through your deck eventually, right? So I think that seems good to me. And not the most explosive starts here for Magnus, but I guess, you know, if you can populate your lost zone via, you know, Colrus and other uses of flower setting, it might not be the end of the world, since Brennan wasn't able to actually use a Spit Innocently there. So not the worst the starts there for Magnus. He's going to try and do that comeback. And if anyone can do a comeback from a semi-optimal start, Ross, I think a world champion could.
Oh, yeah, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? So we got the nest ball, we got 2 Comfey and a Cramorant. I mean, certainly, it's always a little bit sad when you're struggling to set up like this and your opponent's just been like double battle VIP pass, turn 1, no mucking about, just had them in the opening hand. It's always a little bit sad. Feels a bit like, well, how come they get that and I don't?
As we do see the escape rope there doing the Comfey ring around the roses downstairs. We see them both get swapped out for other Comfey. Love to see that. And that was a failed Pokegear, I believe. There was not a supporter in those top 7. So we're just going to see that getting shuffled up there, those top 7 cards for Magnus. Still hasn't played a supporter yet this turn, I believe, so was hunting for that Chorus, but it wasn't in that top 7.
And it's not going well for Magnus at this point. Like, doesn't have a supporter, plays a Pokegear, whiffs a supporter off the Pokegear. It's just not going well. You didn't have the Battle VIP pass, you didn't get a supporter off the Pokegear. And, you know, Brennan didn't quite manage to get that turn 1 spit innocently, and now it's just like, yeah, I'm fine.
Let's see, we're going to see the Comfey ring around the roses dance again. Here we go. Ooh, Comfey, Comfey, Comfey. Yeah, let's go. Comfey playing hot potato. Very good. As we're going to see the 2 copies of Beach Court getting sent to Lost Zone again for Brendan, so that might not be a factor in this one. We're going to see Switch Cut into the next flower selection, so that means that we are at 4 in the Lost Zone for Brendan. Yep. So that means Lost Provisions will activate for Cramorant, meaning it can attack for free and do 110 damage with Spit innocently.
Yeah, we see the Hisuian Heavy Ball hitting the Lost Zone here. Don't need to be worried too much about that. We got an energy on the Comfey for retreat into the Cramorant, and that is going to mean for the 2nd game in a row, the first prize is going to go to Brennan.
And there we go. That's what Byrne needs to start doing now. Look, try and capitalize on Magnus's poor start. And it's all well and good if your opponent hasn't had a good start, but you still need to capitalize on it and shut the door. Now, we do see that Hisuian Heavy Ball, though, Ross, which means that Iron Hands EX will be liberated. And there he is. Well, not quite hitting the field yet, I imagine, but it is there, Ross. It will be a factor in this game. As Magnus is now, it's just going to consult the rest of the prize cards as well.
Yeah, but as we saw in the previous game, you don't necessarily want to go Iron Hands immediately. Sometimes you get a couple of little prizes using stuff like a Cramorant, and then the Iron Hand comes in, ideally 2 attacks, 4 prizes, and that's the game. Galarian Moltres, that singlet there, is in the prizes, and 2 of the 5 Darkness Energy. It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world.
It's not. It still means that the Roaring Moon can attack. Does the Roaring Moon can attack if Magnus is so desires. Now, Magnus still yet to see a supporter card, unfortunately, for him. So we're going to see an attached retreat, and we're going to see a Cramorant attack here. Still no supporter, but evening up the prizes at 5 all. Over to Brennan. Only has 4 cards and lost on himself, so hasn't really gone off to the hottest of starts here. Let's see what he can manufacture this turn, Ross, as he starts off with a flower selecting.
It's just a bunch of Comfey and Cramorant so far. It's been kind of old school Lost Box. It's just been the basics from both players. But we saw in the previous game, the only thing other than this that Brennan really wants to play is Radiant Charizard. Everything else, unless forced, is going to be just staying in the deck. It's Magnus who really needs to push with something like Iron Hands, just for lack of other options in the deck.
And it's worth noting that 1 copy of Lost Vacuum, which you saw will be so impactful in Game 1, has actually hit the Lost Zone now. Unfortunately for Magnus, has actually priced his 1 copy of Bravery Charm, so we won't be able to capitalize on that yet, at the very least. But worth noting that Brennan no longer has access to Lost Vacuum for the rest of Game 2.
Yeah, and if we look at the prizes in terms of where they actually are, it is towards the top, which is the prizes people generally take last, so we wouldn't expect that to be coming out really anytime relevant in this game.
As we do see Brennan there concluding that Chorus experiment, we're going to send 1 copy of Psychic Energy and Boss's orders to the Lost Zone. Still Brennan's turn now. Had you 2 fast selecting. We'll see a Nest Ball now. This might open up the doors or see what we're going to try and do. And it is going to be another Cramorant by the looks of it.
Yeah, and this worked nicely for Brennan in the previous game. Having those Cramorant, having multiple on board so you can just respond immediately, kind of forces Magnus to come out with something like the Iron Hand. And let's face it, last game was very close. Brennan could easily have won last game. So just because it didn't go Brennan's way doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden guaranteed to go around here. This is Brennan, you know, this is one way of saying, look, I know it worked out for you last game. That's lovely. I still feel like this is the best way to be playing this matchup.
I think you are right, and I think, like you said, Brennan could have easily won Game 1. But Magnus has had all the draws at the right times, and now it's down to Magnus again, who I think is staring at a slightly steeper hill than in game 1. But Magnus did come back from behind in game 1 as well. So let's see if he can do it. It would start this turn. So just debating on what to do. We're going to see an activation of Flower selecting. We see 2 good cards there, actually.
Super Rod and Escape Rope. One of them gets to go in the hand, but one is to go in the Lost Zone. Chooses to drop the Escape Rope in the Lost Zone and keep the Super Rod. But of course, as we saw from last game, Magnus is constantly just getting those Pokemon back that he uses as attackers. So it makes sense to keep all of those Escape Rope when you actually find them.
Yes, if Magnus does want to this turn just use a Cramorant again, we'll obviously need a Super Rod for that. So I guess it makes sense to pop that straight into the hand. Would need actually to find a way to grab that Cramorant back. Hasn't quite got that immediately. We see another Escape Rope in this decision for Flower selecting here, though. And I think this time it's going to be a bit more of a harder choice. But we do see that Escape Rope hit the Lost Zone.
That could end up being awkward because, you know, at some point you might need Escape Rope, either switching your active out or forcing your opponent to switch their active, or maybe even both. Sometimes it's actually both.
Well, we saw it win the game, getting game 1 right, that Escape Rope. So we know how impactful it can be, as we are going to see a Raihan going to attach a Dark Energy to the active Comfey, and now Magnus can search his deck for any card he likes and pop it straight into his hand. A real cool supporter.
Looks like it's eyeing up, we're opening up, I was going to say it looks like it's a Darkness Energy, but no, it looks like Magnus is just eyeing up a bunch of energy, maybe just counting the energy, seeing what's left in his deck, just making sure. And that's the thing with these Lost Zone decks, it's not just making sure you've got enough energy to finish out the game, although that's important, but you know, Magnus's deck plays 5 Darkness, 2 Lightning, 2 Grass. You need to be extremely careful, not just with how much energy is left, but what kind of energy is left.
It can be so important when you're playing this toolbox myriad of attackers. We are going to see the Iron Hands hit the playing surface. We're going to see Mirage Gate. I know Magnus has another one. Here we go. Lightning Energy Ross, Dark Energy Ross. Here comes the second Mirage Gate. Another Dark Energy and a Grass. So that you know what that means? Ampu very much is live.
And there's something Magnus has done here, which I do think is quite clever. I did say, well, sometimes you want to wait a couple of turns but then use this to finish off the game, which is true. We've seen it a bunch.
Okay.
But Radiant Charizard doesn't attack for free right now. Radiant Charizard is a 2 energy. It's 5 energy reduced by up to 4, 1 for each prize card your opponent's taken. Well, Magnus has now taken 3 prize cards, which means Charizard is still a 2 energy attacker, and that is the natural response to an Iron Hands. It's going to force Brennan to have a Mirage Gate as well as a Charizard and use all of those resources to actually get the return KO, which is absolutely possible, incidentally.
Yeah.
But it's just forcing Brennan to go to that extra effort to do so.
Oh, it could also force a Frenzy Gouging, but then I'd leave a 2-prizer with 30 HP left, so probably not the way to go for Brennan. So I think you're right. We are going to try and see a Radiant Charizard plus that second energy that would have to come from... Oh, there is the Radiant Charizard, coincidentally enough, off that Colress experiment. As we are going to see a Battle VIP pass hit the Lost Zone as Brennan's consulting what else to put into the Lost Zone here.
I feel pretty confident they're not going to drop the Charizard into the Lost Zone.
Definitely not.
Because that's the only Radiant Charizard they're allowed in their entire deck. And dropping it in the Lost Zone would be a very bad thing, because then there'd be no more Charizard.
So let's see what opts to take. Was it the Nest Ball, the Dark? I've got rid of the Fire Energy. You must have access to more if that's going to be the case. Obviously, does have the Mirage Gate in hand, which we know. Oh, there's another Fire Energy in hand. So we know that he has to play the Mirage Gate already to get the KO. So there we do see that benched Radiant Charizard with the Fire Energy attachment. And I imagine we'll see a Mirage Gate as well. Ross.
Yeah, I think we may well do. Again, that 1 energy on the Charizard is not enough. The attack cost is being reduced by 3 at the moment, which makes it a fire colorless attack. So a second energy will be needed on that Radiant Charizard in order for this attack to actually work. It's a really nice play from Magnus here, just forcing an extra little use of resources from Brennan.
Yeah, fantastic. You want to make it as hard as possible for that response KO, and leaving that Charizard needing 2 energy to attack is a fantastic way of doing it. We are going to see that Mirage Gate being played, and looks like Brennan only has a Dark and a Psychic Energy, so we're going to see a Dark Energy to the active and a Psychic Energy to the Sableye. Now, Brennan does have another Mirage Gate in hand, so we haven't quite closed the door on the Charizard turn yet, or the Charizard attack, I should say. It actually has a multitude of Mirage Gate in hand.
There's another Mirage Gate. You've got to think there's energy coming down on the
There it
Charizard.
is.
There we go.
I was getting worried there, Ross.
I was getting a little bit worried there. I was like, it's going to put a second energy on the Charizard, right?
It has to happen, right? But obviously, Brennan is a fantastic world-level player. I'm sure wouldn't be making mistakes like that.
Nah, the rule essentially is that if you announce an attack that you're not able to legally use, you have already entered the attack phase. So you are at that point allowed to switch to an attack that you are allowed to use, but you're not allowed to do anything else, attach extra energy, etc. So were you to announce Combustion Blast with not enough energy, well, there's no other attack on Radiant Charizard, so you would essentially end your turn without attacking.
And that would be rather sad in a top 8 match regional. Brennan's going to depend another Mirage Gate and have 2 energy on that comp phase, so definitely be able to retreat next turn. But there we do see the response attack here from Brennan. Well, I imagine that Combustion Blast doing 250 damage, which is enough to KO that Iron Hands. Without that Bravery Charm, only has 230.
Yeah, really well done. This is exactly what Brennan was trying to do here. Use that Charizard to get a KO on the Iron Hands. And here's the thing, Brennan's going to be down to 2 prizes remaining here.
Yep.
And you've got Cramorant, you've got Sableye, you've got Charizard. You're going to be able to probably finish them off. Whereas Magnus has 3 prizes remaining, 2 Comfey and nothing else on the board right now. So where are those last 3 prizes coming from Magnus? Like, unless you just rejig again to get a second Iron Hands and just hope Charizard cannot repeat its feat.
I mean, I think that would be ideal, but the Iron Hands wouldn't even KO the Radiant Charizard. You have to go for Arm Press at that point, which would put you down to 2 prize cards, so it might be an option.
And then you can amp you very much the following turn to mop up the last couple of prizes. It's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but obviously if you just attack the bench, then Charizard's just ready to KO you, so you can't do that.
Yeah, so let's see what Magnus does here. Going to start the turn off there with Flower Selecting. Going to send a copy of Chorus Experiment to the Lost Zone. Does have Super Pod in hand, so we'll be able to recycle the Iron Hands if needed, or if wanted, I should say. Has a switch card. Can't quite see what else is in the hand here, but we do see a Super Pod being played. Can get back Iron Hands. Let's see what else. Cramorant and a Dark Energy as well.
Basically, both the attackers that are actually useful in this matchup.
Yes.
They're the only 2 attackers Magnus has used, and he's playing both of them as a one-off.
Yeah.
And look, in game 1, he managed to recover each of them enough that he was able to play the entire game with the 1 Cramorant and the 1 Iron Hands. It is absolutely possible. It's just really not that straightforward or easy.
No, you are correct. It's not. Well, it's possible. It is hard, especially when you haven't got the craziest of draw powers as well. As we do see Chorus Experiment being played there. Look at the top 5, put 3 in your hand and 2 into the Lost Zone. We see that Dark Energy. We see a Battle of our people getting sent to the Lost Zone, however. And it looks like this other card could be a slightly hard choice. And looks like going to get rid of a Comfey. That makes sense. Not really terribly helpful at this moment in time. Cramorant is going to hit the bench. So at the very least, I think there's a switch card in Magnus' hand as well. Or we see a count. Is it the counter catcher there? Looks like he might be.
He's actually got. Oh no, he is behind on prizes. Yeah.
Yeah, he is behind on
so
prizes.
That would work quite nicely.
So what this does do, this now means next turn the Ampu very much, if successful in taking a KO, would actually win Magnus the game. So that could be what Magnus is doing. Let's see if he's shuffling that Lightning Energy. Yes, we do. So I think that is going to be the line Magnus is going to opt to go down here, take 1 prize card on this Sableye with Spit Innocently, go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and then try and close the game out, maybe with an escape rope again, and close the game out with an Ampu very much.
Yeah, well, like we were saying, you can't just amp you very much with a Charizard sitting there ready to go. So you take a prize and then come out and finish it off later. And that does mean, if you've not got a 2-prize Pokemon on the board, Brennan cannot win next turn. So it does give you a turn to try and set up that amp you very much played. And nothing really Brennan can do about it here.
No.
And honestly, I think you probably have to try and KO the Cramorant just to stop it kind of just attacking every turn. But everybody knows, like Brennan knows, Brennan sort of same super odds we did. Magnus is not trying to win with Cramorant. Magnus is trying to win with Ampu very much. And Brennan knows there's nothing he can actually do about this.
So
except hope it's still in play when it comes back to him. Maybe there's some hand disruption we can do?
Yeah, I think Roxanne would be super ideal for trying to stop Magnus doing combo pieces. As we do see that Roxanne we saw being used in game 1. Brendan will shuffle his hand in and draw 6 Ross, and then Magnus will shuffle his hand in and only get 2. And when you're trying to piece together Iron Hands plus double Mirage Gate, starting a turn off with 2 cards in your hand is going to make that extremely difficult.
Yeah, and it's not like Magnus's is a good deck, which has got a huge amount of natural draw. It really doesn't.
No.
Yes, I know Comfey's great, but Comfey's great in the early game when you've got loads of switches available. As the game wears on, Comfey becomes more and more of an occasional extra card.
I tell you what, those 2 cards from Magnus wasn't very good. I think it was Boss's Orders and a Lost Vacuum. As we do see Brennan there going to continue by using Flower Sleds there, going to Lost Zone Counter Catcher. Does have Pidgeot V and Forest Hill Stone are currently available to him as well. And looks like he's going to consult the resources here, which I think is something that a lot of these top great players will do. Always want to be aware of exactly what your opponent can do at any given time.
Yeah, always try and plan your head and always try and predict your opponent's moves. See what they're trying to do, try and play around them. That is what all the best players do. Now, there is a Forest Hill Stone in hand. That goes down onto the Pidgeot V. So that means that Brennan can go and search for any card he wants at any time now. But it looks like we're just going to retreat into Radiant Charizard, take a prize, and now it's basically over to Magnus. It seems pretty straightforward here. If Magnus can get the Iron Hand and get an Ampu very much rolling, he'll win the game. If not, Brennan's probably taking this home.
Oh, you see a chorus off the Flower Select in there would be very helpful. Opting to Lost Zone it instead. Does have the Mew EX in hand, so we can see some drawing cards via the restart ability. Let you draw to have 3 cards in your hand. So you see that Mew EX coming down. And let's see what it opts to do here. So we see a Lost Vacuum can be great for getting cards out of your hand if you are going to try and rely on the restart. The boss order is interesting because Escape Rope, like we saw in game 1, won't win the game, since if you were to do that, you could promote that Roaring Moon, which obviously would not be KO'd to an Ampu very much.
No, but it does look like we are getting rid of a Forest Hill Stone just nice and quickly with that Lost Vacuum, which is mean, but never mind. And, I mean, there was almost a bit of solidarity there. Like, I'll get rid of your Forest Hill Stone, but I'll put mine in the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
Changed his mind and went to a Boss's Orders. Now we draw 2 cards with Mew. It's a department store and...
Tropius.
And then just a pass back over to Brennan.
So I think Brennan has this, right? If there's energy in deck.
Yeah, we go.
Oh, yeah, then you can just retreat. Yeah, there we go.
To the active retreat, attack with Charizard. And we are tied up at 1 game each. And were this a Swiss round, we'd be out of time right now. But it's not a Swiss round.
Nope.
We are not out of time. We've got 25 minutes left to go and figure out which one of these 2 players is advancing through into the top 4.
Wow, what a game that was. Like we said in game 1, I feel as if Magnus was walking the tightrope a lot of that game, but was able to stay balanced, had the answers as and when he needed them to close that game out. But there, unfortunately, I think faltered a little bit, and Brennan was able to capitalize on that. So let's see what all happens here in this game 3, Ross. I'm so excited.
Gonna be a fun one. Well, that was a big difference in games 1 and 2. In game 1, Magnus kept being like, well, if I super rod and this and that and the other, hey, I did it again. And then in game 2, Magnus just was not able to do all of that consistently. And so Brennan just came through doing what Brennan's deck tends to do. They do need to start being a little wary of the clock. They are now going to be down to 25 minutes remaining for this 3rd game. That should be enough time to do this 3rd game. But all it takes is a little bit of a delay here and there in terms of, the game stalling. And before you know it, that time is being called and we're trying to remember what the tiebreakers are.
Hopefully it will not come. So I guess one thing is that at least these Lost Box decks that we do have here are, more aggressive. They are, we see Roaring Moon, Ampu very much. It's not going to be, the whole game isn't going to be, Sableye, Maths and Cramorant. So they'll have a little bit of high-powered Octane. Oh, that Bravery Charm again, Ross is in the prizes.
And the only Cramorant is in the prizes for Magnus.
Cramorant.
And we've seen how much Magnus likes using that one Cramorant in the early game in this matchup.
And Magnus has let Brennan go first here, and Brennan has a Battle VIP pass to start us off in this game 3 of our top 8 feature match here at Liverpool. The winner of this game will advance to top 4, where they will be only 2 best of 3s away from winning the regional championships and having their spot in Honolulu guaranteed.
Magnus needs to get some cards in the lost zone fast because his attackers right now are Tropius, 2 energy attacker, need energy in the lost zone. Minior, terrible against Cramorant. Mew EX, free energy attacker, need energy in the lost zone. Roaring Moon, free energy, needs to use Mirage Gate.
Yeah.
Galarian Moltres, free energy, and fine. It's either a couple of turns of Direflame Wings the ability or Mirage Gate. And then Iron Hands, which, 3 or 4 energy, need Mirage Gate. Magnus doesn't have anything in his deck right now that can KO a Cramorant until there are 7 cards in the lost zone and we're starting to choose Mirage Gate, unless he can go aggressive with Galarian Moltres V.
Or if that Hisuian Heavy Ball comes rolling down from Arceus himself.
Well, all that, obviously that.
That Heavy Ball could be the dream. Could almost be a dream ball in that scenario. And let's see what Brennan does here. Has that Battle VIP pass, going to that Jet Energy, going to get that Comfort Interactive Power selecting. Let's see, gonna Lost Zone and Nest. But what's that one card then? Oh, wow, that's a great card to have. Pay Retreat on the Jet Energy, Comfort 1 and 2. Mirage Gate, and was that Nest Ball again? Can't quite see. Oh, it's Heavy Ball.
Heavy Ball. But I don't believe there's anything too bad. No, the only thing in there to grab would be a Morai, which you just don't need. Not in this matchup.
All right, Magnus. Let's see what Magnus can do to start us off here. Ooh, I mean, it's not a Heavy Ball, and it's not real ways outside of the chorus to get more stuff into the Lost Zone, at least yet. Obviously, you could see Nest Ball retreat into Comfey. But you're right, Ross. Magnus needs to get to that 7 at a very fast rate, or at the very least, find that Hisuian Heavy Ball to liberate that Cramorant from the prize cards.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
Here we go.
We do see the flower selecting coming in here. We get rid of a super effective Glasses. It's not been big in this matchup. We see a Nest Ball coming down, searching for another Pokemon. Could be another Comfey here. I think it probably is going to be another Comfey, because again, there's nothing really to attack with. You just need to build up cards in the Lost Zone here. Like, if you're Magnus, that is your one goal right now. Build cards in the Lost Zone. You can't really do anything until you've done that.
And I think if we was to look at Magnus' expression here, I know we've all been there, chat, when playing the Pokemon TCG, when you have your first deck search and you think, oh my goodness, I've prized this, and that as well. And then you look through your deck again and think, oh no, yeah, I must have missed it. So you look through again, and yes, that is correct, Magnus. That is what you have prized, so you're going to have to try and work your way out of this. But if anyone can, I think an ex-world champion can. As we are going to see that Nest Ball, going to get that Comfey from the deck and pop it straight onto the bench.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 2 Comfey, we've got a Mew, and the Mew, to be fair, is doing a bit with the drawing, which is nice.
Yeah.
Got that draw to free ability, which is always a nice little bonus to have. We do now see an Escape Rope, which is going to force
Sableye into the active.
Sableye. Well, you could have swapped Comfey for Comfey instead. You go Sableye. I actually really like that, because the 2 Comfey are more use right now than that Sableye is.
And I guess Brennan doesn't know that the Cramorant is prized, so you're thinking, well, if you're going to carry something, I'd rather be the Sableye, which I actually haven't used in this best of 3 yet, as Magnus does find out the Battle VIP pass. Now, I think if you're Brennan, once you see the targets of this Battle VIP pass, that's going to give you a lot of information. You're thinking,
oh yeah,
thinking, right, so no Cramorants come out now. I could maybe play a little bit differently, knowing that Spit Innocently is no longer a threat.
And that's the thing. A lot of the time, when you've played enough of the game, when you're familiar enough with the format, you'll see this. When you see a Lightning Energy in a Lost Zone deck, you know that there is an Iron Hands there.
Yes.
When you see an early search and there's no Radiant Greninja coming down, it's probably prized, or they're playing a different build. And if you see this many Pokemon being searched in a Lost Zone deck with 4 cards in the Lost Zone, but there's no Cramorant coming down, it tells you that they are absolutely prized.
I'm seeing the early attachment to the Iron Hands. It's actually rather interesting, to be fair. Brennan has had a pretty, Magnus had a pretty decent turn. Has got 4 into the Lost Zone, but let's see what Brennan can do here. Going to start the turn off there with the Chorus Experiment, and let's see what the Chorus Experiment will show.
Yeah, 3 cards to the hand, 2 cards to the Lost Zone. It's going to put it up to 4 in the Lost Zone, which is convenient, because that means that Cramorant will be online. That means you can Spit Innocently for 110 for 0 energy. which is huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. Great numbers into the Lost Box matchup, right?
Need to find it first, though.
I think it's in hand, Cramorant.
Oh, is it in hand?
Yeah, there it is, next to the Pidgeot.
Ah, yes, you're absolutely correct, Shay. Good shout.
So we're going to see a Flower Select in there. I think a Switch card was one of those cards. I'm just going to consult the hand again. That's one thing about these Lost Zone decks, isn't it, Ross? That the constant decision-making throughout the game of these Comfey can often really make or break your games.
Yeah, Brennan's got the KO here if he wants it. He's got a Switch card and a Cramorant. There's the Cramorant. And there's a Switch card. And we're going to see Spit Innocently for 110. KO in the Comfey. Brennan, for the third game in a row, takes the first prize.
And this Cramorant presents a real hefty threat here for Magnus. Really kind of... Oh, he found the Heavy Ball! Oh, he's got the Heavy Ball! Was that a top? I think that was off the top as well. So here comes that Cramorant getting ready to join in the action. I could just picture this now, this Cramorant flying majestically around the hall, landing just in time, ready for Magnus to take this prize and even it up. What great timing there, Ross.
Oh, you've got to feel a bit sad for Brennan. Brennan knew it was prize, then saw it got grabbed off of the Hisuian Heavy Ball and was just thinking, no, 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 you didn't have that. This was set up beautifully. You didn't have anything to deal with my Cramorant. Now you top deck that, and now you do have something to do with my Cramorant. That's not fair.
No, it's not fair. You're thinking, oh my goodness, was that off the top? It probably was. Now that changes things. Now Magnus can start doing this Cramorant dance, as we are going to see a Flower selecting there. Was it Comfey and a Super? We know how important those Super are there for Magnus to be able to recycle one Cramorant over and over again as that hits the hand.
So we've got you got the Iron Hands there, and now you've got the Cramorant. That gives you a turn of a decent attacker. We are actually up to 7 now, though.
Ooh, wait a second.
So you don't even actually necessarily need the Cramorant. You could. Now, was the attachment for turn? Was attachment to the grass this turn?
That was last turn.
So that means that you can attach for turn here.
Yeah.
You could have an amp. This isn't quick amp you very much.
Yeah, it actually presents a real interesting threat because, like we saw in the game 2, the Charizard won't be able to immediately respond to this outside of massive use of Mirage Gate again. So, yeah, I mean, Magnus can go ahead on the prize race, and I quite like this. I mean, it's not 100% safe, obviously, but it does apply pressure.
Does look like that is exactly what's happening here. We're going to see an amp you very much to KO the Cramorant for 2 prizes. And then, in the same way we were just saying about Brennan's Cramorant being kind of awkward to deal with for Magnus, well, this Iron Hands is very awkward to deal with because Charizard is a free energy attacker at this stage.
Yes.
So you would need an attachment and a full Mirage Gate onto Radiant Charizard, which is still probably the best option.
Yes.
Just to KO this Iron Hands back.
I guess you could also go for the Calamity Storm of Roaring Moon if that was easier or that presented itself. But then that could actually get response by Tropius of all things, so we have to keep that in mind as well.
Well, Calamity Storm maxes out at 220 and Iron Hands has 230.
Oh, does it 220? I apologise, so that is not an option.
So you would need to go Frenzied Gouging, which is why Radiant Charizard becomes the best option here.
Oh, but it looks like Brennan has access to that Radiant Charizard and the Mirage Gate, so we'd need to have a turn attached from a hand or another Mirage Gate, like you said, Ross. Both are options, but that third energy will be needed.
Okay, so it looks like Brennan might be able to pull this off. But I still want it on the record. You do not want to be putting free energy on a Charizard.
No.
The whole point of Charizard is you wait a few turns and then it's a really good single energy attacker.
Yep.
You don't want to Mirage Gate and attach for turn. It's not what Charizard's there for. But this is what Magnus has done. Magnus has done a great job saying to Brennan, now you've got to put free energy on your Charizard.
I tell you, imagine if that Iron Hands had the Bravery Charm on as well. Now, that would be a statement. But Brennan looks like he might be able to navigate out of this. Debating on this Flower selecting here, looks like they are going to Lost Zone. Cool, interesting Cramorant. Obviously, does have another one available. We're going to see, the Escape Rope. Oh, and counter catch. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I was going to say, you want the Iron Hands in the active. That's incredibly important at this point of the game.
No.
There's your attachment for the turn. So Brennan has absolutely navigated this, and we will see a KO on the Iron Hands with the Charizard. But that's a lot more effort. But then again, what does Magnus have here? Because Cramorant does not respond on Charizard.
Nope.
and to be honest with you, Iron Hands doesn't respond on Charizard. Not with Ampy very much. I know it does with Arm Press, but that only gets 1 prize, not 2.
Yeah, so here we go. It's that sort of battle of the Pokemon here. We've got Radiant Charizard battling the Iron Hands, as we are going to see that big, hefty Combustion Blast. 2 prize cards there for Brennan as he go down to 3 prize cards remaining, and Magnus is currently at 4. But you're right, 160 HP, 1 prize is really awkward for Magnus to deal with. I'll be intrigued to see how he does it, because we are going to see that Hisuian Heavy Ball being played. I don't think there's a target for that.
There's no targets in there. That was more just to get it out of your hand and remind yourself, you know what, while I'm getting it out of my hand, let's remind myself what's in the prizes, but nothing more than that. Yeah, as we just get a look at what the prizes are there from our lovely crew backstage, and we can see there are no Pokemon there.
That bravery chant, I think, would be very helpful, but unfortunately that is stuck in the prizes. We see Comfey going to use a fast selecting, going to send a Battle VIP pass to the Lost Zone. A very easy decision there. And let's see what else Magnus can do. So I'm trying to consult the hand. We do see an escape rope, which would be quite nice, actually, because it pushes out this Charizard out in the active, and Ampy very much would be live on everything else on Brennan's side of the board. Would actually be a 3 prize KO on that Pidgeot V.
Yeah, that would be nice. But the problem, and I mean, that's kind of how you can do it here. The problem is you kind of need to avoid the Charizard. And on the one hand, you force Brennan into getting the Charizard out early, but then Brennan managed to do it. And now that's just the one Pokemon you really don't want to deal with from Brennan. Because if you could just, you know, Iron Hands on the Pidgeot and then Cramorant onto something else, boom, 4 prizes, job's a good one, move on to top 4. But as it stands at the moment, you're kind of ignoring the Charizard, but then every turn you ignore the Charizard, it can just turn along and be like, boop, extra prize. Like every turn.
I guess, is there a world in which Magnus can piece together an Ampy very much plus Counter Catcher on that Pidgeot, take 3 prize cards, and then you just knock out anything for game? It's a tall pod. Yeah, with a Cramorant even.
That's what I was saying. That I like. That I think is the best prize map if you can pull it off. It's just a lot to ask at this stage, but Counter Catcher is live if you can get your hands on it.
So we see a Mirage Gate. That would be one piece of the puzzle. The Super is also in hand. We see the Raihan. Can Raihan piece it together? So I'm trying to work out in my head. So we see the Super Rod. We see no Counter Catcher in hand. We see a Mirage Gate, though. I don't think we're too far off it, you know, Ross.
That would be cool.
That'd be more than cool. I'd be very impressive, and thank you very much for 3 prize cards. We do see the Raihan being played now, though, which is interesting, because I think you'd like to see the energy getting attached to the Iron Hands and make it a little bit easier. But we are going to see energy onto the active, Comfey. So let's see what Magnus chooses to take from his deck. I think that will give us some indication as to what he's going to try and do. And we see that Counter Catcher, Ross, get moved immediately to the front of the deck.
I mean, I think it's absolutely the strongest play Magnus can make right now is to try and Counter Catcher that Pidgeot and Ampy very much. The question just becomes, does he have enough to actually pull it off? Because if he does, this is going to be a great turn. This is going to be the kind of turn we can clip out and show, and people will be like, whoa, that was awesome.
I wonder if he's instead, it might be easier to take the KO. Oh, no, wait, the Moltres doesn't actually KO the Pidgeot, right? No, it enters 190, so can't take the KO with that. But the Moltres does come down. Galarian Moltres, Dire Flame Wings looks like might be activating here. Then you grab a Dark Energy from your discard pile and attach it to the Moltres once per turn. But let's see. Or maybe you can Dire Flame, use the Moltres to KO the Radiant Charizard, maybe?
I mean, it will absolutely hit the numbers. It's not a perfect Pokemon that you want to be, because it's really easily return KO'd if the Charizard can get recovered. But yeah, it does do, and it's one of the only things you're playing that will do it. But it's like Roaring Moon. You can KO with Roaring Moon. It's just a lot of effort to do so.
As we are going to see that Mirage Gate being played, so I don't think we're going to be seeing Ampy very much this turn. So let's see what this energy goes down to. I imagine, yep, so seeing a Dark Energy and a Lightning get attached to that Moltres. So now I believe we are going to see that Moltres attacking there with that, is it Aura Burn? I think it's called?
Aura Burn.
Doing 190, but does do 30 damage to itself.
And then I suppose if you've got Counter Catcher in hand, you've gone to all this effort, you really do need to KO the Charizard here.
Yeah, I think you have to move the Charizard. It's definitely the biggest threat there for Magnus to deal with. And then an Ampy very much next turn, if it takes a KO, would actually win Magnus the game.
Only if it was a KO on the Pidgeot.
On the Pidgeot, I apologise, yes.
You're absolutely right. Ampy very much would win the game next turn, but specifically on the Pidgeot V.
You imagine Brennan's probably going to be vanishing wings that Pidgeot at the end of this turn. Don't want to be leaving that around.
You would think so.
Ooh, but here's a card we haven't seen yet. Clara, fantastic at recycling Radiant Charizard, letting you grab any two Pokemon from your discard pile and any 2 basic energy from your discard pile as well. So that Radiant Charizard immediately bouncing back to the hand along with 1 copy of Fire Energy and 1 Psych Energy. Ooh, debating. Going to take the Cramran, a Fire Energy, and another Energy. Psychic, there we go.
But see, that's the thing. Brennan's deck is made to recover Charizard. Charizard is a one-off. You can only play one, and you need it in every single matchup. So it is a deck that is built to recover as quickly and as easily as possible.
So it's like we are going to see the Mirage Gate being played there. So let's see what Brennan opts to do. Just debating what... And this is the scary time when you get to this point of the game, you know. All these decisions are going to be so important. I mean, at the very least, we do see Combustion Blast should be easy to do. We see it, you know, it's in the hand with a Fire Energy. Well, I say easy to do. You're going to actually need to attach extra energy, right? To attack with the Combustion Blast.
Your opponent's only taken 2 prizes. Sorry, he's taken 3 prizes. So it's a 2 energy attack at this stage.
Yes, so he's taken 3 prize cards, yeah. So let's see what Brennan does here then. Going to still debating what energies to attach here off this Mirage Gate. Do see a Fire Energy, see a Dark Energy as well. I imagine maybe 1 onto the active so you can retreat at the very least, unless he hasn't got a switch in hand. Oh boy, this is very close. Oh, we're going to see 2 onto the active Comfey instead, maybe. Okay.
I mean, I would not attack with Comfey personally. To put that out there, Shay, not a fan of attacking with Comfey. No. Don't think Comfey's a very good attacker.
Spinning attack, 2 for 30. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to. I mean, to be fair, Roaring Moon...
I was about to say, yeah.
After a frenzied gouging, you can KO with Comfey, which is a great flex. But Brennan needs to be doing something here in terms of recovering. Needs to get that Charizard out. Remember, there's 3 prizes taken from Magnus, so it's not a 1 energy attacker now. It's a 2 energy attacker. Ooh, actually drops Roxanne into the Lost Zone. But there's Charizard. There's Mirage Gate for the 2 energy. No, 1 energy. I'm assuming there's 1 in hand.
Yeah, Clara the 5 energy from hand. So he does have access to that. So we are going to see the response KO here on that Galarian Moltres V. And yeah, that's going to put Brennan down to 1 prize card. And Magnus, I'm going to see the Vanishing Wings as well on that Pidgeot. So that is no longer an option for Ampy very much. So Magnus doesn't have a win condition, at least immediately next turn. Debating to play that Beach Court as well will actually help out Magnus, so maybe opting not to do that. So there we go, just going to discard that Fire Energy, promote that Radiant Charizard roster. It's the Fire Energy, look, there it is.
Yeah, we go. It was in hand
Blast.
all along, Shay. Don't you worry, Beach Court does go down, though. We see a Morile hit the board. Then we saw it start, Brandon started with Morile in game 1, never really used it, lost zoned it, I believe, in game 2. But now it's actually on the board now. There might have just been a get it out my hand in case I get my hand disrupted thing.
Yeah, I believe
One
so.
less card I can draw into. But it's interesting to see it down there. But Brennan is down to 1 prize remaining. 1 more KO of anything, and Brennan will be in the top 4. And now the question is, can Magnuson deal with that Charizard again? Because that Charizard has proven time and again throughout this match the amount of... And this is what I was saying back in game 1 when I thought Brennan was slightly favoured with these 2 decks going against each other.
Yes.
It's built, you know, Brennan's deck is built for single prize against single prize. And part of that is the Charizard hits 250, has 160, and that is honestly super awkward to deal with.
Yeah, that 160 is a monstrous number on a 1 prize Pokemon that is swinging for 250 damage. As we are going to see, Magnus going to play a Super Rod there, and now going to do a flower selecting, debating on what to pick. And I think the Moltres did get shuffled in via that Super Rod, so that Moltres could be an option again. But yeah, this is really hard. The Roaring Moon might be getting sent to the Lost Zone, and that's the only copy, I believe.
That is 1 in the deck. Can confirm there is only 1 in there. Oh,
that's a tough choice, though.
And just as a side note, we've kind of seen this before. If you almost put a card in the Lost Zone, you show your opponent, and then you lost zone the other card, you are telling your opponent what one of the cards in your hand is. Now, you can use that for a little bit of mind games if you like, but most of the time, it's actually just giving your opponent information which they can use to their advantage. It's something you need to be a little bit careful of, but once again, Magnus has just put that, the Roaring Moon into the lost zone. Now, a Comp Favor comes active. And what have we got coming? Is this a Mirage Gate we're on? No.
I think there is a Mirage Gate in hand, but we're going to see a Colrus and a Town Store. We see a Boss, we see a Mirage Gate in hand, the Bravery Charm, the Cramorant, and then can't quite make out what that other card is, but yeah. So let's see what that Flower Selecting is going to grab. Going to send that Town Store to the Lost Zone to grab that Colrus Experiment.
Yeah, we're still not that close to actually getting one of these attackers set up. And Brennan is in that situation where you switch into a Comfey, retreat because you've got energy on there already ready to go, and then that's it. That's the game over. Charizard will KO anything. And if, assuming no Bravery Charm, there is nothing in Magnus's deck that can take a hit from Radiant Charizard.
I think Magnus drawing into that lightning energy prevented any arm press, as we're going to see a concession there from Magnus. So Brennan wins our top 8 feature match here at Liverpool Regionals, securing his place in the top 4.
Congratulations to Brennan there. A very well played game. And we saw this way back when Radiant Charizard first came out. And it was actually Ross Cawthorn who first started making decks around Radiant Charizard.
Yes, it
was. At Worlds in 2022 in London. And we see it again here. It is a case of this Pokemon hitting that hard as a single prizer with that much HP can be hard to deal with turn after turn. Then in the early game, we saw that Brennan had the easier Cramorant. You know, having that Cramorant every game and just having 2 of them and not having to recover them as much. 2 of those things put together really did slide that into Brennan's favor. Although, didn't go that well in game 1.
Didn't go that well in game 1. I feel as if Magnus, you know, was able to answer all those questions, but I think we saw towards the end there in that game 3, as the options for Magnus to get around that 160 HP Charizard started to whittle down, it starts to walk a real tightrope. And I think right at the end there, Magnus Colressed into one of his lightning energy, which means that wouldn't have been 2 lightning energy in the deck, so you can't use that arm press, which I think is what Magnus was going for. And since that was no longer an option, the door slammed shut.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is one of the downsides of Mirage Gate. And look, most of the time, accelerating energy from the deck is really good. Because if you're accelerating from the hand, you've got to draw into it. If you're accelerating from the discard, you've got to get it in the discard in the first place. Usually, accelerating from the deck is optimal. But then you draw into it.
Yep.
And then it's in your hand, not in your deck. And even though most of the time it is way better to have cards that accelerate from the deck, you do still get that awkwardness of, you know what? It's in my hand. I literally can't do anything with this now.
Yeah, we've seen that come up in decks like Gardevoir. You know, if you draw into all your cards, you can no longer Mirage Step them, right? It's something you have to keep an eye on, especially in a deck like Lost Box, where you are drawing cards via Flower Selecting and Colress. Sometimes you haven't got a choice. They're just going to end up in your hand, and if they're in the hand, you can't Mirage Gate from the deck. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Bags, but I think, like we said, I think Brandon's deck was slightly more favored in that matchup, as he secured himself a place in top 4 and then a $5,000 prize minimum.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I lose in top 8 and I'm like, oh no, I've only got $3,000 to go home with and all those championship points, and let's face it, the good news is when you get to top 8, guaranteed 108 boosters. Ooh. How many booster boxes?
4?
3.
Oh, it caught me. I was trying to quick maths me.
Sorry.
Goodness gracious me.
I'm a big fan of maths, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone in top 8 gets 3 booster boxes, 108 booster boxes, 3 times 36. And that's quite nice, but the money keeps going up. So look, $3,000, whole bunch of championship points, 3 booster boxes. That's pretty sweet. But you know what? It's even better to be into top 4 and having $5,000 just sitting there.
Yeah, no, $5,000 is very nice. And then, thing is, once you get to top 4, you're just 2 matches away. You win 4 matches, Liverpool champion. So, speaking of Liverpool champion, I really want to hear from Brennan. So we're going to have a quick break. We're going to get him right here on the desk, and we're going to speak to him. So see you soon, and we're here from Brennan.
Well, my goodness, Brennan Cameron, you are showing everyone exactly what a masterclass of Lost Box looked like. You're so familiar with this deck, and you keep coming back to these top stages and showing it off. You're here now in the semi-finals of Liverpool. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. When I paired against Magnus, I was like, oh no, this was my first loss day one, my only loss day one.
Oh wow.
I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? Like, what am I gonna do against Iron Hands with Bravery Charm? But then he never really got it off, except when I just had the answers. So.
Oh, that lost vacuum was crazy.
Yes,
wasn't
it wasn't like. I thought the game was over, and then last Comfy finds the right card. Let's go. It happens.
I mean, that's the matchup, right? Is can you find the right cards in the right order? And both of you played it amazingly. But the pressure when you're on that stage, you were saying to me, the first thing you said to me, and this is a classic TCG player thing, is you go, oh, I misplayed, I almost got punished. You know, like, do you feel like you, at this stage of a tournament, aren't able to play at your full capacity once there's fatigue and like the extra pressure of the games? Does it affect you?
It's usually okay because I've played the deck so much. It's like a little bit autopilot. But then stuff like forgetting to bench stuff sometimes happens. Like, I don't know. It's just you don't actively think about it anymore. So you do sometimes make those mistakes, and those can be game ending. Yeah, since I know the deck so much, I feel like I don't make many mistakes, I hope.
Yeah. I mean, similar deck to what you played at LAIC, and you sort of like showed the world your amazing concoction of Roaring Moon into the Sable Zard.
Yeah.
Let's go back to when you were building that deck. What was it that made you come up with the idea?
So originally, I saw a Japanese list actually.
Okay.
And I thought like I only played it like 2 days before the tournament at the LAIC, and then I really liked it. I started just winning games against like all the decks. Some matchups were close, but the deck felt really good. Like just you have so much possibilities with like both Moon and Zard. They both do so much damage, which is
great. When you've got all the other options to get the smaller Pokemon, you know, having all that damage is amazing. And I got to ask you, 2022. You were here at Liverpool, and you made it to that final, right?
Yes.
And you're now in the top 4. Is this your chance to come back and redeem it and win it finally in Liverpool?
I hope so. Yeah, I first have to get to finals.
One game at a time.
I hope to actually win finals once. I've lost 2 finals now and 1 top 4, so I hope to get to the finals and actually win one. So yeah.
Maybe you're due one. I mean, next match, you know who you're up against?
I don't know, but
so it's going to be Fabrizio, I think.
Okay.
So you know what you're up against. Is that a good or is a hard matchup?
That's my other loss. Magnus was my first loss in day 1, and my other loss is actually Fabrizio.
So you're gonna have to redeem yourself.
It's not the greatest run so far. Yeah. I have to redeem myself again. Yes.
Well, I know you're feeling a bit hungry. I don't want to hold you too long, so I'll let you go off and get some food just before you get into that semi-final. But good luck in the semi-final.
Thank you.
And maybe this is the time that you'll get all the way to the finish for Liverpool. But it's been a pleasure chatting to you. And you guys at home, make sure to not go anywhere, because we have a semi-final and of course that all-important final coming up later. We'll wish Brennan the best of luck going forward.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We have a very interesting final match there. JW made it all the way back, won with Miraidon.
It's a deck that some people still don't really give the credit to, even after its multiple successful performances.
Yeah, it looks like he likes to take about 4 to 5 years off before every regional win.
I've been playing this deck since Worlds in Yokohama, so I know the matchups pretty much inside and out. There were some funky things that I'd never seen before, but thankfully I was able to overcome those. My strategy for this tournament was to make sure that I could play more games of Pokemon than my opponents. The more that you have the resources to play the game, the more that you have pressure put on your opponent, the more that they can stumble, and the more you can take advantage of that.
Oddly enough, Miraidon of all decks, if you give me a chair, I've got a chance.
My most difficult matchup in Swiss had to have been the Urshifu and Teleon deck. That is tough with the Urshifu VMAX, just has a lot of HP and can one-shot your fighting weak electric types. On top of that, it can also snipe things on the bench with its second attack. So I never felt stabilized in that game. I was able to take 1 game off of him, but ultimately I couldn't close out the set.
It did not look like it was going to be one of the more popular decks in day 2. JW doesn't care.
My most difficult matchup, without a doubt, in Top Cut was the Goodra Lost Box deck. And my opponent played spectacularly. He didn't set up a Gudra because he knew if I could gust it for a knockout, then that would accelerate my game plan and he would be too far out of it. So he basically played it like a one prize Lost Box deck, which made it really tough for me to gain an advantage. Pretty much any Lost Box based deck, you always have an opportunity to lose because they can put on the early pressure. They have the second best, in my opinion, turn one attack in the game right now with Cramorant. When I'm trading 2 prizes for 1, it felt horrible, but I was able to come away with a win in top 8, and I'm here now.
Let's see if he can get there with Miraidon EX. Generate his way to a win here.
I have played a lot against Gardevoir, and I knew I was going to win when I took that 4th prize, because then it is near impossible for them, no matter what they do, no matter what they try to gust up, no matter what they try to set up, there's no way they can route it in a way that I can't take my last 2 prizes.
Take him to the chop house.
JW taking down Toronto with Miraidon EX.
The win is a lot of validation for me. I had won a couple of regionals. I was sitting on top of the world then, and coming back to play, I had been trying to find myself in the competitive scene. I had some decent placements, but none of the spikes that I really needed. Was able to get there here in Toronto, and it feels fantastic to say, here I am again, a top player.
Hi, it's Shay Bowen here, and today we're going to look at Iron Hands EX. Iron Hands EX is one of the poster boys from the Paradox Rift expansion. Its amp you very much attack for 1 lightning and 3 colorless energy, deals 120 damage, and lets you take an extra prize card if you knock something out with this attack. This really erodes the advantage that 1 prize decks have by flipping the prize trade back into your favor. People can even opt to play the Future Boost Energy Capsule tool card too. This reduces Iron Hand's retreat costs from 4 down to 0 and boosts damage by 20. While the 4 energy cost sounds high, there are plenty of engines that can power up Iron Hands, like Electric Generator and Fluffy in Miraidon decks, Super Cold from Bat's Caliber, Primal Turbo in Lugia decks, and Mirage Gate in Lost Zone decks too, making for a versatile threat that you always have to be careful of. And you know what? We are back here. You know what, Amy? I've missed this desk. The interview was here. I had to go away, so now I've come back, and I'm glad to be back here for this exciting top 4 Pokemon action. And I'm now joined with the really radiant Amy. How are we?
I'm very well, thank you. You can only have 1 Radiant in a deck, so if you choose Radiant Amy, not a real card for legal reasons, then you better make sure it was a good choice. No, Greninja would beat me every time. No, I'm super excited for this top 4. Oh my goodness gracious. Honestly, this tournament has been full of twists and turns that I could not have predicted in a million years.
Yeah, you know, we've had such a multitude, I think, of decks doing well. We've seen Roaring Moon, we had Clawthorn yesterday, we had Power Kill on, we had Chen Power even, we've had Snorlax doing well, and now we're starting to see, you know, the more developed decks. You know, Giratinas are still knocking about. I think Mew was in top 8 as well.
Mew's
it's
still
all
there.
been exciting here at the largest European regionals of all time.
But of course, as per usual, you are not void of the action yet. We are bringing so much more Lost Zone action your way and more. Will Mew be able to keep its title, or will Giratina, Lord of the Distortion Zone, take its crown instead? Or will it be something else entirely?
It could be. It really could be. Now, we know traditionally that Giratina has a ton of switching options, has, you know, ways to get cards in the Lost Zone that doesn't require Comfey, Abyss Seeking. So I guess it's time to let the cat out the bag. Our top 4 feature match would be Giratina versus Snorlax there. That is our bottom bracket. That is the one we're having up next for our top 4 feature match here at Liverpool Regionals. Brent Tonneson versus Nikolaus.
Now, I know what you're thinking, chat. Some of you will be thinking, oh, no, not Snorlax. And others of you who are the big Snorlax fan base, let's hear it from you in the chat. Yes, Snorlax has so much support on the other side. However, this is actually going to be a riveting match. I can guarantee it. And if not, well, egg on my face. Because actually, Giratina is obviously one of the better matchups into Snorlax block. So I reckon we're going to have one match for the ages. Is this enough to block Snorlax in its path?
Ooh.
Or the other way around?
I love that. Will Brent be blocking the Snorlax and stopping Nikolaus's march here to victory at Liverpool Regionals? Now, we did see this exact matchup play out at LAIC top 8, and Giratina was able to topple the Snorlax, and it did so in pretty convincing fashion as well. So Nikolaus will be trying his best to stop that from happening.
Absolutely, and they've got so many options to be able to do so as well. And I think that's the thing. They must have gone against some Giratina along the way, and they have triumphed. So can they do it again? And if so, let's watch the master at work, because although Snorlax is a deck where you are hoping to get your opponent's active Pokemon trapped there, you're also trying to do a lot of other things, keep your resources steady, make sure that you're keeping attention on how many heads you're flipping on those Silenes and all sorts. There's so much to bear in mind. Here we are with Nikolaus's Stuttgart Regional Top 16 from 2023, and they'll be adding another accolade to that list after today, which is always very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice and recent regionals there. So, you know, fantastic. On a bit of a hot streak there, but Brent coming all the way from Australia, doing a sort of global tour as it was in America last week, now in Liverpool there with EUIC top 8 Worlds, top 16 Players Cup finalists, and LAIC top 8 as well. No stranger to the tiresome stage, and is in a very high-powered testing group with, you know, Natalie Miller and Henry Brand as well. So definitely knows his way around the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, these players have both got everything to play for, both incredibly talented players, and I'm sure that it won't stop here with this event, but I'm imagining they're both getting very nervous, although they are used to the limelight. So here we go with our first set of prize cards of the top 4 of the Pokemon TCG Liverpool Regional Championships.
Yeah, here we go. We're about to get started. Brent looks like we're going to have a mulligan available to him. Both players flip over their actives, and it looks like Brent has opened the Giratina V as well. Perfect start here for Brent in the top 4 feature match here. Liverpool Regionals does have a Battle VIP pass as well. Now, Amy, I want to discuss Nikolaus's deck a little bit while Brent is going to do a little prize check and grab his basic Pokemon. You might have seen in the prize cards, Nikolaus had with a Cross Transceiver, I believe. He has some nice, funny stuff in his deck. So Cross Transceiver, we see that. We see Cramomatic in the list. We see Pokemon Catcher, we see Egg Incubator, and we see Pokestop. So I would like to say this is much more of a quote-unquote offensive version of the Snorlax block deck.
I think, Shay, we're going to have to actually explain what some of those cards do as we go along, because
we will.
I'll be honest, like, I haven't come across some of those cards in a very long time. Now, I know a few of them, but because some of the cards are in some of the V Battle decks, so whenever I'm teaching people how to play, they do come up. So the egg incubators there are in some of those products. So that's really the only reason I know some of those cards do, you know.
I'm sure I probably wouldn't know what most of them did if I was sat across the table from them. So you can see here, Brent knows the matchup. It's worth noting that Brent has actually played Nicklaus in the Liverpool already and did beat them 2-0. I was discussing with him a little bit earlier. The Giratina Abyss Seeking is fantastic. You want to try and take your first KOs with Shred and then look to V-Star as often as possible as well. Abyss Seeking is going to be fantastic for that. But you do have to be careful. You don't want to keep Pokemon in your hand, because then Erica's invitation will be live. So we're just going to see the Battle VIP pass for 2 copies of Giratina V and a pass over to Nicklaus.
And here we go with the Snorlax Master at work. The first nest ball of the turn will let Nicklaus have a look through their deck and see what might be in the prize cards and begin the Snorlax blockade as we go in with probably a Rotom V, usually a very strong start for any aspiring Snorlax player. Your Rotom V is only used for that instant charge ability, allowing you to draw 3 cards. Your turn does end, but that is, you know, what Snorlax does best. Ends its turn, not doing much, leaving air, having a little nap, letting everyone have a lovely, restful game of Pokemon.
Well, it's like you get to play a free Nimona every turn, right? I mean, if you're never going to attack anyway, you might as well just have a free Nimona, draw 3. I mean, why not?
Yeah, it kind of works as an effective extra draw supporter every turn, and no one's complaining at that.
No, I mean, I definitely would not be. He's looking at Nicklaus there. And it's worth noting, the prize check there for Snorlax players is really impactful, because you're not taking prizes, so you're going to have to work out what resources you have available. Because here, turn 1 Misfortune Sisters here, though.
Oh, that's really impactful. Misfortune Sisters, an incredibly powerful card for any stalled deck. You get to look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Fun to note that your opponent doesn't get to see them. You can discard any number of item cards you find there, and then your opponent shuffles them back into their decks. They never get to know what you saw, giving your opponent vital information of the game, but also taking away resources that could allow you to switch.
As we do see the Pokestop being used and the instant charge there as well. Back over to Brent. Now, that Misfortune Sister did only hit a Mirage Gate. I don't think that's going to be a card Brent will be using too much, so I don't think he minds that, funnily enough. And let's see what Brent opts to do here. Now, it's a matchup you have to play very meticulously here. You don't want to be playing cards for the willy-nilly. So that's all we're going to see is that Abyss Seeking, which you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put 2 in your hand and 2 in the lost zone. And one thing I really love about Abyss Seeking in this matchup, right? Because one problem when you're playing against Snorlax is having Pokemon in your hand. If you draw into them and they're in your hand, Erica's Invitation can put them into play, or if you discard them, Echoing Horn can put them into play as well. But if you put them in a lost zone via Abyss Seeking, Nicklaus can't do anything about it.
I really like that shout, Shay. Putting the Pokemon into the Lost Zone is one of the only ways that the very inviting Erica can be stopped. She's too inviting.
It's very welcoming. She's trying to get you in there. But, yeah, if you put him in the Lost Zone, Echoing Horn can't do anything. Erica's Invitation can't do anything. As Nicklaus there is going to start the turn there with a Nest Ball. Going to get a Snorlax into play. And let's see what else Nicklaus can do.
Honestly,
speaking of Erica, here she comes. Oh no, but that's that Cramorant. Is that a Radzard?
No, it's a Sableye.
Oh, is it Sableye?
I'm certain, yes, it is a Sableye. So we've got Sableye, and Cramorant. Erica was just too inviting, too fast. And I've got to say, Nicklaus is really putting on the pressure. An early Misfortune Sisters, an early Erica's Invitation is really scary. And now poor Sableye is stuck in the active as Snorlax hits snooze on Brent's plan.
Yeah, I think that's 100% correct there. And then you see the Pokestop going to grab a Pokegear. Does get rid of Arven and Team Yell's Cheer as well. So going to keep that in mind. Team Yell's Cheer is very important for the Snorlax decks to keep their loop going. We are going to see a Jet Energy though. That's going to remove that Sableye out of the active. and get straight back on the bench. And it looks like we're going to see that Abyss Seeking again.
I love to think that Jet Energy is really fun for the Pokemon. It's like zoom into the active. I love to think that Giratina really loved that. It was a good time.
It's hard to imagine Giratina smiling, but I think it would be on the back of that Jet Energy there. Oh, triple item. Oh, the triple item Pokestop. Are we going to take that Pokemon Catcher to get that Sableye back? We are.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Flip a coin in beds. Cost your opponents. Oh, but it was. Oh, here we go again. Whoa. That was a 4. And Sableye straight back.
Oh, poor
Oh, no. Sableye. What are you doing there, my son? Come
Little
on.
buddy, you don't want to be there.
Oh, we're going to see a Cramak as well. Nicholas flipping all the coins here. Here we go. And that was a 3, so no item, well, no such at all, I should say, there for Nicholas. Now, looking at I think that turn was pretty successful there for Nicholas. We're going to see another, oh my goodness. Okay, Nicholas, okay, here we go.
And for anyone at home who might be wondering, dice are used to decide a coin flip, and heads is even numbers, tails is odd numbers. There'll be a lot of coin flips, so I thought I'd just go over that one really quickly.
Yeah, I think you're...
Sydney as well.
Sydney. Oh, that Sydney's going to get rid of the Jet Energy that Brent got from the Abyss Seeking. Because Sydney lets you look at your opponent's hand, you can discard, any 2 stadium tools or special energy, right, I believe?
Oh, my goodness.
Let me just double check that. Special energy, yep.
The amount of knowledge that Niklaus has over Brent's deck and hand now is crazy.
It's going to be a double Jet Energy. Oh, no. Brent's Jets have been grounded temporarily there, getting them into the discard pile. That was a very... Sydney being used to great effect. Sydney, you little rascal.
Absolutely. Poor Giratina won't be getting the zoomies anytime soon.
Won't be getting... Oh, we see a Nest Ball being played here. Interesting. Now, is this actually going to target a Pokemon? Or is it going to fail? Because putting a Pokemon on the bench is very important. Going for a
Sableye. Just going for it at this point. I mean... I don't know. I'm not sure I see the harm anymore, you know.
Yeah, to be fair, having one target, having 2, not much more of a not much more of a difference. If they both have a Psychic Energy on them, at least they can still do Lost Mine. Because, you know, Brent is getting cards into the Lost Zone. Currently has 4 and has no real rush to get to 10. But when you do get to 10, Lost Mine is a very effective attack at dismantling these Snorlax.
I think that's the thing. Brent is still okay here.
Yes.
Not great, but okay. Loads of switching options. There comes one now. And Abyss Seeking still possibility. And Cramorant is kind of ready to roll now. So, you know, I quite like this board state, actually.
Yeah, it's not too bad. We are going to see the Abyss Seeking again.
Ooh.
Double path, and because that is getting sent straight to the Lost Zone.
Sorry, buddy.
Yep. And a path to the peak as well. Over to Nicholas. Going to start the turn off here. That Pokestop. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
I
no.
don't like that. I don't like that.
Dear me.
That was dreadful.
Oh no, we see another Snorlax coming down there. So, and that Pidgeot getting discarded is interesting. Nicholas will have to recycle that in some way, but. We saw them in the prize cards, actually. Cross Transceiver could be a way for Nicholas to get that Pidgeot back. Because if you play 2 Cross Transceiver at the same time, obviously a boss's orders, I should say, into the Giratina V. Yes, if you play 2 Cross Transceiver at the same time, you can get a Pokemon or supporter from your discard pile and pop them straight into your hand.
Yeah, honestly, though, Brent still has so many switch options to go through. Niklaus just kind of needs to stay on top of the ball, really, and make sure that they're really making sure that they force Brent to use resources where they don't want to. Over to Brent's turn, and simple Abyss Seeking. Go for it. Don't blame him at all.
Going to be seeking that Abyss.
Yeah.
There's Giratina. That's Sydney, though. I wonder if that, like you said, Giratina does have a lot of switching options, but you don't really want to have 2 of them discarded for no real use.
No.
So I wonder if that will come back to bite Brent. Over to Nicholas, though, looks like is debating on what to do here. Has that hand is getting rather large. So we're going to see the Pokestop. Didn't work out too well last turn. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 2 hits.
Better. That's much better.
We'll take that. And as it has that heavy ball. So
heavy ball and a Pokegear.
Get to consult the prize cards and take a basic Pokemon if he chooses, or if he'd like to, I should say.
Always good, I find, heavy ball for knowing your prize cards as well. If you get to play it early in the game, it gives a surprising amount of like game knowledge for the rest of the game. Imagine having it in your opening hand, being like, sweet, don't need to price check, can just look.
Yeah, no, it's super helpful, to be fair, if you see it early on. Reminds me of Town Map we saw back in the day.
Yeah, oh my god, another Snorlax blocking the path.
Yeah.
I hope someone brought a Pokeflute.
Yeah, that would be very helpful if Brent did have a Pokeflute, but instead it looks like we're going to see, we're going to see an instant charge there, but Nicolaus still opting what to do. Does have double cross transceiver. We're going to see a Pokegear first, though.
Oh, are we going to see a supporter? Oh,
yeah, Misfortune
yeah, there was
Sisters.
a Misfortune Sister. I think there is another one there, but I
Penny.
can't. Penny.
I don't think Penny's the one you really want to use this turn. You know, you really want to try and use Penny to absorb damage. Yeah, put it back in, well, just remove it from play. Oh, but it's going to take it instead. Okay.
I suppose once you're kind of done with Rotom, when the loop has begun, you can always Penny to bring Rotom back to your hand so that it's less of a liability, especially against a deck where Brent can't, straight away the Rotom's gone. And I think that's just because Nicolaus is realizing that Brent has 8 in the Lost Zone. Not long now until Brent's going to start actually attacking. Brent has, at this stage, just really bide their time and said, you know what, I'm not gonna do anything until I really can lay on the pressure. There's no point. It's not going to achieve me much in the long run. And so Nicolaus just used that small window to go, okay, well, I'm going to take away the 1-2 prize option you've got.
So actually really impactful. I was chatting to Brent about this matchup before he came on, and you said you want to try and take your first prizes, if possible, by bossing the Rotom. So if you have something stuck in the active, you can actually retreat, right? So now that won't be an option. So now if anything does get stranded in the active, the boss plus retreat will no longer be an option, as Brent does play the Mirage Gate to get 2 energy onto the Giratina. So Shred now will be a KO. So we're going to start seeing prize cards being taken. Nicolaus has to do something about this, because if he doesn't, Brent will just go shred, and we'll be starting game 2.
Yeah. It's quite as simple as that, and that's exactly why Giratina has one of the better matchups into Block Snorlax, and the game doesn't quite stall as much as we've seen in the past, and why it does give a more exhilarating stream experience for you all at home.
Yeah, this is definitely much more of a to and fro. We are going to see a Pokegear going to grab that Misfortune Sisters. Now, if this Misfortune Sisters, if Nicolaus opts to play it, can start hitting switching options, and maybe you can counter catcher in a Sableye. This could start to get a little bit dicey. Here we do see the Misfortune Sisters, though. Top 5 cards. Are we going to see some switching cards, Amy?
Oh, I hope not for Brent's sake, but I know Nicolaus wants to see them. Okay, a Mirage Gate isn't too bad. You know, I actually think Brent has a lot of switching options in hand. They've kind of been compiling them. I think it's really clever. Generally speaking, they're safer in hand than they are in deck.
But speaking of counter catch-up, there we go. We're going to see if Brent does have them in hand, the switching cards, because that counter catch is going to bring up the little Sableye.
And that's the thing. Once Brent takes the first prize card, that's when Nicolaus can use some of their cards that they will have been holding on to.
Hey, the triple hitter.
3 for 3.
3 for 3. There we go. We see a pass.
Yep. So again, biding their time, and I think that's really clever. Both players are knowing that the pace of the game needs to be in their hands.
Oh, so we see
a boss going to the Lost Zone.
I think, was that a double Jet Energy? No, it couldn't have been. Jet Energy was one of the cards.
It was a double boss.
Oh, it was a switch card. So we did see 2 switching cards there.
Oh, beautiful.
So here goes Giratina into the active, and we're going to see a Shred here. And Brent going to take his second prize card. And that's one real good, nice thing about the Giratina matchup here, is that you can just filter these cards into your hand via Colress, via Abyss. You can just hold them. Like, they're safe, like you said, once they're in hand.
Once they're in hand, they're relatively safe. So if you compile enough switch options to be able to just keep on going for long enough to take those 6 prizes, don't get me wrong, shredding through 6 individual prize cards for Giratina is far from preferable. But at least it's an option.
Yes.
And Shred is so much more effective than having to Lost Zone your own energy. So keeping the Giratina as Giratina V, especially when your opponent isn't going to be attacking, is fantastic.
As we are going to see the Pokemon, another triple hitter there. Brent tried to remove it from play via Path to the Peak, which was a really nice heads-up play, but Nicolaus had the replacement. Nicolaus' hand is actually massive right now, so it's not like really much of a surprise.
It's much bigger than their deck. Pretty much they have every single card at their disposal, realistically, that they could possibly want aside from those prize cards, which they are aware of now, so...
We're going to see Niklaus play the Giacomo there, discarding a special energy attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon, getting rid of a Jet energy attached to 2 Giratina V, and then a counter catcher into a new Giratina V. And the Bravery Charm's actually going to push the Snorlax outside of range of Shred.
Yeah, that's a really good move at this stage. However, there are 10 cards in the Lost Zone, so Sableye at this stage can put in some work. So we can 2-hit KO this Snorlax, but I'm sure Niklaus has a plan to remove that damage in some way, shape, or form. We go again with a switch card, but yeah, what will Brent decide to do? Because this is a tough decision. Does he evolve the Giratina?
We could see a Star Requiem. Brent did say that you do eventually have to start attacking with Star Requiem, but we might see a boss into the Shred and force Niklaus to actually find another Pokemon to put down. And then next turn, if he doesn't, then you can announce Star Requiem and we can be starting game 2.
Love it. Absolutely beautiful. And yeah, we saw the Bravery Charm be a victim of Pokestop earlier. So
yeah, we did.
We know that that's probably the only one that's going to be floating around for now. The last card was a Cramomatic. Can Niklaus even... Okay, yes, brilliant. I was going to say, they haven't done it yet, but I imagine this is going to be 2 Snorlax and a Pidgeot?
Yeah, you're going to have to start thinking about starting your loop at some point here, you know. The deck is currently 0, or now it's 3, and that Pidgeot with that Vanishing Wings letting you shuffle it back into your deck.
Only if it's on the bench.
Only if it's on the bench. That is correct.
So, yeah, Niklaus needs to just keep rotating through with that Pidgeot, and they can... The Pidgeot will be able to kind of stop Niklaus from decking out, so having 0 cards left in their deck.
So we did see that Egg Incubator being played there. Flip a coin if you had such a deck for a basic Pokemon, pop it onto your bench, and then shuffle your deck. If it's Tails, put the Egg Incubator back to the bottom. And then we saw the double Nest Ball there, going to immediately refill the ranks of this Snorlax army.
Yeah, the Snorlax aren't going down without a fight. They're all here for a good snoozy time. And the bench is once again got multiple Zs all set up.
We're going to see a Pokemon catcher. Here we go. 5.
Oh, that's an odd number, so that's a fail. We don't get to pull that poor Giratina that keeps getting dragged into the active back again. It's happening anyway.
We do.
There he is. I suppose Niklaus is just trying to use up their cards in the right order. Again, sequencing is such a huge part of being a successful Snorlax player.
Oh, we're going to see the double cross transceiver. I'd love to see that. That's a card we haven't probably seen on stream for a very long time. If you play 2 copies of that at the same time, search your discard pile for a supporter and or Pokemon and put them straight onto your hand. And there we go. We have it on the side as well. I wasn't sure if we'd actually have it there, but we have it there ready to go. Love to see that.
Oh, Misfortune Sisters back again. And this is the crux of the loop, really, isn't it? It's the Silene, Misfortune Sisters, and keep going until Brent just has nothing left. And no hits there.
No.
Brent's deck is looking pretty thin. It might well be that there are no targets left for Misfortune Sisters to prey upon. So maybe that's in Brent's fortune, really, that they can't have their deck forcibly thinned for them.
But you're correct. I mean, if you have all the items in hand, they're fairly safe. Now, I think, we do see a switch card, so Brent can just immediately maneuver that Giratina out the active. We're going to see one attachment there to that bench Giratina V. And we're going to see a V-Star. We are. So we're going to see a Star Requiem here as Brent's going to go down to 2. Oh, no, we're going to see a Lost Impact. I apologize. For 280.
It's still plenty of damage. And because with Lost Impact, you can take the energy off any of your Pokemon. Having energy spread around the board from earlier has really sunk into Brent's benefit there. And Brent will be able to save that Star Requiem for a possible another bulkier Snorlax or just kind of to finish out the game.
Or Mimikyu, right? I think we'll get around Mimikyu.
Yes, indeed.
So you want to try and hold on to that Star Requiem. If Niklaus does put down a Mimikyu, you can just Star Requiem straight through that safeguard ability. As Niklaus does start to turn off, they are playing Palpad. Got to shuffle in 2 supporters from a discard pile back into your deck. I'd imagine Team Yo's Cheer is going to be one of them, or Silene.
It's going to be a tough uphill struggle here for Niklaus, as Brent seems to really have their board together. I'm really impressed with how he's clearly practiced a lot against this deck. Niklaus is a master of the Snorlax. And although Snorlax itself is a sleepy Pokemon, the trainers who decide to go with this deck absolutely cannot be sleepy.
No, you have to be on your game 100% of the time. We actually have an update from our other top 4 match. And Fabricio versus Brennan. Fabricio has taken game 1. So Fabricio with Mew is currently 1 game up against Brennan.
Mew, will it be the top again?
Will it be? Will Mew will take home Liverpool Regionals? And you want me to find out. That's why I'm watching this stream all the way to the end, which I know you're going to do anyway, because this is some high octane action. Why would you want to leave? You don't want to leave. Stay here.
Don't leave us.
No.
You don't want to miss out on all of the Amy and Shay action, after all. We've got Niklaus and Brent giving us a great show here. And bringing forward that poor Giratina another time. He must be motion sick, that Giratina.
He must be just getting shoved around here and everywhere. And I think there's another switch card in Brent's hand, so Brent will be able to march down to 1 prize card. But I think there's a switch card. They're just going to consult the lost zone, just trying to work out, what resources I have left available. Very important. I think a Snorlax player has to keep tabs of their own resources, obviously. But if you're playing against Snorlax, you also have to be able to keep tabs on your resources as well. I think I definitely saw a switch card there, but Brent, just trying to work out exactly what he has available to him.
And seeing how many turns he's got left as well, I think he's debating playing a Colress there. Just having a look at how many cards are actually left in his deck, so how long he can kind of stay against that Snorlax, or whether it's going to have to be some tougher decisions of kind of thinning his own deck for a little bit. Because Snorlax is really wrestling a way to win right now, and it's not looking hopeful.
Especially since Giratina did use that Star Requiem that turn to actually just KO that Snorlax. We want to see a Silene being played here. Flip 2 coins for each head, get a discard from discard pile, put it at the top of your deck, and we see 1 heads. Can't moan too much. You get 1 use of Silene there. You show 1 card and put it to the top of your deck. It's going to be a counter catcher.
Yep.
So you're going to Pokestop it. There we go. And there's the Pokestop.
And yep, pitch up.
So you're going to have to play some sort of way to shuffling cards there. Going to be that Power Pad, probably what Team Yell's Cheer or Silene,
I was going to say, yeah, Silene sounds like a really good shout again. And maybe both, Honestly, I'm not sure what other...
Yep, there you go.
There we are. I'm not sure what else I would personally put back in, because I think Niklaus at this stage is probably thinking, I don't think Misfortune Sisters can help me much more. Sydney's probably not going to be much more help. So again, just pulling forward Pokemon that Niklaus is hoping Snorlax will just be able to stay in front of and attach.
We're going to see a Lost Mine if you don't see a switch. Lost Mine, 120 damage to the active. Now this is really interesting, because Niklaus is going to have to try and remove this damage, otherwise he loses, right? So, let's see what Niklaus can do.
Niklaus is going to have to put another Pokemon down to Penny, surely.
Yes. And then it's interesting, if you force Niklaus to Penny, that means he can't be playing Silene or Team Yell Cheer. You can sort of force a loop. And I think we're going to see a concession there as Brent takes our game 1 here in our top 4 feature match. Sableye applying enough pressure, and Brent goes 1-0 up.
They say if you snooze, you lose. And in this instance, Snorlax was just too sleepy, and Brent's Giratina just ran all over them.
And I really love seeing that Sableye late game pressure, because if you can provide enough pressure on the Snorlax to where you can force your opponent to keep playing, Penny or way to remove damage, it's as good as winning in that stage, because Niklaus has to play Silene or Team Yell Cheer not to deck out. So if you can force him to play Penny, that means, funnily enough, the Snorlax player will be decking out. In that scenario, Niklaus quickly identified that, scooped them up, and now we're going to a game 2.
Yeah, it's a very unorthodox way of breaking your opponent's loop on purpose. You are forcing them into a situation where they cannot continue the loop because they must deal with the threat on the board that you have laid. So although Snorlax wasn't KO'd, it didn't really matter. Breaking the loop is enough, and that's exactly what you've got to try and do against these really prolific stall decks and these kind of decks where they're trying to make you deck out as their win condition rather than actually taking any prize cards. You've just got to try and break down whatever they're trying to do, kind of beat them at their own game in a way.
Yeah, like we've seen some players start to play Misfortune Sisters in other decks just to try and take advantage of Snorlax going down to such low deck size. But in that scenario, we mentioned it at the start of the game, that Lost Mine is actually really good if you can get towards it to apply enough pressure there. So we're going to start our game 2 now. Brent Tonneson currently 1-0 up. The reminder, if Brent was to win this game, he finds himself in the finals here at Liverpool Regionals. Nicklaus needs to win 2 games to get himself in the finals. And the winner of the finals will get that auto invitation to the World Championships. Ooh. Oh, goodness gracious me, though. I see a Giratina in the prize.
Yeah, Giratina has a full Giratina line and 2 Super Rod. Oh,
and 2 copies of Cross Transceiver, a Snorlax, and the Pidgeot.
Oh, this is very, very risky.
Oh, and open the Rotom V as well. That's not what you want to have in the active.
Not at all. Nicklaus will be able to use this and Heavy Ball to get the Pidgeot out of the prize card, so I imagine they won't be too kind of upset at that. The loop with the Pidgeot is going to be able to be live. But as you say, the Rotom, I'm not loving that in the active in the beginning.
No, that Rotom really doesn't want to be there. I'm just looking at switching cards there for Nicklaus. I see 1 Escape Rope. I see 1 switch card. So that could be a little bit dicey there for Brent as he's going to start. Does lead a Comfey though, which Brent didn't lead. The Comfey was not a factor in the last round, so having a Comfey here could come back to bite him. He's going to battle VIP pass for another Comfey though, and a Giratina V.
Yeah, honestly, it's just, you can tell the difference of the matchup here. Brent is absolutely setting up as Giratina should. It's an incredibly clear line of action here, and the Comfey, if you start one, you kind of might as well kind of go on as you intend to continue with managing to populate that Lost Zone. I think I prefer the Abyss Seeking kind of route on this one, but if you start with the Comfey, there's very little you can do about it. And like we saw with the Sableye last game, you might as well lean into it.
I think you're correct. Yeah, since you've led the Comfey, you might as well. I mean, there's not much difference between having 1 Comfey and 2 Comfeys. You might as well just get them into play. As we're going to see the Mirage hit the Lost Zone by the Flower selecting 2 cards in Lost Zone there for Brent. Has that Psychic Energy in hand, and we're going to see a pass over to Nicklaus. Now, can Nicklaus actually get some extra Pokemon in play first of all? Oh, answer my question immediately.
There
with
it
that
is.
Nest Ball. So let's see what Nicklaus can do. It's going to be Nicklaus's first deck search. So we'll be able to work out what's been prized, and we'll be able to identify that Pidgeot and 1 copy of Snorlax are currently hiding there.
Yeah, and the Hisuian Heavy Ball's only going to be able to get 1 of the 2. I think personally I would prioritize the Pidgeot, but we saw from last game that Nicklaus still struggled with the amount of Snorlax they had, so that could really affect this game. It might mean that they have a much more difficult time against Brent, and it's not like last game unfortunately went their way.
No, you are correct. But now that Nicklaus can target these Comfey, maybe that could make life a little bit harder for Brent. I think this is a suboptimal way to playing the matchup for Brent. So Nicklaus will be trying his hardest to work himself out as well. I'm going to see that Nest Ball target, that all too familiar Snorlax, pop it straight on the bench.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. At this point, both players have a non-optimal start.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a slow start from both players. It'll just be who kind of breaks that chain.
Oh, but we are going to see the perk start coming down. This could be really important. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Snorlax. Oh, I suppose at least Nicklaus has the Super Rod, but you really want to save that until later, especially not having a Snorlax, because 1 is prized, which Nicklaus, I'm certain, will have noticed in that deck search.
I see an interesting decision here for Nicklaus. To actually have the Escape Rope, not to play it, because then Brent could promote the Giratina V, so we're just going to see the instant charge there. But you're right, since Nicklaus now has 1 Snorlax in the discard pile and 1 in the prize cards, got to be very efficient with Super Rod, as we are going to see that Chorus Experiment being used there for Brent. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck, put 3 in your hand and 2 into the Lost Zone.
Oh, crumbs. I'm not sure how I feel about this on both sides. Brent's got a long way to go before they're capable of KOing a Rotom, though. There's only, this will be 5 cards in the Lost Zone, and if they use too many switch options on these Comfey now, they're going to struggle later when they need them to get out of Snorlax block trap.
Yeah, interesting. We're going to see the retreat into the next Comfey. Do we see a switching card so you can maybe And like I say, you've already attached for turn. So remember to Abyss Seeking. So you're going to see probably a Comfey inactive and a pass. Yep, and we're going to see the pass over to Nicklaus. And let's see what he can do. Oh no, top stacks a Battle VIP pass. That would have been very useful last turn.
Yeah, very, very useful indeed. Oh, but we are going for another nest ball. Possibly that second Snorlax might go down now. Nicklaus might choose to use the Super Rod when there's only 2 Snorlax in the discard pile just because of lack of resources. It's going to be really tight here to make sure that both players are managing their resources well. Brent's best course of action for switching currently being manual retreat while Rotom's still stuck in the active for a little bit.
Yep.
But like you said earlier, Shay, really good observation that Nicklaus very well does have the choice of using that escape rope right now, but is reluctant to use it while Brent doesn't have a populated lost zone.
Yes. Because then you can he can put the Giratina in the active, and then Brent can start plain sailing as he did in game 1. So we're going to see that heavy ball being played there. Looks like did grab a target. Didn't quite see what it was, unfortunately. I think was it the Pidgeot? We have to look at the hand now.
No, he went for the Snorlax.
He went for the Snorlax.
He went for the Snorlax and immediately benched it. So Pidgeot is stuck in the prize cards for the remainder of the game. Nicklaus is saying, I think I'm confident enough that I can use my resources well, that I don't need Pidgeot, because Pidgeot is a little bit of a kind of, it's a bit of a crutch. It's that if all else fails, I will always be able to loop this Pidgeot and I won't deck out.
Yeah, and I think since Nicklaus currently one game down, we'll have to try and win fast. And if you're going to win fast, using Pidgeot loop might not be the way to go. We did see a penny, though, on the active Rotom V, so I can put the Rotom V back on the bench and promote that Snorlax into the active. So that means that Comfey now is being affected by the block, meaning it cannot retreat while that Snorlax is in the active.
No, Comfey's got all tangled and can't move while Snorlax is blocking the way, unfortunately. But we're back onto Brent's turn at this point, and we're going to have to see how he responds. Straight away with the flower selecting makes total sense. We've got one switch option there, which is perfect, because Counter Catcher will never be active in this game. It's not possible. There we go for the Mirage Gate. Now the Lost Zone has 7. And finally, more energy can start to come out of the deck and onto our Giratina friends. 1 energy for Comfey and 1 for Giratina. No, both on the Giratina. That would have been my choice as well.
Going to say, because we could see, I mean, you could realistically see a V-Star Lost Impact here if you really wanted. Shred would not be a KO since the Berry Charm is in play there. So, but it looks, without no Psychic Energy on the Giratina, we won't be seeing a Lost Impact.
No Psychic, no go, unfortunately.
Yeah, we won't be seeing a Shred either, because the Shred has a Psychic Energy cost, so just a ton of energy on the Giratina. Maybe just front-loading all your energy, so when you do decide to start using Lost Impact, you can just, remove them from your active. Because I guess whilst they're in play, since Nicklaus doesn't play any energy disruption. Oh, there we go, Psychic Energy from hand. There you go.
Sweet. That's perfect. Exactly what we want.
Is this going to be a boss onto the Rotom V?
Excellent. Allowing Comfey to get untangled, retreat to the bench using the energy. Oh, I like it. Aggressive. Let's go. Going for Lost Impact, discarding the water energy into the Lost Zone where they belong, because we're not going to need them in this matchup.
And what a turn that was there for Brent. Going to use that Lost Impact to KO that Rotom over to Nicklaus. Going to start some of that Pokestop. Going to get that Egg Incubator and that Power Pad, but Peonia will be sent to the discard pile. Now, Nicklaus is going to have to start, kind of try and gust something up and strand it, because, that's one way to do it, Pokemon Catcher. Here we go.
Coin flip.
And it was a 5. Does he have another one? I don't think so.
I don't think we're going to have the flurry of coin flips we had last time. I could be wrong. That might be a Cramomatic.
So let's see what we're going to do.
Tough decisions. Tough decisions to be made. Yeah, it is a Cramomatic. I think they're considering the Cramomatic a Battle VIP pass there.
That would make sense, because, that isn't really terribly helpful right now. Here we go again.
There we go.
Roll that dice.
Oh.
5 again. Oh, my goodness. So let's see another debate in the Cramo. Here we go. And then Nicklaus, my son.
No!
Another 5.
A triple 5.
Can you guys in chat work out the probability of rolling 3 exact 5s in a row? Because that's what we've just seen.
God, they didn't sign up for a math lesson,
No,
Shay.
they did. Well, Ross tried to put me on the spot earlier about maths, and I want the chat to get involved as well.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I can't do that maths, so maybe you guys can.
Yeah, maybe you guys can. I'm sure you have got some clever people there in chat. You can work out the probabilities of that. And it looks like we're just going to see a consulting of the discard pile there. Just saying, I think they're saying, have you used Pokestop Raiders turn? I don't think they have.
No, I don't think they have. Although we
Oh,
got
no,
a
they
lot.
did. No, they did, because the Peonia got discarded, right? No, they
Yes.
did use the Pokestop already.
You are absolutely right. I think it's a weird thing because Pokestop has been used so frequently across this event that it all becomes a blur.
Oh, speaking of a blur, if there's any special energy or jet energy in that hand, they could be becoming a blur real soon with that Sydney getting taken off that Poke Gear. I don't think Brent actually has any targets for that in hand. Well, any of the special energy at the very least. But it looks like, we're going to see the skate route first, and that's awkward because, you know, Brent just wants to keep attacking now.
Yeah. There is only 9 in the Lost Zone, so 1 Abyss Seeking, but at the same time, I suppose Flower Selecting is also no different.
Oh, here's that Sydney. I don't think there's a jet energy. Is there even any targets
I love that Brent put the switch card to the front, like, yeah.
Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, that's the first card you're going to see. And yeah, that was a fail on the Sydney. There was no special energy tool cards or stadium. So over to Brent. They had that Roxanne. I tell you what, that Roxanne will not be getting played. So we're going to see a Colson Experiment instead.
Okay, there's at least one obvious target there for the discard, for the Lost Zone, sorry. There we go.
Yeah.
Lost Zone, the Battle VIP pass.
Look at all the switching cards in the hand.
Absolutely bonkers. And again, as we assessed earlier, they are safest in the hand, so we're not upset. We've got their 3 energy back into the deck.
So efficient. Getting the
Lovely.
triple. They're going to Mirage, get them
Mirage
straight back
Gate.
into place. We're going to see another, I imagine, switch card, Lost Impact, and get that Snorlax out the way.
Ooh, lovely. Plenty of energy. Again, Brent's just having a little look through while they're in there, making sure that they've got enough energy to continue attacking. That's the scary part when you choose to go to the Giratina Vista, is that a clever Snorlax player can eventually run you out of energy entirely, and it all end up in the Lost Zone. Lost until the end of the game.
As we do see the switch card being played there, so we're going to see a Lost Impact here, I would imagine. Path to the Peak like that, going to stop any potential Pokestop or even instant charge next turn. And there is the Lost Impact from Brent, going to go down to 3 prize cards left. What can Nikolaus do?
Nikolaus brings forward Snorlax for some Morlax, and straight on with a Pokestop back down again. And here we go, Palpad, Pokegear, and Arven. Goodbye to the Arven, but Pokegear is quite a nice choice right here. We've used a lot of supporters, and another Arven in hand. Goodness gracious.
Counter Catcher. And the Bravery Charm.
Bravery Charm, great choice right here. Kind of might force Brent to use that V-Star move early, and I really like the assessment from earlier that the Mimikyu is a lingering moment, and Brent has not seen that Mimikyu.
No.
Brent doesn't know that Mimikyu exists.
We're going to see Counter Catcher into the Comfey there.
I worry for Brent with that Mimikyu.
Yeah, Mimikyu. If that Mimikyu can be game, and this is going to see a pass there. We're going to see a Flower selected. Battle VIP pass. See you later.
Yep, got a Nest Ball.
Nest Ball, playing the Nest Ball as well. Is this just a consult resource? I don't think you bench anything here, right?
No, I wouldn't have said so.
I was going to say maybe Cramrance you can just, or Comfey even.
Oh, no, it would be even worse if Brent were to accidentally bench lock themselves. For anyone new, that just means that you have filled your bench. You're only allowed 5 Pokemon on the bench or 1 in your active. The way I always think about it to remember is that in the video games, I'm only allowed 6 Pokemon in my party total, and it's the same here in the trading card game, 6 total.
Unless you have any ways of bolstering that by a Skyfield or Eternal Zone from Eternatus VMAX. They're not informed now, so I don't have to worry about that. As we see a switch car into that Giratina V-Star. Path to the Peak again. Now, do we have to see another energy? Or otherwise, it might be a Star Requiem this turn, and it is. Okay.
Oh, the Mimikyu really scares me here, Shay, because what choices did Brent have? I mean, it's Sableye or nothing, but I'm not sure the energy's there, you know?
Yeah, we've seen Lost Impact be used a lot, so that Mimikyu could become a threat. Mimikyu has that Safeguard ability, preventing all damage done to it via your opponent's EX or V Pokemon, so that could be a problem. Brent does play a multitude of one-prize Pokemon to attack into it, but at the minute only has Comfey down, and well, that's not very good. You have to start trying to get energy onto that bench Giratina V to use Shred, but you've already lost-zoned a lot of them, so that's definitely an interesting wrinkle we have to keep an eye on.
Very much so. There was a Misfortune Sisters, and I'm not sure what choices Niklaus has here. It looks like they are consulting their discard pile to check what resources are all used up. This might be it. If they can't get another Pokemon out or can't do anything of value to move Brent's Pokemon around, Brent just needs that one more energy to take out this Snorlax, and it is game over.
I love that from the power pad. Going to take that Sydney and the Iono. That Sydney, I think Niklaus has worked out. We haven't seen many jet energy yet, so chances are you're going to start drawing into them now. So let me use that Sydney to try and fire that off at some point and remove those jet energy before they have a chance to be used. So let's see what else Niklaus can do here. We're going to see another the Pokegear. Going to try and find an Iono or Bosses, or as I imagine. Oh, I think was that a fail?
I think there is.
No, Misfortune Sisters.
Misfortune Sisters. They have already played a supporter this turn, though, so nothing was going to be of help right this moment.
Oh, did he? I apologise. I didn't realise he played a supporter this turn.
Oh, I was pretty sure. I thought they played a Misfortune Sisters.
I think he took it off a Pokegear, I think.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so... there we go. Here's the Misfortune Sisters.
There's the Misfortune Sisters. It's a shame, really, because there's not much you can do with that.
I think, was that a fail? Or
they got
one counter. I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's going to be never being used there for Brent.
It's a thinning
the
deck, but not enough.
Wait, is he going to? Has Niklaus got another bench Pokemon to put down?
That's honestly what I'm worried about.
Has he got another Pokemon to put down?
I don't think he does. I honestly, I don't think he does. So if Brent can switch out of this Comfey, and which they can, we know they can.
Goodness.
I think this is it.
Can Brent switch there with Jet Energy? And Brent Tonneson is going to win our top 4 feature match here, and he will secure himself a place in the finals. Congratulations to him.
Giratina back in the finals of yet another regional championships. We've had a few in a row now. We're not stopping on this Giratina train to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, all aboard that Lost Zone train, baby. Choo, choo. As it finds itself in the final. Again, that's 3 events in a row now, right?
Right? It's insane. Could anyone think of a best deck in format other than Giratina? I think it's undeniable at this point. It could win the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the final now, so of course it can. And yeah, that would be what? Then winning 3 in a row as well at that point, I believe.
Oh, that's crazy.
Ooh, wow.
I don't think that's happened in a long time, you know, a deck taking it. I think Mew might have been the last one that took kind of multiple regionals by storm in a row.
Maybe 3 in a row. Maybe Silver Tempest Lugia, I imagine, might have done that as well. But doesn't happen too often. No. And Brent secured himself a place in the finals, coming all the way from Australia. But maximum commiserations there to Niklaus. I think played pretty well, all things considered. But when you're against when you're against your worst matchup, and that matchup also happens to be the best deck in format, can get a little bit dicey.
Absolutely it can. I am absolutely flabbergasted that we've got Giratina back again in a finals. The game was so perfectly played, though. It is one of Snorlax's worst matchups. That game 3 was really unfortunate. It was a game 2, wasn't it?
Game 2,
my gosh.
yeah, we didn't get to a game 3.
I was so fixated, you know, it just was absolutely magical.
And I must say, I really like Nikolaus's take on that Snorlax deck. You know, having the Pokestop to draw through. So you can essentially see like 6 cards a turn when you consider Pokestop and Instant Charge. We saw the Pokemon catcher, we saw the Cramomatics as well, which we know have been really successful for him since he has got, you know, all the way to the finals. But, you know, I did mention it before. Brent said he has actually played Nikolaus here in Swiss and managed to beat him 2-0. So, you know, history has repeated itself there as Brent secures himself a place in the finals.
That's exciting. That's exciting. I think what I would be most excited for if we had history repeating itself on multiple occasions, if we had like Brent and then a Mew deck in the finals would be so beautiful. I think that would be a really nice end to this tournament. But whatever ends up in the finals, we are just excited to be here, and we have so much more action to come. But for now, we're going to have a short video break after we show you guys the Masters bracket with with Brent sliding in there.
Also, we had an update actually on our other top 4 game. Brendan was able to win game 2. So it's all going down to a game 3. And I think when I have the chance, I'm going to be sprinting over to that so I can try and catch the conclusion there for you. And but Brendan is playing that Lost Box archetype, you know, with the Roaring Moon. And then Fabricio playing Mew v Max. So the winner of that game 3 will be having a clash of titans with Brent Tonneson there in the final to try and win themselves that $10,000 in prize money and that invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu. Let's go, we're 1 game away, baby.
We're so close. I cannot wait. It's going to be such a good time no matter what. You please don't go anywhere. Make sure you're comfortable because we have so much more action to come yet in our top finalists for Liverpool. But for now, it's time to cut to a short video break. Hold on to your hats, everybody. We will see you very soon.
Card shops I played locally, they got me into it. They wanted me to go to a few events, but I didn't have the chance to. It was on and off. And then one of my friends recently wanted to get into it more, and we started to enjoy it more and everything about it. So we just kind of picked up fast in the last few months.
A lot of new faces. This is what I always hoped to see, Kyle, is some new names making their places known.
I've always enjoyed card games, but I've always just enjoyed being competitive as well. I played a lot of sports, played football, track, stuff like that. I do like the intricacy between card games. So I just really like the competitive edge. It makes it a lot more fun in the sense that I like to take on better opponents.
That is a way to win Pokemon, I'm sure. There's nothing much to do other than laugh at that point.
I think it's just you wanting to win. It's just that competitive edge. Someone just has the drive, and you find something you like to do, and you want to do good at it. Like I have that. I want to just keep competing to win.
Alexander is going for it. Frontier Road, Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
I probably respect almost every person I played here. One of the bigger names I played was Azul. He was a very fun opponent. He was the seriousness he had in the game, and after it was very friendly. You know, it's just that aspect. He's probably one I respect a lot. Ooh, typing. My typing would probably be fire. I think I just enjoy the color red first off, but if I could breathe fire, that'd be pretty insane.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Lost Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mesagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeop's Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre, but to get to that point you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 US National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flare's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item block. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that? Bring up
my goodness.
That's the whole game?
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players, meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck, and can make a deck gain more favour over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour 2 popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Wave Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just one copy of Roxanne and a few counter catchers, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard, or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and counter catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race. However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Ino, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockout on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Ino than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Countercatcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hey Pokemon trainers, while we've got a little break in the action, I'd like to have a conversation. My name is Ross and I'm joined by the lovely Mike and Amy, and I want to talk about Giratina V-Star. Because over the past few weeks, Giratina V-Star has been on an absolute tear. It won Portland Regionals, taking 3 of the top 8 spots. It won Charlotte Regionals, having a mirror match in the final. And although it didn't win San Antonio Regionals before the New Year break, it did make the final. So Mike, why is Giratina so good?
I mean, it's good into pretty much every other deck in the format. I think its biggest downside is itself. It can be a little bit inconsistent at times. There's enough people right now competing with Giratina, and a lot of the best players are playing with it, that someone's going to have a good run, they're going to get the consistency through, and eventually make it all the way to that final.
I mean, Amy, you're bringing Giratina to a tournament, right? This seems like a hard deck to play. You've got Comfey and your flower selecting, you've got your Chorus's Experiment. There are little micro decisions being made all the time. Which cards do you take to hand? Which do you put into the lost zone? Do you think that might be one reason why some players don't see success, but then the better players do?
I think that is a large part of it. I think when you've got a deck with all of those little decisions, it can just really wear people down throughout the day. It's a really long day, 9 rounds plus. And honestly, I played Giratina at EUIC last year and I got worn out by the end of the day. So worn out that I wasn't very well by the end of the day. So I think the more experienced players who have been doing this for many more years than I will have a better time with a deck like this.
I played a 4-round challenge and I was tired at the end of it. I mean, it is a tiring deck to play, but a lot of it comes down to the skill that is required to play it. You have to think ahead, and the comeback potential, the prize mapping, everything about it makes certain decisions really impactful, and that's where you need to know knowledge of the opponent's deck as well as your own. So it's such a big deck for skill ceiling.
I think it really is. And you were saying earlier, Mike, you've been digging into deck lists for Giratina. What have you been seeing of all these different deck lists?
I mean, there's not a huge amount of adaptations in Giratina from event to event, but one of the big things is we've seen the consistency increase, more poker gears, the 4-jet energy, making sure you can lean into that package as much as possible. I think we've seen some additions like Spiritomb, which can be quite a nice counter to a lot of the format right now, as there's a lot of Vs with abilities. And then of course, just that power spike of the Roxanne turn, leaning into the 4 path of the peak, the Roxanne, sometimes an Iono, and even we're starting to see some other disruption cards like Avery. So one of the best decks at disrupting other decks in the format.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen that Roxanne path to the peak combination, turning off abilities, while then also putting your opponent down to a low hand. It's not just for Giratina, but it does work pretty gosh darn well in Giratina. So Amy, you've picked up the deck before. We've seen it see massive success recently. Is it here to stay?
I think it is here to stay. I think it honestly has so much potential to keep going forward. And even in cards that we have coming soon, there are some larger power creeps that Giratina could make use of. There is a lot of a broad future for this deck, I feel, and I don't think it's going anywhere. Even with Jirachi coming in, we thought, oh, maybe this will be the turning tide. But the Giratina players, the best Giratina players like that we see at these regional events, have made use of their timing, like with those Roxanne turns, to make sure that they are suppressing the decks and the cards that actually we thought might stop them.
It's got so many options. You can hit really big targets with Giratina's V-Star attack, and then you've also got the Greninja to hit multiple small targets. So you've got the full range of hitting multiple targets for less damage, big targets for knockout, and then just the consistency of drawing through the deck allows you to do the disruption as well. So an amazing deck that has all the options available in the format.
Yeah, and I do like there is always a potential for maybe a cheeky early Cramorant hitting 110 for 0 energy. One of my favorite part about these Lost Box decks. Well, we've got more rounds to get to very shortly indeed, so grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly indeed.
Well, we just saw Brent on stream taking down a Snorlax block deck. How are you feeling in the final here at the biggest European regional we've ever had?
I'm pretty excited. This is the first time I broke out of top 8 in an international event. Like, I've won 3 regionals in region and won many top cut in region, but every time the ICs lost top 8 twice, and then at Peoria I lost top 8. And now finally I'm winning games outside of my own region, I guess.
I mean, you went along to Lille, got top 32 there, which is a very good finish, and now doing so well here. I've got to ask you about the travel. You're from Australia, and you're traveling all this way. Surely you're going to make a big trip of it and stay for Dortmund, right?
No.
You're going back home. You're popping over to Liverpool and popping back home straight away.
Well, there's Melbourne next week, so I got to go back home.
You got to go back home. So how long's that flight?
Oh, well, my trip is... Well, since how I book it is I book things in stages. So I booked my trip to Los Angeles first and then made decisions for how I was going to get to Liverpool.
Okay.
But the downside of that is I have to go all the way from Liverpool back to Los Angeles and then Los Angeles back to Sydney.
My goodness. Do you have a chance to practice on the flight? So you're able to get your reps in on there?
Not really. I mean, I could practice whilst I'm in transit, but.
Well, I can tell you now, your other finalist was having a very intense match off stream, and that was Fabrizio, who is now going to be our other finalist. Congratulations. How are you feeling? You're in the final of Liverpool.
¿Cómo te sientes estar en la final de Liverpool?
La verdad es que es la primera vez que voy a jugar una final de un regional y bueno, vamos a tratar de que sea una bonita experiencia.
He says that it's the first time that he's playing a final of a regional, so he will try to have a beautiful experience.
Well, this is quite fun here. We're in Europe at a regional, and we've got someone from Latin America and Oceania in the final. Another fun little fact is you're half Peruvian, Brent.
Yes, my mom was born in Peru.
So we have a man from Peru and a man whose mum was born in Peru. So 1.5 of the final is from Peru. What is it about that sort of Latin America community that makes you guys so good at competing?
¿Cómo ha hecho la comunidad de Latinoamérica que seáis tan buenos compitiendo?
Yo supongo que es el desarrollo de la constancia. Esto es un juego que se juega ya desde hace muchos años y bueno, la gente que le ha estado pues jugando a través de todos estos años, pues al final rinden frutos todos los resultados.
He says that because the community grows up playing, they grow up with them. And the community was demonstrating, playing, and this constant every time that they play and they demonstrate in every tournament. So they grow up together and they are demonstrating really good things.
Yeah, all that support and helping each other, hard work as well. I mean, no one can describe hard work better than traveling all this way, both of you traveling from afar. I guess for you, what's it been like traveling all around the world this season with the increased prize money and the ability to get the stipend? How has it made it worth it for you to travel all around the world?
Well, I wasn't sure about that. I mean, running the calcs of like last season's results, I'm like, if I get anything close to what I was doing in last season, I would be doing insane this season. And then, honestly, going into this event, I was nowhere near that kind of output in results. But I guess maybe if I can match it from here on out, I'm looking pretty good.
This event's the one that's done it for you. This event's given you the confidence to keep going with it, because you're going to be going away with a lot of prize money, a lot of booster packs. And I guess asking you, Fabrizio, what's your aim when you come into Pokémon events? Are you thinking about winning, or are you thinking about making top 8? What's the goal whenever you come into a tournament?
¿Cuál es tu aim cada vez que vienes a un torneo? ¿Estás pensando en ganar el torneo, en hacer top 8 o cuál es tu meta?
Sí, o sea, siempre se piensa en tratar de ganar, de quedar lo mejor posible dentro del torneo, pero bueno, una de las cosas claves también es divertirse, el hecho de no estresarse, de pasarla bien y todo eso, y bueno, la mentalidad siempre de poder ganar.
So he said that yes, of course, he's always trying to win when he's coming to a tournament, but the mentality is more than have fun, had a great experience, and with this, be relaxed, but of course, try to win.
Have you enjoyed Liverpool?
¿Te ha gustado Liverpool?
Sí, es una ciudad muy bonita. Bueno, de hecho, bueno, particularmente mi familia escucha bastante los Beatles, entonces como que me he criado un poco y he escuchado bastante eso, y la verdad es que es mucho más bonito saber que estoy en la ciudad de ellos y que bueno, hemos llegado hasta la final y que vamos a tratar de que sea aún más bonita la experiencia.
He said that yes, he enjoyed and liked Liverpool as a city, and his family grows up hearing the Beatles music, so it's pretty nice to be on the city where they born. So he wants to continue having a beautiful experience with these and try to win to get a better one.
Well, I mean, hopefully we'll see more of you in future events. I guess last question for you, Brent. You know, you're playing what a lot of people are considering the best deck in the format, Loso Giratina. You've shown why it's such a good deck. Do you think it's got the strongest matchup into every deck in the format right now, or is it the skill ceiling of it? What's the reason for you that you chose Loso Giratina?
Well, I think overall it's probably got the highest. Well, I don't think it has the highest win rate of any deck in the current meta, but it has like a lot of your decisions matter, and you can win basically every matchup. I'm not sure if I want to say what the highest win rate deck is. Actually, I'll say it. It's Snorlax. That is the highest win rate deck for the most part into any given meta game. But I think Tina's probably second.
Yeah, I mean, people don't want to play Snorlax, so thankfully it doesn't appear at events too much. I guess the last question for you, Fabrizio. Round 13, you played against Brent and you won it. Is the same thing going to happen here?
La última pregunta es, en la ronda 13, jugaste contra Brent y le ganaste. ¿Va a pasar lo mismo en esta final?
Bueno, esperemos que sí. Siempre voy a tratar de ganar, pero la verdad es que en la final es un match muy distinto y bueno, las finales se juegan y cualquiera puede ganar.
He said yes, he will try to win, but finals is something different, and the finals is for play and try to win, but both are playing.
I don't know why I brought my mic to my mouth, like I can understand that. I want to ask one last question for you. What's good luck in Spanish?
Buena suerte.
Buena suerte and good luck. I hope you guys have the best time in the final. Enjoy this moment, and we'll have a great game for you. And everyone at home, make sure you stick around. We've got 2 amazing players having a repeat of round 13 to see who's going to be our winner here in Liverpool. See you in a bit.
Trainers, I hope you're wide awake because it's finals time here at the Liverpool Regional Championship 2024. I couldn't be more ecstatic. The energy is here in the hall. I can feel it. It's riveting. Mike, how are we doing?
Oh, I'm amazing. After talking to both our finalists and seeing the smiles on their face, they are having the best time here in Liverpool. Both of them traveling from afar and making that journey worth it. And they will be coming home with either a runner-up or a finalist at our biggest European regional event. I think either of those titles is incredible, but right now they don't care about being a runner-up. They want to win this match right now.
It's so close. We're almost there. Let's take a quick look at our top 8. Let's just have a little moment and remember where we started this day and what has got us here. We had such a diverse range of decks.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, a lot of the top performing decks we've seen a lot of making their way through. I mean, Snorlax Block again doing so well here in Europe. But of course, that Lost Zone engine, using Comfey, using the Chorus Experiment, has made 4 of those top decks all the way into the top 8. And it will be one of them in Brent Tonneson and that Lost Zone Giratina V-Star, making it all the way to the final. But of course, we cannot forget Mew VMAX. It always finds a way here in Europe to make it all the way, despite all the dark attackers. I mean, taking down Brennan in the semi-finals, who had a Roaring Moon, and that just shows you how powerful that Mew VMAX deck is.
Mew is the current Liverpool champion, winning last year. Can it retain its crown, or will it be dethroned by Lord of the Distortion Zone, Giratina?
I mean, Giratina V-Star and Mew both love Path to the Peak.
They do.
So we'll be seeing how that interacts in the game. You know, Path to the Peak, much more disruptive to Mew, but there are ways which Mew can play around that with the Lost Vacuum for a Sealstone, of course. But I think this whole game is going to come down to who can really pitch their deck into a good, stable board state early, especially for Giratina V-Star. And for the rest of the game, it will be the favored trading of Giratina V-Star. But of course, we've had our top 8 here, and this is how it's panned out.
Yeah, this journey has been riveting. We have also featured this match earlier today, which I'm kind of excited to run it back, you know. I'm really, really curious to see how it pans out in the end. And honestly, I am so thankful to all of our competitors that they have just absolutely had the best time today, and it really shows. If you guys missed any of the action, make sure you go back and watch it. Every second of today has been fantastic and unique, just as it was on day 1.
You say that, but we are about to see a repeat of round 13. These 2 players competed on this very stage earlier today. Round 13 was this particular matchup. These 2 players, on that occasion, it went to this man here, Fabricio, all the way from Peru, coming in with some great recent finishes, LAIC top 16, and as you can see, a frequent at LAIC, but within his own region, doing so well too.
Absolutely, and we welcome them with open arms into Europe to come and possibly defeat one of our regional championships. I'm incredibly excited to see which one of our competitors is going to come out on top here. Of course, we have the lovely Brent Tonneson, who we just featured on our previous feature match, making their way into the finals here. And as you can see, they are absolutely riveting with top 8 placements and better. Will this be the finals for them?
I mean, for Brent, he was saying to me just before our interview earlier, very confident with his own performances, that he'd be able to make enough prize money throughout this season to be able to travel afar, and that's why he was confident to be able to come out to Liverpool. But going all the way back to Australia straight after this, because they got Melbourne next weekend, so a lot of traveling. But we are kicking off our finals here today. Mew VMAX versus Lost Zone Giratina begins now.
Ooh, let's see it. Let's see the first cards. What are we going to start with? Giratina and Genesect. The nice friendly fist bump there, and off we go.
Starting with 2 Giratinas. Can be strong as the Abyss seeking out a great attack, but when you're going first, you want to start getting some flower selectings off. So not ideal, but does have access to manual attachment knockouts of that Giratina if they have to.
Ooh, Brent's hand looks like it's really full of energy. It's not what you want to see, unfortunately. But here we go. Back to Fabrizio, who's going to really start doing Mew things with that hand. There's plenty to be done here and plenty of time. Mew is not a deck famous for attacking on their first turn. So although they've gone second, I don't think he's going to have an issue with keeping the pace here.
Yeah, Fabrizio in the interviews described this current form of Mew VMAX, called it the hybrid, where you got a little bit of fusion energy in there to deal with the Spiritomb. Can also attach to a single Pokemon. That can be another way to use those fusion energy, but for the most part, it won't be too important in this matchup. The main thing here is getting knockouts with a disruption until the end game, which is where Brent wants to be doing the exact same themselves. They want to be getting knockouts with disruption. So the Forest Seal Stone is probably the biggest and most pivotal card in this matchup. Fabrizio, if they use it early, will not have it when they are disrupted. On the other side for Brent, if they disrupt when there's a Forest Seal Stone in play, it means absolutely nothing.
Absolutely, and so those pivotal moments of this best-of-3 finals is going to be who can get that disruption to stick.
1,505 players, and now just 2. And the pressure is on for them. They are exhausted as well. You know, they've done all that work. And now they have to try and do one last performance on the big stage in the Masters final here. As you mentioned, a lot of storylines with just the decks alone. Mew VMAX trying to get the return win. Leon Kesserig winning it last year here in Liverpool with Mew VMAX, where Giratina V-Star making 4 finals in a row across the regionals in North America and Europe, looking to try and get another one to their name.
It feels to me a little bit like Mew could be hanging up its hat or giving its last hurrah before rotation. And I'm really, really excited to see how that pans out, because it just feels like the most gracious end of a Mew-based era ever. Ever. Honestly, Path to the Peak going down on Brent's turn. Brent, I believe they're going for the Abyss seeking to begin populating their Lost Zone in the less popular, slightly slower paced method of using Giratina itself rather than any Comfey.
Well, that Forest Seal Stone was not used by Fabrizio. A smart player, recognizing that going for a wide board with Forest Seal Stone for a Battle VIP pass early on was not worth it. It's much more of a valuable resource than that in these early stages. Had a lot of stuff needed to get out of this situation, but now looking for a Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX needed to get an attack off here. Does have the damage modifier to take down the Giratina V, but not a huge amount of draw with just 4 fusion Pokemon in play.
No, not at all. It's not really what you want to see. They've done a fantastic job of thinning their hand, but of course we see the Forest Seal Stone. Fabrizio can search their deck for 1 card, and it's going to be an Ultra Ball there. I think that's a fantastic choice. It does multiple things for him. It manages to thin their hand while simultaneously gaining themselves more Pokemon. Going straight for the Mew VMAX. Start with the oppression and put the pressure on Brent as Fabrizio begins the assault.
From Brent's point of view, really not much developed on their side. They do have a lot of work to do, but the Forest Seal Stone has been used, and I think Fabrizio recognizes the early tempo here is much more important than saving that resource because Brent has not got through much of the deck, so finding all those great cards to disrupt Fabrizio, unlikely to be found now. Roxanne probably still in the deck, Path to the Peak still in the deck, so Brent got a lot of work to do.
So much, and unfortunately with a really thin loss zone, it doesn't help with that Mew VMAX. It's such a huge HP number to hit, 310. Giratina can only use that infinite damage attack once, but the loss zone still needs things in it for that to happen. The loss zone needs 10 populated cards, and at the moment sitting on just 3. It really does feel like Fabrizio is kind of dominating with this Mew right now.
When we asked Fabrizio why he went for Mew VMAX for this event, he said it's the most consistent deck in the format right now, and I think you can see exactly what he means. Pretty much every game, a Mew player will be able to do what they want to do just because of how much draw, how much access to all the important cards there are. And with heads flips on your Cramomatics, it's definitely going to be consistent at finding exactly what you need.
Absolutely, we can't be sad at that with a Cramomatic. You can discard an item card from your hand, flip a coin of heads. You can pick any card you want from your deck, put it in your hand and shuffle your deck. You really can't get much better than that. The only thing it relies on is that coin flip. And honestly, it's been working really well for Fabrizio this weekend, and it can work for you at home too. Mew still has a lot of fight left in it.
First time I picked up Mew VMAX, I hit 17 tails out of 21. I think I've told that story on stream already. And I'm sure a lot...
I think it definitely is worthy of being mentioned again, quite frankly, because I'm still shocked.
It resonates with a lot of people, I'm sure. We've all had that experience with a deck with a lot of coin flips, but of course, it's in there because it is the correct card to play, despite the odds not being as strong as you'd want. But of course, thins your hand as well, allows you to draw more. So even if you don't get the effect of the Cramomatic, the removal of 2 cards from your hand in itself is pretty good.
Yeah, precisely, and that's another reason why the Mew just keeps going, and we are taking that first KO on the Giratina V. Fabrizio taking the first 2 prize cards of our finals.
Pressure on now for Brent. The tempo has kicked off. 2 prize cards, and now just a lot of time required. Oh, that's a tough choice. More Comfeys. There is a Nespal in hand, but the Jet Energy is such a useful resource.
No, it's gone into the lost zone, not to be seen until next game.
Needing to get as many of those Pokemon out as possible, that Greninja could really help start some draw. And this is actually the first deck check here for Brent.
Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. I hadn't clocked that. The first time that Brent's going to be able to assess what they've got in deck and what might be missing. As we very well know, managing your resources in Giratina is essential. And Mew kind of doesn't have as much of a problem with that as other than energy, you know? So everything else really does rely on keeping an eye on everything for Brent.
I mean, that's what Brent was saying earlier. It's such a skillful deck. He doesn't think it's got the best win rate of any deck. It's just that it rewards you for high skill play.
Yeah.
And so consequently, a lot of top players have been piloting it to great success, and it does convert very well at events because the skill of the deck puts off a lot of beginners, and rightfully so. You have to manage your prize cards, know what's in there, manage your lost zone, manage your discard pile, and obviously all of the resources within your deck. So a very important set of skills needed, and sometimes those flower selectings you making your first turns before you've done your deck check can affect you for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you're quite right. There's a really high skill floor with this deck, and it really goes to show that our top players are now taking advantage of that with a nice path to the peak timing and an evolution to Giratina V-Star. That's going to be it for Brent this turn.
I mean, Giratina V-Star, hard to knock out. There's a lot of hit points on that Pokemon, so 1 power tablet used, it can be pretty tricky to knock out. There is a choice belt in Fabrizio's list, so that will put it into range a little bit easier, but asking quite a lot for those 3 damage modifiers to get the knockout.
I think this is why this is a really not so ideal matchup for both players. On one hand, Brent has one attack that can do essentially infinite damage, so Mew VMAX's high HP doesn't matter. But then how's Brent going to take that second KO when Mew can Psychic Leap and remove damage from itself, but then is that really enough damage inflicted upon Brent? There are so many to and fro's. I think this feels very much like a 50-50 matchup to me.
There we see that Lost Vacuum. So conveniently found in the hand, as is customary for a Mew player. They've always got exactly what you need because you see so much of your deck and you can hold on to the important resources for the next turn. So unless you're disrupting that hand, Mew will likely have it every time.
And there we go, just putting another Forest Sealstone on a Genesect, making sure that every single draw is meaningful, and a retreat from the Mew VMAX into the Mew VMAX with a double turbo energy, allowing it to use Genesect's attack. There we go. Or even Mew's Max Miracle on the bench, since there are two Mew VMAX in play, which you don't always get to see. So it will be able to attack next turn.
Yeah, saves you having to find that switch again, as we just witnessed. But a Chorus Experiment, pretty important at this stage, just to get that Lost Zone count nice and high. Start getting those Mirage Gates activated. A Giratina V-Star going.
And a Sableye.
I mean, I guess there is the Giratina V-Star in play, and they're just hoping that that can carry them through the game here.
Oh my goodness. There's been really, really tough Colress and Flower Selects this game for Bren. I could definitely feel the pressure. I wouldn't be the one to be the one making those decisions, I can tell you, Mike.
That's for sure. I mean, no particular cards in Brent's list teching for Mew VMAX. We've seen Avery's and we've seen Spiritomb sometimes venture into the Giratina V-Star list, which can really help in this matchup. Instead, just leading into the consistency of playing well into everything in the room, as Mew VMAX, the deck that gets teched for the most, I think is fair to say. And so consequently, no tech here does mean the Mew VMAX is able to do exactly what it wants most of the time.
I think Mew has had a pretty valid resurgence right now in the meta for good reason. The Mew players have established, okay, this hybrid version of the deck is able to get around the techs that were put in exclusively for Mew, and by using Path to the Peak themselves and enough removal to deal with that, it takes Path being a problem off the table. The Fusion Strike energy takes Spiritomb being a problem off the table. Drapion is really their only remaining tech card that can actually actively deal with Mew VMAX, and few and far between decks are playing it right now, as it tends to be more of a liability than a help.
I mean, at this stage, I would be interested to see what the route is. Just going to go for that big swing, going to be using the Lost Impact onto the active Mew VMAX. There is potential for a Psychic Leap here, which would remove all that damage. Otherwise, the Sableye will be able to come in and finish off that Mew VMAX with a lot of damage on it.
Yeah, Sableye loves being able to come up and just mop up those damage counters. Keeping a close Sable eye on the damage counters can be essential to making sure that as a Lost Zone player, you're able to take advantage of every single moment, and it's all about that timing, as we've been saying all weekend. However, there is the Psychic Leap on board. It won't do much to this Giratina, however, there's a lot of Pokemon on the bench there that could be susceptible to a Psychic Leap, and Fabrizio would still be able to get a knockout. That would take them down to 2 prize cards. So looking at their prize map right now, they do want to take another single prize KO, and then preferably the Giratina. So of course, there we are. As we're saying it, there comes the boss to take out the Sableye, and it's very likely we will see maybe a Power Tablet into a Psychic Leap.
Maybe, and there is a Lost City in Fabrizio's list. So if they get that Lost City down and take the knockout, that would mean Sableye is completely removed from the game, as the earlier Sableye was put into the Lost Zone. And that would be huge right now for Fabrizio.
Yeah, taking out both Sableye, and that's the problem that I find with Giratina into Mew VMAX, is you can deal with one Mew VMAX. The second Mew VMAX tends to be the problem. Otherwise, it's better to go for a 2-2-2 prize map where you focus down on Mew Vs and Genesects. But that is just so much work for a deck like Lost Zone Tina.
And to get the heads right there, they're going to be going through their deck to find, I assume, that Lost City at this stage. I'm not quite sure what was taken off of it, but the Cramomatic finding exactly what they need. So we'll see what they go for. They have already used the support of this turn, so hand disruption won't be a choice. They could be looking to get set up for more attacks in the future, but...
Maybe the Choice Belt?
Could be the Choice Belt. I'd be intrigued as to what they go for here.
I think, for myself, I would either be wanting the Choice Belt or another card to thin. Just something to take out of my deck to, like an Ultra Ball to like allow me to thin my hand more so I can draw more cards. So I feel like those are the only two things other than a Lost City that I'd be looking for personally.
Yeah, the Lost City looked like it was brought to the front there as a potential option. So we might hope to draw into it as well. But yeah, the Lost City was used so beautifully in the semi-finals. I got a chance to watch that while you guys were watching Brent, and that was... The Lost City was the key card.
Yeah.
Because Brennan was playing Roaring Moon, and so as soon as the Roaring Moon got the knockout on the Mew VMAX, the Lost City came in and removed it from play.
Yeah.
So that Lost
Super
City,
clever.
genius inclusion here. Something that a lot of people forget to put into the double turbo build of Mew and often just have it in the fusion build, but that's where this hybrid comes in, taking the best aspects of both decks and compiling it together.
I think it's a really beautiful end for Mew almost. It started with this Fusion Strike variant, and we have had a whole history of Mew VMAX at this point where we went from that Fusion Strike variant, then people started to change it up into the DTE, the Double Turbo Energy variant, and now we're ending its era with a hybrid of the two. I think that's quite magical.
Okay, so there we go. I think that was a Max Miracle onto the Sableye. I wasn't trying to Psychic Leap. Happy with the idea of the Mew VMAX being taken out here. And that will be the first knockout to begin the race for the final Giratina V-Star knockout, which is in range. We saw some power tablets saved. There's a Choice Belt as well. But the Box of Disaster that was put onto the Mew VMAX, I don't think will do anything at this stage. That was just to thin it out the deck. And that is really what we're seeing from Fabrizio, just a lot of thinning to try and set up as stable a deck after being disrupted towards that endgame with a Roxanne.
It's almost a bit of a shame the Box of Disaster won't be activated because it would put the Giratina into a much nicer range for Mew VMAX to be able to cope with.
I don't know if it's possible for a Giratina to get it because Box of Disaster doesn't activate from Star Requiem because it's not considered damage from an attack.
Right.
So the Box of Disaster in this matchup is just an instant thinnable card that you can put down and not have to worry about.
I suppose it's better used on a Mew V that could be vulnerable or a Genesect, but that would be all really.
I guess expecting, well, with all the Forest Seal Stones on the Genesects, they can't put it on one of those. They don't want to block the Choice Belt on a future Mew VMAX. So the only place it could be thinned was on that active Mew that was likely going to be knocked out here.
Yeah, I think you're quite right there. Fabrizio only needs to take 2 prize cards now to be the first victor of a game. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Taking out that Mew VMAX.
No path.
No path, just a Cramorant.
That was,
Cram against the world.
I think that was going to be the plan there for Brent. Just get a path to the peak down after that Roxanne, and that would disrupt Fabrizio enough that Brent would be able to come back and get that big knockout needed in the next turn. But without that, all those Genesect available to draw, I think Fabrizio is going to see so much of their deck this turn.
I'm not sure Brent can do much about it either. If Fabrizio is able to get the Mew VMAX in range of one-hit KOing this Giratina V-Star on the bench and the boss's orders they've just put back into the deck with Palpad, it could be scary. Now, they do have 2 Battle VIP Pass in hand. They're going to need to thin that hand to be able to draw many cards with these Genesect now.
They could try and reach for it here. They got a Choice Belt and a Power Tablet, which would begin the search for all the things needed. And there's also the boss's orders in hand. But I think the last Power Tablet is actually in the prizes.
Oh.
So there is 1 Power Tablet in the prizes. I think 1 was used early on for the first Giratina V. And then I think there was another one used. Oh, no, there wasn't. There was a Max Miracle, right? So there's 2 Power Tablets in deck, the Choice Belt as well. And oh, Fusion Energy. Not the power tab.
Looks like an Alyssa Sparkle. Attach for turn. Going for a Judge.
Oh my. So there's not going to be a way to get that Giratina V-Star up.
No, not this turn. So it might feel a bit like a waste of a power tab. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'm sure Fabrizio has a better plan than I could ever concoct, as they are the Mew expert of the day.
I guess they're going to go for another power tablet and then go for a Psychic Leap if possible. And then that way leaving no 3 prizes in play.
Yeah, very much so. That could work. This does give Brent an opening. If Brent can Lost Impact a Mew VMAX here.
But if they get that Psychic Leap off with the 2 power tablets, that would knock out the Cramorant, leave 1 prize for Fabrizio, and leave no 3 prizes in play. So I think that's the route Fabrizio's gone for here after doing that Judge.
I think it has to be, right? That's the only line of play that I can see.
Oh, there's the power tablet.
There it is.
So I think that's going to be possible. Oh my goodness.
And that's it. That will psychically be able to knock out Cramorant, and Mew VMAX goes back into the deck, leaving 0 3 prize Pokemon for Brent to take advantage of this turn, which will allow the game to go on.
My goodness, and there's the boss's orders to be able to get around the Giratina V-Star that might be left in the active.
Oh, the last power tablet's still there.
I don't know if it'll be, I mean, at this point, they need to take out 1 prize. So they'll want to just try and play around the Giratina V-Star. So that power tablet no longer needed. At the moment, the boss was not available in that hand.
Nope.
Just accepted that I'm going to have to go down a different route and completely changed that direction. Very smart from Fabrizio after recognizing the hand was never going to be able to get close enough to that boss's orders.
And Brent, I mean, what's the best move for Brent here? It's probably ending up with the Giratina in the active. It feels risky, but Fabrizio's gone through so many resources, they might understand that Fabrizio probably cannot one-hit KO the Giratina and will need to find another way around.
And I mean, at this point, for Brent, there is no answer. It's in Fabrizio's control. Maybe a path to the peak and just hope that there's no ways to remove it. But Fabrizio, I think, had a Lost City in hand. So the draw is going to be there to get the next attack off. And the Mew VMAX is in hand. All these different things, they are all available.
Another Giratina. Ah, okay.
Just going to be getting that out. And I guess that is a target for if an escape rope is the only way to move something in the active. So very smart there. Okay.
Here we go.
My goodness, do you have a path to the peak to try and add some more disruption?
I hope so.
Going to go for a Genesect rather than Mew. You can't knock out both Mews, so you may as well get rid of as much draw as possible. A knockout on the Genesect. Can Fabrizio get it off of this next turn? Can they draw into their victory a Battle VIP pass? That's not ideal.
That's not what we wanted to see. We're going to need a bit more card draw than that. We do have the Mew VMAX already, though, in hand. I think there's a Lost Vacuum. I can't see if there is a supporter that's going to be very helpful. There was a boss.
Yeah, there is the boss there, but they need to try and develop the next attacker. They need to find an energy here.
They need energy, and there's only 2 Genesect. They can only draw up to 4 cards in their hand, so at the moment they are over the limit. Oh, okay. Lost Vacuum getting rid of the boss on a Forest Seal Stone. Lost City is going down. The second boss brings forward Radiant Greninja.
Could be anything. I think any of those three.
And it's going to be a draw 3 from the first Genesect.
And it's just to get an energy. There's not many cards left in that deck. And an energy is there. And that's going to be it.
That brings it home. Kept keeping up the momentum. We've got game 1 winner, Fabrizio.
Fabrizio showing exactly why they've made it to this final, thinning their deck down to make them stable in those final stages. And of course, having to change their game plan in the final moment. They had all the damage modifiers to get that Giratina V-Star, but they didn't think it was the likely outcome. So they went for the Judge, Psychic Leap approach. And after all that thinning throughout the game, their deck was near impenetrable. They could always find exactly what they needed.
I think the moment that I really loved was that Psychic Leap. That was the pinnacle point of
of the match.
Genius.
Absolute genius. Take the win condition away from your opponent. Just pulling the wool from under them, just going, nope. I love it. Absolutely astonishing. A fantastic game one of our best of 3 of the Masters finals.
Liverpool has been exceptional, and these 2 players have dismantled the locals. They've dismantled those travelling from across Europe, and they've left it with an Australian versus a Peruvian in the final. Just to add, Brent is half Peruvian as well. Just a fun little bit of trivia. So we've got 1.5 Peruvians in the final. But of course, both these players, you know they're good when they've travelled all that way, because you have to make it worth it. And for both these guys, this is going to be their most successful event outside of their home regions. So they're excited to try and show what they're capable of and put their names down as those players to watch at some of these future international championships.
Absolutely, getting your name in the Liverpudlian history books over here, making their name known. And ooh, okay, I'm not loving Brent's prize cards there.
I mean, it depends if there's a Battle VIP pass in that starting hand. We'll be having a look, but starting off with the flower selecting, that's never a good sign. And the
boss's orders and jet energy, path to the peak down.
Oh my
attach,
goodness, surely not.
Pass the turn.
My goodness. Thankfully for him, there's not going to be an attack coming his way, but that is not ideal.
Actually, with this build of Mew, there could be an attack because you can Psychic Leap.
My goodness.
Actually, Mike, this could be it. If Fabrizio's Mew does some beautiful, displayful drawing of those cards from the deck, we could see a KO here.
My goodness. As you mentioned, normally when we look at the double turbo energy build, there is no access to it. But with 2 fusion energy in the deck,
and going
is
second.
a possibility.
Oh, there is a judge, so we won't be seeing Alyssa Sparkle, so it does make it a little less likely there now.
Yeah, now not possible, but of course still a very good start.
Yes, yeah, being able to play the judge instead unfortunately takes away that possibility, but it was there.
That was exciting for a moment now. I was ready.
You guys should have seen Mike when the realization dawned upon him.
I was ready, but not now. We take a moment to breathe. And actually, that judge is huge because Brent did have a Chorus Experiment in that hand. So he would have been able to start the engine of his Lost Zone Pokemon.
But instead, we're going straight back in for a flower selecting. At least we've got another Pokemon now. That's very good. But unfortunately, that hand is not looking great. We'll be able to Nest Ball, I imagine, going for Comfey to just continue on with that trend. Just keep getting things in the Lost Zone. I suppose the other choice would be a Radiant Greninja, but it isn't going to help populate that Lost Zone. But saying that, we don't have access to Cramorant, so the first Lost Zone important number of 4 isn't really relevant right now.
And I wonder if they're worried to put an Abyss Seeking in action. You know, if you put that Giratina into the active and you sit it there, it is vulnerable to the first knockout as we saw in the last game. So going to be going for that flower selecting to try and build up the loss count. That was not possible last time.
No,
because
not at all.
Didn't start with the Comfey, so this is going to be a tough old dig for Brent. Going to have to really work their way out of the frustrating starts they've had in both games. And for Fabrizio, just sitting on the other side with a full board, there is a path to the peak in play, which would have made it impossible for the Greninja. And so now we are just seeing that next flower selecting.
It really goes to show how flexible the 2 decks are, though. We're seeing completely different gameplay from game 1 in a very different way, and they've had to go for the risk of leaving Giratina V in the active after putting 3 energy in the Lost Zone. 3!
Not ideal. This is just a hope that Fabrizio has judged them into a poor hand, but as we know, there is a Forest Seal Stone. You can see the joyful finger movement of Fabrizio.
Straight away, going to get out that part of the peak, allowing Fabrizio to do as they please on this turn is rather scary, if you ask me. Brent not having nothing to respond immediately with other than some more sweet Comfey.
Oh my goodness. This is exactly why Fabrizio picked this deck. It's the most consistent deck plays the most games of Pokemon, and we see the Lost Vacuum. This is one of those crazy stories for Mew. Mew started with one of the most prolific beginnings with that Fusion Strike system. So most people were going, how do we beat this? We'll put a Path to the Peak in play. That will disrupt them. And then eventually Mew went, I can do that too, and became one of the best Path to the Peak players in the game. And it's because of that Lost Vacuum inclusion, allows you at any moment to be able to remove it from play. And the Forest Seal Stone just makes it that bit more consistent.
Incredible, really. Every single set, Mew seems to have picked up a card or two, and it's just grown into this absolutely perfect deck. Not only has it won the World Championships, but now looking like another victory might be on the cards to keep its title as Liverpool champion for the final time, as it will not be able to continue this legacy next time.
Okay, so there was no double turbo energy. Does have the Ultra Ball to be able to get the Mew VMAX and try and find an energy off some more draws. But you'll just see so many cards in a turn. Once you get the Fusion Strike system going with 6 Fusion Pokemon in play, you do see a lot of your deck. And with the addition of that Ultra Ball to be able to thin cards down, find the cards you need, and continue going through the deck. And even like the instant playable cards like Switch, perfect to help dig through the deck.
Absolutely, you're not wrong. And there's so much that can be done with Mew. It's so flexible. It's got,
there's the energy.
Oh my goodness. The choice belt's already on. Energy's there. Mew itself has free retreat. Another Ultra Ball to keep thinning the hand. We've got another Genesect left yet. Mew just keeps chugging. It just keeps going. And I think that's the beauty of it. It's why a lot of people like the deck. It's why it has come so far in this competition.
The only saving grace now for Brent is that Fabrizio hasn't got a Forest Seal Stone anymore. That is literally the only thing right now I can see as a positive, because it does mean a Path, Roxanne, counter catch up a Genesect, could buy some turns back to restabilize. There could be an opportunity to then take a victory that way. But at this stage, a knockout on the lone Giratina V, copying that Techno Blast. Mew VMAX sitting in the active. Not much Brent can do but hope.
I'm not feeling great about this, if I'm honest, Mike. Brent's going to have to put another Giratina into play, risking an unfortunate series of events which could repeat themselves, as Giratina would need to be in play for one full turn to be able to evolve. Shred, unfortunately, isn't going to do nearly enough damage, and there isn't a lot in the Lost Zone, but Mew is already setting the pace of this game, and it's rolling.
I think the only thing we could see here is potentially using that Greninja, but there was a Water Energy in the Lost Zone. Does play 3, so we'll still have access to that, and that would allow for 2 Mew VMAX to be softened up with a 90 hit point attack.
Aw, that's a lovely way of putting it.
Mew is a big softie.
Okay, yep, we love a good Colress. We love a Colress. 7 in the Lost Zone now, so we're at one of our magic numbers for the Lost Zone. We've got our Mirage Gate live, but I don't know if it's going to be a whole lot of help right now. Another Giratina V-Star, but it's hitting the Lost Zone. I'm not sure what Brent is searching for here. Honestly, I cannot fathom what must be going through his head right now.
I mean, he's going to try and thin the deck as much as possible. We saw that same strategy from Fabrizio. They know disruption is key in this matchup. Does have that Sableye now, so can do a similar kind of thing to what we described there about softening up the 2 Mew VMAX. And we'll just allow Fabrizio to take a 1 prize knockout. And that way the Roxanne is activated and there will be the disruption with the Path accessible towards the end of the game. Now that the Forest Seal Stones are gone, that is an option. And how Brent does it, we'll have to see.
That's the thing. Now that Fabrizio is through a lot of resources, Brent could turn the tides with that disruption. I think it's very well noted and might be the key to victory here.
Yeah, just holding that Roxanne too.
Okay, an attach retreat, keeping an energy on the other Comfey for later. We can use it with Lost Impact. It can be a retreat cost later. There could be so much, but we're going for our first Lost Mine.
Hey, you can see there the 3 on each of them. That puts them within range of a Lost Impact. And then the 6 onto the Mew V puts that within range of another Sableye. So you can remove the Mew V in the future and potentially go down a 2-2-2 prize map. But the Iono coming through, and that's going to reset that hand of Brent's, which had the Roxanne in it.
Oh, that's not ideal. Fabrizio saying, okay, well, if that's how it's going to be, then I'm going to disrupt your hand. Let's see how you like it. But it's very clear Brent's done a lot of testing. They've made sure they know this matchup back to front. There was a lot of confidence in that Lost Mine, placing those damage counters. They know exactly where they need to go to make this difficult for Fabrizio now.
Well, Roxanne was in that last hand. It's now on the bottom of the deck. The other Roxanne is in the prize cards.
Oh,
so,
no.
yeah, we'll need to try and find a way to dig back down to it. No other hand disruption available. So it is literally 2 Roxanne or nothing. There is 2 counter catcher. There is 4 path. So that part of the big disruption turn of Roxanne path counter catcher Genesect is possible. We'll see how it goes.
We will indeed. There's still everything to play for. Brent can still bring it back. The Sableye may have been KO'd, but there is still time. Brent's going in for a nest ball there. It could simply be to shuffle the deck. A lot of the time, that's what I'm using mine for. And yep, failing that, going in, well, no, sorry, I think they might have taken the Giratina, actually. Yeah, taking the Giratina and then going in for the Mirage Gate, starting to get set up once again.
I mean, it starts thinning that deck too. You know, Mirage Gate, Giratina down, increase the odds of hitting that Roxanne that you need. But the thing about flower selecting is you could just see 2 very important cards. Might see, you know, like a Giratina V-Star and a Roxanne in the same one. But it's actually going to be going for the Colress here. So that Giratina V on the bench going to be very vulnerable. Oh, this is scary right now for Brent. It's going to be a risky time with that Giratina V on the bench.
Looking at Fabrizio's prize map now, they've got to take 3 prize cards remaining. That's going to be 1 single prize Pokemon and 1 2-prize Pokemon. Taking out a Giratina V is going to be much easier on them. So if they take advantage of the fact that it cannot evolve right now, this is their moment. This is their moment to solidify the win, I think.
I do not feel comfortable for Brent right now. The no disruption on the 3 prize turn can be quite scary. He's going to put both Giratina down, so if the Giratina knockout does come through, it's not going to end the game there and then.
No, it is still, you know, Brent will still be in it, and with enough disruption, they might be able to pull back. The comeback of all comebacks. That would be really, wouldn't it?
I mean Giratina V-Star, sorry, I'm choking up at the idea of Giratina V-Star coming back here. If Giratina V-Star comes back in this moment now, I think we can safely say it is one of the best comeback decks in the format. You know, having Roxanne plus Path, plus those counter catchers, plus such a great attacker like Giratina V-Star, that would be incredible, but it's so unlikely. And if it happens now, we shall see something quite special.
I honestly don't think I could contain my excitement, but it can happen.
I mean, it's still possible. Fabrizio.
It is absolutely still possible. And if anyone can make it happen, I believe that it's Brent Tonneson.
We got to believe in him now.
I do.
Everyone, put your belief out there. Another heads for the Cramomatic.
Oh,
my goodness.
The timing, unfortunately, impeccable for that heads.
I mean, from the stream's point of view, that looks like all Fabrizio's been hitting his heads. I did actually watch the semi-final game, and he didn't get many heads over there, so I think we're saving them all for the final somehow. But we'll be able to get any card they want. My goodness, this is just going perfectly for Fabrizio.
It is, but the choice of what to take here is crucial. These last few turns as we head towards the possible end of our finals are going to be crucial. It's going to be so important to take exactly the right cards and sequence this perfectly.
Fun little fact about Fabrizio's deck, only playing 3 Cramomatics.
Oh.
Typically in a 4 count in most decks, most Mew VMAX decks, but you know, obviously recognizing another card was important, and maybe it was something like a Lost City that ended up being the case.
Oh, speak of the devil, and there it is. Lost City coming down, possibly to try and remove one of the Giratinas. Maybe just a thin. Yeah, getting rid of the path was really important, wasn't it? So I imagine that was taken off the Cramorant so that Fabrizio can continue to draw cards. I think taking out one of the 2 Giratina could be important here, but I don't know. Maybe it
Doesn't even
signifies
need
there's no
to.
rush. That's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I'm like, maybe there's no rush at all, actually.
Yeah.
Taking one prize card here and then taking one of the 2 Giratina next time could be perfectly viable too.
Yeah. Saving all those boss's orders. Maybe backing the idea that Brent won't be able to evolve both Giratina V and that one of them will remain unevolved. That could be a part of the strategy there, because obviously it's quite hard to knock out a Giratina V-Star. 280 hit points for Mew is a bit of a reach sometimes. You've got the choice belt, you've got 4 power tablets, not always easy to string them all together. But Fabrizio just can relax here and just keep swinging, but needs to prep themselves for that end game as much as possible as they get another knockout.
Go. The conveyors down, Fabrizio down to 2 prize cards remaining. Can Brent be disruptive enough to keep the Mew VMAX away?
Oh, there's the Roxanne.
There's the Roxanne.
This is the turn right here.
Here we go. They did have to Lost Zone a boss's orders, though, which might be not very favorable for the end of the game.
Oh, it's that Giratina V-Star that's not in the hand. I mean, got the jet energy there, so can put that forward.
And I imagine we're going to see the Roxanne now with an attempt. Oh, and a path to the peak first. Love it.
Is this going to be a Roxanne
Here we go.
to find the Giratina V-Star, to evolve the active Giratina V?
To take a knockout,
That
to
would be
begin the comeback of all comebacks. Let's go, Brent.
Can he do it? Brent attempting what has never been done before here. Giratina V-Star, not only is it in the final right now where there's the maximum stakes on the line, but does get them.
Two Giratina V-Star. We can evolve both of them to keep them away from Mew with a 2-card hand and a path to the peak down. Will Fabrizio be able to come back, or is this comeback happening?
And this is what we spoke about at the beginning of the final. That Forest Seal Stone is such an important asset for Fabrizio. Moments like this, that Roxanne, 2 cards, if none of them bounce the stadium, get rid of that path to the peak, then Brent will have free reign to end this game.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Here it comes, the V-Star. We say goodbye to 1 Mew VMAX. Brent is now only 3 prizes away from victory. Can Fabrizio respond? First up, we're going to see a Nespal. We're going to thin that deck a little bit, take a Mew out, but there is a lot of cards left.
I mean, I don't think they can at this stage. That hand, it's going to be a judge.
A judge, okay.
I mean, the Psychic Leap is a possibility as well. We've got to think about that. You could just leave 2 prizes in play like we saw last time.
Yeah, last game, that's very, very true. They could delay the game, the ending, to see if it's possible to continue this match a little longer, giving them time to possibly get out of that path to the peak and draw into more cards. Alyssa Sparkle, Cramomatic, okay.
Oh, but you don't want to get rid of that power tablet.
Oh, that is a tough choice. My word. Maybe they just go for the Psychic Leap, but it just, it feels bad. It feels bad, doesn't it?
I mean, you did get that second Mew V down, Fabrizio. Smart decision. Opens up the possibility for the Psychic Leap.
Oh, this is going to be so close. This is on a wire.
We'll see what happens.
Fabrizio's going for it.
Oh, my goodness. The Cramomatic.
Oh, success!
Does get that heads. What are they going to be getting here? Lost Vacuum. Will they be able to get enough damage modifiers to get the knockout? They have the choice belt. There is a power tablet in the prize cards.
Oh, but it could happen.
It's possible.
Oh, this is the joy of the Pokemon trading card game.
So that's one of the damage modifiers taken away through that Cramomatic. The power tablet gone, but a Lost Vacuum here.
Here we go. Alyssa, sorry, lovely, you're going to have to go to the Lost Zone and look after everything else in there for now. Because finally it's going to be time to draw some cards. Drawing up to 6. They're basically going to take most of their deck at this stage. There's not a lot left.
And obviously those power tablets the target now. Just needs 2 power tablets to win the game here.
That's 1.
That's 1, and there's a Cramomatic there too.
Come on, it might come down to the Cram.
My goodness, the crowd is getting excited for this moment right now.
I'm excited for this moment. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, counting how many cards are left. There's a lot of thinning that can be done with that hand. Lost Vacuum. We got a path to the peak still. Woo.
Yeah, I mean, the path comes down. You can lost vacuum your own
escape
path
rope.
away.
Let's go, Mike. Come on.
If he gets it, he got it! Heads on the Chromomatic!
Here we go. We got 1 power tablet, 2 power tablet, and that's a handshake.
Fabrizio is your Liverpool Regional Champion, piloting Mew VMAX all the way from Peru, and he will be going home with $10,000.
Woo! A motivational display. Mew is keeping its crown.
I mean, the crowd loved every moment of that. What a way to finish the game. The disruption from Brent there, almost getting in range of the victory, but that judge coming through clutch in the final moments, and that was an incredible performance from both players. Unfortunately for Brent, not quite getting the start needed to get ahead early on, but tried everything in the toolbox to try and get the win. But coming all the way from Australia, thank you so much for showing us what you're capable of. An amazing performance from you, but Fabrizio, wow.
Honestly, my heart is still racing. My palms are sweaty, and I wasn't even playing. That was exceptional from both players. Well done to both of them for coming this far. And, you know, losing in the finals, it kind of is bittersweet, right? You've still done fantastic. You're still going home with booster packs, CP, and, of course, prize money.
Amazing. What a final, though, hey? What a final we've just witnessed there. The biggest regional in Europe we've ever had. Over 1,500 competitors here, and it narrowed down to those final 2 players who weren't even from the region, coming from Peru, coming from Australia, and it shows why those journeys are worth it for them. They're going to be going away with loads of prize money, putting themselves in the running to be the top of their regions, so looking to get those stipends to travel to more events. It's very smart from them if they back themselves to be able to win these events and do well in these events. It does start to spiral, and that's what's been so great this season. Increased prize pool has really helped those top players try to take it a little bit further.
It really has, and honestly, the players have worked so hard for it. I'm so pleased for both of them. What an exceptional display from our champion and our finalist. Absolutely beautiful to see Mew keeping that crown for another year before it's forced out via rotation for next time. If you guys missed even a speck of the action, please go back and watch all of the footage from both of our days of action-packed matchups. We've had loads of different matchups from across the globe. People have been surprising us, and it's been delightful.
I mean, amazing. All those players across the board finally finished, and we'll find out where they placed at this incredible event, the largest regional. I mean, my goodness, Fabrizio winning with Mew VMAX. I'm sure there's somewhere out there we can hear Azul saying, come on, Europe, you've let Mew win again. How do we keep letting this happen? But it does do so well out here. And of course, everyone doing so well at the Liverpool Regional, deserving all of those points that they got. But there we go. There's our top 8 and where they all place. Actually, that Charizard EX was against Fabrizio down in 8th place there. So Keto not quite able to take down the Mew VMAX despite being such a strong dark type attacker.
Yeah, and we can see, you know, the final standings are diverse.
I believe Magnus and Gavin, not quite the right deck there. Magnus was playing the super effective Lost Box, and then for Gavin, he was playing Lost Zone Giratina. So a very diverse meta.
Absolutely. So luckily for us, we were able to catch all of that action. A really diverse meta, really interesting moments. We have had so much sprung upon us this weekend, and I couldn't be happier to see it all come to fruition.
Well, it's been a long old event. We've had a load of people staying around. It was lovely to hear the crowd. You guys were amazing to give that energy in the final. And I'm sure Fabrizio will be proudly going back to his region, showing exactly why the Latin American region, Brazilian champion in the last North American regional, and now Peruvian here. So it shows that Latin America are trying to take their name and put it all over the world and show us why they're so good at the game. You know, LAIC, great chance for them to show themselves, but now they're traveling further afar. So very good to see.
Very, very good indeed. We can see the skill level has really increased and everyone is doing their best. I'm just absolutely blown away.
Absolutely blown away by the skill of these players. It really does go to show they've been practicing a lot, and you know, you could be doing that too. So head down to your local Pokemon League, get practicing, make friends, and honestly, it's so easy to do. You can use the Pokemon event locator on the Pokemon website, Pokemon.com, and find all of your most local events. If you're new to the game, I always recommend pre-releases. They're fantastic and super helpful to ease somebody into the game, and you go home with some brand new cards.
I mean, I've just moved city. It's been quite a lot of fun trying to find all the new locals there. I've been to in the last few months, I've been to like 4 or 5 locals that I never would have gone to if I hadn't moved cities, and so it's been amazing to do so, and I completely agree with you there. We could gush over the players who've been in our final, and we could gush over the game and getting involved yourselves, and I'm sure you would all love to see those winners on the winner's ceremony. We're just going to have a little bit of a break now while we get that set up for you, and we'll be back shortly after this quick little break.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss round until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Alexander Flatos.
First-time regional player.
Top of the ladder right there, Alexander Flatos.
Getting the job done here in the top 4 now.
What a game we just saw. What a series.
I chose a deck I played thinking didn't do too well the week prior. It had a high percentage of playing, and then Rhydon came in and shut it down. So I thought it was a good chance to bring it in thinking, oh, no one's going to play Lugia.
Alexander, amongst the best of the best, made a fantastic meta call for this event.
It's hard to counter that matchup. I didn't tech anything too specific. It really goes off a price trade, hoping that if I go first, they don't turn 1 knockout, since they really can do that. If they're not able to, I can potentially steal a game. But other than that, they're pretty much ahead the most time.
Here we
This is how we play Pokemon. There's nothing much to do other than laugh at that point.
Zul, he was playing Lost Box Kyogre. He was very tough, beat me round 1, I beat him round 2. Round 3, I just think he didn't have the engine to get to where he needed to be, so I got a little lucky on that part and was able to take game 3. The moment he wasn't able to get rid of my hand, I had the Weirdeer in hand with all the energy ready just to stack on it and go for the game.
This right here is peak Pokemon TCG. Alexander is in the driver's seat.
It feels amazing. It's something I didn't expect. I come in trying to win, but you know, it's something where I'm playing with a bunch of amazing players, pro players, players who do this all the time. I respect all these people out here in the field. So it's something where I feel very honored, and it's very surreal for me.
A lot of new faces. This is what I always hope to see, Kyle, is some new names making their places known.
It means a lot. It's something where I have a good backing with my friends. It means a lot to test and have a good time. It really gives a sense of purpose. Like, I won. I have my friends back. You know, they did real well. But it's just something where I feel a lot more honored for it.
Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
my name is Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the roller coaster history of Mew v Max.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, and the pattern pick comes in, and that's it. What is going on?
Ever since Mew v Max was released in Fusion Strike, it has been a force to be reckoned with. Out of the gates, it relied on the speed that Alyssa's Sparkle gave you when used in combination with Meloretta. This gave you an unrivaled first turn pressure that no other deck in format could match. If games weren't immediately tied up in the first turn, Mew v Max would come swinging in with a beefy 310 HP, 3 retreat cost and 2 awesome attacks to boot. Max Miracle gave you great utility by going through all effects on your opponent's Pokemon, allowing you to never have to worry about Safeguard or Duraludon VMAX Skyscraper ability ever again. But Cross Fusion Strike was the star of the show, allowing you to use any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks as this attack. Most often we will be copying Genesect V's Techno Blast to deal a solid 210 damage, but more on that later. But it also opened the door for some sneaky Psychic Leap plays to remove damage from play and preserve your Mew v Max. Power Tablets gave you extra oomph you sometimes needed to close out games, since for each one you played, your Fusion Strike Pokemon did an extra 30 damage this turn. This meant with 3 Power Tablets, you could KO V-Star Pokemon. Something that wasn't too hard to do, since Genesect V also let you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you had in play, which was often 6. And it was this straight up damage dealing variant that got a top 8 placement at the 2022 World Championships, with Andre Chierson at the helm. However, that same day, while Andre was battling in top 8, Michael Pramrot in the London Open was tinkering with the deck. And he actually removed the Fusion Strike energies, Elisa Sparkle and Meloretta, instead opting to play maximum aggression cards like Trekking Shoes, Cross Switches and Double Turbo Energy. Kristen Chiomi took it one step further in Bilbao by adding some disruption cards like Path to the Peak and Roxanne. His theory was Mew v Max could already draw a ton of cards and be very aggressive, but how about if he was to end the turn by attacking and putting a Path to the Peak in play to effectively stop the opponent from doing anything. This was now the new way of playing Mew v Max, and it was very successful. And when Lost Origins released, this new version of Mew was by far the most popular, since it was able to navigate the first huge Mew counter we ever saw, Raypion V. A card which would one-hit KO a Mew v Max for 0 energy. While Mew was still getting the odd result here or there, like top 4 at EUIC, it was around this time where Mew v Max started to become less of a top tier deck, since anyone could opt to play a Sky Sealstone and a Drapion V to make sure they would beat Mew v Max. Although there was one weekend where Fusion Energy Mew had a massive resurgence, winning Hartford, Malmo, and then the Lima regional events too. This joy was short-lived though, since Paldea Evolve had another disastrous Mew counter. This time it was Spirit 2. This card would aim to stop the Mew player from drawing cards, since it would stop all Genesect V's abilities, turning them all off. This saw Fusion Energies become the new way to play Mew again, since a Genesect with a Fusion Energy would still be able to draw cards. But this was another massive thorn in Mew's side, one that seemed to put the nail in the coffin for us budding Mew players around the world. Until the 2023 World Championships, that is, when Vance Kelly managed to take a Mew v Max deck all the way to the finals, where he would square off against Tord Redcliffe and his Gardevoir deck. And Vance, despite all the odds being stacked against him, with Spiritomb and Drapion V being in format, was able to win the 2023 World Championships with Mew v Max. What's next for Mew? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Over 1,500 players. Let that sink in here just for a second. That's how many players all turned up here to compete at the Liverpool Regional Championships. 2 of those players, however, battled it through 17 grueling rounds to make it here to our final. Let's make some noise for one of those players, our finalist, Brent Tonneson. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Brent. Let's make some noise once again for Brent. Yeah. But one player from 1,500 of them made history here today, piloting Mew all the way to the final, all the way into our heart, and all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. Let's get real loud for our 2024 Liverpool Regional Champion, Fabrizio Inga Silva! Okay, so let's just take a second, take a deep breath in. How does it feel to be a regional champion?
¿Cómo se siente ser campeón regional?
La verdad es que es una sensación muy bonita. Es una sensación la cual probablemente nunca me voy a olvidar. La primera vez que me subo a uno de estos escenarios, siempre había querido llegar a esta instancia y bueno, qué mejor manera de hacerlo campeonando.
It feels amazing to be on stage for the first time, and in Europe especially, and he's still astonished about that sensation, that feeling that he's having right now.
I can imagine. You've done fantastically well. Now, you piloted Mew extremely well. What made you want to play it here this weekend?
Has pilotado Mew de una manera fantástica y ¿qué ha sido lo que te ha dado tantas victorias este fin de semana?
Bueno, personalmente Mew es el deck que más he jugado en todo lo que llevo jugando Pokémon, es mi deck favorito y bueno, siento que probablemente es el deck más consistente en torno a lo que hay en el meta, pero hay muchas cosas que lo frenan, hay muchas cosas que lo paran, pero cuando no te enfrentas contra ellas, sabes esquipear, por ahí aciertas bien los fusions. Yo creo que el Mew cuando roba puede ganar a cualquier más.
He's the best deck in the format, and he has outs against any decks, and when the deck starts drawing cards well, it's unstoppable.
Yeah, we saw it there in the finals being very unstoppable. Congratulations one more time, and let's make some noise for Fabrizio, our Liverpool Regional Champion! And with that, our Liverpool Regional Championship coverage has ended. We want to give a massive shout out to all the staff that make these events possible, all the players, and all you guys at home for tuning in as well. Our next event is in Knoxville in America, and then Dortmund here in Europe. I hope to see you all there, and until next time, bye-bye for now. So after that final, guys, how entertaining is that? I'm now joined by Amy, Mike, and Ross. Ross, what did you think about how that final all panned out?
I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for weird, fun endings. I was kind of rooting for the donk in game 2. The idea of hitting an Lesser Sparkle and then your only Fusion Strike energy to actually get a KO in a way we never see with these Mew decks. But it seemed very much like round 13. Brent was in it, and just every game, it was just a little bit too little. The Mew deck was just a little bit faster. And having seen that matchup twice now, that just seems to be the way it's going.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Losso and Giratina putting techs in for Mew historically with Avery sometimes, with Drapion in the past, and Spiritomb more recently. So it just shows you how tough it is to beat Mew VMAX because of that disruption, because of that early tempo and being able to knock out a Giratina V when it first comes into play. But at the end there, we almost saw what is capable of Giratina V-Star. In that game too, I genuinely thought they were going to come back there, but Brent just not quite disrupting enough with that Roxanne.
It always feels to me like Mew's in the driver's seat in that matchup, and the Giratina player just has to ask questions, and if the Mew player can answer them, well, then it's normally Mew's time. It's also Fabrizio's time as he joins us as a European regional champion there, getting himself on that graphic and getting himself an auto invitation to the World Championships. Amy, how do you think he feels right now knowing he has his place at Worlds already locked up?
Must feel absolutely over the moon. No one could be more pleased with that, I imagine. It must just really spring you into action. Not only that, but the prize money is going to help out a lot with getting to Hawaii.
Does anyone else have a look at that graphic and just be like, we filled in over half of them now? And it's starting to feel a bit like, yeah.
Yeah, Bologna added on to that, so it's now 9 regional size events, you know. The event schedule has been increased. We've now got that Bologna special event added in.
Isn't it mad? I remember at the start of the season seeing this graphic and it was all grey, and now we're slowly moving up as Liverpool, by the next event, will be greyed out as well. Do you have any standouts there, Ross, that you're looking forward to?
I mean, I called out a couple earlier. EUIC in London is amazing. I'm really looking forward to Stockholm as well. For me, I just hope I can be there in Honolulu at the end of the season. Like so many people in the community, I am hoping and planning to end up there because I don't know if anyone here has ever been to Hawaii. I have. It's really fun.
I mean, I would love to go there. I think a lot of players would love to go there. Obviously, those regional champions we just saw, and all those players with loads of CP too, looking to make it there. We've seen a lot of our top 22 in Europe are now over 500 points. But of course, there's plenty more season to go. Lots of challenges, lots of cups, lots of regionals and special events to try and build up to that 500 threshold in Europe.
Yeah, so if you really want to see some more Pokemon action and you can't wait till Dortmund, how about you get yourself on Twitch, because here is our schedule for the next week moving forwards.
Mystery of Mew, even more relevant now. You want to check out why Mew keeps doing well, watch the movie on Friday.
If you're a fan of watching these streams, we've just had Portland and Charlotte. We've had, obviously, Liverpool this weekend. We've got Knoxville next weekend. Dortmund the weekend after. These are coming thick and fast right now. Like when I'm not casting these streams, I'm sitting at home watching these streams, and every weekend there's one for me to watch. I'm like, brilliant. I know what I'm doing in the evening. Sticking the stream on, hoping my kids sleep. 50-50 proposition.
I'm quite often playing in the events as well, and so every weekend is filled with Pokemon fun for me, and I couldn't wish for anything more.
So yeah, we saw there at the bottom that Knoxville is our next one, and I'll put you on the spot a little bit here, Mike. How do you think the meta develop? I love that eye roll there, by the way. How do you feel the meta will develop now that Mew has another notch on its belt?
Well, I mean, Losso and Giratina doing quite well. Very easy to add into that. Like we said, Spiritomb, Avery. I think Spiritomb still is disruptive, even though there's the fusion energy in there. Maybe we'll see some Drapions about, but of course, keep playing the decks you're good at. This is the key right now. We saw a lot of players at this event leaning back into Mew VMAX, more so because they're comfortable with the deck and less so because they think it's the best deck in the format. Ultimately, the best deck in the format right now is the one that dodges through all the bad matchups, finds the good matchups, and makes their way to the final. And if you play your deck the best you can play it, and maybe change a few cards here and there to adapt to what's around you, like the Mews, then you'll be pretty solid for the rest of the tournament.
It is worth pointing out one of the only real differences we see between the North American and European metagames, we have more Mew. So I guarantee there are some North American players who are going to look at this event and be like, Yeah, but come on, it's Europe. Europe always plays a bunch of Mew, and they're going to look and go, Giratina V-Star still made the final, 4th event in a row. I still think that's the deck to beat, but, I mean, look, Fabrizio just showed us, ignore Mew at your peril.
Yeah, ignore Mew at your peril. I think it's fantastic advice, especially, like you said, when playing in Europe. So we hope you guys all had fun at home. Make sure you get involved with all the socials on all the different platforms. Got YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. And you never know, your post might get shared on the stream and have us react to it. Always a bit of fun, right?
Probably a bit late for this weekend, but definitely in future streams.
Yeah, a bit late now. We're settled down now. We've had a long weekend. Liverpool's been amazing. Largest regional in Europe.
Woo.
I mean, I think it's fair to say the players who've done well at this event have shown exactly why they're top of our region. We saw a lot of the best players rising to the top, and it's for a very good reason. 15 rounds of Swiss is hard, and then all of those players are going to be going home exhausted and need a rest up for the next one in Dortmund.
Yeah, the next one there in Dortmund, that's going to be our next EU event. So if you want to make sure you want to see that, make sure to get involved on Twitch and YouTube. That's going to be not next week, the week after, and that's going to be really fun. I'm very intrigued to see if Mew will make such a resurgence once again, Ross.
I mean, it's Europe. People play Mew in Europe. There is an excellent, excellent chance that Mew does come back and have a real good outing. I mean, I know I haven't had a chance to say it yet. I love the fact that Mew has come back and won Liverpool 2 years in a row. It is so weird seeing a deck still be good a year later. That does not happen very often. Most decks, and there are always exceptions, most decks have a shelf life in terms of being proper top-tier decks of less than a year. I mean, Mew actually just, I believe, is the first time we've had a deck printed as a Worlds deck 2 years in a row after London and Yokohama Worlds. So to have it now winning Liverpool 2 years in a row, it's absurd how that deck keeps winning. We know we are going to say goodbye to it when EUIC comes around in a rotation, literally forces us to stop. But until then, nah, Mew's got some life in it yet.
Yeah, I think Mew does still have some life in it. So just before we wrap up here, let's grab each of our favourite moments from the Liverpool Regionals. We'll start over there with you, Amy. Do you have a favourite moment?
Always
Mike,
going first.
Mike.
Good luck.
I really enjoyed seeing Ethan play again on stream against a really bad matchup, but honestly, it was a really fun one too. Watching him struggle against that Gem Pow was actually very entertaining for me as well.
And what about yourself, Mike?
I mean, all the fun moments for me were off stream, going around and seeing all the people from my old locals and all the people from my new locals, finding out how they're doing. In fact, one of my friends, Ross, made top 20. Not you, Ross. A different Ross.
That would be a conflict of interest right there.
Yeah, got top 20, and it's someone I've only recently met at a local, and then to go and see them do well at this event, that kind of moment is what's special about this, seeing your friends doing well. And for you mentioned basically the same kind of thing there. I think that's what really makes Pokemon special, is seeing people you know succeeding, but of course meeting new people, getting to meet our 2 finalists there who've come all the way from outside of Europe. That's pretty much my favorite thing here, is just meeting everyone from around the world.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Like I said, I really like how these events are so international now. And then what about you, Ross?
I'm honestly quite reeling from the double realization that Mike stole my answer and might have a new favorite Ross. Like, finding out both of them in quick succession is a bit too much to take. But honestly, I am going to copy that answer. I've been walking around the venue quite a bit this weekend, more so yesterday, and really just bumping into so many people, some that I knew, some that I didn't. Everyone just saying really nice words about my work, about the stream, about us as a casting team, and just about how much they've been enjoying it. It's been absolutely lovely. Also, that Charizard mirror yesterday was intense.
Intense was a fantastic word for it. And I think my favourite moment, was watching that Arceus Armor Rouge deck, where it had that turn to try and spring that Delphox. I was on the edge of my seat, but unfortunately didn't quite pan out. But I think that's going to wrap up our Liverpool coverage here. Thank you so much, everyone watching at home. Thank you to all the judges, all the staff, everyone like this, because without them and you, these events wouldn't be possible. But from us now, it is bye-bye and see you in Dortmund.